ค To all of you Dota watchers out there, and welcome to the PGL Arlington Major, where the next few days we are going to see 17 teams compete for a massive prize pool, some DPC points, and obviously the title of this major. I'm going to be your host, Nat T, and joining me for the opening panel is Sheep, Stick, and Lizard,
yeah,
the two most American people I could find.
We love America! Woo!
So much.
How are you both feeling for this this major? Everything that's about to unfold in front of us.
Dude, I'm super excited. It's our first LAN too. Like,
yeah,
it can't get more exciting than this.
I know. We are doing DPC together. Now we're here on the major. We get Lizard joining us.
Yeah, you changed that couch for a couple of cozy chairs, right? But
essentially it's the same, except the fact that we are going to be having some international matchups because it's 17 teams, 6 regions. These are your 17 teams that we will be seeing. And I have to ask you both the question that everyone's no doubt wondering. Who are your favorites? Who's going to be the standout? I'll give you 3 teams each. You don't get to explain, you just have to say.
Can I just say I've been doing the Chinese region for the last 2 years, and when I see those 3 teams at the bottom right, I don't have to look any further.
That's it. That's the only place your eyes have to go. All right. Okay. So they're your 3 that you're picking.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Mine's LGD and Boom and Tundra.
And Tundra. I wasn't going to say that for an explanation, but now I need to know why Tundra.
Why Tundra? Yeah. I love Tundra. Every time I see anything about that team online, in their interviews, just the way they speak about themselves, they seem like such a hardworking team. They've had great results in the past. Like, they have a lot that seems to back them up as a team that works really hard, so I could easily see them.
Can I just interject with one thing? You said online. Did you see the difference between LAN Tundra and online Tundra?
They've been good on LAN too. I'm saying online as in I haven't spoken to them face to face and been like, are you working hard, Tundra?
Well, you might be able to, but obviously that can happen when we get to playoffs. If you guys don't know the format of the major, then let's have a look for you all. Going to try and keep it nice and simple, but it is going to be group stages first. That is what we're starting with. It is going to be a best of 2 single round robins. So each team will face each other once. When they do, they'll play 2 games. And it is going to be the top 4 teams of each group going to upper bracket, the next 2 go into lower bracket, and then unfortunately the rest of the teams are going to be eliminated, and then we will be into our playoffs, which we can talk about more when we eventually get there. But right now, let's have a look at the prize pool that they're going to be potentially taking a share of if they do make it to the top 8. So that's the position these teams are going for, because you're going to be getting some sick money, but also some of those DPC points. I mean, look at first place. Look at all those points.
Juicy 820 points. That's more points than I've ever gotten in my whole life, in my whole career.
Right, that all you have to do is come first. All you have to do is beat 16 other teams.
Just be first, right? That's it.
Yeah.
And you're pretty much, well, not for every team, but you're very close to that TI, right?
Well, we can actually have a look at what teams need in terms of points for TI qualification. The top 4 up there in the red are 4 teams that have already qualified for TI. So no matter what happens here at the major, you will definitely be seeing those 4 teams there. But as for all of the remaining teams that you see below, well, they are gonna have to try and fight their hardest to make it to the top 8. They are looking for any amount of DPC points to try and have a direct invite.
I mean, Beast Coast is literally looking for 1. They need 1 point to qualify.
So they just need 8. They need 8th. Beast Coast need 8th to be guaranteed. I mean, there are a lot of ways that it can play out. Beast Coast could still potentially go even if they don't make 8th because of other teams that pick up DPC points. There's, like I said, you know, it's 10 days, but there's a lot of things that can happen in 10 days.
Do you think that the pressure is actually worse now that they need only that 1 point? I always feel like when I'm so close to some prize, I always fail the worst then, right? Like it's like you get so close, you almost got it in your reach. But 1 point, they can do it, right? They can certainly make it.
I mean, what a story if they miss out by 1 point.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
That would be heartbreaking, but, you know, that's in the future. Like I said, that's going to be for playoffs. There's so much more that's going to happen before we have our top 8 because it is only day 1 of group stages, and we're going to have a look at these groups. Group A right now is going to be your 9 teams. It is RNG Outsiders, Thunder, Liquid, Talon, Sonics, OG, Fnatic, PSG.LGD. We actually really haven't touched on it, but in case no one has seen the update, Quincy Crew is newly sponsored. They are Sonic, so if you're a little bit confused by that, who that is, it is just still Quincy Crew. Group A is going to be your 9 teams. Group B, though, is going to be 8 teams. They are 1 team less, so potentially, you know, a more favorable group. It is because, unfortunately, Extreme Gaming from China couldn't get the visas, so they didn't make it to the major. 17 teams, though. There's still a lot of competition going on.
It's a little bit of a heartbreaking story for XG. They formed a few seasons back from Division 2 into Division 1. They fought their hardest, really, to get here to the major, but unfortunate circumstances for us that they will not show all their skill set here, but we have plenty of other teams that will do exactly that, right?
Yeah. I asked before your favorites, now I'm going to ask the opposite question, right? Who are your underdogs and who are your dark horses? Did you think you thought I was getting eliminated? All right, straight up predictions. Who's getting eliminated right now? I can't believe you would say that.
Everyone else has said it, so I'm going to say it too.
So you're a bandwagoner.
We're not controversial here.
Yeah, no. I do want to know your dark horses and underdogs, not who's going to be eliminated. I'm not going to go down that route.
Okay, like, I have seen a lot of tier lists coming out from a lot of talent, a lot of people, and for some reason, everyone is putting Na'Vi so low. We covered Europe East. We saw this team. For anyone that doesn't know, everyone's rating Outsiders like super high, but Na'Vi, in the actual, like, their first series in Tour 3, they dumpstered Outsiders. It was not even close. They destroyed them in the laning stage. The 2-0 was fast and brutal.
Yeah.
These teams are pretty even. So if you're putting Outsiders all the way up there, I feel like Na'Vi have the potential to be there too.
100%. I think a lot as well as the fact that people are ranking Team Spirit a lot higher as well. Obviously, I know that they won TI, but there is this thing of how they've been playing in the last major, how they played during DPC this tour. It's interesting that people are still putting Na'Vi below Spirit.
Yeah, there are teams that kind of ended up with the same score, right, in the region as well, and it took that 3-way tiebreaker or something like that, I believe, to get to the major. Yeah. And no one for me is this, like, forever. He has been the mid laner to beat if you want to be the best, right? And right now, he looks absolutely like in his best years. Okay. So Na'Vi is a team to definitely look out for.
So are you both going to say that Na'Vi are the dark horse underdog, or do you have a different team, Lizard?
Do I go with Na'Vi as well? Let me go with Fnatic. Let me actually
okay.
Let me go
so
with
we are
Fnatic.
getting controversial
Let me go with Fnatic.
already.
Let me go with all the stand-ins, because I don't know if you guys remember the Singapore major. We had a ton of stand-ins there, and teams that had stand-ins didn't necessarily do too poorly. So if you find the right chemistry, it might even work.
Yeah. Right now there are... We didn't actually touch on that, right? How many stand-ins there are. There are 7 teams at the moment that have stand-ins here at the major. Fnatic having the most stand-ins. They have 3 stand-ins, all of them being TSM players. I know it'll probably go in depth later when we do end up seeing one of their series on this stream. But yeah, they have 3 TSM players, and they very luckily get their whole off lane on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, that's actually super good for them, because it's like, at least your one lane is like together.
Yeah, one that's been together for a very long time.
And then TSM will also be together. Like they'll feel pretty good about that, I think.
Yeah, the obvious problem is it's not only about the lanes, right? Later on, it can kind of fall apart. You don't have the same players making these shot calling things, but at the same time, having good lanes does mean quite a lot. So. The chemistry that we talked about is already there. Like they didn't even need to find it to reinvent it, right? They already have a half of one team, half of the other. Let's go.
Well, there you go. Your underdogs are going to be Na'Vi and Fnatic.
No, they're dark horses.
Oh, dark horses. Sorry, dark horses. My mistake.
Yes,
We've got to get the right terminology. But we're not actually going to see either of those teams playing on this stream. We can have a look at what teams are going to be playing on each stream, though. Stream B, they are your 4 matchups there. Sheep, is there one that really stands out for you that you're like, wow, I need to choose to stream?
Yes, Boom Tundra. These teams have a pretty good history this year. At the Gamers Galaxy tournament, Tundra beat Boom, and then Boom came back through the lower bracket to take the whole tournament. I think that's like a super fun matchup to watch out for. Just very competitive there.
A rematch, a bit of a revenge match, some would say. But if you don't know where it's going to be, there are the links down on the bottom of the graphic. So at any point, you're like, wow, I really want to see that series. Mark the time. Have a look at what Twitch channel it is going to be on. But that is Stream B. We can also look at Stream C. These are your 4 matchups. Lizard, any standout ones there, or you're just happy to have so much Dota going on? I'm
just happy to see every single one of these teams play it out. They're all the best of their regions, bringing their own metas, their own style, right? But perhaps Tundra Spirit is, they're kind of close, and you see these players fight it out in pubs very often. But for me personally, that's a very interesting matchup, a clash of different styles, I would say.
Stream D is going to be our 4th stream. Like I said, there is a lot of Dota action going on today. It's going to be 4 total streams. This Stream D here is going to have those 4 matchups on your screen right now. So if you're a fan of any of those teams, make sure you are tuned in for those ones. But what you are on right now is the mainstream Stream A. And the 4 series that we will be covering is going to be Sonics up against Liquid, Aster, EG, OG Liquid, Entity, and Aster. So you get double Liquid action, double Aster action here on the main stream. Big standout, one that you think has the potential for an upset at all out of these 4?
All of them are really close. I guess you would say that Aster probably should do the best here, right? Like they're playing into Entity with the stand-in later on too. But when you think about it, Aster on LAN versus Aster online, it's sorry, Aster in the region versus Aster internationally. It's a completely different cup of tea, right? Same as Tundra online and offline. So we'll see how it goes. I'm looking forward to Entity, actually. Like I should have mentioned them as a dark horse, because if nothing else, for the energy that Saberlight brings to the team, and they already played, right? Like before with Pure, they literally had an offlaner on the safe lane. So he can play very similar heroes, and I believe that he should be able to adapt very easily. And there's a couple of players that I'm really looking forward to watching in that team.
I feel that a lot. Like all the stand-ins are just like super fun to look at. You got Anna as well. He's actually like practicing hard now as well. So this is gonna be a fun stand-in major actually.
Yeah, there's gonna be so much happening when it comes to stand-ins. A lot of potential for a lot of upsets. But 2 teams that don't have stand-ins at all is gonna be our first matchup. It's gonna be Sonics up against Liquid. These 2 teams luckily have their whole rosters here for them. So let's chat about it. Let's get in. This is our first series. It's time we actually talk about the game and not just everything that's going on. We've kind of information overloaded, but Sonics, let's talk about them first. Like I said earlier, if you guys didn't know, they are the newly rebranded, new sponsored Quincy Crew. Everything else is exactly the same, just a name change.
Can I say I think they already won? Quinn and the boys, like they found a sponsor. that's been a really long search, and I think that's a success on its own already.
What would you say is a big highlight about the playstyle, though, Sheep, for Sonics?
Okay, so this is like a big thing for Sonic. So if you've watched them in the past, you followed, them as Quincy Crew, you know that they're a very laning-focused team, and that is kind of like what describes NA as a whole. I think Aoi said it in the past. Like EG are the big laning gatekeepers of NA. If you don't have good laning, you will get like rolled by them, and you will never stand a chance. So Quincy were super good at laning. They own that a lot. I talked to Mojo. He said, yeah, they used to hyper-analyze their laning stage to get better at it, and now they're trying to get better. They are looking at the bigger picture. They want to get better at mid-game. They want to be in the right places. They're focusing on their positioning. This is a team that is looking to actually improve to be able to contend on an international stage. And that is very exciting for me.
So they're not just shouting secure runes for Quinn anymore. Win his lane at all costs.
I mean, they might still be doing it a little bit, but like I think Quinn as a whole is really improving as a player. I spoke to him. He said that not only are they like changing their mentality around the game, he said in the past they suffered from like looking for perfection. Like he wanted everyone to be doing the best thing instead of looking at the strengths of everyone individually. He also said that with this team he feels really comfortable playing like damage dealers like a Zeus. He doesn't necessarily have to be this initiating like Void Spirit Puck, although he will play a lot of Puck.
I mean, a lot of people are playing Puck at the moment, but we can deep dive a little bit more into Sonic, but I want to have a look at the side of Liquid as well. They are going to be coming up against Sonic. So for the side of Liquid, Lizard, is there anything that stands out for you? Do you have expectations on them, I guess, especially after the Stockholm performance?
They're a team that I always have huge expectations for. I've been following Insania, Mike back in the day, Taiga, and the boys Koikwa, obviously, for the longest time, ever since before Alliance, right? And they've stuck together. I call them stalwarts. They're this team that they're hardworking. They weren't always the most talented, but what's talent? It's just practice over time, right? It's just working hard constantly, and that's the way I would describe Liquid the best. My problem for them is very often I see them in tournaments, they have a slow start. Like it takes a couple of days for them to get into the routine, and because of that, it's better for them to get easier opponents earlier on. There's no easy opponents here. Like everyone that they play against is a formidable foe, and already I'm worried, but the meta, at least, like you were talking about Pucks and all these heroes. Have you seen Lone Druid? Like if you open up players and their Dota buffs, they've been spamming it. And they have a special Lone Druid player on their side, so it might work.
Okay, so you think maybe Liquid have something in their back pocket when it comes to this meta?
Well,
maybe
Lone Druid's a front pocket for sure.
It's a front pocket. Tell them about the back pocket. It's all front pocket. They're just pulling out everything.
Yeah, it might be some first stage ban even when you're playing versus them.
Wow.
But yeah, we'll see. There's definitely ways of playing against that hero, even though he's pretty strong right now.
Well, yeah, it is a different meta than what we saw them at Stockholm. So do you think, Sheep, that Liquid are better suited to this meta? Do you think that they came into it over the course of the DPC?
Yeah, for sure. I know Will was Blitz. Sorry, was saying that he thinks they didn't play the meta very well in Stockholm, and that like they weren't picking heroes like CK and such, and they're adapting more now. They're picking this stuff. I think that their hero pool, like talking about Lone Druid, is really good in this meta because in the past they love to pick this Lone Druid against Puck. So if Quinn was to take it, I'm sure they would take the Lone Druid if it wasn't banned, because they even like lane swap. You know, this is, I mean, Liquid. They always love their lane swaps, even on the old iteration. But like they're happy to put this Lone Druid mid against the Puck, and they like win with it. It's a really good matchup.
They're like one of the first teams that even started with all the we're gonna switch our position 4 into offlane into 4. We're gonna move everything around. You won't even know what's happening on the map. We're just gonna confuse you. And meanwhile, while we're confusing you, there's a brood mother or something stinky on that mid lane. They're just so horrible to play against when they're on their A game. And with some of the switch ups that have happened, I don't think that anything has changed, because Matu, he can play the same heroes that Koikwa did back in the day.
I want to take a bit of a step back, right? And I want to look a little bit more bigger picture, and I want to look at region v region, okay? We have a little bit of time to talk about this, and again, it's nice to see this international play. So now we have NA up against Western Europe. How do you guys feel that the metas are very different? Is it in the playstyle, or is it in the heroes that they're picking that you think will be the noticeable differences?
We're in Texas here. We can't trash talk NA way too much right now, but like for me at least, I don't know if you agree, Shippo, but like the metas were extremely different in the first couple of days of the last season, and then it all kind of converged in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, the regions are all kind of coming together. Everyone's looking at things and picking up heroes. It's like Dawnbreaker like spread like wildfire through the regions, and then everyone was playing her. I think like you look at Southeast Asia and you look at China, they were playing Warlock in Tour 3 like a lot. And now it's starting to come through. You're seeing it way more in like the Riyadh Masters, so we'll probably see it more here as well. My hero of the tournament will probably be like Razor.
Razor, yeah. It actually started being picked in China because of some specific heroes. Like they started picking it as a counter. I can't remember what hero exactly it was, but it was a specific counter. And then suddenly they realized, yeah, why don't we just pick this hero all the time, every game? Even when it gets countered, like with the CK or something, it still does it. It does its job. So yeah.
Are you
Razor.
a big fan of Razor then?
No, I hate the hero.
Okay, all right. I
hate
just
his
had to ask.
but he's very strong right now. Yeah.
Is there any other heroes that you think are going to be stand out or definitely make their own space in this?
Can I just throw some wild ones like
sure.
Lone Druid first
Okay.
as well?
So we said Razor, Lone Druid now.
Yeah, a hero that I'm looking forward to. He might not be the strongest at the moment.
Yeah.
I think Sheepo likes him as well. He has a special clone. Only one though, not too many.
Just one clone.
Just one. It's an Arc Warden. I think that
I thought you were going to say something else, and I was getting ready.
No. We're not ready for Meepo talk. Me and Sheepo here will take over the stream.
That's for EG's game.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, so Arc Warden as well.
I mean, I won't put him in nearly the same bracket of strength as Razor, but I think that there are some shenanigans that you can do with hero that can make him pretty potent.
Yeah.
What about supports? Do you feel that there's going to be any super standout ones? Are we going to see just every team try and have this very small pool of supports, or is it going to be very diverse and widespread, do you feel?
It's mostly going to be healing. I think that's kind of like the theme. Everyone's adapted to the fact that there's no salves now. Everyone's picking healing. A lot of 5 support players have come out and said, yeah, we think this is the best way to play. I think one that is going to be new and potentially picked a lot this tournament is Phoenix. He kind of made a splash at like Riyadh and was getting picked a lot. I think Quincy have been playing it a little bit. Sorry, Sonics. Sorry, guys. That's what they're getting used to.
Every time you get it wrong, your chair has to
Just
go like
down.
a little bit lower, so that we know like what tier analyst just by calling him the team's the wrong name.
Yeah. Phoenixes look really cool. I actually was talking with someone about this and thinking that it's like slightly good against like the Razor because you slow down the link attacks. And that could be like an answer, but the problem is Razor just gets like a 15-minute BKB.
Yeah, and he doesn't care.
Yeah.
But at the same time, he's not really a core that deals well with the egg, right? Yeah. Like he doesn't contribute anything when it comes to killing the egg, and because of that, Phoenix might come in handy here and there. But I completely agree with the healing heroes. Like tangos have been nerfed. Like your salve is not as great in the lane, so. Healing heroes are an obvious answer to that, right? What do you think about Chen?
Oh, really? Yeah, he was on the next list. Yeah, Chen.
Yeah, they're just like sharing one brain. That's just like an imaginary brain cell sitting between the two of them right now.
Look, when someone is a Meepo spammer, we instantly, there's the same like wavelength that we're on.
What we share a brain cell, yeah.
Well, do you want to talk about Chen a little bit more before we...
Yeah.
No, I just mean...
No, I do.
Okay.
I'd love to talk about it. Yeah, so in Tour 3, Fly played Chen like 3 times. That was probably like the most notable like thing I saw of Chen being around. And then in the Riyadh Masters came, and Puppy just picked it like 7 games. As many times as he could get his hands on it, and he like owned with it. He would do like a mech rush, no boots. He'd get the Holy Locket. It's like insane healing.
It's crazy though, because Chen usually was this hero that he does well early on, and then you just kind of ignore him.
Yeah.
Like, he has his creeps, you kill him, and then you don't care. He has this ulti that he uses once in a lifetime. Who cares? But right now, he actually looks like he contributes to fights. Like there's a ton of healing coming from him. All the auras that he can purchase right now, plus the fact that he farms them very easily, all the items that are utility based, right? It's
okay. Well, let's then bring it back to this exact matchup, right? The Sonics up against Liquid. We've talked about international play, region against region, general heroes that you guys want to be seeing. So let's talk about what is going to be highly contested between these two teams. What do you feel is going to be something that is a must ban for both of them, or something that might be, you know, a deny pick per se, something that one team is going to try and pick it out from underneath the other team?
Do you think first? I like we mentioned Puck, we mentioned the Razor as well. I think these heroes are like in general going to be banned. If you look at any team, if you ask me the question, like for the whole tournament, I would say that Marcy and Dawnbreaker as well. First phase will be extremely contested. So. I'm not sure that we are going to see teams, at least in the first day, move away from the meta way too heavily and focus their bans on the teams. I think we should see the standard, the normal ones, right?
Yeah, and Tiny is another one.
Of course,
massive,
Tiny.
Yeah. I think like Tiny is in like top 3 most picked and banned for like every region except maybe one. I can't remember. But
I could tell you if you were to just talk about something else
oh,
instead.
we can talk about something else instead.
No. So,
yeah,
okay.
I mean, tiny big hero. We've seen in this like patch alone, heroes coming in to address other heroes. Like we said, Phoenix has come in, Chen's come in. We saw like Wyvern was like not really picked at the start of the patch, but then everyone realized, oh, there's Zoo everywhere, guys. We got to deal with this one. And then Wyvern suddenly came out of nowhere. She's not like super high priority, but she is picked up a lot as a counter. We've seen her like the ends of first phases sometimes to deal with stuff.
Did you notice that like at the tail end of the seasons and in Riyadh, like Dazzle started being picked up as well, and not only Dazzle, these lineups that reminded me most of the Death Ball that happened when was it like 2013, 2014, when you would just rush and just destroy everything 15 minutes in. I don't think the same thing is possible right now, but I have seen teams just use a ton of healing to. I actually saw a Chinese game in which a team had 0 stuns. I can't remember if it was Aster or PSG.LGD. They had 0 stuns. They would just stick together and heal themselves with like a Dazzle and Wyvern and whatnot, and you couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah,
So
it's definitely something that's also happened in SEA and some other regions, but I don't think it's something that is adapted or like picked up by a lot of teams. Do you think it is a very specific playstyle? Is it something that's easy to execute?
I think it might be one of those meta things that everyone might pick up on, but not sure. We'll see. We'll see. Like Major is always fun. There's a lot of different ideas clashing, and what do you guys think about Timber? By the way, that's something that
Timber. Okay, I actually looked at Timber because obviously you have people like Amar who will just like first phase this hero
no matter what.
Yeah, and there's quite a few Timber Soul specialists at this event. Like DM as well is really good at it. You look at both South American teams like Sacred and Whisper are both like gods at Timbersaw. So you have teams that will just like pick, like I think Sacred and Amar are the ones that will pick it on like the first pick of the entire draft and not care at all.
you look at Quincy, right?
Sonics, yeah.
Get
down, down.
Lower that chair.
A little bit lower.
A little lower.
Yeah, but I believe they love their Timber as well, so it might be something to look out for. Like a lot of teams are banning it against them. Yeah.
Okay. Then other question then, with these two teams, are there any back pocket picks, things that you think they might pull out that we haven't seen over the tour, or do you really think that this is probably going to be one of the most stock standard games we will see these two teams play?
I think they'll probably stick to their hero pools for the most part.
Can't get my chair up.
Just stay down then. You committed your crime.
It's just done.
It's done. It's done. Oh, it's good. It's good.
All right.
Okay, wonderful.
We got it.
Yeah.
We got it.
So, like, I think we're going to see Matthew on his, like, Lone Druids and Bristlebacks. I think we're going to see, like, Yawar plays pretty kind of standard-ish carries. He's not really out there the way that Matthew is. I know, like, support-wise... Sorry. I need Jenkins to stop being in my ear.
Yeah, we have Jenkins in our ear, and it is a little bit distracting.
So, support-wise, I know that Sonics really like their active supports because they like to play on mid with Quinn.
Okay, yeah. I was gonna ask another question, but I still just have Jenkins laughing in my ear. It is so distracting. I think it was playstyle. Is there a weakness that you've been able to see from either team that you're hoping? Maybe like it's first game, right? There's a lot of things that they could come in and having fixed, or what do you feel that you've seen in the past throughout the tour that has been a weakness of either of these teams that you hope they fixed up?
Of course, like we talked about Sonics and we talked a lot about their focus on the laning stage. It can very easily go in the other direction.
Okay,
that's the thing. I believe that's something that every team knows about them. Like if you do manage to steal a couple of runes from a certain player or gank him a couple of times, things can get a little bit tilty, and it can get a bit, obviously not in that sense that he tilts in a pro game, nothing like that.
No, they're all professionals.
They're all very professional players that
Exactly.
never tilt, but it does seemingly become a lot more difficult for them to come back into that mid game if their mid laner doesn't do as well as he usually does.
Yeah.
Right?
But, like, speaking about mentality, that's actually a problem that Liquid have as well, because they released a video after they lost at Stockholm, and it showed like some kind of like in-team communications after the match in their practice room or whatever, and they were saying that like they don't take losses that well, and it was something they really needed to work on. They had like this mentality where if they lost one game, they weren't thinking like, yeah, we can still like win the groups, we can still win the whole tournament, like we're still in it. They kind of get into this loss mentality.
So you think this is a general question. You think they're a snowball team in the sense that when they win, they can just snowball right to first place, but if they get a couple of losses, it is like snowball straight to like, man, I want to fly home now.
I mean, I think they would have gotten better at it since then, right? Because that was like, it looked like that was one of their main takeaways. So clearly, like they've had a long time since then to get better at it, and they're all super experienced players. So I don't doubt that they can.
So for them, it's a mentality, not so much an execution fix-up that needed to happen from the last major.
Could be. I mean, there's obviously going to be execution issues too.
For you feel that's...
I mean, I just think that if they can get over that, like, for sure, that'd be, like, amazing.
It's something that every player, every single team struggles with. It's at some point they struggle with it, or to some degree they always struggle with, and you just have to defeat that within yourself, right? Like this whole mentality problem.
We've gone from talking about Dota to being like, so anyway, the mental minds of pro players, I tell you.
The meaning of life?
Look. I'm the guy that on a tournament light, his mouse didn't work to get an extra 15-20 minutes just to get composure, right? Long time ago.
A long time ago. We wouldn't do that now. You're
of
always
course
composed
now. Of course,
I'll find him.
Always.
All right. With this matchup then as well, lanes. How do you feel that they're going to... I know it's very hero dependent, but if you were to talk about skill levels, which lanes would you put in favor of which team?
It's a difficult one to call, right? Like putting us on the spot. Who's
100%.
better?
This is exactly what I want to do. I am here purely to put you guys in the hot seat.
Okay, so Quinn, I'll talk about him quickly. Mid. Whilst I'm not a mid player, I can say that Quinn, he prides himself, like his kind of standout trait as a mid player is that he is very aggressive. He likes to get ahead in a game. If he can get that lead, why are you smiling at each other?
No
if he gets
reason.
that lead, he will have the ability to take over a game, and he is very good at it. I think like the downsides I see to him sometimes is that sometimes in mid he loses lanes he shouldn't. I think the last time I watched TSM match up against when they were Quincy, we saw him like dying mid as a puck versus a Dawnbreaker. Like stuff like that cannot happen on this stage. And obviously the stakes of that match are not the same as this, so he's probably going to be like, top form now, let's go. But Quinn at top form is very good.
Okay.
Yep. But
didn't answer my question, but I did like the answer
I
you gave.
don't know what to say.
I feel like you can deduct the answer from what she has said.
I did.
Because if the only guy that she's talking about, the only player she's talking about is Quinn, it probably means that we're leaning towards Liquid when it comes to the other two lanes, right?
The side lanes, yeah.
Yeah, the side lanes, they're the master of these rotations, and they're the masters of these small little... Look, for Insania, for me, he has always been this Dota nerd. Like, he studies the lane inside and out. He knows exactly at what millisecond he needs to move where to accomplish what's necessary, either to secure the rune, to pull, or to zone you out. And there aren't many teams that are as... how to put it, that see the lane in such a granular way as he does.
Well, we actually have a player comparison here for you guys to have a bit of a chat about. It is MSS compared to Boxy here with the average assists, the average observers destroyed, and the average centuries destroyed as well. Is there anything you guys can deduct from this I guess from these stats about how they're playing with the team, how they play as themselves as supports and moving around the map?
I don't need to deduct from the stats.
Oh, you already know.
I go straight back. So
hit me with them.
Right, obviously Boxy moved to position 4. He used to be 3, then they brought in Zai, and now he's playing 4. And I think 4 is really good for him. He seems to enjoy it. He said in the past he finds the heroes and the role more fun. I also think that he's fits in well with Zai, because if you watch Zai on Secret, you know that he got like just fucked every game. He would be left alone and he would have to deal with that, and it was just like, he's so good at playing from behind. Zai will make impact in the game no matter what. And having Boxy, who plays roaming forwards like the Monkey King or Marcy, where he can just roam on mid, like that's so powerful for that team to have.
He probably even feels more rich right now. Like when he was a 3 and with Taiga was taking most of the farm anyway. If you remember the days when Taiga would get to play his Enigma, like who's really the offlaner here? Come on, let's be honest. It would literally be Boxy making all the moves. Meanwhile, Taiga is the one that gets a lot of farm. So I don't think that the role switch up actually affected him too much at all.
Yeah, I think it's been really good. And like, I know at the Riyadh Masters, Nine was on the panel, and he was saying that he thinks that mid is kind of like whatever right now. It's an it's an easy lane. Everyone gets so much regen. They're like fine there. He thinks that the side lanes are actually really important, and like the ability for supports to rotate and like the offlaner being fine with that is like quite a big thing. So when I look at Liquid, I'm like, that's fantastic because Zai is so good at being left alone. So they really fit into like that idea of what like Nine thinks is good. I think Boxy, like if he's able to make a lot of good rotations onto mid, maybe they bring the 5 as well, and they just ruin Quinn's game. That could really like stunt Quincy's gameplay.
Okay. Yep. Quincy? Who?
Sorry, Sonic. I don't know how to make my...
It's the other way. You got to push it. Yeah. That's my favorite thing. By the end of the 2 games, well, you guys are just going to be like all the way down there. I'm going to be like...
Only our heads will be like...
Yeah, you'll just be able to see them.
Yay!
It's all right. We're working on it. We're working on it. Any final thoughts, though? Anything that you guys want to get out there before we jump into draft? Because it is going to be popping up onto our screens very soon.
I think it's cool that they brought in Jerax on Liquid as
Of course, we didn't even talk about any of the coaches or behind the scenes for these two.
Yeah, they have a ton of coaches, a ton of analysts. Let's see if these coaches and analysts will help them when it comes to the draft. And look at that.
Oh, it's a draft.
It's a Timber as well in that
my
draft.
gosh, you guys,
first.
it's almost like you guys know what you were talking about by mentioning Timber and the Puck and the Razor. So far, you're 3 for 3 on what needed to be banned, or at least would be highly contested.
Yeah, like, I'm just interested in Marcy, and Marcy is true. Now that the Viper has been banned out, perhaps it's a hero that we might see picked up instantly in the first stage.
Viper was like giga banned in Europe West. These teams do not want to ever play against it. I think it had like 8 picks or something in like 60 bans. I don't know. It was a lot of bans.
I can tell you, it had 39 bans.
39 bans. Well, I doubled that, but yeah, it only got like 8 games in because everyone just banned it. So this makes sense to me.
Super contested, right? It's Viper, Marcy, Puck, these heroes.
Yeah.
In all the regions, really.
We just see like trading now. Tiny gets out, then the Marcy gets out. Wyvern we see is a constant reaction to the Tiny because just in, you get the percentage-based damage off the Wyvern Q, which is really good against Tiny, makes his life as a core hard if they were to go that route. But I think we'll probably see Mojo playing it.
Yeah, I think so too. We'll see. Like, I still don't think that the teams are giving away anything, and if you're Sonics, like you can think about perhaps countering Wyvern a little bit. I don't know how you counter Marcy though. Like this hero, for me, it's just ridiculously strong. And we get another one that's exactly the same way. That has been picked up recently quite a bit and can be played in almost any position from mid lane, off lane, 3, 4, 5, right? Like,
if you had to rank Zeus in your preferable positions, what would they go?
It would be mid. Like almost always, and then some 4 or 5. 4 or 5 is kind of. I'm kind of split between the two.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter.
And then.
Obviously off lane.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
At that point, relax.
And then I need more Lizard. It's not enough information.
He can be a courier then in the end. Just bring items because he's actually very good at that. He has that jump, the Super Mario jump. It helps out. Yeah, but on the mid lane in the Chinese region, this hero in Eastern Europe as well, he feels just so damn strong. There's just so much damage right now. A problem has been thrown towards Team Liquid. Like, this is the first problem that I see between these two drafts. It's the Zeus. Now Team Liquid, they have to figure out what way to get on top of him and eliminate him at the start of each fight. Because if you don't do that, you don't win fights. He's way too strong.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a core Zeus, just because in the past I think Quinn has preferred it. Like we said, he is happy in this team right now, playing damage dealers like Zeus. He doesn't always have to be this big initiator. Puck's gone, what's the point of playing anyway? And it's great against the Wyvern. You also have on top of the fact that they're banning heroes like TA. Nine in the past has said that TA is absolutely like demolished his Zeus, not only in the lane, but like if he gets slowed by the trap, especially if she has the shard and can silence him, he just dies dies, and he doesn't buy armor items. So Zeus as a core gets shredded by heroes like TA.
Yeah. The lane itself is horrible. Like you can't really do much in it as Zeus. So makes a lot of sense that they banned it out. They also ban out the lone druid.
You have to ban the lone druid.
You just have to. Versus Team Liquid, I feel like it's a hero that just needs to go.
Do you feel that the bans that might come out during the rest of this phase are going to be setting up for something to be picked, or really kind of just trying to protect what they opened with?
It's interesting for me, like, it can go in either direction. You're thinking about what you're about to be picking in the next phase, so you're preparing for that too. But one of the bans the Team Liquid have made, the Night Stalker, obviously it's really difficult to deal with it as a Wyvern, but at the same time, versus Zeus, it might have been handy for them. Like, get this one little vampire to sneak from behind. Wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, I like the Night Stalker. I think he's been really, he's been developing over the course of the tours, because originally everyone was like, oh, Night Stalker the offlaner. He's actually been getting played as a carry every now and again.
He was working on himself, reading books, listening to podcasts.
Getting swole,
Getting swole, getting the gym.
I'll show them I can do stuff in the daytime.
I'm not just a night crawler.
Yeah.
And this Leshrac as well is mainly a Quinn-based ban, right? Like you're pretty much focusing him banning out one of his heroes, and you're also saying that you don't really believe that this Zeus will certainly be on the mid lane.
Do you think that they could be banning out some of Quinn's heroes to force the Zeus going into mid and then pick something that is a good matchup against Zeus? Is there such a good thing as a good matchup against Zeus?
That's some giga brain right there for me. Thinking way too far into the future, but it is possible.
It's like 4D chess over here.
Yeah. Here I am playing checkers.
So Liquid have last pick, so I think this is why Sonic's is taking time with their bans. I was going to say they need to make sure they do not get cheesed. You look at Maru's top two heroes, it's Lone Druid and Bristle right now. So I think that's why they were hesitating, just thinking like, are we going to pick to cover as Bristle or not? Do we need to deal with it? Hero like Viper has gone so early. This hero is great at dealing with Liquid's heroes. So yeah, like those bans make sense. They're just basically banning preference heroes and protecting their heroes. It makes it both. It's not really foreshadowing anything.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think with all the preference bans, we're just going to end up in the good old default carry? In example, some random Juggernaut comes out or something like that?
Maybe. Jug I've seen like 50-50. I really don't like that hero very much. I don't think Sonics will pick it into Wyvern. That would be really weird.
Quincy Crew's turn to pick.
Faceless is a very cool ban.
Didn't we talk about some healing heroes in the pre-panel? Let's pat ourselves on the back.
Honestly,
Here,
you guys are doing
job.
such an amazing job.
We're so
Very
good
nice.
at this.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
no
we
worries.
get the...
Oh, cool.
Oh, we're doing it
Now
this
we
way. Now you guys get
Now
to
we can
see
just
us.
keep paying each other for the whole
Please
draft.
no. Please
Every
no.
time you make a good call, but right now Liquid, with the Dazzle, they just have so much healing that we talked about.
Oh, it's gone. Goodbye.
Bye, Dazzle.
No more draft. Quickly before the draft comes up.
Yes.
Just kidding. Damn it. I was going to set you guys up to guess the Weaver
All
before it was
right.
shown. I didn't do it fast enough. I'm sorry.
Weaver's surprising for me because Liquid is the one that like to play it usually.
Yep.
And we've also seen it in South America. Like Sacred likes to play offlane Weaver. I don't know who's going to be playing it on Sonics though. I know Mojo's played it in the past. So it could be a 4, but then that makes Tiny a core.
Yeah, right now, if you look at Team Liquid's lineup, they have, besides Winter's Curse, they have no instant catch. Because of that, Weaver should do quite all right for himself. I've seen some crazy lanes like Weaver plus Alchemist that just destroy, and you can't lane into it. Acid Spray plus the Bugs level 1, and you just hit people. That's also kind of scary to play into. So perhaps they're planning something similar, but Weaver already looks good. Like you don't really have ways of catching him, and in every game in which you can't catch the Weaver, he pretty much roams around, kills everything.
Yeah, because they revealed that this Marcy is as a core, probably Zai's. I don't see why they put it anywhere else. So maybe like if this Weaver was to go 5, it could just make the Marcy lane like way harder for them to try and crush, because that's what they want to do.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Just like you said, yeah, give me a 5. There comes out the Warlock.
It's probably Tiny carry then with Warlock. Weaver 4, Zeus mid.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. Yeah. Like Warlock plus Zeus on 2 supports, I don't think that's gonna happen. It just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel good.
The healing supports, they're everywhere. It's out of control.
It really is.
And there's one guy that Team Liquid also pick quite a lot, and now your Weaver is pretty much demoted to a 4, 100%. This isn't even an offlane Weaver anymore, this is a 4. Like you don't really want to be playing the Weaver into the Bloodseeker as carry to carry or even offlane to carry matchup. You just get ruptured and that's it. You kind of have to stand there, and if you have to stand and you can't run away with Sukuchi, you're dead.
Yeah, it's really hard. I've seen in the past some teams try and deal with the Zeus by doubling down on healing, because Sonics, they only have 1 healing support. Team Liquid have doubled down. They have the Wyvern and the Dazzle. And yeah, I've seen this as a response to Zeus, but sometimes it's just really hard because these healers are very squishy. This Tiny is now a core. If he rushes a Blink Dagger, which, like, kind of became a build again. Like, people used to go to Blink, then they started doing Shadow Blade, then they went back for Blink again. We saw that a lot in C. Yeah, you do that build, this Wyvern and Dazzle, they're just gonna die. If they have good vision on the side of Sonics, which they do because they have a Zeus who's gonna provide that vision, this Tiny can just kill the key targets, and these fights become very easy.
Yeah, that's actually something I was going to ask next. Is you guys have talked about these matchups of the heroes, of the lanes and stuff, but how does it feel synergy-wise of each team's lineup, and what are they kind of lacking at the moment? What are you hoping they bring out in the last picks?
Both of these drafts look individually very in the meta. And when it comes to what are they lacking, perhaps some more catch on Team Liquid would be nice, like some instant stuns, right? Like you have Marcy, but that's about it. For me, that doesn't feel like it's good enough. For Sonics, on the other hand, considering this Weaver is a 4, they just need a carry to round things up, anything that's stable on that position 1, and it should look solid for them. I don't think that they're necessarily missing anything in particular. As long as you enable the Tiny to get his Blink, right? The moment he gets it, then you have this mid laner that can make things happen across the map.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Leslau also plays Weaver 3. I know you said it probably wouldn't be good as a core because of Bloodseeker, but I'm just saying he has played it.
It can be offlane as well, right? Like as long I just wouldn't like it to be on that position 1, but maybe I'm wrong when it comes to that as well. Maybe they have a better read on the game and they think that that might work. When it comes to like playmaking capabilities, both of these teams have, I feel like, a sufficient amount in that mid game, depending on how greedy the players play their heroes. How do you feel about Marcy as a core, by the way, Sheepo? For me, I'm not the biggest fan.
I like her a lot.
You like her?
Yeah, because the first time we saw her in Pro playing C, it was terrible. It was like Feed City. Bad. But over time, the hero is really good at like solo. We've seen them solo killing carries. I think if the enemy outplays and is out of position at all, like you can really abuse that with Marcy pos 3.
So you like her, you enjoy her. Like I guess the builds are the same, right? Like, she just goes for that catch early on and then transitions into more of a core.
Yeah, I think like if Zai feels like it, he can just TP to mid and take a brawl there pretty early and like join his team in like these fights if he's playing Marcy 3. And I could see that being like his way to have impact in the game. It's like a Zai thing to do.
Well, we've got our last pick coming out from Sonics. It is that Conquer there. How are you liking all of their draft up now? And what do you think Liquid needs to retaliate with?
Some more damage mitigation from them, right? With the Kunkka, some more lane stability and catch. And Team Liquid, they answer it Team Liquid fashion. They don't mess around. It is a position 3 Weaver, by the way. You were right, Sheeple. But with the Slardar, like now the Weaver's lane is even the game for him is even harder. Like you have that corrosive haze, you have rupture as well to worry about.
We are still waiting to see where all of the heroes are going for Liquid. But while we are doing that, for you guys,
it's a Mickey Wyvern.
It's what?
It's a Mickey Wyvern.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun.
Okay. Well, then where do you guys lay with it now, knowing that it is going to be that Wyvern for Mickey?
That's an interesting one. Yeah. I'm actually leaning more towards them now than before.
Wait, really?
Yeah, because I like in contrast to Shippo, I don't like Marcy as core. I like her more on support. But Wyvern versus Kunkka, you get text, you get jumped on. That might be a little bit difficult to deal with as a core Wyvern.
So for this game 1, I'm going to say Liquid.
I'm still going to go with Liquid. Yeah, I like what they've got.
Sheep?
Oh, God. I really like the Kunkka pick because I like the ROM buff when you're playing against Bloodseeker because you have to stand there and man fight. And I think Kunkka lets you do that. But that being said, man, Wyvern against like all these heroes seems really good as a core.
Okay, well, it is going to be our very first game of the PGL Arlington Major, and we're going to head on over to the most fabulous duo I've ever seen anywhere. It is going to be Jenkins and Sunsfan.
Hard to say that with a straight face, and apologies for Jenkins talking into the mic constantly during the draft and the pregame. Boy, that must be distracting.
That's right. I don't know how to follow up from that because you weren't talking to me, so it's actually quite weird. Start again.
All right. Welcome to the PGL Arlington Major.
Welcome.
Sunsfan here with, what is this outfit, young man?
A cowboy.
That's very offensive to cowboys.
I was going for Clint Eastwood sort of situation.
Okay. Well, we are in the game, but this is going to be an exciting one, to say the least, to start us off here at the Major. We have Sonics versus Team Liquid.
That's right.
And we're not going to say Sonics very much because it's probably going to, the first thing that comes out of our mouth will be Quincy Crew.
It's going to be Quincy Crew. They have Quincy Crew in the game, too, tagged up.
Oh,
still, so
no.
that's not going to help.
Oh,
that's not going to help at all.
I did not realize that.
Yeah.
That is quite unfortunate.
That's right.
That's Sonics, so SQ, that's what it stands for, of course. And the thing that makes it worse is this is basically their same lineup from like 3 or 4 years ago, other than Fata. Right? It's
yeah,
like their
this
original lineup.
This is like the original lineup, which is problematic. Both of these players, both of these teams kind of replaced one guy, basically. And that's not true for Liquid at all, actually. But
sure, we'll just go with whatever you're saying.
However, what is true for Liquid, both of these teams really need points, DPC points at this Major to go to TI. Both of them are close. They don't need to place incredibly high. They don't need to get some, first place. But both of these teams are looking to get, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th might do it, but also possibly not. So, yeah, both of these teams, a lot of pressure on them.
Yep, no doubt about it. And obviously Quincy Crew, now known as Sonics, they have a new sponsor, so I would say there's a little bit more pressure there as well, because it's been a very long time coming for them. Their journey has been, at the time, Quincy Crew was the higher ranked team, and TSM, which was then known as Undying, they got the big sponsorship, which was surprising.
And then they popped off.
And they really popped off.
That has actually been the way it goes in NA with all of our teams, actually. Wildcard had a really great showing after they got sponsored. Nouns also, when they got sponsored and got on boot camp, they had a great showing compared to their previous seasons. So, yeah, I'm really hopeful for Quincy Crew, now known as Sonics.
Yeah.
This will help. First time that they've ever boot camped and met each other together. This roster, which of course makes sense at the bottom.
Well, 4 of them have had plenty of experience now. But the panel kind of talked about this. Mickey playing the mid Wyvern. This is probably the most unusual thing. We've seen it before, but it's certainly not a commonplace type pick. What are your thoughts when you saw that?
My thoughts on it are, I can think against Zeus. Like, he's typically gonna shove the lane out. You'll probably do fairly well as Wyvern, but I also don't think that you pressure Zeus at all. So it's one of those things where like Liquid thinks that it's worth it to have Wyvern, have that decent time and not have a hero that's pressuring Zeus. Like, basically, they just think late game Wyvern is really OP, which I would actually agree. I think the Witchblade Aghanim Scepter build, late game Wyvern, I don't know if you played against an Overthrow, but it's like one of the most toxic things ever. It's legitimately an incredibly good carry. I mentioned Overthrow only because you can kind of see what heroes function like, which is infinite farm there.
As we're going to see Yawar. He is playing... Okay, I want to talk about this as well. He's getting a nice Tidebringer off here, but the crush from Zai keeping him at bay. Another bash to come. Boxy doing a nice job of blocking him off. Looks like Yawar's going to try to fight his way through this, but the first blood will go to Boxy nonetheless. Zai continuing on. Fata looks like he's going to get the trade at the very least. So it's a 1-for-1, but obviously the better that going to Liquid because it's first blood and the position 1 doesn't get any of that XP.
Yeah, and I think probably arguably the biggest thing here too is this massive creep wave that they're dragging. None of these creeps died, so that is just a straight up fight, level 2 XP from getting that kill, and then Zai gets an entirely free lane. This is going to deny like 2 or 3 waves of creeps back here. This is very good for Liquid starting off in this off lane.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of this off lane with that position 1, this is the thing I liked about Sonic's draft is that it felt like 3 out of these 5 heroes could have been Quinn heroes. Kunkka, I thought for sure that last pick Kunkka was for him, actually.
So did I. Yeah.
Tiny, he's played mid. Obviously, Zeus, he's playing now. He's done so before. I cannot personally remember the last time I've seen Yawar play Kunkka as a 1, though. Have you?
No, I mean, it's been a while. Yawar, his classic heroes are pretty
attack.
much like hard carries, you know? Terrorblades, like if he's playing something fast, maybe like CK. But Yawar, he does have a lot of experience playing mid. Plays it a lot in pubs. He just plays a lot of pubs in general, so
yeah.
He can handle it for sure.
Quinn, he's taking heavy damage from Mikke in this mid lane. And I mean, you can see the CS is relatively even, so you were talking about how both of these heroes will likely get their farm. So don't have to worry about that too much necessarily. You can see Matu is playing Bloodseeker, which has done quite a bit. And there was some question about whether the Weaver was going to be a core or not, as Yawar going to get boxed in by Boxy a bit here. See that there, Jenkins. Thank you.
It's very, very nice.
Yep.
You know what I like about the Liquid draft that I'm only realizing now after watching a bit of these lanes? It's that they have Winter Wyvern mid, who's going to be doing this like percentage damage to Quinn off cooldown, and then also in the off lane they have Slardar, who's this like slow harass hero. Bloodseeker's fast, man. Like he's always going to be running fast in this game.
Yeah, true.
Latama's got a free game because these other lanes are like heavy harass lanes.
Yeah, and I mean, historically speaking, obviously Bloodseeker is good against some of these mobility heroes like the Weaver, but it is a position 3, so maybe not the biggest deal that it's semi-countered. I think that's kind of what the panel we're touching on, that a position 1 wouldn't have been really in the cards for Sonics.
Yeah.
Wait, it's plural, right?
It's
not
plural.
just Sonic.
It's plural. Yeah.
MSS, you're going to get the Poison Touch applied, but the Avalanche is going to keep Matu back a bit. As you can see, his CS is sitting on 22 and 8 with Yawar, despite dying 19 and 5, so not that bad for him. But we'll see how that progresses past the laning stage. And this is the thing I always like talking about, even though it's not even remotely close to that time, Jenkins, but I think it is.
Aghanim shards.
That's incorrect. It is actually Roshan.
Okay.
As Quinn is going to get gone on the dispose from Boxy, and that just shows you how powerful Marcy is. I mean, Rebound gives you so much mobility. Dispose is a crazy skill. And this hero will certainly be nerfed in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's funny because I feel like against every other like mid-roaming hero, Earth Spirit, Tusk, Zeus probably survives against those heroes with the Heavenly Jump. I mean, this is also an ability that's probably going to get nerfed, but not against Marcy. Like, she just has too much to connect on you. She gives this ridiculous move speed to your ally too, so like, if Marcy's not killing you, the ally is. Yeah, it's just some like next level broken type of roam.
And what were your thoughts on the Warlock pick this game? I mean, we've talked about this ad nauseum before with like the heals because of the lack of healing salves in the game now, because obviously the carries have to buy them themselves, which I assume that's a big part of it. But like past the laning stage, how does this hero fit in with this lineup?
You know, I feel like there is a lot of heavy team fighting being picked up for a number of reasons. You know, like Wyvern gets picked a lot now because of the counter to Dawnbreaker, the counter to the Suzu meta that people are picking a lot. And so I really think Warlock is, of course, like you mentioned, there's the healing in the laning phase, which deals with the salve nerf. But then also, you just win fights. There's no hero that outfights a Warlock. Like, Enigma might be the only one you could possibly think of, but then it's like, well, Warlock counters Enigma, right? So, sure, in like a tied to Enigma matchup, Enigma might be the better 5-man team fighter, but Warlock's just the best of the best.
MSS gets a toss-off onto Matu, but you can see the TP in from Insania is going to keep Sonics back for the time being. So Matu, he's actually getting out CS'd by Yawar, technically, at the moment, which surprises me a little bit. Obviously, I mean, Bloodseeker against double melee seems like a decent matchup overall, but Fata, he's going to get gone on. Crushes there from Zai, but there is a little bit of damage coming out from that Fatal Bond Shadow Word combination. There's the Thunder God's Wrath to get the trade. So support for an off lane. I think Sonics will be perfectly happy with that exchange.
It does force the rotation from MSS, though, which means that Matumba, how close is he to his level 6? Not that close. Yeah, I mean, this is the nice thing about having a Weaver as the offlaner, is that you can leave this lane, and he's perfectly fine to sit there and farm. You know, there's no line on the enemy team, for example, that can come gank him easily. It's a dazzle. I think that's a big reason why they picked this. I thought they were going to do this as a 4 position, just to like win the support trade with the dazzle, but they think, you know, put it as the core in the same lane, and for the same reason, you're gonna freeform. But Liquid does get this full stack because there's no support down here to contest it on the Sonic side.
So you talked about the Witchblade from Mickey, which is the first item he's gonna be working on. But after that, like, what do you build on a Wyvern these days as a core? You see the first boat of the game from Yawar onto Zai. MSS is gonna get bashed as Fata's in the area, gets off that shadow word as Zai gets tossed into the air. But looks like he's gonna be perfectly fine. He just sprints away. Looks like he has one of those special cosmetics that makes him very bright and obnoxious. It means it's worth a lot of money, of course.
That's right. That's
Invisibility.
Right. Yeah, he barely survived that. He knew he was going to survive too. Even Agi swapped his treads. So, yeah, Warlock.
I mean, if that was the days back in the days where sprint actually cost you HP, essentially,
he'd be dead.
Yeah, he would be mega
Yeah.
dead. Yeah. Sanya scouting out Leslau right now. Matu has his Rupture. We'll see if Leslau's able to get out of this. He does have his time lapse. He's going to Shikuchi, take a lot of damage as a result. Can time lapse back. Gets to swarm off, but will fall in the end. You can see just the power that is the Bloodseeker against the likes of a Weaver. Not only for that Rupture with the mobility, but the vision once you're low as well. So the Invis doesn't really do too much. And you're pretty much as fast as Weaver as well at that point.
That's right. Good rotation from Boxy too, because otherwise Lelis just TP's out and he's going to be perfectly fine. So the fact that Boxy is there means that Lelis is, he was holding the dispose on Boxy, so he could have at any point canceled the TP. There's a little bit of stacking action going on here.
We've seen a lot of Marcy core and support. The panel kind of talked about it as well. I think Lizard was saying he preferred support, while Sheep was saying core. Do you have a preference as well? Because I think the games that a lot of the ones that we cast, I would say a vast majority were support, and it looked extremely strong. And then the core was basically Gunner.
Yeah, that was Gunner.
For both EU and NA, a lot of the games were just Gunner.
Yeah. Yeah, he's.
Really, I think the sample size for me seeing Marcy as a core is like very small in comparison. So.
I've seen. Yeah, I remember seeing like Ice played it as an offlaner. I think Nikkei played it at a point too. I mean, it looked okay. I personally like Marcy as a support because I feel like you play really well around other heroes. Rebound you cannot use unless there's another hero creep there, and so like I like to have cores right now that are just strong on their own. A lot of people are picking like Tri-core and just like farming on all of them. Like, there's no one carry anymore.
MSS, Diaba, the toss back into Quinn. But they're going to try to focus on MSS instead here. The Dazzle Grave saves Boxy for the time being, but it looks like he might be just fine thanks to Rebound. Keep forgetting that's a skill there.
Yeah.
Matu getting gone on though, Yawar. Doesn't have the X as he's already used it, so looks like he's going to look through this little mini exchange as well. So 2K lead basically right after this laning stage now for Liquid, but doesn't feel like either team has a massive advantage at this stage.
No. You know, one thing I do want to talk about that I think has changed in the past, I don't know, couple of years, I suppose, is Bloodseeker used to be perceived as this like very fast, not literally, yes, of course he's fast with move speed, but like a fast-paced hero, early game side sort of carry. But I think these days, because of the Shard and because of Maelstrom and Basher, he actually outscales a lot of carries.
Well, Matu, he's gonna try to show off that. Nope, I was gonna say Rupture, but it's still on cooldown. Actually, very low cooldown in general though, as he's only 100 away from finishing up Maelstrom, so you can see his trepidation and wanting to even fight at this point, considering he's so close to getting that farming item for himself. And when we talk about a position 1 Kunkka, it's going to be first item BKB, which not a huge surprise, I guess. We've been seeing that a lot more. I mean, against this team, though, that's... Against Curse, against Rupture.
Slardar, all of his abilities, essentially.
It's physical. Like, what does BKB do here for you? It takes off Blood Right.
You gotta.
You still have to do it.
You just have to do it.
It feels really bad.
The patch is in 2 weeks or whatever. This is going to be changed.
Really? You think it's going to be deleted from the game?
I remember as soon as they released the BKB change patch, everybody's like, oh, thank Gaben. Thank good Gaben that this is over. It's finally over. For about 2 weeks, people are going, halberds, and they're going for Eon discs and these kind of BKB replacements. No, 2 weeks later, back to BKB. Everybody's first item BKB. Same thing. I can guarantee you that Matumba, Old Tumby, once he finishes this Maelstrom, it's BKB. It's always that build.
I mean, I'm trying to remember the last time I've seen a game where the BKB just looks not great, and this is one of them. I mean, you didn't even mention Dazzle. It's like all physical damage. Slardar, obviously, Curse from Wyvern, the Rupture we talked about. Marcy, I mean, you're not worried about her right clicks from Unleash, I guess, so it does block like the Dispose and whatnot. But
It means you have to directly curse Kunkka in the fights.
that's true, because the side targets don't get affected.
No, they don't. Yeah. You dodge all of Marcy's stuff. You dodge the Silence from Bloodseeker. You dodge the Slithering Crush on Slardar. I think this is actually one of those games where it's... I kind of want to call it like very high skill that Yawar goes for the BKB, because you'd be so baited to not.
Yeah.
And then you just lose the game because you don't have a BKB.
Oh, yeah, I've been there before.
You get caught by like a Slardar stun, you're like, okay, well, although that's physical damage, it's still... Like, BKB's not... It's not magic immunity, it's spell immunity. Right? So it's like magic damage goes through BKB as long as the spell pierces spell immunity. Like Dismember, for example, is not pure damage, it's magic damage. It just pierces spell immunity.
All right, let's see, we're 11 minutes in. That's about as expected, bringing a Pudge into the game.
Ah, yes.
Appreciate that.
That's a record.
See, that's actually longer than I thought. Liquid's going to smoke up right now. Matu has his Maelstrom on the way. Stay in the mid lane, but you can see the counter smoke now from Sonics. Just looking at their logo and saying Sonics just feels so wrong, right? I'm not going to lie. Quinn not going to try to bait out with the illusions. But the expedition for Mickey and company will not be fruitful in terms of kills.
They see
these. Looks like they get some wards down at the very least. MSS is going to catch off Mickey though. Toss back into the fray. And the X actually back to where he came from, so maybe not the greatest usage. They're going to use the Chaotic Offering as well. And Mickey's just fine, so Sonic's kind of blundering this with that X. Maybe not the best communication between MSS and Yawar there, and that likely cost him a kill.
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, also using the rock to try to salvage that in the curse means the rock just runs around aimlessly. Now that's down. This is going to be a huge window where Liquid is free to do whatever they please. I mean, they don't have great tower pushing heroes on Liquid. That's one thing that Sonics does have going for them. It's not like, you know, oh, Liquid has Lone Druid, they can just go down mid and push, but it is time for Mickey to keep farming. And I think if you looked up the amount of value that a hero like Wyvern gets for the gold that he spends, or that she spends, it's a lot. It is a lot. You give this hero some time. And
the Golem, will it live? Oh, it actually dies to the right click of Matu. That is unfortunate. It was about to expire on its own.
More gold for him.
Indeed, and he is top net worth. In fact, top 3 net worths in the entire game are all on Liquid's side. So, exiting the laning stage, they are in the driver's seat, but it's not like, I mean, the fact that Quincy Crew, the fact that Sonics used all those abilities and there's no way for Liquid to really punish directly, like you said, because they're just farming still, so it could have been a lot worse for Sonics.
It could have. I think we need like a what are those things like buzz dogs when they bark?
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same.
Like a zap collar for whenever.
That sounds safe.
Yeah.
Probably legal in
it might
West,
kill you. It might actually kill you.
It's possible.
Yeah. The health that you have.
Oh, me specific.
It might kill me too, actually, with the sugar freeze.
Yeah, a lot. And Zai, see that he is building a BKB as well. And I mean, MSS not really remotely close to the Blink Dagger, and that feels like their main initiation tool right now, considering that really it's only X. I mean, they have Chaotic Offering, but it feels like he can't. Obviously, Warlock doesn't want to be the one frontlining.
Yeah, no, that's a counter initiation these days anyway. I think X is your best bet. It is pretty. It's decent. There is Marcy. Like Boxy can always dispose out of the X torrent. So that's something that if Quincy is making a rotation without a Blink Dagger, they're gonna have to be really careful about. Which is presumably why Sonics is farming. Did I say Quincy again? I think I did. Sonics is still farming. Yeah. Oops.
Could just punch you in the face each time if you'd like.
Yeah, that would probably be good for me. Be better as a solo cast anyway.
Boxy just farming a little way in this bot lane, and the fact that none of these towers have been pushed by Sonics just goes to show how poor their pushing is as well. You talked about Liquid. I think Liquid's is actually better at pushing overall.
You're probably right.
Just Dazzle alone.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Neither team not the greatest prowess in the pushing department though.
No. Late game. it's a hard choice. I would say for Sonics, like their late game strength is honestly between the Zeus and the Warlock. Fatal Bonds plus all of the Zeus percentage damage is incredible. Whereas on the Liquid side,
Radiant's bottom tower
probably the Wyvern and the Bloodseeker are the two strong heroes.
I see the smoke from Sonics. You can see Mikke is in Viz right now, but there is a sentry. I think they spotted him with that ward.
Yeah, they saw him.
It's not going to be a big surprise here.
Ward sentry.
And BKB is now officially online for Yawar, so let's try to take advantage of this to start things out. Let's not going to spot a couple of heroes. Gets the swarm off. Try to focus on Insanity to start this out, but he's going to get ruptured and have the time lapse back into place. There's the curse, but nobody is close, so it's going to be very short duration. Now we see the Wombo combo from Sonics, and that's going to lead to an easy kill onto Insania. The question is, can they get more? Mikke taking so much damage. Boxy trying to save him, but it's not going to happen, so the mid-Wyvern is dead. The cost is the Chaotic Offering and Yawar's BKB. They'll certainly be happy with that, and likely the Tier 1 tower to follow.
Radiant structures are
Nice little scouting there from Lelis on Weaver. Get some Vessel charges from that too. That's really big. That means that Zai's got to be careful up here because, you know, 1700 HP, you're dealing with percentage damage in that Vessel. They're trying to set up on him.
Yeah, Shikuchi getting some vision here, but looks like Zai will be able to walk away safely, at least for now. Of course, with that fight, MSS is now ever closer to the Blink Dagger, just 700 away. And we're going to see a smoke now from Liquid. I'm not sure if this is just a warding expedition. Looks like it's just two supports, but there's now a TP up top by Mikke, so it looks like Liquid do want to fight. Leza's going to be spotted out thanks to that Corrosive Haze, and the damage coming out from Zai is kind of crazy. All it was 2 bashes, essentially. That was about 80% of his HP. So Leslie ends up going to the grave.
That was kind of insane. I like this Slaughter Mask of Madness build. And look, Liquid's not done. They want to go for more. They see Quinn here.
Oh yeah, Quinn. He's going to get jumped on rebound, but the dispose doesn't come in time. So Quinn with those quick fingers. That's why they call him the Sonics. Boys, something, Zai. Gets initiated on here in the bot lane, and yeah, Zai does a lot of damage right now.
He does. He's looking.
Did he just buy a shard? Was that him?
No way, dude. He's got his BKB.
Okay.
His BKB's coming out. Dude, that'd be a Chad move. You have enough gold for BKB, and you just buy the shard.
Yeah. That would have been good.
Like, as if he even needs the shard at this point. He's just two-shotting people.
Yeah, you definitely Dagger first. Likelihood the Torrent is going to connect to start things out here. X as well. Boxy looks to be dead. MSS finishes them off with the tree. So they get a little bit of a trade here, if you want to call it that. But as the game goes on, it feels like Liquid are just getting a little bit more control over time. Still not a massive lead, but it is starting to get sizable.
I think the reason it looks like Liquid is having control and why it looked like Sonics had control before is because whoever goes on who in this game, there's so much burst on both sides that I feel like whoever goes on who is going to be the one that wins the fight. It's not one of those fights where it's like, oh, Liquid is stronger right now, Sonics is stronger. It's whoever gets the jump is stronger in this current game. This is a kind of cool play. They do have Thundergod's Wrath on Sonics.
They do, and they scan this out, so they actually know that Liquid's in here, but
Radiant are
I
scanning.
think they realize it might be too late. No, they're actually going to smoke with the Corrosive Haze. This thing is going down real fast. Swarm is coming in as well, but Matu gets the Aegis, and MSS actually jumps in anyway. The Chaotic Offering to follow now. Grave a little bit premature onto Zai. He's going to walk away. Matu, they forced out the BKB, but just probably like 5 seconds too late from Sonics to get that initiation on. Oh my god.
That's insane.
The sidekick on Zai. Are you kidding me?
I might be...
the fact that her most useless ability is her ult is just hilarious.
I know.
And it's a dispel, so it's always useful in some regard.
Yeah, it gives her move speed too. Yeah. Dude, I think Zai might be...
He's a carry right now.
He's kind of a carry. He's kind of a carry.
I mean, we say that, but we haven't seen a whole lot of Matu. He's still top net worth by 1K over his comrade. So, obviously has that BKB. Not sure what he's going to go for. What would you like to see? Okay, he's going for Basher.
Basher Scotty is kind of the build. You just out trade anybody if you go for Basher Scotty.
Yeah. Spare Vessel onto Zai. He's just going to sprint away. Rebound for a little extra move speed, why not?
Yeah, they know he's got PKB, so Sonics doesn't want to completely hard commit to it, which is exactly why Zai is farming so damn aggressively. He knows he can get away with it.
And Mikke is going for an Aghanim Scepter, so saw this a couple times throughout the last DPC, but I would say it's rare even on core Wyverns these days because of the nerfs from, God, how long has it been now? But still, being able to use Arctic Burn whenever you want, very strong. The fact that it stacks is, to some degree at least, is pretty crazy. Zai is going to spot out Fata. They know that he does not have Chaotic Offering, so he's going to get essentially two-shot, and there's the curse onto the Tiny, so MSS is dead as well. 2 down for Sonics, as they're going to have to try to back up, but Leslau, he's ruptured. Time-lapse is back, but he's just in the arms of Matu. So that's 3 kills for Liquid, and they're going for more. Why not? Yawar looks to be next. Double kill for Matu, and 4 dead with 0 trades, as Liquid are in firm control of this game now.
I'm honestly a little surprised that Sonics break the smoke there and then choose to fight that. With, like, their Zeus was on the low ground too. It looked like a pretty awkward fight. I guess it's because they saw that Matumbo was like farming mid at the start of the fight, so maybe they can take the... Maybe it's good for them, but you're fighting into an Aegis. You know, Liquid smoked. They really wanted to take that fight. As Sonics, they're looking a little rattled in this game so far.
Yeah, it could be land nerves. I mean, I want to say overall, throughout their history, they've had okay success on land, but they've had some games that have looked really bad, where you're like, are they struggling a little bit because it's a different environment? You see, of course, this is just one game, so no need to really look into it too much. Boxy attempting to TP out. Oh, they just have enough damage. That would have felt so bad for Sonic if they couldn't even get the support Marcy here.
Yeah, it would.
Still 2 minutes with the Aegis now on Liquid. So Yawar is going to get the initiation, but Zai is so tanky. Avalanche from MSS showing off that Blink Dagger. Toss back onto the creep. It's off the Crush, though. If Zai gets out, he's going to BKB. Is he going to attempt it? He just blinks out. And he is fine.
Hey, Letless does see him.
He does. Spirit Vessel's there. Okay. Grave, Shadow Wave, and TP, but they cancel it! And Sonics get a much-needed kill as Zai will be there. It looks like Fata's going to be the trade on the other side as Matu uses the Aegis. Still had a minute and a half left to go on that bad boy. But either way, Sonic's going to be extremely happy because that was essentially the bane of their existence. Toss back into the Roche pit. Insania has to grave himself with the Spirit Vessel and the Swarm. Cold Embrace is going to keep him there, but looks like he's going to die nonetheless. So a 2-for-1 in the end. But I think Sonic's still happy with this, for sure.
Sonics was playing this whole last 30 seconds to a minute very well with their positioning. There was a very little opportunity for Mikke to hit a curse there. You could see that Sonics was very cognizant of the fact that there's a Wyvern on the enemy team. You know, usually in team fights you want to group up together as a unit, especially when you just killed an enemy hero, but in the case against the Wyvern, not so much. He just blinked in.
Wyvern, yeah, another nice pickoff potentially for Sonics as Mikke is just bursted down. Sonic's doing a nice job of getting back into this game. As you can see, Quinn himself working on an Aghanim Scepter, so Nimbus is not super far away. He went for a Ghost Scepter, by the way, just to try to not die to Zai with that right click.
Even Bloodseeker just running through the fight, going for the Zeus in the BKB. He can save his team as well with the Ethereal Blade once he eventually builds that. I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yep, and he's halfway to the Nimbus, so that'll be very nice for him. I believe Matu has the Shard now online for himself, so Blood Rage will deal pure damage.
Radiant's middle
pure
tower
percentage-based damage. Very good Shard.
It's an insane Shard. Yeah, it's such a strong one. Ever since people started maxing Blood Rage and just valuing this ability a lot more, I think Skeeter was the first person to really start doing this. The hero has looked incredible as a carry. It looks like it scales a lot better, it farms a lot better. People were maxing Blood right before and kind of playing to fight and using that to kill multiple camps at once. It's why don't we just go for the attack speed of Blood Rage?
Dire's top tower is under
Fata looks to be mega dead here, although MSS is in the area. So that'll scare off the rest of Liquid, it looks like. They're not sure where everyone is. They're going to use their scan in the meantime.
Quinn TP'd up. They want to fight this.
It looks like it. They've done a nice job of getting back in this game, and this second Rosh is going to be so important, I think, especially for Sonic, because at this stage you have to expect Liquid. I mean, they have a way better Rosh-taking team in general.
Weaver's
still a few minutes away from that.
Weaver's not bad. Like both have the ridiculous minus armor to shred through Roche, and both teams have good Roche fight too. Like both in a small area, all Zeus spells in a small area, Tiny. On the flip side, Wyvern, Slardar, like these heroes love playing in tiny condensed spaces. So I think the first Roche was just a matter of like Sonics was not ready for it. Liquid just did a really good job at.
Laszlo getting jumped, disposed. Do they have the lockdown? But the Avalanche, nice counter initiation from MSS. The Chaotic Offering to follow, but the Curse shortly after. As Zion Company trying to TP out. Zai will be fine. Boxy, well, okay. They're going to see him, and the right click from the Golem is enough. So Sonis gets something out of that, but Liquid only losing the support. He's going to push out the rest of the lanes now. And of course, they don't have to worry about Roche quite yet. We won't know for another 40 seconds whether that's up or not. I mean, yeah, you're right. Both teams have good Roche team fight capabilities. I mean, but in terms of just taking Roche, I think you just Slardar alone.
Slardar always.
Swarm is like nothing comparable to.
No, Slardar's
Radiant's
yeah.
top tower is under attack.
It's just too much minus armor on too low of a cooldown. I love Lelis's build, by the way. Going for the vessel into Lotus Orb. I feel like these are two powerful items in general. And on
Horsey countered by another Horsey. Insania in the tree.
He's stuck in there, bro.
Yeah, he is, but it looks like he's fine.
Oh, he's got no TP. He's got to
yeah, wait for the next Horsey. That's fine.
Wait 6 seconds.
He's fine. Just got to point the right way. That's a pretty short respawn on Roche, it looks like.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And the game, in terms of net worth, is quite even. Second Roche is available. They're going to find Insania in the end, though. They stuck around. He's going to buy back into the game, though. Double BKB pop. Yawar attempting to TP out. And Matu not able to get the bash, but looks like they'll at the very least get MSS. So it's a 1-for-1. The curse used just on the support Fata. Of course, considering that Roche is up, and the fact that they can take it so fast, means that Liquid might have the second Roche all to themselves here. But the buyback from Fata might keep them back. Of course, no Chaotic Offering for 60 seconds, so I'm not sure how much difference this buyback will make. Yeah, both for another 30 as well.
Yeah, Fata doesn't even have TP for this buyback, so it seems to, yeah, it seems
yeah, it's gone.
Wasted. It's dead. It's dead already.
Yeah. Mega dead, and then you can actually make use of a support unleash as well. Actually, not too bad with that minus armor.
They didn't even need Matumba to take that Roche.
That's true.
Pretty much just Boxy with the Slardar Imp.
So we got the second Aegis of the game now onto Matu's Bloodseeker.
And the Shard.
He had the Shard before. Who got the Shard?
Who took the Shard? Insania had one.
Okay, so it's Slardar, Zai.
I'm pretty sure did.
I don't think he bought one. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good free Shard.
So yeah, that's a really good Shard. Anytime you crush, the AoE is increased and it applies Corrosive Haze for 5 seconds, which against like a few of these heroes, it's just a kill. Like you don't need to reapply Corrosive Haze necessarily.
No. I mean, yeah, it's like a lot of the time the heroes played to burst, and you burst people in less than 5 seconds. Otherwise, it's by definition not burst. So it's really strong. I've seen people go for the level 20, 150 crush damage talent too, and you one-shot creep waves. It's pretty insane. Although, if you want to play more for utility, which I think in this game, into fight, which I think makes sense in this game for his Bloodseeker, you can go for 4 Corrosive Haze armor.
Yeah, it's actually a hard one to choose because it synergizes with, like both of them synergize quite well with the Shard.
Yeah.
As we're going to see a smoke now from Liquid. Want to take advantage of this Aegis and the Aghanim Scepter being picked up by Mickey. So he was delayed to a degree getting this. Has the Ogre Club, his courier must have died then, since he just picked that up.
He's going for BKB.
Yeah, he's going BKB now, but yeah, Aghanim Scepter allows you to traverse the terrain anytime you want. Cooldown doesn't matter, it just costs mana per second for the Arctic Burn.
25% move speed too, which is insane when he eventually picks up travels.
Yeah, gets scanned out. Initiation onto Quinn. He gets off the Ghost Scepter. Disposed! Global range, essentially. And Quinn does get the Heavenly jump off, but he dies shortly after. And Yawar getting focused by the right clicks of Zai and company. And he is mega dead, so a second kill. Make it 3 for Liquid. as they get a very successful smoke gank off, and they don't even get touched. Age is still intact.
One very weird mechanic that you could see in play there is that when you dispose onto a low ground, it takes into account the Z-axis, and so if you throw them onto a low ground, they fly like double the range, which is exactly why it looked like that was some global range dispose. It's because Dota is in Source 2, which is a 3D engine.
Wow.
It's very strange.
Oh boy, Leslau. Corrosive Haze still applied thanks to that shard, and now he can get the old-fashioned Corrosive Haze on there. Leslau using that Spirit Vessel onto Zai. As you can see in the base, Bloodseeker goes and ends up being a full team wipe across the map. That is a very strange development there, as Liquid now knocking on the door. Looks like this tier 3 and likely a set of racks is going to go their way. Nope, they're going to play this a little more disciplined, it looks like.
That's a cool little split from Liquid, where they send the Bloodseeker hitting the high ground, and while that's happening, Boxy and Zai split off to go for the split pushing that's inevitably going to happen. Like, you lose a fight, what are you going to do, sit in your base? Nobody does that, right? You try to push the lanes out, you try to get something on the map, because you know the enemy team's going to run at your high ground. And so they did this, like, this split so they could deal with that, which is, of course, risky, especially against a Tiny. But in this game, they feel like they can get away with it.
And Matu is 5,000 gold, which will be spent soon here for that Scotty. 200 away now. And yeah, Liquid in... Man, this game was so even just a couple minutes ago.
Lively now.
And that second Roche really hurts. The fact that it came up so early, actually, definitely fortuitous for Liquid.
Yeah, the name of this game has definitely been Roche.
I brought it up at minute 5, if you remember.
Absolutely somehow preempted that.
It's almost like every game is decided by Roche, it feels like.
You might be right.
That second Roche is like the game clincher.
Yeah.
Although I hope they don't change the shard, because I love that.
I do like the shard. Yeah, the shard is cool. It's a nice one.
Maybe Aegis has a 3-minute timer instead of 5.
That's probably fair. It's been a determining factor for too long anyway, you know, so I can get behind that.
All right. Well, 30 seconds on the Aegis for Matu. I'm not sure if they're going to try to force this. Likely will not, considering how they've been playing thus far. But you can see that he is far and away the top net worth in the game. 21,000 to his name. And smoke from Sonics. Matu on the high ground. Yeah, they know that the Aegis is down in 5 seconds, so you just have to be a little bit careful. You're going to blow everything on Zai, who now lives with the Grave and the BKB. MSS likely to be the trade, but a big curse onto 3. Warlock, is this enough to actually take out Fata? Indeed it is. He's down for 50 seconds. No use of Golem, and Quinn not able to get to the high ground thanks to that jump. So Mickey will take a double kill for himself, and Yawar and company just trying to get the hell out of here. But game 1 looking definitely going the way of Team Liquid right now. So 3 dead for Sonics, as the rest of them in their base trying to get away. But MSS will burst down to the Floodright. And the last remaining member, Leslau, might be able to get out because no Ruptures online, but the GGs are called, so game 1 goes to Team Liquid. And, I mean, honestly, this was a very back-and-forth game, but Liquid seemed to be in control for about 90% of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. It looked easy for Liquid, to be honest. That's just what my gut says. It looked like they could have fun in that game. That's how easy it looked for them. Is that they were just running around killing everybody. Like Zai on Slaughter, I feel like he was standing somewhere on the map that he should probably die. You would think, but then it's just like he just walks up and like 2 hits Lelis.
You know, not to change this, the way we're standing, like, you're behind me. That's,
I know.
It's actually so weird. Anyway, continue, Jenkins. You have a very important point. Sorry about that.
No, it looked easy for Liquid. It really did. I don't know.
I mean, the Roche obviously had a big thing to do with it, because Sonic's Quincy Crew, I don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
Quincy Crew, if they can't change their logo in the game, then, you know, I don't know. But when they ended up coming back into the game, evening up, it was like a 1K net worth deficit, like halfway through.
They did.
And
they did, yeah.
Liquid they got 1 pick off, early Roche, and they take it, and that was GG.
Yeah, that's right, Suns fan. The panel's ready.
All right, the panel is ready, so you can stop looking at Jenkins and myself. Let's see what they have to say about this amazing game from Liquid in game number 1.
We don't want to stop looking at Jenkins, but unfortunately you guys are back with us here on the panel. And let's break it down a little bit more. This game number 1 going to the side of Liquid there, and it felt like, you know, somewhat even for most parts of it, and then all of a sudden Liquid just exploded. They were taking all of these team fights and everything. I want to talk about mid matchups first, though, because it was that live, and we ended up seeing it come out as the last swap up as they were picking out their what are the words I'm looking for? Heroes.
That is it.
Yes, that is the one I was looking for.
They're quite important.
Yes.
Champions?
Oh, can we get her off the panel already,
I'm sorry.
please?
I just want...
But yes, the mid matchup. How do you guys feel about that one? How did it play out, and were you impressed with Liquid being able to move the Wyvern to mid?
I feel like it's something that they have pre-planned. It looked like they have these 2 saves that you get with Dazzle and Wyvern on the same team, right? Like saving one another. I don't think that this game was very easy for them. I don't think that they super out-drafted, not Quincy Crew, but Sonics.
Oh god, he's
get
good.
to- you get to
He's
stay
good.
high up.
He's good.
I said not, yeah.
He's good.
So I feel that it was extremely difficult to play against all these heroes that can reach the backlines and get a lot of info on you. Even if you're a Wyvern mid that gets a lot of farm, right? You still get, I don't know, X marks the spot, you get bugs on you, you get a ton of vision, and then you can't really do what you want to, and that's stay behind, fly across the trees and constantly dish out damage. Still though, from Team Liquid, I would say Zai did a ton of work as well. Like that Slardar and the build, that's just so. We were talking about it in the green room, right? It's just so satisfying to whack people with the Mask of Madness.
While we have this scoreboard up on stream here, are you surprised by any of the builds? Were there certain builds that you were like, this is it, this was amazing, it really helped either team sort of take team fights or stay in the game as long as they did?
I would just perhaps talk about, what do you think about the Lotus Orb sheep, like on Weaver? It's necessary, right?
I feel like Weaver just had the saddest game ever.
Right.
Like early game, his lane was kind of abandoned. Like MSS made a lot of moves. He TP'd top pretty early. He tried to really like make that lane work for them. So Weaver didn't get to dominate his lane as a Weaver offlane likes to. He got killed as soon as Bloodseeker hit level 6. Then he was kind of delegated to the top lane to like shove that out. He really never got to do a lot for a long time. And that's why like we see this Iron build. He had a Vessel which had no charges for the longest amount of time. So you have an aggressive Iron like Vessel, you're not doing anything with it, then your game is too hard to play, so you have to go Lotus Orb, like,
We were discussing the Weaver in the draft panel, right? Like we were talking about it pre-game, and I actually expected them to put it on position 4, demote it even lower, so that his impact isn't just completely hindered by Rupture. Because if you have an offlane Weaver, of course you're going to Rupture him every single time. You see the Weaver, you Rupture him, your game is easier afterwards, right?
Yeah.
But he did adjust his playstyle a little bit. Like he was the one actually going in first. He gives info. He isn't like this scared little bug that's on the outskirts of fights. No, he goes in first, gives vision. Even if he gets Ruptured, he just ultis out. So that's a nice adjustment from him, but it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, obviously Liquid did take this game number 1 here, but on the side of Sonics, were there certain aspects that you were impressed with in their draft, how it played out, team fights and things like that?
They had 2 good fights for me, or like good ideas. The first was obviously when they were like kind of beneath the tier 1 tower mid, and they, like you said, got the vision with the Weaver, get the X marks off, got a like pretty decent fight. They have the tower, like things are nice. And then I think they realized after that horrible, well, they probably realized earlier, but after that horrible fight in their triangle, they know that they have to kind of play a pick-off game. So when Zai is top on his Slardar, they really take advantage of that and kill him. Try and take advantage of that more by like smoking up afterwards. They get the kill on Mickey mid. That was a really nice play from them. Like they know they have to do that because team fights are way too hard. We saw in their triangle. The problem is Wyvern is a core, so she will ult someone, they will probably die because she is doing so much damage on top of the fact that, you know, you're getting killed by your teammates. And then like your Weaver's getting ruptured. So like already these 2 ults are just like separating your team. No one can move. You're like completely immobilized. So it's, and then they just get picked off after that and run down because Bloodseeker's really good at that as a hero. You get low health, you get run down.
The way they dish out damage as well, it's kind of every one of them can do it on their own. Like the Wyvern can get a solo pick off, the Bloodseeker as well can take down a target from 100 to 0. Meanwhile, when you look at Sonics. Like there's no way for them to do the same thing. Like Zeus is their damage.
Yeah.
Everyone else is just noise, right? Like they're running in front of you. They're just confusing you. That's what they do. Like Kunkka, like, yeah, he has that one cleave and that's about it in fights. He's not going to dish out that much damage.
Okay.
And because of that, if the team fights aren't that compact, if they're separated in different places, Liquid do have an edge.
So outside of the draft and I guess the way that Liquid was retaliating to being picked off a little bit and grouping up more, were there other execution things that stood out on the side of Liquid, the way that they were setting up for Roche or anything like that?
Or I mean, I liked a lot of things they did. I actually thought that. Sorry, I want to pull it back to Sonics again.
Sure.
Another thing I really like, because
Okay.
I'm thinking about things that happened well for Liquid, and actually some of that came off the back of like Sonics,
Yeah.
because they put themselves up really well around the second Roche, like getting ready for it. They had a lot of high ground wards. They were really invading the triangle on Liquid side. They put that deep ward down in the top lane, which allowed them to like pick off Insania. But the problem is when they went for that, it was a bit of an overextension, and it did lead to them dying. And that was when like Liquid were able to kill them and get the second Roche, and everything is just like over from that point. Like there's no coming back. So I Liquid played really well. Obviously, like Lizard said, huge props to Zai. He was like top and bot and killing people everywhere on his Slardar. It was great, but yeah.
My props are to the item build, really. Like that, it's just so satisfying. You don't go for some Bracer Blink, no, Mask of Madness.
Yeah.
Shit stuff. Yeah.
Well, that was only game 1 between Sonics and Liquid. There is a game 2 coming up very soon after this break.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back. We are still in our first series of the day. It is the Liquid up against Sonics again. For those who don't know, it is just the newly rebranded Quincy Crew, so not too much has changed over there for that team. Thank you for that one. They just want to be on camera. Can we just get them on? All right. There we go. Yeah, leave it on
Bring
those
us
guys.
back.
It's time for Lizard to wave the flag. And also for me to ask you a question for this matchup. Is there a way that you feel Sonics could shut down Zai? Any team, right? Because he had so much impact in that game number 1 there. Do you think they are able to adapt and change to be able to shut down the impact that Zai always has?
That's the problem, right? That you catch yourself in this trap in trying to shut down someone like a Zai. And if you are doing that, most likely Liquid is allowing you to do it. And if they're allowing you to do it, they're getting more elsewhere. So you might be able to shut him down. Like, how many games in Secret was he some Centaur 08, 10 minutes in, like he doesn't have boots even. But if you are doing that, that most likely means that the rest of his teammates are just making hell on the other side of the map for you. So do you really want to do it? That's the question.
Well, then I'll ask you, do you want to do it? If you were in their shoes, would you do it?
No.
I wouldn't be even able to. That's the first thing. But like, if I was, you probably don't want to have him have as good of a game as that last one. Like that's ridiculous. But overall, like some small change-ups, like ban Marcy. Or pick it up, because I don't think it's only Zai. It's just like you have this Larzar and Marcy. How do you lane against that? Like even as a Kunkka, he's kind of tanky. He dishes out a ton of damage, but it's just insane. The punches, the kicks, the bashes. Too much.
They tried to shut down Zai. I just want to point that out. They did try. They brought MSS in extremely early to try and kill him, and he still had a good game. They, the Zeus ult, the first one, was used to kill Zai. Like they were just bringing heroes, putting attention on him. Like Zai wants this, man. Zai will play from behind. He doesn't care. He's so good at it. It is his entire career. He is just a man geared towards playing in any situation. Like this is definitely, and he's not the win condition. Matu is the win condition, and he usually always is in this team. So you just can't. It's like a very difficult thing to think about.
All right. Well, then let's look on the side of Sonics then. They still had a lot of great plays. They were still doing good movements, and they were able to somewhat adapt during the middle of that game despite not getting the win. What do you think that a key contributor to that is, Sheep?
So obviously there is something big to talk about with Sonics, and that is like the roster change they made. They brought in Fada as their captain. They have all spoken extremely highly of him, by the way. Like, so obviously they also came back together as a team. They were apart for a while. They were playing with like Ponlo and Kezu, and I think Quinn noted that everyone had come back individually much stronger. Talking about Fada, people said that he's very strong in his directions. Like the difference between like him and SVG was like he could raise the team's morale a lot more than like what Fada does, but Fada is like Giga Chat. That's what MSS said. He said Fada is a Giga Chat. He will tell you.
Quote.
Yeah. He's like, stop doing what you're doing and come do this. He is very blunt and direct with his actions. So you see that in Quincy. Oh, sorry, Sonic. Oh god.
Down she goes.
No.
No, yeah, you gotta lower the chat. We said it.
I'm down.
All right.
Yeah, so you'll see that in like their actions. They will make a lot like sharper, more snappier moves in the map, and that is like a result of Fada's captainship.
Shouldn't that be what you want from any single position 5 captain, right? Like you can get motivation from your coach before the game and whatnot, right? But these kind of things, I like what you said, because it's something that I use as well. Like their metronome just goes on a faster beat, right? Like when you have one person, one voice that directs you exactly and tells you exactly what you need to do, because he has that confidence within him, it just makes everything look more fluid. Like it just makes everything faster.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
The
they're all
rotations.
responding really
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Because like Lelis was saying that he's not an innate captain, and he needed that voice, and it's been like really better for him. Like Fado, when asked about it, he said like, I'm just applying my own thing to like
Yep.
this team. He's like, yeah, I'm not doing anything special or new. I'm just like, these are what I think makes a good captain and how to make a good team, and he's just doing that with them, and they all like it. Like I'm very positive about this team, and I hope that they do improve more over this tournament. Like maybe they take the next game. That would be super hype.
Well, what do you want to see changes and adaptations for them to potentially take the next game?
Are we just talking about the draft here? Or
Anything, right? If you say that
'Cause-
they were lacking something
yeah.
in the draft, if you say that they were lacking something in the gameplay, if it was the rotations were too early, they weren't early enough, they didn't have focus on Roche.
I would first switch up this 1-2. Like the way they're playing right now, the way they played in game 1 at least was it's more on Quinn than it is on Yavar. I would pull it back and move it back towards Yavar. Let him be the true hard carry. Meanwhile,
okay.
Quinn can be the one that just play makes, right? And another thing, it's like if you are putting that Weaver on the offlane, if you do like that, you need to ban out some of the hard counters. You can't have your offlaner just be completely shut down.
We are going to be jumping into draft very, very soon. And at the start, you said maybe ban Marcy, right? If you're side of Sonics, maybe
Yep.
ban it. If we ban Marcy, what are you potentially letting through instead? What are you okay coming up against in order to replace that ban with Marcy?
So they banned the Puck and the
Razor,
Razor, right? Yeah. I
yeah.
don't honestly. I'd rather they kept the Marcy in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just think they just need different ways to deal with it, or I don't know. Maybe the I don't know if the picks have swapped this game. I don't know if they have second pick.
They
or first
should,
pick.
I guess.
The
Yeah.
picks have swapped
Yeah.
because...
Liquid have first pick this game.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's gonna be a different thing.
Yep.
I don't know what they're gonna want though, because they prioritized Tiny last time, not the Marcy.
They
So
did.
they clearly think the Tiny's better. I think MSS did do a really good job with it. Tiny's gone though, because they don't want to. So they think that Liquid would also prioritize it.
It's actually Puck that went to True.
Yeah,
So the Puck is now an option for both of these teams.
but
Like-
do Liquid want it more than Marcy? Because like, here's the thing:
10
if they
seconds
take Marcy
remaining.
right now and Sonics responds with like a Puck, then why? Like, what's
5
stopping Liquid
seconds
from taking
remaining.
Lone Druid at the end of this phase? Because they
What
know that
is?
they love that matchup. And they're very comfortable taking Lone Druid. So if they see a good core matchup, yeah, they could just snap that up. So I don't think they should feel pressured to take first pick Puck, or maybe they think they want to take it away from Quinn.
Do you think that Liquid should just show their lone druid strat instantly? I mean, it's not really anything
It's not a hidden there.
It's not a hidden thing, right?
We're not telling the deepest, darkest secrets about this Lone Druid.
When we were in the green room, we
Quincy
were
Crew's
watching
turn to pick.
Seb and OG play, and they went with an IO pick. And if you look at Seb and what he's been practicing recently, it's just a ton of Wisp, right? It's interesting that on day one, you just show your hand completely. I guess at this point, there's nothing hidden. All of these teams are screaming each other.
10 seconds
You're pubbing,
remaining.
everyone is watching your profile, so
There's
it's
no
hard
way
to-
Lone Druid's a hidden thing that
Yeah.
they need to
5
hold. I
seconds
think if they're
remaining.
holding something, it's like something wild. I don't know. I don't know what it could be, like an Arc Warden.
Yeah, with something like a Razor Band, I'm sure they can go. Yeah, they might just snatch that Lone Druid here. We'll see.
I would love it so much.
There's the
team
Eastern
back.
European approach as well. They go for it. Yeah.
Damn, we read this drop like
You
a
did.
book.
You
So
did.
free.
You did. You're like Liquid.
It's so
prioritizing
easy.
the Marcy. Quincy Crew wanting
there's
the...
some-
Patting each other on
No,
the back again.
Fast
Let's go.
It's well deserved. You guys did great. You did
Ah.
fantastic.
Easy clap. Okay.
So now do the next
10
phase.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
so I do think they might
Quincy
benefit from a
Crew's
little bit
turn
more
to bat.
catch on Liquid for the Puck.
Yep.
In the past, Liquid have put the Lone Druid mid against Puck, like the last few times they played against it, I think. So there's a chance that Mickey takes something to carry roll. I know when the Lone Druids come out and been mid in the past, Mickey has played Sven, he has played Pudge. Maybe
10
these are heroes that
seconds
could come out.
remaining.
You're pretty much expecting any sort of a semi-core, right? Like you're
5
not
seconds
expecting
remaining.
these hard carries to be comboed with the Lone Druid because he will be taking that position for himself. What they do need is they need catch for the Puck. So what are we talking about here? It's
Dire
kind
team
of
ban.
an age-old story of Lions, Shadow Shaman, Skywrath, perhaps, like Eastern Europe.
Sky is really nice.
Sky
In
Void Spirit.
general or for this?
Just against the Puck. It's
Against the
something
Puck,
that Boxy plays as well. Like he has played it. I love Skyrath. I think it's great.
10
It is like a
seconds
little bit
remaining.
weird though, obviously, because right now this meta really favors offlaners that
5
are
seconds remaining.
like melee 4s and ranged
Quincy
3s.
turn to
But
ban.
Liquid don't really care. Like we just saw them play Slardar, which is very much a return to like older offlane styles.
It's the return to Team Liquid when they were Alliance or something. They were spamming that Slardar constantly, right? Like back in the day when Boxy was playing it, at least.
Yeah. I do
10
really like
seconds
the change though in offlane. I mean, I don't like it so much. I'm personally a player that really likes the blink in, use your spells and die offlane style. That's not what's happening anymore. Like we saw last game, Zai playing that Slardar, he went the Mask of Madness into BKB, no blink. It's very much carry focus. You see a player like Amar really like exemplifying this. He is just a third carry on the team every game.
They just get more space as well in most games. Like you can afford yourself to build something like an armlet, even if you remember Night Stalker armlets on the offlane as well. Like they were buying it. Collapse as well, extremely greedy on the offlane when his team allows him to be that way, right? And back to your blink statement, right? Like even Enigmas aren't buying it anymore. Like most of the time you see that raid packed first and a couple of extra utility items, and then perhaps later you go for the blink.
Yeah, it's been like a build where they have to play around things as well, right? Because all these Enigmas were responded to by Wyverns, so then if you're going this blink build, you're just getting countered by the Wyvern ult anyway, so what's the point? And yeah, it's like cool.
So cool.
So cool. God.
Just messing with you guys. The bans, though, I know there's still a few more to come out, but are there any heroes that you feel are a necessary ban or anything here that's a surprising ban?
I'm just thinking about, okay, the Alchemist and the Tusk, nothing too extreme. It's heroes that are being picked up at the moment, that are being highly contested. Nature's Prophet on Sonic, yeah, like we said, Nature's Prophet is one of those cores that can be a semi-carry as well. He doesn't necessarily have to be extremely greedy, can be on offlane as well, so it's possible to rotate him anywhere and complement him very well with the Lone Druid. What are the heroes that countered Lone Druid in the past? There was a Weaver, right, like that we've seen in the last game, but I'm not sure it works just as well at the moment.
Whenever I talk to Fear about Lone Druid, he loved that. He
does
loved that
love it, man. He would talk about it every day.
He was a big fan of just heroes that could stand there and man fight. In the past, it was like life stealers. Now there's like Drow Rangers do a really good job. We saw that be effective in C. I mean, that hero's super out of meta though, so I don't think we will see it, but it would be cool.
A Lifestealer is kind of in the meta.
Yeah.
But most games that I have seen in this matchup, recently at least, it's like, yeah, he's strong, but he never gets to the items that he needs versus the Lone Druid. Lone Druid gets like Mask of Madness, Basher Dazzle, and
then Lifestealer is done.
Yeah, he's done anyway.
Yeah, I don't think that matchup's as good as it used to be at all.
Are there any other sort of stand there, man up heroes that stick out to you that doesn't necessarily have to go with the lineup of Sonics, but just...
I mean, a two-way street is Faceless Void. Obviously, like, Lone Druid's really good at, like, killing mobility. Lone Druid kills mobility heroes, that's why he's picked against, like, Puck. So Faceless Void, again, like, suffers really hard to the entangle if caught. But at the same time, Chrono does allow you to pile all that damage onto him. Because the worst part about Lone Druid and dealing with him is the extreme amounts of lifesteal that you get when your bear is hitting someone, the main Druid, he is just so like he heals so hard. So you need a way to like control and knock down both of these so the bear can't do anything. And it's going to be even more like even worse with a Marcy who's going to sidekick your bear, and it's just oh my god the amount of damage.
Well, Sonics have picked up the Winter Wyvern for themselves. You guys are lacking that on the side of them now.
Yeah, more heals coming for Sonics now, right? The only difference is this Wyvern will not be a core. I don't see it. Maybe on the offlane.
Yeah.
But I really don't see them playing it as a position 3. And now, if you remember the last game, I believe the Night Stalker was banned out.
It was banned, yes.
For a good reason, because look at Puck, Dazzle, and Wyvern. This is... the night is scary.
I just need that, like, that just clipped. Listen, the night is scary.
Oh boy, I'm scared.
Oh goodness, I wouldn't want to be in the nighttime in this game.
It will be very difficult. Once he gets some Blink Dagger and he jumps the backlines, like Dazzle, Puck, and Wyvern, they have to be positioned in such a way that they can save each other, right? But that they're not clipped by the silence at the same time.
I do think that Sonics actually were pinned into picking this Winter Wyvern. I think if they didn't take it, I think Liquid would have. And I think it's really good, and we've seen it picked like by them in the past with the Lone Druid, because the bear has such a massive health pool that the Wyvern heal, which is
It just
percentage
heals it
heal,
up, yeah.
it just completely heals it, and it makes the bear even more unkillable. So that combo is like so potent. I think they were kind of forced to take it. Not that it's a bad hero, right? And it's good against Lone Druid still, but yeah, they definitely had to take it, and I think this Night Stalker was a perfect response.
If we use that one brain cell that we have,
Yeah.
Jakiro, we do love it, right? Like
Yep.
versus the Wyvern as well.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep talking about it. Keep going on about it.
We're like the two heads of Jakiro.
It's it should be pretty solid here. The Cold Embrace isn't as potent anymore. I believe that Jakiro overall is a hero that should be picked up a little bit more.
Well, you know what? Nah, I don't want to talk about the Jakiro anymore. I want to look at the Death Prophet, okay?
No, I don't
just
care
got
about Death
picked up.
Prophet.
No,
What the
I
heck?
want to talk about it. Let's talk about it, okay? Do you guys like it being picked up here, Sonics? Where do you think it's going to go? What's the impact going to be for it on this?
Well, the Siphon on paper should work really well against the Lone Druid, right? I'm not sure if this should be your offlane Death Prophet with the Winter Wyvern or with the Dazzle. That should be your lane. And yeah, I do like her. She in the Chinese region, she kind of lost. Well, the teams weren't picking her by the tail end of the season, right? Like she kind of lost that importance. However, I know that in other regions she still picked
Like
up.
Southeast Asia.
Like SEA, right?
That's it. That's why I wanted to talk about it.
Let's go. Yeah, Southeast Asia love Death Prophet,
Yep.
especially on the offlane role. They've such fans. We literally on one of the other streams, they're playing Death Prophet
On Fnatic.
Fnatic, yeah, Jabs played it,
And it looked great.
yeah.
It was fantastic.
Because that's what that region does. They just pick it, they own their lane, and then like it's a Death Prophet. What does she do? She takes your objectives. She can go to Roche, she can go to towers, she takes the exorcism, and that's what she does. And I think it's a very effective hero, and I think it's pretty good at winning its lane too. It's like a strong laner. It's very simple. Very simple.
What's the idea with these 4 range heroes that
Yeah.
all kind of want to be on the sides, though? I guess the Dead Prophet wants to run in. Do you think that that's something that's lacking for Sonics right now? They're just like, yeah, no one really wants to go in.
Yeah, I guess they're just like searching for ways to deal with LD. Because like even the Wyvern with the percentage health damage on Q, like it's just they're just Arctic Ban.
So the Arctic Burn
Spell
plus the
names.
Siphon.
With the Siphon,
Yeah,
yeah, maybe
yeah.
they can use that to like bring down the bear. Because this is a massive problem. Like this is the problem. This meta, there's so many heroes to ban, and then you have a team like Liquid who's just gonna pick Lone Druid in the first phase. Like there's too much to deal with. It's really hard.
Should we get another ban?
Yeah, they should
Give us back
3
another
bans.
ban.
Yeah, I agree.
But only when you come up against Liquid.
Yeah.
That's it. Any other matchup, though, it stays the same.
Yeah, well, like this is Sonic's problem. They're not creating a well-rounded draft right now. It feels like because they feel so pressured by this LD pick. Like Liquid feels in the driver's seat.
It might all come together with that one last pick, right? Like that's something that can make it all work, because there are options to get something cheesy there with the Dazzle, with the Wyvern.
There's the Mickey Pudge,
God.
boys!
There's the Pudge. Yep.
I don't want to see it.
It's not particularly fantastic against DP in lane if she is going off, but it's your comfort. You feel good on it.
Yep.
The hero's kind of insane. It's going to tank a lot of damage.
How do you retaliate then? What is Sonic's going to have to pick up here to not only bring their lineup together, but also kind of deal with what might not already be dealt with on Liquid?
I think they're just going for some default carry in the end. Like
Phoenix carry. Not.
Perhaps not the default I was
Guys, we
thinking
need a
about.
default carry.
Guys, it's a really,
Phoenix,
it's
Phoenix,
a really good Phoenix game,
carry.
guys. I'm
Do you
sorry.
think that is Monkey an option?
It could be a.
Yeah, right.
sure.
It's not banned.
Nope.
Versus the Pudge.
It's
They
gonna
go
be
with the
Ursa.
Ursa.
Sorry.
Okay, that's a different default.
They were so
Yeah, I was
low
gonna say
on
it's a
they were
little
so
default.
low on extra time though. I couldn't think straight.
Oh, sure. So you threw out Phoenix. I
Yeah.
never think you threw out Phoenix.
Well, I mean, it's really great percentage-based damage.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's not picked up. Instead, it's the
Yeah,
Ursa.
sorry.
I want you guys to give some final thoughts, how you think it's going to go, lanes, team fights further on.
Yeah, I don't mind Sonic's Ursa last pick. I think it gives them an ability to scale versus the Pudge, right? Like you can always take him down no matter how tanky he is with that flash heap. But overall, will they reach that timer? That's my only question.
Okay.
Yeah, my biggest issue is just that it feels like this Ursa has to deal with like 3 separate heroes. There's a Night Stalker going on your supports. There's a Pudge to kill. There's a Lone Druid to kill. You can't deal with all of them. So the rest of the teams needs to step up hard.
All
too.
right, the Ursa might be kited through this game, but we will see as we jump into game 2 between Sonics and Liquid with Sunspan and Jenkins.
People cannot say our names without laughing, it seems. Jenkins, how do you feel about that?
I'm a joke.
Okay. You know, what's interesting, though, is we were in the green room. We were watching the draft, because this one hadn't started yet. We were watching the draft of the LGD game.
That's right.
And they picked Pudge.
They did.
Spoiler. And I believe Slacks asked you, because you are the Pudge expert, what is the hardest counter to Pudge in the game? You instantly said Ursa.
I did.
And that's what we're seeing here.
I did. Old Lizzie boy said it. You get, no matter how tanky you get, no matter how much farm you get, he can always kill you full to 0. So this Ags build, this big farming, fat, juicy boy that Pudge becomes, doesn't matter. I don't want too bit of a southern accent.
I can only imagine why.
It's force of habit at this point.
Yes,
but,
understandable. So this,
infectious.
So again, this isn't a best of 3. It's a 2-game series. Liquid obviously taking game 1, but you talked about it last game that the DPC points are incredibly important for both teams. I mean, Liquid are just like right. I mean, they could get in without doing anything at this major.
They could
theoretically.
They could. Sonics, they're pretty close too. They're pretty close. They've got like 600 or something. I think they could technically get really lucky. Probably not. But they need a win.
They need like a top 4, top 6 maybe.
I think top 6 would do it.
Top 6. NA would be very happy with that, of course. As we get ourselves into the game, and no surprise because it was not banned in. Well, actually, it was banned in second phase, the Lone Druid. But Matu taking it for himself in the first phase this time around to make sure that he has that comfort pick. Apparently, you played a pub with him recently where he carried you.
Oh yeah.
On the Lone Druid.
I was saying that my team really sucked, and then I realized that Matu was the carry there. I was reminded by that. Some of the chatters on the old stream there.
Okay, good.
I said, of course, everybody but my Lone Druid sucks.
Yes, of course, because Matu is very good.
Yeah, that is a TI winner indeed. He did win one of those.
But part of the draft differential this time around, I think the only difference in the first phase bans was that Puck was not banned, which means Quinn gets it for himself. So that ends up being a comfort pick. Puck might be considered, at least in NA, like one of the games that is the strongest hero in the game to a lot of teams.
It is. Particularly good against Marcy. It's very hard to connect onto the Puck. Not on a Dazzle, though.
Yeah, Fata looks to be in a bit of trouble. Yawar ends up taking the bounty rune for himself. He has the Fury Swipes ready to go, but Fata looks like he's going to get first blooded by Boxy. So Yawar just going to get another right-click in, not even, actually. We'll have to waddle his way back to the lane. And, I mean, that's one thing I do want to talk about is the waddling from Ursa, a.k.a. the kite ability of the hero.
Yeah.
Do you think Liquid has an acceptable lineup to kite this bear?
I do. It is difficult to play Ursa into Lone Druid sometimes. I feel like he gets, you ult and then he roots you, and then you're like, oh, I got status resistance, and then he just roots you again. That can happen. There's the fear. There's Marcy that's going to be disposing people. Jakiro has long-range stun, lots of slows. So yeah, I do think there are options here for Liquid to deal with the Ursa.
But if he's able to right-click, he can obviously kill any hero in the game. But the fact that you have a lot of high HP heroes on Liquid, like Lone Druid obviously with the ult, you got 3 strength heroes in the middle there, and then Jakiro for an int hero, pretty damn tanky.
Pretty good stats, yeah. It does feel like one of those games that if Yawar gets a really great start and has like a 1-item advantage, maybe he gets his Diffusal Blade and like picks up a couple of kills with it, gets a one-item advantage.
Oh yeah, that's a hook right there.
Tries to go for the range creep. He's going for the snipe. Yep. This is it.
So for people that, I mean, I'm sure a decent amount of people that are watching the major that haven't gotten to watch the DPC. So take us through why Pudge is being played as position 1 generally these days.
Yeah, so
I mean, sometimes we see mid, occasionally support maybe.
It's a much better core. Basically, his Flesh Heap got changed so that you can activate it, and it gives you damage block. Don't trust the tooltip, though, because it's not normal damage block, which does not scale with other reductions. With Pudge, if you have a ton of armor and you're damage blocking after the armor reduction. So to a hero like Death Prophet, especially, who's doing damage with Exorcism, these small little damage intervals, she's doing damage with her Spirit Siphon, you do virtually no damage to Pudge. So with items, Pudge is just infinitely tanky. You get an Ags, you also do a ton of damage. It's healing reduction as well, and a lot of people are getting Satanics and Scotties and these sort of like healing trading items on carries. So Pudge is this ridiculous timing when you get the Ags, where you just can't die. You do a ton of AoE magic damage and have this crazy spell lifesteal keeping you maxed out.
And what exactly do you think the build-up into the Ags? Because we do see the Ags as like the second item. We see a lot of phase boots. We see some Vanguards, maybe some hoods. Is that just and this game in particular? Do you think either one of those is a better choice, or both potentially?
I've seen the Vanguard into like disassemble eventual hood, which it depends on what you think is the like scariest form of damage in the early game. In this one, it's pretty 50-50. Like Ursa's kind of good against Vanguard because he just builds up damage with the Fury swipes. Death Prophet also doesn't really care about damage blocks, so probably Hood. But Vanguard also, it helps you tank towers. So if you want to run around with the Pudge early and use him to tank towers, so like the Lone Druid could actually take those. They do have a Lone Druid and a Jakiro on Liquid, so they've got a lot of tower push, right? So maybe you want to get the Vanguard on Pudge, so that way you can run around and actually be active with him. It just depends on what they want to do in the game, but generally it's one of those items and then Ags. You never really want to go both, because it delays the timing a little bit too much.
And I actually don't know the answer to this because it's been a decent amount of time since we've seen Ursa. But what is the item build these days? Is it Diffusal anymore?
I think it's still Diffusal.
Battle Fury is just not a thing, right? These days with Ursa? At least I haven't seen it in a long time.
I have seen the occasional Battle Fury in NA.
That's just NA.
With Monkey Kings and Juggernauts. Not so much on Ursa, but I do feel like we could. There's like a 10 or 20% chance that we could see it. More than likely, it'll be the Diffusal build.
I think considering the lineup they're going against, like Lone Drew's going to push early. Pudge is obviously not something that goes super late necessarily. It's like something that wants to press you early as well. Night Stalker in addition, like I don't think you can afford to go for a farming item.
Yeah, it's like the Diffusal almost lets you farm because it gives you kill threat and ability to fight. And if you just go late game, like I feel like an Ursa with 3 items to a Pudge with 4 items, the Ursa still wins that, right? So I don't think you need the extra farm on Ursa. You just need to not lose the game early. And you're pretty comfortable going late against a Pudge. But the Ursa, the Pudge is not the true carry in this game. The Lone Druid is.
I've been Insane getting burned down by the Spirit Siphon. Looks like that's going to be the first kill for Quincy Crew. Sonics.
Yes.
Man, that took a while.
Got it.
Holy jeez, that was bad.
You're overheating.
Just a little mini stroke there. Thinking of Sonics. That's really difficult when the logo's not there. But
the healthcare here, you should be careful having your little strokes.
Yeah, that is true.
Not
Quite
Sweden
expensive
anymore.
But we can see in terms of the CS, 27-4 for the Putka, as mid lane Boxy looking for the opening on Quinn, but it's not going to happen. And then Ursa 25-10, so roughly similar position 1 farm. And then mid lane is the real story. Quinn a little bit behind in the mid lane versus the Matu. Lone Druid gets off the Waning Rift here. The Dispose will be there with the Bear. Actually going to get the first hit root, but you can see 2 members of Sonics come in to try to take out this Bear. And they will not be successful.
If he had coil, I think he actually probably would have coiled the Bear there. Like the big solution to Lone Druid that everybody has been doing, and I think a big reason why the hero fell off for a long time, is because you can just kill the Bear, and it gives more XP and more gold than a hero does. It's huge.
It gives more XP.
300 XP.
Really?
Yeah, it gives a ton of XP and ton of gold.
Is it a fixed 300 throughout the whole game?
It's a fixed 300. So yeah, so the later the game goes, the less you care. But like in laning, you focus the Bear, and the Bear does not scale with like stat items either. So it is a lot easier to kill. With that being said, there is now the new armor buff where the hero and the Bear like share part armor, and so I think that's a big reason that it's harder to kill the Bear.
Yeah, bottom lane, Crippling Fear. Boxing initiated to start things out. Dispose finally used. Fata is here though with the Shadow Wave, and that should scare off the rest of Liquid. So you are going to be just fine here. Of course, it is nighttime, so Zai a lot more powerful than he was a few seconds ago. He has his Helm of the Iron Will, so going for the early armlet for himself.
You know, the nice thing about going Vanguard on carry Pudge is that often there will be Ancient stacks for you, and Vanguard makes it easier to farm Ancient stacks. When you're offlane Pudge, there's not as much these Ancient stacks, so you go for a Hood so you can fight better.
We're going to see a coil in the mid lane. It's on Matu, but he just withstands most of it. But you can see so much damage coming out from the Exorcism and even the Arctic Burn of MSS, so they end up taking out Matu, which is a big kill. Leslau gets credit for that, and try to use this Exorcism to do some damage to this tier 1 mid as well. And he's going for, he really loves the Spirit Spirit Vessel
Yeah.
on basically every hero he plays. And
It's
obviously,
amazing.
this game is quite good.
Yeah, you're playing against essentially 3 like big tanky boy cores.
Yep,
It's
Vata looks to be dead as Zai pops the ult there. He's going to get off his grave for the time being, as you are actually in the area, but not going to do too much to ward off Zai. We'll get some right clicks in, though. And back to farming. He is
getting
going Battle Fury.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. The NA special.
Very interesting. So I mean, I love seeing Battle Fury in this year because he can actually just get tons of items throughout the entire game, but it's about whether you get run over before your second item, which pretty much has to be BKB, I would assume. As another coil comes in. Was that an Arcane rune onto Quinn? That felt like quite the low cooldown. It's Matu back in the mid lane, so Sonics doing a good job of keeping the kills on their side. As MSS, as I say that, the old caster curse. Nope. Looks like he's going to be just fine. Gets that salve as well.
That would have been really bad for MSS to just feed a solo Pudge farming. Like, this hero, if he does get a couple of kills in the early game, it can, like, he can snowball really hard. You can still see the old, you know, classic Dendy Pudge running around with flesh heap stacks, hooking and killing everything. Like, that can't happen. It's just less common these days because people value farming. But if you run into a Pudge's lane, just die to him. It's like, he'll snowball on you. That's fine.
So he has Vanguard. Is going to be going for those phase boots.
Okay, so...
And it looks like he will be disassembling Vanguard for the hood.
Yeah, he's got
unless that's just a casual cloak.
Cloak queued up. I mean, eventually, it's like 175 extra gold to finish it into the hood.
Yep.
And you're going to want the Eternal Shroud for the spell Lifesteal, as well as the mana that it gives you, honestly.
Wait, how early do you go Eternal Shroud?
Not early. After your
After
Ags, I think. Yeah, it's like after Ags. You can also sometimes go for Blink after the Ags. It depends on how good you think your team is at like getting on the enemy team, which with Marcy, it's pretty good. And
we've seen a lot of like right after Ags, the BKB as well.
That's also if you want to be safer. I guess the only thing there is like, yeah, BKB would probably be good in this game just because then you can't get coiled into Ursa just mangling you.
Yeah, the old mangling action.
Yeah, it's not good. Not good for Pudge.
Yeah, but Mickey top of the net worth right now, and okay, his build, I keep looking at it because Pudge is such an interesting hero. He looks like he might be going Blink early, but we'll see if he ends up changing his mind or not. So no Ags in sight yet, but easy waning rift from Quinn. Going to stop the initiation to start, but the dispose on top of Quinn as well with the crippling fear from Zai. And that is a big kill going the way of Liquid. As you can see, the TP's come in from Sonics, but not able to get any collateral. So Quinn ended up getting disposed on, and that actually cost him his life. Very unfortunate for him. Boxy looks to be A-okay. As the Exorcism kind of wasted, feels like. And even Yawar came in, despite going for a Battle Fury build. Wants to take part in these fights, which we've seen him do a lot on basically every carry, it feels like. But he doesn't really go Battle Fury on a lot of carries these days.
It does kind of feel like if you don't show up to push towers, or to deal with tower pushes as a carry, you can, oh man.
Yeah, we got the coil. It's going to be broken right off the bat. Mickey looks to be okay. Is the rebound coming in from Boxy. Enrage, Yawar. Looks like he's not going to be able to catch up thanks to the hook save.
All right, Marcy Pudge.
A lot of mobility.
Yeah. Lots of HP on Mickey too with the Vanguard. Lots of effective HP.
Yeah, Zai getting chased a bit by Leslau. Don't think he's going to go any deeper here, though. Still has 3 Spirit Siphons. So can definitely push Zai off. It is daytime, so he is quite worthless.
Yeah.
Feels quite bad to be a day stalker.
Damn, sure. look at Zai's build. He went for Windlace Armlet. This is a very strange looking build. No boots either. Very value in terms of stats. If you feel like you're already getting on top of people, then this is just a super stat efficient build.
Yeah, Leslau might be in some trouble. Ice Pat's going to connect Mickey there with the Dismember. And the Macropyre even used as well, just to ensure that no Spirit Siphon shenanigans save out Leslau. So successful gank there from Liquid.
Pretty cool gank from Liquid. Like, I think Lelis felt safe being totally alone up here because he's farming against a Night Stalker. And it's a Night Stalker at daytime with no Dark Ascension, so like, why the hell would there ever be a gank coming to him? When would you think that, right? So Liquid is playing off of that. They're like, it's just a next level little play. It does mean that Mickey and Zai are farming in the same area, which is a bit inefficient, but Zai has his TP up, so he could go bot if he wanted to.
Yep, Quinn close to the Witchblade. He's off to a bit of a slow start. I mean, we're obviously we cast a lot of NA. We're used to him just dominating the laning stage. That definitely is not the case this game.
No.
But it's not like he's struggling mightily. But he's kind of middle of the pack, it feels like.
To be honest, I feel like this is a lot more of a Quinn hero than Zeus is.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot more mechanically interesting, I suppose.
You don't like jump?
Heavenly Jump is very mechanically interesting. Yeah, it's quite good. It jumps you away.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
But you have to be moving, or else it won't jump you away.
That's right, actually.
It's
That's
difficult
a lot of
mechanical skill.
Right, you have to have high APM for that.
Yeah.
So.
I see the smoke from Sonics here at the top lane. Just trying to push the lane in as Quinn. Gonna spot out Zai, and they're gonna get off the coil. But you can see the TPs are coming in. The Witchblade being shown now with the Spirit Siphon there as well. Zai waits out the coil, but ends up dropping anyway to Leslau's ult. And Insane, knowing that he will likely die here, just trying to kill off the wave to prevent this push. As Leslau will find him with the Exorcism in all likelihood. Quinn just taking out the rest of the opposing wave as the fortification is popped. But either way, Liquid will have to give up this tower. They delayed as much as they could, but nice couple kills here from Sonics.
Lelis is top net worth on his team. He's absolutely dominating this game. By the way, he does this Soul Ring build on Death Prophet. I've not seen a lot of other people do this one. I really like it. He goes for Soul Ring and then the 2 seconds off Crypt Swarm talent. Ooh, Mickey with a nice solo hook.
Hook Dismember, and that is a dead Fata. Of course, we'll get the Grave off. And Mickey not interested in getting the Flesh Heap stacks, will instead just give all of it to Matu. I mean, that feels... I'm not going to lie, watching Pudge not get the Flesh Heap stack. I know it doesn't matter as much these days, but it's just like an old habit. As Hook, oh, not going to connect, but MSS still taking a ton of damage from Zai. The Curse keeps him at bay, though. Only going to be half duration because he was all alone. Forcing onto MSS, but the Void finishes him off from Zai as the nighttime now will end.
I got a question for you, Shannon.
Yes?
Let's see if this hook hits real quick.
Great question.
Oh, okay, question. How do you feel that Mickey is using the Dota Cinema Rot, but not using the actual set?
Huh, that's weird. Oh, yeah, because you can do that now. That's right.
I also use the Rot.
Yeah, the Rot's great.
Yeah, the Rot is...
I appreciate that.
It's really good.
And
Just the Rot.
No, I think the face is the best cosmetic in Pudge in the game. Actually, the beard.
That's right. And for $59.99 on the Steam.
It's quite cheap, actually. You probably get it for $1.
It's like a few cents.
You are, and this is what you pick Ursa for. They do get scanned out, though, so Liquid are aware, and they're TPing in. The Bear's going to scout it out.
Dead Bear?
Yeah, we have the Macropyre coming in as well. Boxy trying to get into the pit. Yawar just focusing Roche on nothing else. He pops his ult. He ends up snatching the Aegis, does Boxy, so Yawar will get out of the pit without a prize for himself. They do get the Roche kill, though. That doesn't really matter too much as they're going to get the disposal onto Yawar. Pops that ult, but not going to be able to get out this time. So 2 dead in favor of Liquid. What an absolute disaster for Sonics as they lose 4. Jesus, that was horrible.
Did Yawar get the Aegis?
No, it got snatched by Boxy.
It got snatched by Boxy. I see. So he went down and then respawned. Man.
That was unfortunate timing for sure. See, the interesting thing about this was it felt like game 1, where it was scanned out. They knew that they were doing Roche, but Liquid went immediately.
Liquid was there in time.
And
yeah, exactly.
Sonics were kind of slow. They were grouping up a little bit, perhaps hesitating a bit. Ends up costing that Roche in game number 1. You see bottom lane. Yep, Ice Path, pretty good. I mean, it's a decent counter to the Puck hero, as Mickey will miss the hook here, because he does not have the correct cosmetics equipped.
That's right.
2K lead for Liquid, but just the fact that you're taking an Aegis out of an Ursa's hand when the hero is literally balanced around getting Roche.
He is, yeah. His ability...
He does have Battle Fury, though.
It literally does something, has a different reset time on the stacks for Roche. You're totally right. Liquid is just super on point with their Roche calls in this series, whether it's to take Roche or to contest Roche. So whoever's making those calls, absolutely making this series look very easy for them. With that being said, smoke on smoke action.
Yep, Leslau. Looks like his smoke might have popped there. Not sure they're going to find anything, although Blink Dagger is online for Mickey. We talked about that potentially being a thing. So opting to not go Ags first, which we've seen in most, if not all games that I've cast of Pudge in this last DPC season.
This is like a mid-Pudge build.
Yeah.
Dendi actually climbed to 9.5k MMR or something like that, going Blink first. And I was seeing every other mid-Pudge go Ags, and then everybody started copying. I don't know if they copied off of Dendi, but he was the first person that I actually saw doing this, and people were taking note, man. He was owning pubs with it. Just a classic Blink build.
Yep, Zai is going to get the spot out onto Quinn, but the cancellation of the TP won't be there because he already used Void, so Quinn able to get out. Now that I look at it, kind of a hard, if you want to call it a hard puck game, but Ice Path out of Phase Shift, you got Crippling Fear, which, like, you're never going to itemize, it feels like. Maybe a Force Staff, we've seen that in the past, but you're not going to get like a BKB on a puck normally. As Quinn, speaking of which, he's going to get hooked and brought down. Zai gets credit for that as the curse just a little bit too late. And Liquid just getting basically everything that they want. With a 5k lead now, and firm control.
And Liquid's, I mean, they're fighting right on a ward. They're fighting directly on a ward, but that just doesn't seem to matter. Their heroes feel way stronger at this point. Part of it, I do think, is Yawar going for the Battle Fury. If he had Diffusal, then maybe showing up to these fights, it looks a lot better for Sonics. I had to think there for a second. I was going to let's see.
Yeah. Well, we'll really find out in the next, I want to say, 5 minutes if this Battle Fury has paid off. Because if the lead is growing even more in favor of Liquid, then this is going to be hard to come back. He is going for a BKB on the Ursa. And I would assume, he's going to get hooked. Dismember. Enrage does go off, though. So the status resist is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Ice Path into the Macro Pyre, but down goes Yawar again. And that is rough when you only have a Battle Fury in your inventory.
So I do want to say the one advantage that Pudge does have over Ursa is that status resistance does nothing against rot. So you can just keep rotting him and stay on top of him. The problem is, like, if Ursa has any semblance of a lead, he just turns and kills you while you're doing that. Right. But in a situation like this, like if he gets hooked out like that, Mickey can just sit on top of him and get him.
Oh, the coil misses. Zai might still be dead, though. You can see a lot of slows coming out from Sonic, so they do find the kill, but still a lot sloppier than we're used to seeing from the former Quincy Crew squad. Vata is going to get disposed into the Ice Path. Leslie pops the Exorcism, though, but you can see the mobility from Liquid. Everybody's able to get out. And that means a Leslie ult wasted again.
Yeah, they're just dodging the Exo. I mean, it does mean that Sonics defends the tower. You know, they trade an Exo for the tower, but I feel like without Exorcism, with how well Lelis is doing in this game... Oh, Mickey, he's got Blink up on one.
Yeah, but he's going to get the Dismember off onto Quinn. Has the Waning Rift, Illusory Orb. He might be dead, though. Mickey gonna blink Rot. Tries to go for the hook, but Quinn able to blink out to safety. And the TP should be successful. A little bit hairy there for Quinn, but he still lives.
I mean, dude, it's just looking like, I mean, look at that engagement. Like, Mickey's feeling himself, going for these just almost like silly plays. Like, you have to get really lucky to catch a puck there, but he goes for it anyway because he knows he has this lead. And Quinn actually almost dies. Like, you're never supposed to die to a solo Pudge on puck. It's so easy to just silence him and like jaunt away. But Quinn, like, he's playing really scared.
Yeah, it makes sense considering, I mean, how many solutions they kind of have to the puck, as we've talked about. And there's not really an easy way to itemize. I'm actually curious what he's trying to build. So it actually is going to be the Force Staff. So you obviously got the blink after the Witchblade, but the fact that you have to go Force Staff on puck, as I mentioned before, it feels really bad but necessary against Crippling Fear.
I do like it. I do really like it. It's like even Force Staffing one of your allies out of Jakiro Stun or Dispose or Pudge Dismember, like all of these heroes are countered to a degree by Force Staff. So, and I've even seen Quinn do this like just against Crippling Fear, and this was even a thing for a while, to get a Force Staff on puck just to break the coil. So it is like an offensive item as well on puck. So I really like this pickup. I like that he's not being greedy, going for some Sanjin Kaya. Like, he knows his place in this game. He knows that it's looking really difficult for him. He probably feels that he's bottom net worth out of his cores, and he just needs to survive and get a couple of rounds of spells off, and they could potentially win off of Yawar having a bunch of net worth from this Battle Fury. And Lelis is having a really good game. Like, basically, Lelis is the mid. in this game, and Quinn is the offlaner.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. And the fact that Quinn obviously went Blink Dagger means he's actually the main initiator in some cases.
Yep.
Obviously, if you can get the curse with the Arctic Burn set up on the terrain, then
It's tough.
you go for that. But that's, yeah, you need a lot of vision. But in terms of frontline, like, it's going to be Ursa once he gets that BKB, and the coil has kind of set him up. And the question is, do they have enough damage in that coil, or can Liquid do what they've been doing, kind of dodge these big, like once the Exos pop, they've been out, but can they get out if they get coiled? With the BKB soon to come from Zai, that'll help. Actually, I think it's on the way, being delivered. The fact that he's getting that before the position 1 on the opposing team is really telling this game.
Yeah. Zai's a big boy. Zai's a big boy. But I do feel like Sonics will have a timing when they get the 2 BKBs on the 2 cores. And even the Force Staff on Quinn means that he can go for these initiations and not feel like if he blinks in, he's going to die. Because that's kind of a problem, right? If you're Puck and you blink in to, like, coil somebody, and then all of a sudden Night Stalker comes in, stands right on top of you, and you don't have blink to blink out of your phase shift immediately because you blinked in to initiate, you're dead. But if you have a Force Staff, then he can be a lot more, like, loose with his initiations. Like, you see somebody slightly out of position, you blink forward and you catch them. So I do think that there's this, like, 3-item timing. I mean, is there anything else on the supports that they're really close to? Maybe Blink on Wyvern. Yeah, MSS is close to his Blink. Although I don't know how much that really matters. I suppose it helps, like, Liquid can't just run away from the Exo anymore. That's been a bit of a pain, is that the Exo gets popped and Liquid just runs away. They've got very fast heroes for doing that.
Yep, as we have a pause, as you've noticed, looks like Leslau's the one that crashed here. I was talking to another person that I know.
Okay. Was it Cinderin? That's the other one.
It was Cinderin.
Okay.
And we were talking about dark horses. What do you think of the term white donkey? It's the opposite of a dark horse.
It sounds like a diseased
so
animal.
Dark horse is a team that you would not expect to win, to maybe, you know, put up a fight and do pretty well for themselves.
Oh, you think an
So,
overrated.
A white donkey, which now that I think about it, a bright donkey would be a better name, but we already named it white donkey for some reason. White donkey is somebody that is favored to win, but will actually not do so well. Do you think there's a team that fits the white donkey label, the moniker?
Huh. I mean, it's hard to say with so many stand-ins.
That's true.
I guess considering at least from what I heard from the round 1 of games that have been going on, apparently Outsiders got kind of stomped. I believe they played RNG.
Spoiler.
Yeah, well.
Who'd they play?
I think they played RNG, and I'm pretty sure RNG stomped them. And remember, RNG...
That was game 1, though, only, right?
That was game 1, yeah. Okay, so... Well, I won't spoil the second game. I'll just do half a spoiler. So maybe Outsiders, because people are, like, pretty much every person that I saw predicting had Outsiders in top 3.
So you think white donkey for Outsiders?
Maybe. I mean, if you're making me pick one,
Yeah.
they might be
Do you know who my white donkey was?
EG.
No, that was... I picked EG to get second again.
You did, I see.
Actually, no, I picked them to win because it is an NA.
I like that you have faith in EG. You are a knight of faith for EG.
I didn't have faith when Fly wasn't on the team. It's literally just Fly.
Okay, you're a knight of faith.
I have faith
Fly.
in Fly because he's a great captain, and he's underrated.
And a great guy.
My white donkey, believe it or not, and again, this is when you pick a white donkey, people are going to think you're crazy. That's the point of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually Liquid, which
Really?
they're looking good here.
They're looking great.
They're looking good here.
Great.
But their last couple lands have not been very good.
Doesn't that make them like just a donkey?
No.
Because
they're still the white donkey because they got first or second in DPC.
They came in strong, but the start of DPC did look shaky.
Okay.
Like Europe was actually very close.
Did they get first or second in EU? I actually can't remember.
I think they ended up tie-braked.
Oh, they tied for second, I think, right?
Let me check.
Because Tundra won.
They tie-braked OG for second.
Yeah. I mean, so EU probably the most competitive. Actually, maybe not. China might have been the most competitive reason, but still, there's no way that is not a favored team coming into this. There's no way.
I guess if you look at the total results, it's just that Liquid, like, one day they'll underperform, another day they'll completely overperform. So I don't know. It's hard to. They're like some mix between like a donkey and a horse.
So a mule.
They're a mule. Yeah.
So
Like a.
they should change their logo.
What's the
then.
middle between bright and dark?
the gray? I don't know.
What? Gray? No, we're talking in terms of light.
Right.
So what's like a
Bright,
a
dark, dim.
a dim mule? They're like a dim mule. Right?
All right, we're going to need some people to get on the old Photoshop app, and they're going to need to redesign that Liquid logo to be a mule, apparently.
This is becoming the Gabe and Shellacking tier list. This is the same thing. It's power creeping. We're power creeping it.
That is true.
Already.
It's a mule.
Yeah.
As apparently we are ready, so this discussion can finally end. 6K lead for the Mules, a.k.a. Liquid, against Sonics.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Yeah, they got to fix their... is that TeamSpeak? People still use that?
That would be TeamSpeak. Yeah, they're very edgy.
Wow.
That sound quality, baby.
Wow.
The way that I said that sound quality, baby. You know what I mean? It sounded like I was saying anyway.
Thank God you can stop talking now because the pause is officially over. 6K lead for Liquid. And the next Roche we won't know for a minute and a half. But Liquid are going to smoke up. Want to take advantage of Mickey just being an absolute beast right now. He's still 1,000 away from finishing the Aghanim Scepter. But with Zai having that ult available, they feel pretty confident they can initiate, and they're going to do so right onto Mr. Quinn again. Down goes the puck. Great initiation from Liquid, and that is just punishing.
Yeah, if you want to know where Quinn is, you just look at the clock. If it's close to a 2-minute mark, he'll be at the rune.
True. Yeah, they read him like a book, no doubt.
It's like a picture book. With
Well,
just
if you're a mule,
rune.
then you need a picture book. You're not a very intelligent creature, after
That's
all.
right. Mules are very, very dumb animals.
Need to look up how to make a mule. I actually don't know the difference between a mule and a donkey, if I'm being honest.
Half donkey, half horse. I think.
That's what a mule
That's
is?
what they taught me as a
thought
child.
How do you make a donkey then? I thought donkeys were made from horses. We'll find out another time as the Ags is now online for Mickey and the Basher for the Bear. Let's talk about what's on the Bear. It's been a while since we looked at that bad boy. As we're going to see Fata die, but I think the Bear's items are going to be a little bit more interesting right now. You got the Deso, Mask of Madness, and Skull Basher, along with the Casual Gloves of Haste. El Doge, as the Bear is called for Mr. Matu.
Yeah.
It is a panda, though, so...
Next item will actually be a boots for himself, so he's not so big, fat, and slow.
Like, is there... I see some people still go for the Wraith Band in the entire inventory. Is that still actually a thing? Or is it just, like,
Gunner
he doesn't feel...
does it. Gunner does it.
So Gunner's the only one that does it these days?
That's Gunner, yeah. I think it's...
How is it? Was it nerfed? It was nerfed somehow. I can't remember exactly.
Maybe the shared armor was lowered a bit or something? I don't really remember.
But that actually was really weird to see, like, a 6-slot Wraith Band, no boots.
Yeah.
Just to give you ridiculous armor with the Bear.
Yeah, maybe 6 of them was like a bit overkill. I mean, even just sharing the little bit of armor, like, because True Form gives you bonus armor, right? So it's like even without the Wraith Bands, it's still huge for the Bear.
Boxy sitting in Roche, scouting it out. It is available. So this is the Aegis and the Shard. And I assume you're going to agree with me here that if Sonics do not get this Roche, then this game is going to be feeling impossible. Especially when the Ursa is so dependent on it. They're going to smoke up. Yawar does have the BKB. It's the full 9 seconds. And they desperately need to take a good fight, or this could just be a 2-0 for Liquid.
Lelis has his BKB too, which honestly, I feel like that even matters more than Yawar's BKB. I think the EXO can do a lot in these fights.
Radiant are scanning.
But yeah, Liquid, man, they're so on top of this Roche.
Boxy has not moved. He may have crashed, but likely just scouting out Roche.
And the way that Liquid is playing top 2, this is actually quite abnormal for Dire. Like, Dire often wants to play in Radiant jungle, right?
See a little mini save there onto Insani, who's at half HP right now. But see, most of the smoke here from Sonics is dissipated now. Liquid just trying to prevent the Roche. That is like the only thing that they're trying to do here. They get some vision now in the triangle. Quinn has to be a bit careful. As you're gonna see, the entangle and the hook actually set up by the Cold Embrace. Very unfortunate for Sonics, but the BKB from Laszlo is there. He's going to pop the Exorcism. The Curse going to keep both cores in place. We can see Zai just focusing on MSS right now. The Grave is going to keep him alive a little bit longer. BKB from Yawar and the Coil, so Matu looks to be dead. That is a big kill for Sonics, and if they can get one more, they can easily get this Roche kill, as Boxy takes a tumble as well. And Laszlo's Exorcism just past the 50% mark here. Might go for the tier 1 tower and then potentially into Roche. 50 seconds of no Matu.
Yeah, I mean, they can get both. You can take this tower. Oh,
yeah, okay, we have the buyback coming in. The Blink Dismember, Ice Path as well, but Laszlo healing up now that the Exorcism is gone. Dispose actually stuns 2 heroes. Grave onto Laszlo. He's going to stay alive just fine. They're going to get the kill onto Mickey, who buys back into the game as well. Ice Path's going to connect onto 2. Looks like Fata's finally going to drop here, and the Dispose keeps Yawar in place. And it looks like, in the end, Liquid do find the core kills that they were looking for. The 1 core kill, which is Ursa. But it did cost them several buybacks. The hook connects Mickey. Laszlo is done. Now the question is, can they Roche? Matu's up in 5 seconds. If they go into the Roche pit, I believe Sonics will have to buy back to try to contest this.
I don't know. I don't know if you do. I feel like Sonics, you give this up and you play off of the fact that if you kill Mickey, he has no buyback. He's probably going to be taking the Aegis as a result of this. But still, like, a Pudge could probably die twice. Yeah, I like that they're not buying back here. I think that this gives them a better window into the game, because if they all buy back, it's going to be too expensive, and they don't even have the Exorcism.
Oh, yeah. Mickey gets the Shard, so Dismember will be able to devour his own teammates and heal them.
Yep.
Most annoying thing about that is teammates jumping out prematurely and not getting healed. But I'm sure they can manage that as a professional team, I would hope.
That's right. There's a shocking amount of people that don't realize you can stay in there.
Yeah.
Because they're just so used to clicking constantly in Dota, they click to move and then they get out. But it's a amazing Pudge Ag Shard game.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. You can pull somebody out of Coil, you can pull them out of like Ursa if they get feared by Death Prophet.
Well, I was gonna say that based on the core Pudge games I've seen in this patch, Shard has almost never been purchased, at least.
Yeah, it's weird.
Because it doesn't really fit the... It's not like a support Pudge that's saving you necessarily. But you do have the Blink Dismember to save, but then you're not using it offensively, which... Pretty much the reason you're picking this hero is to do like a shit ton of damage.
Yeah, as a core, probably the best thing about the Shard is the 5-second cooldown reduction, to be honest. I was hoping they would leave this at 10 seconds.
It was nice.
It was very nice at 10 seconds.
Wasn't it 15 at one point?
I'm not sure. It was definitely 10.
It was, yeah.
At a point.
It was very nice.
And it was nice. It was very nice. Like, you just constantly have Dismember up, and you go for the Dismember duration Talon as well. It felt like you had pretty insane uptime on that spell. But, you know, it gives you more options in team fights. And in Dota, the more options you have, the exponentially more likely you are to win the game, because the enemy team is trying to figure out this puzzle of like how to beat you in a fight, and you add another option, there's like many permutations based on now that option that you have to win the game. So it's nice to have around.
Now we have another smoke, another ult from Zai. Looks like he's just gonna traverse some terrain, maybe get some map control back.
Yeah, they don't think that Sonics is just sitting in their base.
But they are. Yes.
They are. They're like, surely they must be sitting in the trees somewhere, right? Nobody wants to just sit and do nothing. But ironically, Sonics is making the correct play of just sitting in the base. Otherwise, they'd be caught by this.
Yeah. But, of course, in doing so, they're losing even more map control, even more of a lead discrepancy.
Yep.
9K now for Liquid.
Zai also had the gem for that little movement that he made there, so fully dewarded that jungle or made sure that there's no vision up there, which means that as Liquid runs down bot, they know that Sonics is not going to feel comfortable heading out towards top. So it's actually kind of a cool play, because there's nowhere for Sonics to go. Now Liquid knows that, so all they do is they sit down here, and it's like, what, are Sonics going to keep sitting in their base? They've got to make a move at some point.
Yeah, but also something very fearsome about a lone druid with an Aegis that can just push extremely hard. Obviously it doesn't have Ags, so can't separate from the bear too much. Back in the day, Aegis used to be really bad on lone druid. We'll talk about that another time, as Forstaff not going to save Insanity. He's still stuck on the low ground here. Coil only connects onto one, but they do find Insanity at the very least. Curse, but there's the hook save. beating his teammates a little bit. Can dismember them, but a nice waning rift onto 3 heroes. Quinn with that Witchblade doing so much damage, but there's the buyback from Insania, keeping it onto the outpost now. As Yawar has already used his ultimate, as Zai ends up using the Blink Dagger with that crippling fear, but you can see the ends up getting a nice hook from Mickey, so that finishes off at, MSS. As Fata's gonna have to grave himself. Quinn doing a little bit of damage, but can't do much through BKB at the moment. Zai eats another creep, so back to a healthy amount of HP. Mickey focusing on Yawar. He's getting extremely low. Double kill for Mickey, and down goes the bear again. 12k lead for Liquid. And now they can continue to push, because that Exorcism is coming back to Leslie. He's gonna heal up, but now he doesn't have a whole lot of damage to work with. There's a hook again. Nice job from Mickey. Ends up bringing Leslie down to the low ground. The buyback is forced out from Quinn. We can see the Ice Path keeping that Death Prophet in place. A lot of damage, though, onto Mickey. Might cost him his life here. Looks like it will. But it did cost the buyback at the very least onto the puck. Matu TP's out the bear. And it looks like the rest of Liquid should be okay. Although they might want to go back in.
Yeah, they have the bear. The bear's back.
Mask of Madness ready to go. The roar ends up missing. As Matu gonna get some cover thanks to that ult from Insania. And that might back them up now, but Aegis expiring in 20 seconds as well. And after that fight, it cost a couple buybacks. Liquid still growing their lead.
Yeah, that was a classic fight of where Pudge goes in, hits a hook. We're like, oh, what a hook! And he just dies. That's a Pudge classic. Yeah, the thing with Death Prophet versus Pudge is, sure, the Spirit Siphon's not doing that much damage through the Pudge Flesh Heap. However, Spirit Siphon is one of the suck abilities in the game that doesn't need to actually take the enemy's HP. It's you just heal based on the damage that it like should do, which is really funny. So she heals the full HP even though he's like mitigating almost all the damage.
A prize.
So to that, you know, to that effect, like Death Prophet is still quite good against Pudge, even though a lot of her damage is now mitigated by his Flesh Heap.
Yeah.
She still heals to full.
I mean, they have 2 percentage-based damage sources anyway, so tanky heroes, theoretically, like this lineup does make sense, but they, again, the 2 Roshes, really.
It's always the Roche.
Story here for Liquid.
Yeah, it's always the Roche. Did you know, actually, that Radiant in Dire has a 60% win rate in
Really?
the DPC. Yeah, Dire's a 60% win rate.
That is interesting.
And a big reason that people used to like Radiant is because of the Roche control that you got. Because you would play in the enemy jungle, you play in the Dire jungle, which means you're around Roche. However, people are not really just sitting in jungles anymore. As we saw with that play that Zai made, where he just pops ult and then scans the jungle and runs immediately back, people are kind of sweeping across the map more. Dire is often playing in their own jungle to secure Roche, and Liquid is doing an incredibly good job at that. That's exactly why they're getting the Roshan, is because they're realizing that what jungle you're in doesn't really matter. What matters is Roche. That's what matters. As Zai, of course, picks up the one of the chattest items in the game.
Yeah, as a 3rd item.
This feels so nice when you have a lead.
A lot of times you'll see that as like a 5th, 6th item, but in that inventory that looks a little weird, I'm not going to lie. But
it's
yeah,
good.
With the lead.
I think it's an item that if it feels like if you get it when you're winning, it really pressures. Like he can jump the backline supports. It slows so much. They're just dead. It can feel like a grief in other games though. Like if you lose one fight and you go back to even, then it can feel like a grief. You'd much rather something that actually has some utility.
Zai with the ult again. He has the gem, of course, and he will continue to eat creeps thanks to his shard, which he's had for a long time. He rushed that pretty fast, and that gives a nice farming capability for Night Stalker that doesn't usually have. And they've already dewarded 2 pretty valuable wards for Sonics, who are now essentially in the dark. In fact, I don't think they have 1 observer up anywhere. Just a couple sentries scattered about. So this is going to be a blind smoke. You can tell this, I don't know, it's obviously risky, but I think you have to go for something like this.
They're just trying to keep their heroes hidden as they do venture out. It's now officially nighttime.
They see Mickey. He's going to pop the BKB, looking for the Dismember. It'll be on Yawar, but he's also BKB, so not a whole lot of damage between the 2 of them. Les out chasing with the Exorcism, and again, Liquid disengaging once they see those green spirits come out. But the curse keeps Matu at bay. He's going to get beat down by his bear. The coil is going to break, but looks like he's going to be okay thanks to that hook from Mikke. And Yawar and company looking to potentially reset, as Mikke could eat Matu if he really wants to. Matu already in his true form, so there's a lot of extra HP to work with. Ice Path is going to connect onto the Death Prophet, and Boxing Company beating the crap out of Fato and Leslie, the first two to fall in this engagement. And now the chase is on as Yawar dies next. 3 kills for Liquid, and nothing for Sonics. Looking for more, and the Dispose will cancel the TP, so a 4th kill for Liquid. In all likelihood, MSS staying alive a little bit longer. But obviously with no TP, he's going to be hard-pressed to get out of this, although he does traverse some trees. Zai?
Yeah.
All right, Zai finds him in the end, and now the rest of Liquid just pounding on these towers. As Quinn left to his his lonesome here.
Mikke,
not a whole lot for him to do.
Mikke is the one of 2 people in the world that uses Cap's voice line. And the other one is Cap.
As they jump Quinn, he can't get away. 100 seconds, no buyback, and the push will be strong because you got a bear on your side. So Liquid end up taking this 2-0 in pretty convincing fashion, I'm not going to lie. And Sonics, well, could it just be... I mean, we've talked about their performance on LAN. It feels like early on in tournaments they are, I don't know, they get off to rough starts a lot of the time.
They do.
But we've seen them come back before, so I don't know. This is, doesn't... Again, we cast a lot of NA and EU. Liquid, this is not a surprise that they're doing well.
Nope. No.
Sonics, on the other hand, new sponsorship.
Yeah, they gotta get.
Not so good so far.
They gotta have a talking to. They gotta have it because it looked like a few, like some of their players were fine, on point for sure. Like Quinn needs a talk. It looks like he's got some nerves. It looks like he's got some. Lelis though.
Are you gonna talk to him?
I'll talk to him.
Okay.
I don't think he would appreciate that from me. But Liquid, they look, they got this in the bag.
Yeah, they're looking good. Let's go over to the panel and see what they have to say about this 2-0 resounding victory from Liquid.
Jenkins maybe can hit up Quinn on the Discord, give him a bit of a talking to. But people I want to talk to is Sheep and Lizard. We're going to break down this game number 2. You're done. NA, it's over. Is that
over.
what you already claimed?
It's over.
It's only
We're
one
lost.
series. And you're just saying NA done.
Nope, NA's done.
Okay.
We're out of here.
Any reason why, or you just want to say it's done? We're not gonna
we
break down any
lost.
further?
There's nothing else to say. We lost.
You don't want to talk about anything. Surely there is something, though, on the side of Sonics that you guys were impressed with, even though it was a bit of a slippery slope for this draft.
Yep. Jenkins mentioned the player, Leslau, Lelis.
Yep.
He's the one. The item build was good. The performance from him was good. He was basically keeping them in the game. I think the problem might be the fact that they got the sponsorship. You know, you get the dough, you get the that cash flow flowing in, and you just chill out a little bit too much. You start spending it on partying and whatnot. You don't really play as much Dotes anymore.
That's true.
Maybe that's the problem.
That's 100% what happened.
I
yeah,
saw
for
the
sure.
team hardcore
1000%,
partying
yeah.
last night
Yeah.
in a bar. Don't ask me why I was there.
Yeah, don't know how that is. Saw it happening. But the scoreboard here is up. Well, I'm going to ask some questions about Liquid, but first, looking at Sonic's, the Ursa. It was an issue. You were afraid that he was going to kind of get kited. You didn't know which target he really was going to have to focus on. Is that pretty reflective in kind of all the stats and the item builds that has resulted at the end here?
Dude, he had such a hard game.
Yeah.
Like, not even just Ursa, like everyone in general. There was a fight in Liquid's, or not Liquid, Sonic's jungle bot, where they get this amazing curse off. But the problem is, like, Pudge hooks the hero back, and then, like, there's 4 stars. So on top of that, everyone's getting repositioned back and back and back. So Liquid are always able to reset these team fights really well and, like, kind of nullify Sonic's heroes.
Yeah, I feel like there's a major difference in both of these games between 2 drafts, and that's that Team Liquid is constantly throwing issues at you, like problems, and Sonics, they're the ones that they kind of have to deal with it. They have to figure out a way of actually dealing with it. Like this lone druid, they banned it in the first game, and they definitely needed to. I don't know why they didn't do it again, because like your Death Prophet on the offlane is going for a Vessel. Like you're doing so many things. This Arctic Burn, all the percentage-based things are aimed at the bear in order to take him out, and then the rest of the team is kind of able to do whatever they want to. Plus, there was that huge combo with the Pudge and Lone Druid, right? Like the Pudge walks up, he eats the main bear. The other guy, the real bear, he is still hitting though.
What? Yeah, you go.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, we saw that the last fight there. It was like so effective. It's just it's impossible to kill these people. I think like I saw one good fight from Sonics the whole game where they were getting kills, and it was kind of like an overextension by Liquid, I guess.
And someone we didn't mention even, like Zai, again having an
Well,
amazing
all right.
Oh my god,
We
he was
will
so
we
good.
will flip to Liquid very soon. All right?
Okay,
I want to
okay,
focus a
okay.
little more on
Sorry.
Sonics, okay? Because I want to
Okay,
know what
yeah.
was missing in that lineup for them to be able to capitalize or even gain any sort of momentum in game 2.
So I think first of all, Quinn just had a bad game.
Okay.
Obviously, I mean, they had to have known that they would just get Lone Druided because he just like struggled. There was a Marcy coming mid and running at him over and over again. Like he must know he's going to get pressured on this puck. It felt like he just wasn't able to really do anything. Leslie was just like solo carrying this game on his back. He's like coming mid with his Death Prophet. He's pushing the mid tower with his Death Prophet. He is the one having to run at the Lone Druid with his Death Prophet. And it feels like everyone else is just struggling to find
that man isn't
I
supposed
don't
to
know,
do?
man. Leslie, God, like for real.
Okay, so it was a lot of pressure on just one sort of person, and
Completely different from what his position was in the first game when he was playing that Weaver. Sacrificial Lamb just runs in, gets ruptured, dies. The second game he needed to do a lot. He did a lot, but it just wasn't enough.
I feel like maybe there's a problem in going Battle Fury on Ursa. I don't think it's like a bad idea to get it so you can farm up, but clearly like him not being able to be in the game, Quinn having a horrible game, you have two cores that aren't participating. Meanwhile, Mickey's a Pudge. He's going to run around and join the fights mid. Lone Druid easily fights. Zai always fighting at night.
Yeah, I guess the idea behind the Battle Fury as well, you don't truly have another semi-core, so you have to be the one scaling.
Yeah.
all right, now we can talk about Liquid.
Now
And the
let's
first
do it.
question is going to be, who had the most impact? I know it's a difficult one, but who had the most impact, do you feel personally, in this game 2?
Insania.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. It was.
I was like, all right, that's interesting, but
got
please
you.
run away with it.
For a moment there, she
I was
for a
like,
second.
okay, I'm ready to hear you out. I wouldn't have picked him, but
He's the one that helped out draft all these heroes, so there you
true.
go.
That's
That's a lot of
That's
He
true.
impact
didn't
right
random a
there.
hero
Yeah.
in this draft. He did pick.
no.
Was there a gyro here? No, no gyros
safe.
random. Nice.
Yeah.
But actually, who do you think had the most impact?
We should say it's Zai, right? With the Night Stalker as well. I mean, we built him up in the first game as well, but in the second game he did just as much, if not even more. All of them were great. All of them had a good game, but Night Stalker naturally, if he has a good game in a matchup such as this one, he will just dominate.
Yeah.
And he had a good matchup, and he was dominating. Night Stalker with this overwhelming blink, Armlet, BKB, just jumping the backlines. Well, these heroes just don't deal well with him. Ursa and Death Prophet perhaps, but the moment he gets blink, he just jumps behind them, and the backlines are so squishy, so weak.
I think like a massive thing that Liquid took advantage of this game was map control. Like when they knew they had to go fight for Roche, they took top. As soon as Roche was gone, they sweep all the way back to bot and they just take that area. They push the high ground. They force TPs and responses back. They give it a little bit of time. Then I know the casters were talking about it a fair amount, like Zai popping his ult just to like go back into their jungle. I was kind of surprised because a lot of teams, what they will do is they'll just leave a ward in their own jungle to kind of spot movements, but they just send Zai to do it instead with the gem. So he's able to make sure there's no vision and that their jungle's secure, and then he just comes back bot. As soon as their Aegis expires as well, what do? They go right back to top. They go they farm through their jungle, make sure there's no Sonic heroes there. They take the triangle, they pop Zai's ult just to make sure that they can secure it completely.
Textbook moves throughout the map, right?
Yeah.
Like when it comes to the way Liquid is dewarding, setting up for their carries to be able to farm in different spots on the map that are protected.
It's a fantastic opening series for Liquid. I look forward to see them playing again later today, but that is our first series done, dusted, heading to a break. When we come back, there will be a whole nother series of Dota for you guys to watch.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is falling.
For my kind.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Coming up next, Team Aster versus Evil Geniuses.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone. We are jumping into our second series of the day. It is EG up against Aster. And we do have a little bit of a shake-up on the panel as Lizard has left us. And it's going to be Gods instead.
Howdy.
It's been so long since I've seen you 30 seconds ago in the green room.
Yeah.
But how are you? How are you?
Doing really well. It's fun to kind of be in Texas for an event because I spent a lot of time here in my life. So to come back for Dota is kind of special.
Oh, that is really nice. Are you excited for the Dota specifically? Any teams that you're looking out for this major?
I think a little bit of a bias towards some SCA teams, following a lot of them.
Just a little bit.
Just a little, not too much. With that said, we've watched so much of them. I'm actually most excited to see the Chinese teams because they weren't at the last major. So when you ever talk to the teams from other regions, they're always like, the Chinese teams are the ones that like they put on a pedestal and like, you got to beat them if you want to win like a TI or win a major.
Yeah. I mean, this is the first time that we are seeing a Chinese team at an international DPC event this year. So it is a very high pace that we're going to have Aster here on the mainstream. And Godspeed, what do you feel is a big key for them in their lineup? How's the synergy looking? Where's the research been put for you?
I mean, a lot of the synergy is the two boys have been playing together for 7 years. XXS and Baboka, these guys just go way back. They're just like always on the same page. But I think some of the new players they brought in, well, newish, like bringing in Ori, they brought in some kind of veteran leadership, some real like star power, I think, as well. I think that's kind of where a lot of their success comes from. And I also think they've changed up some of their drafts compared to what they used to do like a year ago, where they're way more aggressive. They're playing these fast-paced carries, and they're really putting teams like under a lot of pressure with the way they play Dota.
Yeah, that's a very good question, because I want to know, Sheep, from your side, how is the Chinese meta going to face up against the international teams? How is it going to face up against a region like an A?
Yeah, I mean, the China meta is quite different. We see a lot more emphasis on heroes like Faceless Void. I know that is a hero that Aster could potentially be bringing out. Same way we talked about Spectre earlier. Yeah, like, Aster's a team that's played Spectre. It's mostly done by VG Gaming, but that's like a Chinese hero for some reason. No one else is really playing it. I think like they were right keen on top of healing heroes. They brought, this region brought in the Warlock really hard. I think it's quite interesting seeing the differences, because like you'll see Siamese, the 5-player for Aster, playing the Warlock and stuff. You'll see Fly in AG, he'll be playing the Dazzle and the Chen. Like, it's kind of like different styles of 5s that these like different regions prefer.
Do you guys want to talk about EG? I guess I want to say their new roster for 2 or 3 of DPC and how it's going to look.
Who's this guy, Fly?
Right? This Fly guy. I mean,
person?
I've never seen him
He was a
before.
counselor, I thought.
Yeah, that's what I thought at the last major, right? Yeah, I didn't know he could play. That's so insane. How do you feel, though, for EG? We saw them not do so great in the Stockholm major. They had that change up. They bring in Fly now. It is back to their old roster. Do you think there's comfort in it? Is it a little bit of a honeymoon phase still? Where is it lying for EG?
Stability, I think. It's just like they know what you're getting with Fly, and they know how to kind of play around him and the kind of, strategic drafts and play style he brings to the table. I think with EG, it's always a question of like, what is their ceiling? Because they can be super consistent. They were, notoriously always getting those second, third places, always finishing like top 4, top 6, even at TIs and stuff. And then obviously things fell apart the last major. I think Fly is going to bring them back to that consistent form, but whether or not they're a team that can win titles, I don't know. Still remains to be seen.
Yeah, like Nightfall had really good words for Fly. Said it was like nice to play with him. It was really good having like him as a captain. He's an actual leader. It's something that they were kind of lacking apparently, and I think like that's good for them. They needed that, and Fly coming back to them, clearly showing some good results already.
Where do you think the strength is for EG then when it comes to playstyle? Is it lanes? Is it middle of the game, or is it late game?
For me, they remind me a bit of Boom in a way, where they've got this 4-player who's like really like does a lot, and then they really enable Abed in the mid lane. To me, I think that's where a lot of EG's kind of success and strength comes from. They kind of leave Arteezy to play on his own, do his thing, but like the way I think Crit plays around Abed, and Abed kind of can take over games on in the past, his Storm, his Puck, whatever it may be, his Spirit Heroes. Like I think that's to me EG's strength.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of criticism for EG's mid game. I mean, everyone knows, like we talked about it last series as well. EG, gatekeepers of NA, they are so good at laning, like absolutely top tier. You have to get past that, but the problem is they kind of suffer after that.
Okay.
Like I know Seb has talked on it. He said that this team's good at laning, it's nice, but their mid game really suffers. So I think they have the same problem, honestly, that like Sonics is currently tackling, where they need to deal with that and get better at being like in the right place at the right time.
They play in this region where I think because you look at like the bottom teams in their Division 1 and NA, it's weaker than other regions, and as a result, I think maybe they develop some bad habits, or they just never play much mid to late game Dota except when they play each other, because like they stomp so many games. So like NA's a region's getting stronger, but ultimately they're not getting the same kind of practice as teams in other regions are getting. Yeah,
because Arteezy did mention that like the top 4 is now pretty good, and like they did say that they are having competitive games with them both in scrims and officials. So like that is good. It used to be very, very, very top heavy, and now they have 4 pretty good teams. So
Yeah. Well, Ori and Abed are on our screens here. It is the two mid laners matching up. Their average kills, average experience per minute, and the last hits, they're actually not that different. There isn't a giant change or difference between the two of them on all three of those statistics. And does it mean that the lanes are going to be somewhat even, or do you think that there's just no way to tell when you look at that matchup?
Hero matchup dependent, maybe.
Yeah.
It's going to depend on and just some of the support rotations. I think when it comes down to pure 1v1 and who's going to come on top, I think Abed mechanically maybe a little bit better, but Ori's kind of that, like, to me, he's more like that mid to late game player where he's really good when it comes to decision making and just a bit less flashy.
Yeah. Also, Ori will pull weird stuff out of the bag. I mean, Abed is, I mean, he has his own stuff, but for the most part, I think he's a very standard drafting mid player. He'll play the Puck, the Ember, the Bat, whatever, just like mid heroes. Ori, he'll pull out an Earth Spirit mid. Like, that's hype. That's fun. He'll play the Pudge mid too. Like, this guy's pool is definitely much more exciting going into this game. I'll be wanting to watch him most likely more.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for these first few picks, you have two options. We can either talk about which lanes you feel each team is going to focus on when drafting, or we can just talk about heroes that you would like to see picked up.
Heroes I would not like to see picked up.
That you would like, that you would
I
like.
don't want to see Razor.
Yeah, Razor time.
The Razor burst, mate. Oh, no.
I mean, there's definitely, I think, some heroes at every region, every team. It's like, you know, your Dawnbreakers, Razors, Tinies. They're just going to see a lot of play. They're flexible. They go in different lanes. So nothing, not necessarily anything I think anyone's going to get too excited to see. But it's the way you kind of build around them. I think Dazzle's something newer that I'm excited to see. This hero is really rising in prominence and looking better and better just in this 5-position role. Typically, we saw it in a lot of the games in the first round early today doing well. So good to see some more Dazzle.
Dazzle, yeah, like I just said before this to Aster, like the Warlock more, but you know what? Whatever.
You're going to want to like, nope,
yeah,
Dazzle.
I mean, they're definitely, like, they do have different skill sets. Yes, they're both healers, but Dazzle provides a lot more lane pressure because of the poison touch. You are able to actually have more kill threat. So I do like it. In response, we see a Tusk. Crit is really good at Tusk. We've seen him play amazingly on it. We've seen him get to the late game levels where he's able to get the Wind Waker and like have extra levels of save. Man's a beast on the Tusk. Very hyped to see it.
I like it against Dazzle a lot because you've got like ways to kind of break off the poison touch. Like you can use the snowball. You also get on top of Dazzle, whereas generally Dazzle wants to stay at range and keep poking you with the poison touch. So it does feel like a good response.
We heard from Sheep and Lizard earlier today, guys, about their viewpoints on Razor. I want you to, I guess, give some of your thoughts on it, especially a first pick Razor for EG.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just, it's kind of whatever.
Oh, really? You just
it's like, it's not saying you're going to build your draft around. You just kind of pick it, and it's annoying to play into. It forces you down. It forces your opponents down like these certain tracks with their draft because there's some things you just don't want to play against Razor, and you never know where that Razor's going in terms of lanes until like very late in the draft typically. So it just gives you this, I think, kind of flex factor that is very strong for any draft. Particularly, I think when you're in EG shoes with the first pick, it just, you just pick this Razor and you're not worried about being countered because you can still get impact out of a Razor even when it's not obviously countering some melee hero on the enemy team.
Oh, okay. A few more bands have come out. Aster doing the Chen band, the Sheep.
Yeah, gots to do it. You don't want to be playing into a Chen with a Razor. Like the ability for them to just run at you with that is way too immense for Aster to deal with. Like Tiny's a hero that wants to get his blink to come online. Dazzle, he can't deal with Zoo. So yeah, it's quite hard.
Are you surprised at all by the bans on EG? Are they more stock standard? Are they things that are tailored towards Aster?
I think they're tailored towards them because they don't want them playing that like fast-paced Dota, which to me, obviously you go way back and there's always the stereotype. A lot of the Chinese teams playing so more farm-heavy. Aster is like the complete opposite of that. They're generally running at people. They're playing like all kinds of these big team fight. They've been playing the Brewmaster. You mentioned the Warlocks. Like these guys, the Chaos Knights being one of their most picked carry heroes. They don't want to sit back. They want to play aggressive, and like Enigma, Nature's Prophet, these are heroes that push the tempo.
Yeah, and XSS said that like when it comes to his offlane, usually he gets given heroes that sit in the lane longer. We have seen this prominence of offlaners that are a third core, very carryish. I think this is reflected in both teams here. Nightfall, obviously previously a carry player, he's brought his skill set over very well to the offlane role and fits very nicely into this patch. XSS plays the same. We might see his Enigma, we might see his Visage, stuff like this. I mean, he might... yeah, we haven't seen his hero yet. But yeah, they play stuff like that. So banning heroes that are like semi-carries from the offlane, like Nature's and Enigma, I really like.
Are there any other must bans off the top of your head that kind of fit into that too?
For offlane?
Anything.
Or just
like that style that you're saying, right?
I mean, right now they just need to ban stuff that kind of like doesn't halt their momentum. Because I think they'll just keep running with this Razor and like try and go fast. So, thinking of heroes off the top of my head, so hard. For bans, like picks are way easier. It's like, oh yeah, I see how this fits in. But for bans, it's like I have to think about everything that stops it, and then like.
Yeah, I think Dota is such a cool game because there's never like you must ban this hero. Maybe it's like if there's a must ban hero, it's always in the first phase because like, hey, there's this OP first pick, you gotta ban it out. But like when it comes to later stage of the draft, there's so many different directions you can go. Every hero has like 5 different answers that may or may not work. So
yeah. I don't think Monet plays like Bloodseeker, but maybe you could ban a Bloodseeker. Maybe that is like able to run at you and like stop your Razor from running around and stuff like that. I don't really know what EG are thinking specifically.
Okay.
They're thinking they want to play DK into Puck.
Yeah, Puck.
They tell us what they're thinking.
Puck's actually not picked or banned.
There is I was gonna say the draft on screen is behind the draft.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
I was sorry. I was
so there is a pocket of
Spoiler
Dragonite.
alert.
There is.
I mean, wow, you
crazy.
predicted it, Gods.
Gods, you're so smart.
No, that is
Look, I'll
yes.
keep it honest.
It was just behind on screen. There is a Dragonite and a Puck.
Okay.
Now picked.
Yeah. So Aster came out of the bans, pulled out the Puck. I think that it's decent time to pick their mid laner. They don't know the matchup, but it's Puck. Puck feels like that mid laner of this patch that you can just kind of pick whenever.
Team Aster's turn to pick. Enchantress.
And it's EG. They're going to pick strong lanes.
They are.
They get the inch.
Yeah, I mean, like, picking a Puck like that, it's so weird coming off of a Liquid game where you know that the Puck would get punished so quickly by a Lone Druid, and then it's just, like, not in this series.
Ooh. All right, well, let's talk about, I guess, the Dragonite Enchantress, where you feel some of the lanes are going to be going for EG now, and anything that they might be lacking that needs to come out in their last pick.
I think they need a way to deal with TB with their last pick. Either deal with TB by like having a hero that matches up well against him, or by like having a playstyle which is super fast and runs over the TB. Because right now, DK, Razor, Ench, they push towers fast. They can play like with a lot of tempo themselves and just really take over the map and limit TB's access to farm the jungle by taking all these early towers. So if you don't counter the TB directly, you got to play that kind of style. Whether or not EG can play super fast pace, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, TB is such a good pick here because none of these heroes threaten to kill TB. There is no damage whatsoever that TB's worried about.
I'm like thinking, because right now EG's heroes can go in multitude of roles. I don't think I would put DK carry, even though we have seen it in like Southeast Asia. I'd probably put that mid or off lane, but Razor can go any 3 lanes if he really wants to. So it does leave a lot of like options open for EG on how they want to tackle the Terrorblade. Off lane, you could pick something like Darkseer with the Tusk. The only thing is, I don't think Nightfall plays it, and I don't really think that's his style.
Yep.
You could just go for like nuking damage. I think Zeus just got banned. Yeah, something like that works too. No, not Lesh. Lesh is kind of like 50-50 on TB because when he gets the Skadi, he can like outrange and just kill you.
Yeah. It's going to be hard because EG have the first pick out of this banning phase, which means Aster's going to have the overall last pick. Is the one that deals with the TB, but also isn't susceptible to being counterpicked almost immediately.
The nice thing, at least about Razor and DK, is they do well into like most matchups. So you do see the safe lane. So you can just pick an off laner here, and you know your lane.
Yeah, I'm wondering where. I mean, to me, usually this draft would be sending DK mid versus Puck and Razor offlane, so they're picking a carry here. But I think the carry options are just don't exist. So I think putting Artesia on Razor maybe makes the most sense. They're good jug though. It's not like an answer to the TB, but this is the tempo. Like you've got another early to mid game kind of tempo here between DK, Razor, Jug. You're looking to have strong lanes and just basically take as many towers and early pressure as you can.
do you think it's an easy to execute lineup for EG? Are they going to be able to get the snowball pace and going and the momentum going to kind of cut Aster off before they can get online?
In my opinion, I think so. Because, well, that makes it a lot harder.
Well, take that back.
Ooh, that's a cool pick.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not that hard because, like, you can just go the Maelstrom on Jug. You're doing a lot of magic damage against, like, the TB. You have the heal, the sustain, the DK is going to let you take objectives. Like, they have a complete draft, in my opinion, outside of maybe some, like, team fight control. But... yeah, that Timbersaw, he's going to take a lot of map space and make it very hard for EG to take objectives now.
Yeah, he's just like the guy you send to a lane. Okay, EG want to kind of death ball down these towers. We're just going to send the Timber there, and he'll address it. He'll deal with it. Like, and by himself, he can to some extent. Like, that is a really solid last pick for Team Aster here.
Okay, then I want to ask in general, coming out of laning phase, you have to pick a team. Which one's going to be coming out on top?
Oh, boy.
Not the overall game, just the lanes.
Aster, probably.
Okay. I like EG's. I mean, I just think Ench is such a dominant laner. And then Razor into the TB should maybe do okay. So
I like it when we're split 50-50 here. But we are going to head over to our casters for the second series. Game number 1, Aster EG. It is Sunsfan and Jenkins.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sunsfan here with Jenkins. We've redesigned the set so that you're right next to me so that we can do this.
It's a stench.
Welcome, everybody. This is Team Aster versus Team Evil Geniuses, which we've cast quite a bit of. I would put EG as one of the favorites to get top 4. Aster, they're no joke. They got second place, tied for second with like 5 other teams in China.
That's true.
Which is probably the most competitive region outside of EU.
Yeah, they've always done very well within China, though. That's the issue for Aster. They're kind of like the Quincy Crew of China, or the Sonics now of China. So we'll see if this is the tournament that they can break the curse.
The curse, you say?
It's a curse. It is a curse.
Is it a curse?
I gotta
That's
take
a
this
little
off.
strong.
I can't move my head with this on.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're probably sweating that thing up.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Probably can't return it anymore with all that sweating.
That's right.
Inside.
Winners is not gonna take
As,
that back.
You can see production just wants to get us off camera as fast as possible. Understandable, of course, as you did not make it in the lobby, so
That's
I
right.
appreciate not having a computer.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Jenkins, as always.
Deal with that.
So, what do we have here? We got Abed playing the DK, which we saw him do that quite a bit in the DPC. I wouldn't call it an Abed hero necessarily, but obviously EG did extremely well. I think they lost to Nouns early on.
They did.
After Fly got reinstituted into the lineup. And they just didn't lose any series after that.
Yeah, they crushed the tiebreakers, right? Precisely, which is pretty typical EG fashion in the NADPC. Aster, they didn't run away with the China DPC though this season. They have done that or tour, I should say. They have done that in previous tours.
Yeah, they ended up 4-3, which again, that's tied with 4 other teams,
right?
For second place.
Yeah.
Of course, one of those losses for PSG.LGD, because they did end up 4-3 as well, was a forfeit. So a little controversy with that through the DPC to help, I forget who it was actually, to get in, have a better chance to get to TI. Either way, EG get a lot of comfort picks. You see the crit Tusk, which is, I want to say, his best hero. Nightfall's been playing a lot of Razor. And this is the, like, if you guys haven't joined us in like a year, this is the same roster outside of Nightfall, right? That's the big difference. This is a core player from, I mean, played position 1 for VP not too long ago. But his offlane has been ultra impressive. He's extremely mechanically skilled. And he has not disappointed. Even when they were not playing well, when Fly was not on the roster, Nightfall was still like the guy, it felt like.
Yeah.
Very consistent.
He always had really solid games. I think it definitely helps him that the offlane, the like carry style of offlane has definitely like won out the battle of how do you play offlane. People are really not playing sacrificial anymore. And he said it in interviews. He just thinks it's not even like him being a carry player. It's that he just thinks that's the best way to play offlane as well, which is what a carry player would say.
Of course.
But yeah, I think like every game for EG, like he always seems to be top net worth on his team.
It's interesting that we're seeing some of these offlane players become, well, actually I should say position 1s become offlane. As Nightfall taking a lot of damage from Monet, and this looks to be first blood Monet himself is the one to get it, and that was without a meta. Without a meta. He's still level 1, just hits 2 now. That is a very surprising kill this early.
Yeah, I mean, TB Dazzle, this used to be a really strong lane combo when the TB Illusions, his Q and his Illusions could proc Dazzle's Q ability, but they can't anymore. Only Dazzle can proc his own Q and extend the duration of that. So that was just straight up a Nightfall getting a little bit too close there.
That's a caster curse right there. Most consistent player gets first blooded.
Yep.
But yeah, EG obviously having a really good season, Aster as well. So this should be a really good 2-game series as Arteezy has to blade fear. This last pick from XXS on the Timber Saw, panel really seemed to like it. Do you agree with their assessment on that?
I don't think it's a completely free Timber game. I mean, Razor can tear through a Timber's armor. So it's, you know, and then also Juggernaut in lane with an Enchantress, you can get kills on him with high levels and spin. He's kind of past the point where that's a huge threat. I like the Tusk to rotate as well to the Timbers lane. I would expect to see Crit making a rotation up there at some point to kill XXS. But it's also a game where if they just do lane shenanigans up here, which Baboka's been cutting the wave constantly, if they do lane shenanigans, then yeah, Timber, once he has like level 5, he's not really going to die in this game until Spirit Vessel comes out.
You can see Abed in the mid lane, 15 and 6. Ori 11 and 1, so Abed with a little bit of an advantage right now. I mean, a DK versus Puck matchup is something we've seen a lot of. Basically, Dragon Knights don't die, Puck farms. Kind of a boring lane if you want to put it that way, but from both sides, like what kind of rotations can they make? I mean, we've seen a lot of crit roaming. Maybe not as much recently because roaming is not as popular as it used to be, but
I don't know if you kill a Puck with just a DK stun plus a Tusk. Maybe if it was like a Marcy and you have the Dispose.
You got a Centaur creep on top from Enchantress.
Yeah, that
triple stun action.
That'll work.
Impetus also a pretty good tool against the Timber Saw because it's pure damage.
Yeah.
What about the other side though? The ganking the Dragon Knight, is that a feasible situation? Like, is that something you want to try to set up, or just let these two farm and just be on your merry way?
I don't think the Aster heroes can ever kill a DK.
Ever?
Well, I mean, in the lanes, like in the lanes, unless he lets himself get very low. I mean, this is why you pick a DK and put it against Puck. It's just like you need like a +2 at least in order to kill the DK with a Puck. He's going all tanky strength items, which helps this as well. You just sit in the lane. You don't even need boots. You know you're going to get almost every single CS.
Yeah, so that's the DK versus Puck matchup. We don't need to look back there for quite a while, I think. Although Abed's farm is actually, he's getting a lot of denies and a lot more CS right now. So off to a good start for him. And that can obviously snowball into pushing the lane a little bit faster, getting some damage to the tower. But I don't think he's going to get an outright kill on the tower for quite a while. Maybe the second dragon for him, but we'll have to wait and see. But what about Arteezy's Jug? As we're going to see a toss back, Baboka onto Crit. Crit, he's going to have to use the snowball, dodge that avalanche. Gets off to the other side. Is taking a lot of damage though. That poison touch continue to reapply. One more right click should do it, but the Fairy Fire keeps him alive as he's taking ever so slowly. So Crit does survive in the end. Spends a lot though.
Oh, Baboka,
yeah,
he's got
cancel the
mangoes.
Salve. No.
He did see him actually. He just let him go. He wants to go for the core kill.
Yeah, that would be a bigger kill indeed. The toss back. Nightfall has to go to the south now. Has that poison touch. You can see the avalanche comes out thanks to that mango, and that is the second death for Nightfall. Not expecting the mango from Baboka. Baboka or Baboka? What do you like?
I call him Baboka. I feel like it just rolls off the tongue nicely. Yeah, here's this 5-minute rotation from the Enchantress with the DK form.
Okay. A lot of damage to this Tier 1 tower as a result. Using this on the Siege Wagon as well. Nice timing from EG.
Yeah, and Ori's not 6 yet. He's just 5.
Yeah, that is true.
He's trying desperately to get coil.
One more creep should do it, and there it... Nope.
No.
Denied.
No.
Okay. This one, no matter what, will get him 6. But the tower does die, so I was wrong. He got it on the front. I mean, that did require 2 extra heroes coming, but well worth it, although it is denied by Aster.
Yeah. That was a really nice rotation from EG. Just recognizing that Ori's only level 5. I think if he's 6, Abed gets coiled in the tower there, and maybe it doesn't go down until like the next DK form.
And Nightfall trying to pressure Monet, but of course with these 2 deaths from Nightfall, his levels have taken a bit of a hit. We can see 3 members of Aster here now. Crit ends up getting the snowball off. Plasma Kill trying to slow them down a bit, but looks like Crit will fall. And this bottom lane is all Aster all day. Every single kill in the game so far is in this lane.
So I think this is a big reason why they picked the Timbersaw, because XXS can be left alone top, which means that they can have Baboka sitting down here on Tiny. And the one way that you can beat a Razor off lane is that this hero is really strong in like a dual lane versus dual lane. But against rotations, against a tri-lane, it's not the same. Like, the hero can die. He likes passive lanes. This is not a passive lane. Aster is very aggressive down here. But EG, they're trying to make the counter rotation with Enchantress now.
And this is the interesting thing when we get to international play, or cross international play, is like, because we've been seeing a lot of EG obviously doing NA. The one thing that they did every single time to a T was win the laning stage. They're just like the kings of the laning stage, and that's kind of a big NA thing. And it's going to be cool to see how it translates against other regions. I mean, so far, I mean, again, looking at just the net worth alone, this is just the tower kill, basically giving them the slight lead. If it wasn't for that, they'd be slightly behind in terms of CS overall, but despite the, like, they haven't gotten a kill, but it hasn't seemed to matter that much as bottom lane. See the snowball cancel TP there as Siamese Cat takes a tumble. And Abed with that dragon form again, looking for their 2nd tower in this very early stage of the game.
And Monet TP's top to trade the similar tower with XXS tanking the tower. Yeah, these are really nice early game rotations from both teams. This is cool. Arteezy knows there's nothing to cancel out a spin TP, so he can just be a nuisance here.
Yeah, he's going to do that, and he's actually going for Hand of Midas, by the way. As, oh, he doesn't get any of those. All of them denied. Very nicely done.
That's BM. That's BM.
What do you think of the Midas?
This is the jug build people have been doing, actually. I think it makes sense when you're building towards playing for this like late game shard build with Maelstrom. Like, early game, you're really showing up to fights to just kind of spin people down anyway.
Oops.
He benefits from the attack speed, of course. But I don't know, it's the build people are doing. BSJ's been doing it, ranting and raving about how good it is, so that kind of makes me think that it's awful.
Well, Arteezy's picking. I don't think Arteezy watches BSJ videos. I could be wrong, though.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Could be wrong.
Yeah.
Brian is a very smart young lad, of course.
Yes, of course. Very sane and balanced individual.
All right, we'll see how this pays off for him. I mean, it's like a cheaper Battle Fury, I guess, right? Battle Fury just isn't a thing anymore.
Not really. Yeah.
It's like anti-mage and that's it. Maybe PA occasionally, but PA is barely picked. Same with AM. I think a lot of the reason these heroes aren't picked is because Battle Fury is not good, I would argue.
Yeah. There really isn't like another viable build, but because Jug can have a Midas and still do stuff, I feel like it makes a little more sense on him than on other heroes, where a Midas would completely grief you.
So what do you get after Midas? Because
Monet.
I'm actually Monet. Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Dragon Tail's going to keep him in place. The Blade Fury's there as well. And he's just dead. Doesn't even have Sunder leveled yet, but that wouldn't have really done anything here.
Was he on a ward or anything? He's just way out of position, all on his own.
Very far.
Baboka
getting harassed by Fly. Impetus off cooldown in 1 second, but he's not going to go any further because the poison touch is here from Siamese Cat, and Ori has come to play as well. That'll lead to a kill to the mid laner for Aster.
I mean, carry for 5. It's really not. Yeah, that's not really a big deal. I think Fly's more than happy to go down there. He's positioning very aggressively, like Monet is on the top lane, except as a carry, of course. You know, dying is a lot worse.
So, you know where this conversation's headed, right?
Okay. No,
What is the one thing I talk about every game now? Because it's so important. Which team is better?
That would be Roshan.
In the Rosh pit. Because we're not quite there yet. Like, usually around the 20-minute mark, the first Rosh will be attempted. Right?
Yeah, I think Tusk is pretty good at Roshing. He's maxing tag team, too.
Okay.
As they do smoke up on the mid lane, by the way.
Yeah. Abed does have Blink, the instant Dragon Tail with the snowball to follow, and the Walrus Punch. Ori from 100 to 0, completely stun locked. And Now bot lane, you can see EG starting to ramp things up. Static link from Nightfall onto Baboka. Don't think he'll be able to get this kill as Baboka will be spotted by the plasma field. A couple more right clicks, but yeah, deep in the trees Baboka goes. So Nightfall gonna respect that and just continue to farm.
I think that, by the way, is such a big reason that Razor is such a strong offlaner, is because if anybody goes and just tries to stand next to him farming, he pushes them out of lane. So like Razor as an offlaner can just go stand somewhere. If he dies, who cares? He's an offlaner. But if you try to farm 1-to-1 against him, like not a single hero in Dota can do that. So he can just be such a nuisance, like playing wherever he wants on the map, getting tons of farm.
Regen rune for Abed.
Regeneration.
Very delicious stuff. Remember to watch the anime, the Dota anime coming back August 13th, I believe.
On Netflix.
Of course, Abed is not using the anime set, so that makes this conversation just a little bit more awkward as the coil expended on the fly, who breaks it right off the bat and is bursted. So second death for him, but it's going to cost them the dazzle on the other side. So again, 5 for 5. I mean, based on how this game is going, do you like the momentum that EG's creating for themselves? Like, do they have the type of lineup that can take advantage of that?
We rely not
I think so.
Is Aster still in pretty good position?
No, I mean, EG definitely, like, they need a bit more, like another round of items, for sure. But they have DK form, they have Enchantress creeps, he's maxing out creeps. They've got Jug with spin, healing ward. Like, they can definitely push towers. They can definitely walk into Roche and take it with tag team. It's not practical right now. They need one more round of items, so, but yeah, I mean, Aster's doing a really good job keeping up. They have the gold lead. Their TB is still farming incredibly fast. Of course, this hero, it's difficult to beat what he can do with the illusions, pushing all of these waves. So EG, they're trying to smoke to kill Aster while they're split farming like this.
Unfortunately for them, Timber is pretty much impossible to kill at the current stage.
It's not worth it to try and hit.
Now Aster kind of taking over the EG jungle. So Hood online for the Timber. So from the Jug's perspective, what's the build after Midas? And what have people been going?
I think Maelstrom, Scotty.
But you still go Maelstrom?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. Okay.
I think so. It's just too good with the spin shard.
Yeah, for sure.
You need that, and you're playing against Terrorblade, right? Like this hero, you build any sort of physical damage, it just does nothing. So go all in on magic. He might even go for the stats build. He is on Jug. He's going for the stats build.
Okay.
So
ignoring the crit for now.
Ignoring the crit because he wants to just play around the magic damage and the procs from his Blade Fury spin.
Okay. Puts another point in the healing ward though. So.
Yeah, you max healing ward, you go 1 point Blade Dance, and then max stats.
Okay. Yeah, Blade Dance doesn't really, feels like it doesn't scale. Actually, that's really, it's never scaled particularly well. It's been kind of a 1-point-1er for a long time.
Very solid first point. I mean, it does give you it does give you good damage compared to stats. It's just when you're playing against really high armor heroes, then you'd rather the attack speed and the survivability. You can survive the tiny burst.
You can see the smoke from Aster now. And Baboka, does he have the Blink Dagger yet? No.
Nope.
So still 1,000 away from that. As Ori's going to be kind of leading the charge, but you can see EG retreating as Aster kind of has control of their jungle at the current point in time. Crit's going to be spotted. Going to try to tank this gank potentially. He'll do so successfully as he is Avatossed into oblivion. And Arteezy, he's going to get spotted out, but of course the Blade Fury's TP will be successful. So I don't think we're going to be seeing an Abyssal Blade. What about... How would they stop Blade Fury TP?
Puck 25.
25. There's not until 25 though. That's feels pretty bad.
There's not good heroes for it on Aster, which is why I think the Jug is a pretty nice counter to TB. Like the way Jug does damage is through spin and through Omni Slash, both of which TB cannot trade with Jug during. You can't sunder him during the spin. With that being said, obviously what we just saw, very fantastic trade for Aster. Not even really a trade. They just run in, they smoke, they kill crit. But more importantly, RTC TP's away, so they get the tier 2 tower for completely free. Or it costed them a smoke.
Yeah.
It's a very early tier 2 tower, which secures them Roche. And we've talked about how important Roche is on this patch.
Ad nauseum, some would say.
Yeah, some would say that.
RTC now has a Maelstrom. He's trying to push this bottom tier 2, but the TPs are coming in from Aster, but you can see the fireball expended from Abed, the newly picked up shard, and XXS is dead. Siamese Cat looks to be next. He graves himself, actually a big wand. That was a lot of HP. He just doesn't have that much to begin with, it seems. So 2 down in favor of EG, and likely the tier 2 tower as well. So Aster not able to mount any kind of a defense here. And I figure they might try to push top a little bit, but it's just the illusions from TV at the moment.
Yeah, so now the map is kind of evened up. I get what Aster was going for there. You've a Timber Saw. This is a hero that you can kind of just plant in front of a tower. And if they could have defended that tier 2 for like 5 or 6 minutes while they have the tier 2 top taken on the EG side, then it probably means like within those 5 to 6 minutes, they're going to outfarm, and maybe they get Roche as well, which could mean the game. But it's just not a free Timber game. DK stun, like Razor damage, Omni Slash, it is physical, but it is enough burst as well to kill Timber, especially before he has reactive armor stacks, which he didn't have any at the start of that.
Yeah, Ori's got Blink now on the Buck. As Arteezy focusing on finishing the Mjolnir, so just really wants the attack speed. I mean, is this a build that you go like Swift Blink at some point, or is that too early? I assume like a Scotty would be needed.
Eventually, yeah. I think you go Scotty, and then Swift Blink is. Ooh, they're trying to go on him here.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a man to take anything off, and he's just gonna die while silent. So a nice pick off for Aster. And I mean, you said this build has been somewhat normal, but it's definitely punished there. No way to dispel, as Crit gets taken out in addition, but EG gets something out of it. It's just Boboka in the mid lane. But this is going to open up Aster's potential Roshan, as this likely will be uncontested.
Crit could buy back.
And they could try. Plasma Field will be used by Nightfall as Fly. It's capturing a lot of attention from Aster as Abed pops the ult, trying to reset here. But they do lose Fly, but at the very least they prevent Roche from being taken out, so I think Fly will consider that a win in all honesty.
I don't even know if that was preventing the Roche, because I also kind of feel like Aster walked into the Roche pit, started hitting it, and they're like, we don't kill this that fast. And they walk out and just take the free kill on Fly. Okay. That's kind of how that felt to me. Because they were not really taking it that quickly. They don't have any good minus armor. EG on the other side, like if they go in with Crit, they'll actually be able to melt Roche.
Yep, Avatos, Nightfall just gets obliterated. My goodness. Absolutely destroyed. And Boboka and company, now they're thinking about Roche again.
We'll see if they walk out of this one.
Yeah, well with Timber in here, that should set up it pretty nicely for Aster, who now have a 3K lead on EG, who in our experience, usually come out of the laning stage with a decent lead themselves.
This is still a bit slow. I think they're getting the same read. They're like, okay, guys, like these are good pickoffs. We just don't have the heroes for this.
And I mean, Monet is also very close to Scotty. This is a really fast Scotty.
Yeah, wow.
My goodness. So Dragonlance, Yasha, Scotty after this ancient camp, pretty much.
And did you know that TB has the highest win rate in the game versus Dragonite? It is a hard counter. It's very hard to burst.
The reflection as well?
And you reflect the DK for him. It destroys him. Ooh, EG.
EG.
Going for the sneak.
This is a sneak and a half right here, but you can see Arteezy getting stun locked by the old Roshan Monet. Okay, they're going to get the Chakram inside, and EG going to try to reset themselves. And Smoka from Aster. Yep, Ori gets in with the Waning Rift. Abed trying to get off the Dragon Tail, but not able to do so. Instead, he gets coiled along with Arteezy. The focus is on the Tiny to start things out, but the Grave is going to keep him alive. But it looks like Boboka will fall. We'll see if that's enough for EG to try to take Roche.
I don't think it is. I feel like they're going to walk in and be like, we can't take this.
No BKB available on Nightfall. Now he's already used it. Dragon Tail does connect onto the puck. This is going to be a very important kill for EG, but they're not able to stun lock him as Abed getting bursted. See, attempted to TP out, but the Yules cancels, and there's the burst damage from XXS. And now, surely this is it.
This has got to be it.
Surely, but you can see Crit thinking about jumping in. He is playing his favorite hero in Tusk.
He doesn't have a blink. He'd just be rolling in.
He's done it before. But no, this is going to go the way of Aster. So after about a 5-minute period, it feels like, finally Aster does get the first Roche of the game. And TV's going to hold that Aegis for 5 minutes.
Yeah. You know, Abed, he started off having a very nice game on the DK. He was huge.
Yeah.
But he's playing into Timber. He gets melted by Timber. He's playing into TB. Like we talked about, highest win rate in the game versus the DK. So the later and later this goes, the less the DK is going to be a factor.
Well, it's interesting because I remember plenty of games where Abed, like you look at the net worth halfway through the game on a DK, even though he's having impact, he's actually, this is pretty normal.
It's normal.
The difference
It
is Nightfall is below him. That is unusual.
It is.
Especially when you're playing like a Razor type hero, you want to get falls.
Yeah.
So he's definitely struggled this game.
It stems from how Aster shut him down in the laning phase. Are they going to make it go on XXS?
An attempt at Abed pops that ult. There's a static link coming in with the snowball, and that is enough. As XXS is taking out 45 seconds of no Timber Saw.
Yeah, he had 0 reactive stacks, like literally 0. So if he was tanking the creep wave, maybe he survives there. But he was just trying to push out mid with the Chakram. Got a little too aggressive.
Yep, it happens.
Yeah, mid is such a deadly lane, man. I feel like that's where like everybody goes to push one wave and you just get picked off.
Yeah. Abed looking like the BKB will be next, but still a full recipe away. And I saw that Nightfall was working on the refresher, which is no surprise. That's very standard. He's also a recipe away. So they have some pretty decent power spikes coming up in the next, I want to say, 3-4 minutes.
The one thing about
which does align with the end of the Aegis.
It does, but the one thing about going refresher build on Razor versus TB is that your armor is so low that in the link, he just kills you 3 BKB as Crit does go down.
Okay.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, he's just trying to take that top lane farm and Aster punish him with the jump that they have.
Yep, they get that pick off, and it looks like they'll get the tier 2 mid as well. As Monet going for a Daedalus. A lot of times we see the Silver Edge, but not worrying about the break onto the Dragon Knight this game, I suppose.
No, not needed.
Radiant structures.
So he is shredding, and his net worth is pretty out of control. They're going to try to focus on the tier 3s, but there's a fortification from EG. So now that that's down, of course with the Aegis still for another 2.5 minutes, Aster not afraid to continue on here. And EG are going to have to try to mount some sort of defense. Arteezy just pushing the creep wave in the mid lane to hopefully rely on backdoor protection, but it's not coming. There it is.
Top lane Nightfall too, he's pushing it out.
Yeah, that does save the racks.
He snuck out, he got the creep wave. So EG narrowly defends this.
In the most cowardly way possible.
It's quite cowardly. That's right. Very American. I gotta say.
That is a very American thing indeed. Nightfall in the trees. Oh, he's going to be spotted. Has to pop that BKB. Gets the static link off, and yeah. Will be forced to teleport back to base.
But Boca TP'd out too, actually. So yeah, you know what? I wanted to take a fountain trip anyway.
It's delicious fountain. It's the nectar of the gods, as
really
they say.
Yeah.
Gaben's nectar.
Oh yeah, that
In
sounds.
other words.
That sounds succulent.
Arteezy working on the Scotty, as we've talked about. Has the shard now. So the spins will actually do a lot of damage. That is the nice thing about this shard. I mean, so throughout the history of Dota, this hero, it feels like sometimes late game you spin, it's like, oh boy, I just screwed up. You just don't do enough damage, but now it scales really well. As Crit looks to be dead. So Ori having himself a really good game on this puck. And Arteezy not fearing any cancellation of the TP. This time XXS will not deny any creep.
No, not the entire creep wave. That's right. Arteezy, he got it. Ori is building into Lincoln Sphere. He's going to have Sanj and Kaya in Lincoln Sphere. Okay. I don't know how they kill him when he gets these items, actually, with the EG heroes.
Yeah.
He's got to really screw up in order to die. And consider he's playing against a DK and he's only died once. He is not looking like a guy's going to screw up this game.
Does Lincoln's block? Yeah, it does block the Walrus kick as well if he ends up.
That's yeah. Right? Yep, it blocks Walrus kick.
Because you have to click on the target and then it's vector target. It's not vector target from the start.
No, so it's like yeah, it's one of the only current counters to Walrus kick, which it can sometimes feel like there aren't any if you're in a tough game versus Tusk. But Lincoln's is a good counter.
Yeah. Well, either way, Crit's not gonna be getting that anytime soon.
Nah, it's not really even that great this game. Like you jump into it.
Kicking away a BKB Terrorblade sounds pretty
Yeah,
good.
but then you just die to the illusions and I don't know.
It's a way to reset.
I feel like if you run in versus the Aster lineup at all, if you jump in, you die. I guess you can use it for pickoffs though, like to start a fight on somebody who's like isolated, kick them farther away. But in terms of like if a fight is already going and he jumps in and kicks and Aster's all together, I think he just dies on Tusk and then the person that gets kicked gets away.
One aspect we haven't really talked about is what we just saw is Fly being able to enchant the Terrorblade illusion. So his farm should be higher than it has been in the past on this hero, which you can see already is. The treads 4-stat.
Yeah, it's super nice playing Enchantress versus TB. They might be the best illusions in the game to get. Because with Naga, like, she gets 3 or 4 illusions, right? So you only get one of them. Ooh,
yeah, Avatos, Baboka. Like, Fly's going to be able to force step onto the cliff. It's not Arteezy, believe it or not. It is Fly. But I think with a lot of these kills, Fly is kind of there to tank the gank, and he does so successfully here. But with each one, Aster is increasing their lead ever so slowly. It is, well, I say 7. It was just 8 a second ago. That's a pretty hefty lead at this stage of the game. And Roche, we won't know for another minute and a half as Arteezy doing what he's done all game.
Coward. Is under attack.
I mean, surely an Abyssal Blade at some point, somebody. You're going to really rely on... You don't care that much about it?
He's going to get it. Maybe like a...
How far is he from 25?
I think, yeah.
Right now,
I think Puck 25 comes before Abyssal Blade would on a TB.
Yeah.
So I think you just wait.
It does feel like an ultra luxury item.
If he's just TPing away and spinning constantly, I don't think Aster really cares about that.
Yeah,
like, all right,
they are winning the game, so
yeah,
fair enough.
Good luck to your buildings. You can't spin and TP away from those.
Yeah, but the fortification, or not the backdoor protection, saved EG this last time.
Oh, Monet's got a DD bottled.
Oh boy.
Oh, that is.
Aster is fully smoked as well. And Monet is an absolute beast. Has the Chrysalis, so not a full Daedalus quite yet, but he is certainly a fearsome creature at the moment. Gaben would be proud of this Terrorblade.
They're holding the D. They're hoping that Roche spawns.
Yeah, and
while he's got that in the bottle.
What are the power spikes for EG? We talked about the refresher from Razor, which he has. He's going for a casual plate mail right now.
I'm dead.
Next item for like the Scotty isn't. It's like a full ult orb away for Arteezy.
I actually think the plate mail is needed. I don't think they can fight until they have the plate mail. That's exactly why he has this queued up. Because if you play into TB, like TB versus Razor is such a common matchup, and you always run in with the refresher and think you can BKB, you cannot survive. You can't. You need the plate mail armor. Once you have the plate mail, you can actually suck enough damage from him that you can't survive.
Well, EG are gonna smoke up without that plate mail.
He has a blast rig, so he's got a little bit of plus armor.
Okay, pretty good. Nice disarm as well.
Yeah, that's genuinely very important.
Good drop from the jungle. Thanks, Gaben.
They're going for the full wrap around.
Yeah, he has 18 armor right now. His dragon form is popped. You can see Ori just relying on his twitchy fingers here for that instant dodge. And most of the smoke here is dissipated for EG, so don't really accomplish too much. They get some vision, though. But still, Arteezy quite far away from this next power spike for himself. And Aster's going to smoke, this time from EG's jungle.
Yeah, they're DD pop, so they really want to use this.
Yeah. This will be a really bad fight for EG, potentially, because of this DD. The coil onto 3 heroes! Oh my goodness, EG get initiated on. So much damage coming from Monet, and already 2 deleted from EG's perspective. And Aster, oh, that was disgusting. Pretty lucky to not have any cores die in that engagement.
Yeah, I was going to say, considering how that started, that's actually pretty good for EG that they just lose 2 supports. You're playing into
I feel like we've said that a lot this game, though. They keep dying. That's the problem.
Very cowardly, and they're doing a great job at it. They're excellent cowards. Yeah.
But Titan Sliver, that's maybe the best neutral in the game for Terrorblade.
That's right.
Yeah.
Although he prefers the Elephant Tunic. He wants that move. Oh no, it's coming.
Yeah, there's no way.
It's coming.
There's no way. So into the second Roche pit, Aster goes. Aegis will be theirs. Shard as well. Who picks up the Shard this time? Will we see some Demon Zeal action, or are we going to see the Flamethrower? I would say flamethrower in all likelihood.
Yep.
Gives them a little extra push. And we can see the replay here of the DD initiation fight. Which, like you said, could have been a lot worse for EG, but they are dying more than Aster. That's my analysis.
Yeah, that's good.
That was a really good coil, though.
It was. It forces 2 BKBs. Fortunately for EG, they can just BKB and TP out. However, Ori, once he hits level 25, the game will end on a fight like that. He's got an arcane rune too. EG, they keep engaging in these fights into these huge runes for Aster. Aster's been doing an amazing job at rune control this game.
Nightfall with a haste, as if he needs to be any faster. Dragon form popped as well. EG on the back foot, down a significant amount at only the 32-minute mark. And Baboka looks to be tanking the smoke gank potentially. It's going to pop here. He's in the trees, though. He has the Lotus applied, Avatos onto Arteezy. He just blinks away. EG are just getting nothing out of any of these engagements. Fly gets deleted right off the bat. Nightfall with the BKB and the Refresher Orb. You can see the Omni Slash being applied one day, taking a lot of damage, but there is the Grave to save him. Of course, he still has Aegis, and will actually sunder Arteezy on top of all of that, adding insult to injury. There's a buyback from Crit, but Nightfall will get out. We've seen a lot of BKB TPs or Blade Fury TPs this game from EG. They cannot kill anyone, it feels like.
No, but that is Omni Slash down. That's cooldowns from EG. They get Abed. They don't even lose the Aegis on Monet.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty free tower to siege. Yeah, and Aster, they're playing super aggressive close to EG's fountain. It's like,
this is clinical. This game has honestly not felt super close at any point past like the 5-minute mark.
no.
Like the laning stage wasn't a shellacking by any means, but we're used to seeing EG come out of the laning stage with a significant lead, like literally every game. Like I can't remember the last time.
Yeah, Nightfall got worked in this game. He has not had the impact that he usually does when we see EG. Really great call from Aster and amazing timber pick as well that allowed them to do this. That smoke break from Baboka, by the way, was
really good.
Very pretty. That is some good stuff. Breaks the smoke.
And the problem is
survives.
they don't really have, like the closest thing they have is like a plasma field, I guess, but they don't really have like a Night Stalker type hero that if there's somebody in the trees, you have no way to really see them initially.
No, they need a high ground to put a ward on. And in that situation, there is no high ground. Aster had vision.
Yep, so 22k lead for Aster as we see the avalanche from Baboka. Toss back Fly. Does get off his heel for the time being. Arteezy trying to focus down XXS. They're doing a decent job actually get the Dragon Tail mid-timber chain, but they've already lost Crit. Buyback now on the Fly. XXS is saved thanks to the Grave, as Monet, still with 2 minutes left on the Aegis, has no problem fighting in melee form. Nightfall dies yet again. Arteezy, he's Blade Fury, doing actually a decent amount of damage. Looks like he's going to be fine. Abed, with that BKB, will have to hightail it back to his base. So they do get the Aegis, but again, they don't really get anything else. That kill count has been stuck at 9 seemingly for the entire game. They started 9-0, in case you're wondering. As the tier 3 tower, this looks to be the push for mega creeps from Aster. Actually, he didn't take the sliver. You're right. Yeah, he ended up keeping the elbow.
No, not this again.
Arteezy, yep.
Come on.
There. Very nicely done. Abed getting chased down. XXS with the flamethrower that burns right through the dragon scale. Monet and company resigned to just take this tier 3 tower. They obviously want to kill Arteezy. They're very frustrated that he's only died once because the Blade Fury TP is uncounterable.
I don't know if it matters. Doesn't look like it matters at all.
Like it has extended the game
a
couple times, but
it has.
It's not helped them come back at all.
It seems like it's just making the loss more painful. They're just suffering.
They're just giving extra time for Bulba to strategize for game 2. You know? Yeah. In fact, looking to game 2, what do you think can change with the draft? Like, is there anything with the draft, or is it more like how the lanes went out? Obviously, Nightfall dying twice in the landing stage is something we don't expect to happen, which I don't expect that to happen in game 2. But was it a little overconfidence? Like, what do you think this stems from?
I feel like Aster just kind of outplayed them. The last pick Timber was great, but I think any hero that could be left alone would also be good. Maybe Aster just has figured out the Razor. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, Abed with the BKB gets the stop. You can see no damage follow-up whatsoever as Crit is going to die to his own devices here. XXS looks to be fine. And Ori coming in to help finish the job here for Aster as they are coming in with a 1-game lead in a very disgusting fashion. Basically putting EG in their place after this performance. They look, it's just 1 game, but Aster looks incredibly good as the GGs come out.
Was that a shellacking?
Oh yeah, 100%.
What level of shellacking? What are we giving that?
That's a good question, Jenkins.
Microphone.
Yeah, don't worry about me. Don't worry about me, buddy. Of course. So, yeah, Aster takes a 1-game lead in this 2-game series. I would say this was probably... it's not a Gaben.
It's not a Gaben.
No, it's not a Gaben.
Regular.
That's the way we can filter, so we can get rid of the Gabens out of our
Gabens
thoughts
are
here.
gone. That's about 4 or 5 levels.
And then we always forget the order of these.
It's
maybe Monumental.
Mega or Monumental. Probably whatever the lower one is.
Yeah.
Which I'll say
it's
is
a lower shellacking.
Monumental.
Yeah, we'll go with Monumental shellacking.
Monumental shellacking.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. But EG, they did not look particularly good, I will say. But Aster do take this game, and it is in such a convincing fashion that, I mean, they're on my radar. I mean, they've been on everybody's radar for quite a while. Obviously, not having Chinese team in the last major. Haven't gotten to see them on the big stage for quite a while.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we'll see. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 1.
We do have many things to say because, like it was pointed out, it is the first time we're seeing some Chinese Dota in an international DPC event. So, Sheep Gods, how did it compare? Were you sufficiently impressed? Did it blow all of your expectations out of the water?
It blew my tiny mind.
It blew my tiny
That's
mind. I couldn't tell you anything about it, but it was amazing. No,
I mean, God, we expected China to do well. LGD have been owning. They crushed their games. RNG looking very good too. Aster showing up as well. It's very good, like very clean. They got good drafts. They've been executing it well. Monet. I mean, this whole old narrative of like, oh, China's so slow, Dota is so dead. These Chinese teams have come out like for blood. They're moving so quick.
They have something to prove, and they are absolutely proving it at the moment. Every time we've seen them, they've been looking great across all of the streams. But with the lineup that Aster did have here, we saw them take great objectives, but also initiation for fights.
Yeah, I think they just had multiple ways to start these fights. Like they kind of put themselves in this position where they got to pick and choose which fights they took. And when you've got this carry advantage, it just meant they would only take fights where, you know, their TB continues to get more and more farm. He doesn't have to join these fights. And it just felt like the game was so easy because of the way this TB was so uncountered and unchecked. And at least that's kind of what my takeaway from this game.
Not only the TB, but the Timber as well. He only died twice during this game. He was kind of doing a lot when it came to those initiations as well and the team fight. Were you impressed and expected it to do that well, or was there an extra level of, damn, this Timber looked great?
I thought the Timber was cool because it was kind of like the counter strat to EG, where EG wanted, to me, it looked like to kind of really push the tempo, take a lot of early towers, and Timber's like, no, you can't do that. We're going to shut that down. And then TB was the person that they built their strat around. Timber didn't really mesh with the other heroes. It just prevented EG from doing what they wanted to do.
Do you feel that EG missed a lot of their timings, didn't take advantage of when they had potential power spikes or openings?
I don't think so. I think it was really hard for them because of that Timber pick, protecting all their objectives. And like, you have a Jog who's going Midas. Midas is an item that I actually think is pretty good and decent in Europeast. We saw VTune buying it like a lot on like his live series and stuff. The item I've heard like talk between pros of, oh, it might be like rising and, you know, this is good item. But you see in this game, like, your Jog struggles to get involved. Your TB is very good at getting involved. He just has meta and he can come and push a tower with you. He can take a good fight. He's so strong. And I think like EG's lineup was just really bad at getting pickoffs because everything, they had like one blink stun in this DK. And like when you pop down someone and a dazzle's behind him, like it's impossible to kill him, especially when you have such synergy with a TB who can always get Sunder off as a result.
Do you feel then that EG needed to have a little bit of a change up in their support, not necessarily hero, but maybe a playstyle, or was it more just very much the hero picks weren't really setting them up for success against this lineup?
It's hard. I think they tried to take their EG approach, which is we love winning our lanes. Let's
Yeah.
pick an Enchantress. We've got Crit playing tough. The lanes didn't go as well as they typically do. I think when you play these better teams, you're just not going to win your lanes as hard as you maybe would if they had these heroes against another team. In fact, their Tusk Razor lane lost Dazzle and TB. TB is a much stronger laner than he used to be with some of the recent buffs he's had over the last couple of patches, and as a result, I think EG came at that lane stage with a slight deficit, and that made things really tricky for them.
Do you think we're going to see a change up in, I guess, the map movements for EG, a pressure sort of scenario, or where is a bigger change going to be outside of just the draft? You can say, I have no idea. We can just focus on Aster instead.
It felt like they just didn't have enough of like a game plan. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like when I say,
see,
oh yeah,
yes.
they have the Blinks on DK, well that's already countered by Dazzle that came out like relatively early. You need to give yourselves more things to do. Personally, I didn't like seeing the Midas that much. I would like to see them maybe run it, but like this is a fast team. Aster are a fast team. You gotta like match that. You can't say, oh, we're just gonna farm and go later unless you have like objectively better lineup.
Yeah,
Sure.
I think it just got, to me, to me the takeaway for your EG is like, let's just chalk it up to they picked this TB, 8th pick, and we just had no answer for it. They instantly banned out the Zeus. Like, they didn't get a chance to counter this TB, and the cores they had picked were really bad against TB because they have no damage, and that to me just kind of spelled their demise more than anything else in this game.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing what EG personally take away from this game. Number one is there is a second game coming up after this break.
I've got DJ with me here from Fnatic, and you've just played out the first game against OG, but you guys are in an interesting spot for this tournament with so many stand-ins. What's it like when you're going into a situation like that? How much has changed?
Right now it's like kind of awkward because we haven't even scrimmed. We literally played one game. We played one game of scrim, and but I think we can make it. Like we can do better. We can improve, and we just need to like coordinate something, like you know, how we want to play the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
And with one game of scrim, right? What did you kind of do? Is it more like theory, talking about how you guys want to play, what you're going to do as a unit?
Yeah, mostly how we want to play the game, how we want to move around the map. And right now we're just not as comfortable as we should be. Like, yeah, we just need to improve on that.
And what would you say you feel after getting this first official game against OG under your belts?
Nothing really special. I guess we just want to win against OG because we almost won against them in the major before, and we're really looking forward to our revenge. But fortunately, it's 1-1, and I feel like we're okay with that. We made some good plays, but the second game we were all around the map, dying and doing a lot of stuff. Yeah, we just need to play together and like be more consistent.
That's what it's about, right? Learning and going forward. And how much do you think you can learn from this opening game going into your next one?
I guess we just want to improve our laning and our overall map movement, where we want to go, where we want to like do our objectives, and yeah, just generally how we move as a team.
Well, hopefully you can get it done. DJ, thank you very much, man.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
It was nice to hear from Banks catching up with DJ there. If you guys didn't see the Fnatic OG game, it was happening over on C Stream. So just a reminder, there is 4 streams happening at the moment because there are so many games to get through in this group stage. But the series that is happening right now is the EG up against Aster. We are about to jump in the draft for game number 2. So before we get there, big change-ups, bans, lessons, what is going to need to happen for EG to potentially get a win?
Well, I thought the bans were pretty alright.
Yep.
Yeah, but the game was more on the picks. Like EG's picks were just a little bit weaker. They didn't seem to deal well with Aster's, right? So maybe like your second phase bans need to be better. Not letting things like TB through if you're not gonna answer it.
Yep.
I think the second phase, I totally agree, is where things fell apart in their draft. Because right in the second phase, they instantly picked the puck, which is generally here EG won. And yeah, DK's the kind of counter pick into puck, but I feel like most teams would rather have the puck than the DK for their mid laner. And for the way Dota's played, it just feels so much easier to play Dota with a puck on your team than DK. And then the end of the second phase is where they picked the TB after the DK came out, and it was just like, oh, like, how do we kill this guy? So I think the draft for EG, they need to focus on what they did, but obviously what they did was somewhat bad because of everything they gave Aster as well.
Well, Aster this time around are going to be able to pick up the Razor for themselves and the Dazzle as well. So
yeah, this is a really fast draft.
Yeah, then we've already gone through it. It's Razor Dazzle for Aster. It's Winter Wyvern, Nature's Prophet for EG.
I like it. Like Nature's Prophet's been a really nice response to Razor, just because like in lane you can deal with it. You are like a ranged hero that can keep space from him. Later on, the Sprout's really nice as well. Just keeping him in place. I really like that matchup. And you can put it wherever you want. I mean, an RTZ Nature's would be very cool.
He's played some, definitely during DPC, so it wouldn't be something he's uncomfortable on. I think it just really gives them like it seems like EG want to try and play fast-paced draft. They're not going greedy. They're not just going RTZ, hard carry us in the late game. I mean, yeah, they'll maybe pick a TB or something because it's good some games, but EG seem to be trying to force this idea where we can, play these fast-paced heroes.
Off the back of game 1 where they kind of tried to do that, do you think it is something that is going to be successful for them in this specific matchup against Aster?
They banned Timber.
They banned Timber this time. Maybe this time it might change.
Yeah, I think it definitely can, and I think you look at what all the top teams are doing now. Like slow, greedy drafts don't work. It's a thing of the past. I think there was one Medusa game in one of the other streams. I want to say it lost. I hope it lost, or I'm going to look really dumb.
I'm not sure. I didn't see.
I just remember seeing Medusa. I'm like, oh, people are still playing this?
People are playing Medusa.
I know SCA region was trying to still play it in 2 or 3, and it kept losing. So
yeah,
I
think Medusa's a pretty dead hero.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I mean, like Terrorblade of all the hard carries is probably like one of my favorites for this patch, just because when like meta damage got buffed, you're able to really contest the lane now on the hero. Like he's basically an active carry while also being an extremely hard carry. So he's kind of got like the whole package, and we saw that last game. Yeah, I talked about Aster being aggressive, but the game was like pretty slow in terms of kills. I think it was just like you were mentioning, Gods, like a lot of split pushing from EG to try and like draw out this game because Aster were like they were dominant, but not in a we're like killing you over and over again way. As in like we're out farming you, we're stronger than you, and we will win fights.
It's like this map is just slowly more increasingly just becoming ours, and you can't really do anything about it.
Arteezy's the only one who could because Blade. If you've got nothing to stop Blade for your TP, you can kind of do some cheesy stuff and be annoying, but it's not winning you the game. It was just delaying it, which is where I think I like what Jenkins said, where it's like this feels almost more demoralizing for EG. Like they're just extending like the suffering because that game was never going to go their way.
Do you think that TB was good enough that it needs a ban from EG right now?
I mean, if they don't deal with it with their next picks, yeah. But
Well, I guess that's
yeah.
Are there heroes in their pool that can deal with TB and belong in this lineup, or is it just safer to ban it?
I think because of the pick order, they can leave TB because they get the last pick in this next phase. Whereas what the issue was, the last pick of the second phase, it's kind of like having the second pick gets last pick of the final phase and the second phase.
Yeah.
So it's like it's super strong. You basically get 2 last picks.
Yeah.
Because that second phase last pick, they instantly ban Zeus, for example. So I think EG is now in that
anyway.
position. Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's like a relatively stable carry. You just won with it, you feel good. Potentially they pick it again.
They ban Zeus, so.
Yeah, like, I could see it.
Yeah.
The EG lineup already does, like, they're okay against it. If they will get the counter pick. They also have a Winter Wyvern, obviously, like, fantastic. TB, his illusions stand out, you know, as clones. So you are able to just, like, get really good curses off in fights, potentially. I think it's not the worst thing in the world this time. It's not like a gotcha pick.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you like to see EG kind of open up with? What's something in the toolkit of a hero you'd like to see? Do you want some more stuns? Something that can push a bit better?
So something I've really enjoyed with a lot of Nature's Prophet picks is, so first of all, he's a global hero.
Yep.
His ability to TP to any lane and push, like we've seen 5-minute Natures like coming to their off lane and like pushing the enemy safe lane tower, and they'll do that even as a carry because it's just so like much pressure that the enemy can't deal with. And we've seen it pair really nicely with other global heroes. Io's Dawnbreakers, I know Dawn got banned, but like this sort of global presence is very much like hard to deal with, for sure. But
They're just going to go with all reliable.
I mean, all reliable Tusk is fine too.
Yeah.
It's like a show nothing kind of hero.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's also a setup. Like if Tusk is able to find someone, especially if they get like an aggressive mid hero that can make plays, you pair these two heroes together, they find someone, Nature's comes in, now you're killing people.
Yeah. And for a long time, Tusk Nature's Prophet have been lane together because the tag team is also very good with the Nature's Prophet in lane. So potential 3-position Nature's Prophet could be safe lane. They're keeping it open, I think, which is why you want to pick your support here.
And then for Aster, how open do you think they can leave their pick like Razor? Where are you expecting this one to go, and what are you expecting them to pick up in this phase?
It's unlikely that you want Razor mid in general, so if they could just pick like a mid and another support here. And then the Razor can still go off lane or carry. Yeah. Or they can just commit, like, depending on where they think the Natures is going to go. It's like it's likely a carry, so you maybe just slam this Razor carry and, like, let it be.
What do you think would be better? I know there's not a lot of heroes, and so it's a bit of a very ambiguous
I love
question.
Darkseer, yes.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Darkseer Earth Spirit.
So they get a combo. Okay.
So the most exciting part about this Earth Spirit pick is it can go mid. I mean, it's really fun. I mean, it will probably go into the off lane with the Darkseer just because you want to pair a melee hero with it, so you can put the Ion Shell on. He can like cut waves for you. He can, you can put an Ion Shell on him. He goes mid. That's like extra pressure there. Or he goes mid on Earth Spirit and they pick another 4. I don't know what they want. Last time they picked this hero in their interview, they said that they like keeping the Earth Spirit open until they see like a pick and then they know what they want.
Yeah. Or the Bat Rider coming out as a last pick instead for EG.
Doesn't seem. I have no idea how Earth Spirit Bat goes, but my gut tells me it doesn't go well for Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Melee here in the Bat generally not the best.
Yeah. Oh God, you know what's actually super interesting, and I don't know if they'll ban it. This hero has fallen very out of meta, but Storm Spirit was the hero that people love to play into Bat Rider because you get the stick and you have so much like mana to spam out the Bat Rider. It's like kind of like a fine matchup, and everyone liked it. You're playing into Nature's Prophet, Wyvern. Like this looks like on paper a very good Storm Spirit game.
There was a Storm earlier today. One of the other teams played it, so not a totally dead hero, perhaps.
Yeah.
It's definitely not in favor though, so I think
there's
a lot of thought that would have to go behind them picking it. But maybe.
Yeah, I think the other options are like your Ember Spirit type heroes mid. I think having just general active mid hero and something that can still lane okay against the Bat. We've seen Ember do decent against Bat, so wouldn't mind that as well.
Is there anything else that stands out for you guys that these lineups are missing? Or are you kind of liking the all-roundedness of them?
And right now I really like EG's lineup. They have like team fight, they have pick off, they have a lot of damage. Like this is a really good looking draft to me. Aster.
Already rating it better than last game?
I am, honestly. I think it's really good. And they have overall last pick of the draft, so like this is looking very strong for them.
It's looking up and up for EG right now.
I think last game we were just like, we didn't want to ruin the mood too much for the viewers, but like when that TB and Timbersoul came out, we're just like, oh, that's a really good pick. Oh God.
Yeah.
EG could do this, right? But
there's still hope for them.
The cool
this
thing
one's
is,
a-
I don't think Aster's draft is in a terrible place. It just feels like right now some of these heroes are not being really addressed. Like Batrider has a very free game. He can really take over. Nature's Prophet's been answered a bit with this Darkseer Spirit. At least there's heroes that can pressure and threaten to kill the Nature's Prophet. But it does feel like, yeah, I think EG at least has put themselves in a really good position.
Yeah, like right now I look at Aster's lineup, I see the Uspirit, the Darkseer. What I do like about that is that Nature's Prophet is going to be threatened on the side lanes. Like the vision game from EG is going to be like super important, so they know where they're playing, because Nature's wants to TP bot. You can easily just get rolled on by this Uspirit, especially when he gets the talent, gets like the extra rolling distance. It's like so easy to catch him. Like his life will be threatened a lot, and Aster might just play this pick-off game because they lack team fight. Like, Uspirit gives you a bit of it, and so does Darkseer, obviously, but, like, do they have, like, there's so much good disengage with, like, the Wyvern Curse. I think their team fight does become a little bit difficult.
And the only catches are Spirit right now. Like, that's where I feel like they almost need that Spirit Storm type hero you mentioned, because otherwise, like, you're all in on this Earth Spirit finding kills around the map. Otherwise, no one else is starting a fight.
Is there a last pick that could fill in that hole that they're lacking for that pick-off? Or that initiation, finding that stun?
They're banning carries. I guess they're expecting maybe a Razor mid or...
No, I think they're expecting Razor off lane and the Uspirit mid.
Uspirit, okay.
Yeah, because, like, Ori can play it. I'm
then
not sure what they
Darkseer
want to
support?
do. Oh, right, you're right. You're so right. What the hell? I don't know.
Yeah, I think... Because... I think they're just...
Dazzle mid, guys.
I mean, this is an off-lane Darkseer, okay?
Alchemist can go mid. We've seen Alch mid too. Like, just push out the wave, acid spray it down.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, here's the Chinese Spectre we talked about.
Hell yeah.
This region likes the hero. They had it like 13 picks or something in Tour 3. The build is like the Amanta and the Scotty Ags. They go Ags, they like that. But not like as a rush, which we used to see on the hero.
Okay.
So do you rate Spec in the hands of a Chinese team? Because I know when we've seen it played in Eastern Europe and SEA in the past, it's just very... no. But you like it for the Chinese teams?
I mean, they seem comfortable with it. So yeah, I like fully believe in their ability to play it for sure. I mean, definitely more than any other region.
Yeah, well, like in the last pick for EG, so now we see both of these lineups fully completed. Where are you sitting with it? How do you think it's going to play out?
Still like an EG, I think.
Yeah?
The Lycan pick just really... Again, it comes down to can they execute this playstyle like this. They tried it last game, and I think they ran into the Timbersaw wall. This game, who's that wall? Who's going to defend these towers? Like, Darkseer doesn't do what Timber does. He can't really put his body on the line there. He's just going to get picked off, lassoed, rolled on by a tusk. So I think EG's set themselves up to really have a successful, like, basically push draft here.
Yeah, like theorizing it myself, I imagine they will have to just pull lanes really hard to give Darkseer as much XP as possible. When they get like level like 2, 3 on the Iron Shell, they need to send this Earthspirit to just make space, do things, like kill as many heroes as you can to slow down EG.
All right, well, it sounds like EG has a pretty big fighting chance in this game. Number 2 against Aster, so let's head on over to Sunspan and Jenkins.
Thank you very much. Game number 2. EG, Aster, Sunsan with Jenkins.
It's really echoing.
We have... That's true. I was not expecting... You guys can't hear that because obviously there's no crowd yet until the playoffs, but the arena, it's looking nice. I'm going to go sit in every seat beforehand so that when you guys sit in those seats yourselves, you can say, there was a fat mess in this before me, and you can tell that every time. But back to the important thing, which is this game. Jenkins.
Hopefully this one is not as a fat mess as the last one.
I don't think it will be. I actually agree with the panel completely because I've seen them execute this strat with Nature's Prophet, Batrider, and Lycan. And I know it's against NA teams, all right? I know we're a bit of a meme, but the shellackings were enormous. They were Gabens on several occasions with these three
The
heroes.
lowest tier was Gaben. It was mostly high-tier Gabens into the top hat levels, considering Umbrella tier, which is territory that has not yet been explored.
That is... an unthinkable. That's a legend. I don't know if it's actually real.
I shouldn't mention it.
We added it to the list, but I'm not sure if it will ever exist.
It may not.
It's one of those unreachable goals.
It's like dark matter. You know it's out there, but maybe we'll never know.
Yes, that is a very apt analogy. I really appreciate you being here. Can you tell us more about your dreams?
Why are we not in the game? Oh, it's paused. I see. I was sitting there. You could just see its computers without it. You can see it's paused. I'm sitting here struggling. I'm like, what?
We're not struggling. This is normal conversation.
That is.
All right, so getting back to the game, EG versus Aster, game 1 was not remotely close. Aster just looked like on a different level.
Yep.
I know I'm a homer here. I believe EG are on the same level as a lot of these
You're
top
like
echelon teams.
Homer Simpson.
Sure.
Duh.
Homer Simpson is the most lovable character in all of
Yeah,
TV.
But he's fat. So
What are you trying to say?
nothing. I'm just saying he's a fat guy. You're a fat guy. There's a lot of correlations there.
All right, Jenkins.
You like your Duff beer?
No, actually, I don't.
He doesn't like.
I'm not an alcohol guy.
No.
Boy, this is really going off the rails. I'm trying to reel you back in to
I'm
the
not
cast.
the one getting off topic here. All right, the cast.
I was talking about
let's
EG
talk about the
Aster,
game.
and
Let's-
you brought up Homer Simpson.
Yeah, well, because you said Homer. Don't mention.
Okay,
If
you
say-
could have said.
If you say, oh, it's Team Aster, something Peter Griffin, it's like, oh, here we go, Family Guy. Here we go down this.
That's a normal.
This
that's
line
a
of-
normal saying in America. You really Peter Griffin that.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Is he a fat?
Just a fat.
You're a big fat guy. Yeah. They just
Apparently, there's a lot of ways to say you're fat, right?
in America.
Yeah, of course. We need as many as
We had
possible.
to invent new ones.
That's right. I mean, being fat in Dota, though, is a good thing because it means you're farmed.
It does. It does.
Who will be farmed in this game? That's my segue.
Who will be fat in this game?
Yes. Who will be
Who's
morbidly
playing what?
obese in
Who's
this
playing
game?
what? I can't see who's playing what.
You know what? You can walk over.
I could walk
I'll allow
over
you to
and
walk
check.
over.
Okay.
You guys can see me all alone.
Let me check.
There we go. Yeah, looks like
It is, it's Nightfall on Lycan. So it's gonna be
Nightfall on
Arteezy,
Lycan. Yes.
Nature's Prophet.
Well, that's expected. That's how they've always done it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he is a kind of a carry anyway, so
Yeah.
it's like it doesn't change much. Whoever wants to play
But
the hero.
basically, the name of the game for EG is push and push hard.
I think they can.
Push like Peter Griffin would push
the
a
chicken
sub sandwich in his face.
No. The chicken off of a train. The chicken he always.
Yeah,
has.
that's a good. That's a good.
Because he
sim,
doesn't really eat in the show. Like you don't see. He's just a fat guy. You don't see him eating that much. Name a time you've seen Peter Griffin eating.
Wow, that is actually blows my mind.
Name a time you've seen Homer Simpson eating. He drinks.
No,
Duff.
he eats a lot.
He
No.
drinks Duff.
He
Does he
eats
eat
a
a
lot.
lot? Oh, he does. He does the whole sub.
Yeah, he.
You were thinking of Homer Simpson.
Anyway, back to the game
Back to the
again.
game,
You are really unraveling here, live in front of millions of people.
That's right.
Over the course of time, people will look back on this VOD, and eventually it will reach millions of people. Hello, 2032.
That's it.
That's
You're
in 10
done.
years.
You're done. I thought you were gonna keep going.
No. So back
to
again.
the game. Let's go.
Back to the game.
Yeah.
Do Aster have the lineup, which you can look on the little monitor there?
Yeah.
Do they have the lineup to try to contest this massive push that is going to come?
Honestly,
from EG?
no, I feel like this is a really easy bat game. Like Bat versus Razor, you usually pick Bat to hard counter Razor, and Aster has chosen, as we're both just staring off camera. It looks so funny.
I see the reconnect. I have good eyesight with the glasses. I believe a reconnection is there, so you guys don't have to put up with this too much longer.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. Continue your thought, please.
Where
So
was-
Bat Rider's good.
Bat Rider is very good. I think it's a great bat game. I think he should dumpster Razor.
Okay.
With early travels, like Bat Rider's not this blink initiator guy anymore.
All right, I'm going to have to take this off. This is it's just getting a little hot.
I can grab it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just put it over there. Yep. Oh, that's good. All right. All right. Sorry, you were saying something
Why
really
are you
important.
always wearing this?
What? I just have a lot of sun shirts. You have a problem with that?
No, there's nothing. There's good.
Just because I have passion for
those are
something that isn't Dota?
Good colors, actually. I think it's the
Thank
same
you.
colors as the event. Am I wrong about that? Isn't it purple and?
Their colors are more towards the Lakers.
Oh, this is Lakers, or is that Suns? Oh, that's a Sun.
All right. Can we?
I don't know
remove
sports.
Jenkins from
I
the
don't know
cast?
sports.
Can we remove you?
No.
You just said the Lakers and the Suns.
Listen, if we're talking hockey, I
Yes.
realize I'm wearing the Cowboys. The Cowboys even like whatever sport that is?
Of course.
That's not good.
Cowboys love basketball for some reason.
Nobody's ever said that sentence before in history. I think that's
why people are going to
that's
look
the
back on
first
this
time.
VOD in 10 years, and it's going to get millions of views because of that thought right there.
Can we get back to the game?
Okay, so back to the game. EG versus Aster. We're in a very awkward pause stage right now.
Are they still paused?
And it was at the very beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And
right.
I actually enjoy these moments quite a bit because we can kind of talk about whatever we want because we've already talked about the draft. We've already talked about every
we
possibility.
haven't. We actually haven't.
Well, I've tried to talk about the draft, but you refuse to let the conversation go down that road.
And then you blame me as if you're the catalyst in this.
That's not true.
You're like the thing that splits the hydrogen atom that creates the bomb. And then you're like, oh, but the hydrogen atom's the one that exploded.
Okay,
You know?
so when I say is
BS.
Batrider good this game? And you talk about Homer Simpson. That's me. That's my
Yes!
fault.
You know where you're going with that. You're pushing me in a direction that we can't come back
So it's
from.
just like a very subtle thought. You're talking about telepathy now. I'm putting thoughts in your mind.
Did you know?
Oh, boy.
Did you know that they had people memorize certain words, and then when they're in deep NREM sleep, NREM sleep, also known as, they buzzed their heads with electricity to mimic the same pattern of electricity, and they were 200% better at memorizing those words. So you talk about telepathy. It's in the cards.
You think we're going to get there in the future?
That's real science, by the way. Look it up. That's not.
Maybe
not
that's the
hocus
reason this
pocus.
VOD will get millions of views in 10 years is because you just broke open that.
I did.
Because you made that up, I'm sure.
That's right.
But it's probably true because
And
in the future, anything's possible.
It is. It is. And
Except for going faster than the speed of light, apparently.
And sleep is an epidemic in America.
Yes.
Look it up. That's also true. Of course, you sleep enough for all of us.
I hibernate every night for 12 hours.
Tell the audience how long you sleep
I
for.
sleep for 12 hours, and I feel very refreshed.
And I'm telling him he has sleep apnea if he's sleeping for 12 hours a night.
I can't
Surely.
sleep. I can't sleep with a machine on my face though, so it's just
not
gonna
the
happen.
whole machine doesn't go on there. Plenty of people have sleep apnea. It's just a mask. You've been wearing one all COVID.
I've known
Maybe you
people
haven't.
that have had it, and it's very uncomfortable. I've tried it one night actually. I've test run it. Not comfortable.
Because you were trying to wear the actual machine on your face. You're like, this doesn't feel good.
It's like a VR machine. It's just not
Mask is on the
comfortable.
ground. You're trying the machine.
You know, when we get to the point where it's like wireless and the Google glasses, you know.
Yeah.
Are you into that?
I was ignoring you. Do you want to grab the chairs? Here.
No, I'm fine.
You're good?
I got my jacket's off. This is fine now.
Let me see if I can sit down. If I can go on here.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can like really lift
This
it
is
up.
going to be a really awkward segment as I talk down to you.
Jeez,
but
I'm really balding. Look at that. Good lord.
you got a little bald spot there. Yeah. I want to shave that head at some point.
That's entropy right there.
Okay. See, now you look like my son. Really disappointed son.
Papa,
I'm actually very disappointed in you.
can I eat?
I've been waiting for Jenkins to get a haircut for how long have I known you?
You keep saying to get a haircut.
I've known him for I think 8 years, but I only remember 3 of them because you just didn't exist in my life.
I remember
before
you.
that point. You remember me.
Yeah, actually.
Very memorable,
I very
apparently.
much looked up to you as somewhat of a role model, as I am right now.
You're physically looking up to me.
Yeah, and just
It's a
very
difference.
disappointed by a role model consistently ignoring your existence. It almost felt like I was being denied existence in a way.
Right.
Because you're the only person that I cared that would acknowledge me over my own father.
Wow.
Over my mother.
Wow.
Susan, my mother Susan.
What about your dog?
What about her?
Well, you listing off family members. Surely the dog is part of the family.
She doesn't think about me.
All right, let me ask you a question that's related to Dota.
Okay. Still pause, by the way.
Your favorite hero.
I'm gonna stand up again.
Not named Pudge.
My favorite hero, not.
Yes. I actually don't know the answer to this.
You
and I
don't?
feel like I know you like the back of my foot.
I can give you a hint. It's in this game.
All right, let's remember what's in this game here. Production really got sick of seeing that.
It's in the game. I stood up again.
Let's see what we got here. Oh God, if you say it's Nature's Prophet.
Yeah,
of course.
that's right.
Yeah, I should have known.
That's right.
Yeah, ever since they added that shard, you have been the most obnoxious Nature's Prophet player on the face of the earth.
It is so good. Did you know that you can solo Roshan at 15 minutes with the shard? You can have level 1.
How long does it take?
It takes like a minute to 2 minutes, depending on what.
1 to 2 minutes.
But your Nature's Prophet, so you're split pushing all the lanes. You TP in there globally. Like, what are they going to do? Look at Rosh every 2 minutes? That's actually not that much to ask.
So why don't they do that in pro games? If it's so good.
Some have. I think a lot of
Arkosh doesn't count as pro games.
A lot of that's well, now that they're relegated, definitely not.
Yes. Wait, did you guys get relegated?
We did get relegated.
Are you relegated at a Div 2?
That's right.
What? I actually didn't know that. I thought you won the tiebreaker.
We had a stand-in for the last 3 series.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that, but I figured you won.
There
'cause
was
it's
a
pretty impossible
account
not to win at that.
banning situation that happens, and multi-account.
Yeah,
so,
makes sense.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, it's the satanic rituals and whatnot.
We are so done with those like joke accounts. It has caused so many problems at this point. I'm getting kicked out of lobbies.
Everybody knows who's on the roster. It doesn't even matter.
I know.
Yeah, if you guys missed
wasn't
it,
even that-
last game, Jenkins had to use my computer, so I cast the whole game without seeing anything myself other than the production feed.
I was on
because
Gremlo.
Jenkins was on the Gremlo account, and nobody knew who Gremlo was because it's not even a Div 2 player.
You want to know why?
Div 3.
Because I had the Gremlo account. Now it's tied to my phone, and I have this old 10-year-old phone that my main account is on because I had to have 2 of them for the multiple Steam guards.
Wow, that's incredible.
So,
and your life must be so difficult.
It's like Batman and Bruce Wayne, you know?
Yeah, that's a terrible
Except
analogy.
much sexier.
I think I would put you as the Scarecrow kind of guy.
Oh, I like that character.
It's the worst character in the movies, at least.
Oh, well.
Very scary to look at.
In the show. In the show.
The cartoon?
No, not the cartoon. The live action.
There's a live action show?
Never seen it?
No.
Penguin's a great, fantastic character in that show. You'd like him.
I do like eating penguins.
Penguins kind of up your alley, I
What
feel
do you think they taste like?
The penguins?
Yeah.
You know, penguins and polar bears have never met each other.
Yeah, they're on opposite
They're
poles.
They're on different poles. So
I'm sure they've met in zoos.
I mean, I feel like what do penguins even eat? What is there to eat up there?
Well, snow.
Or are they down? Are they up or down?
They go into the water and they get fish.
Oh, they're probably like watermelon. They taste like water because they're just eating ice.
It's just very cold fish, so it probably has no taste to it.
Salt like salmon.
Anyway, back to the Dota 2.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so what do you think about production telling us we can throw it away? We do not want to throw it to a break, actually. I refuse.
This will be a hijacking.
Yes,
we will
continue to just talk out of our ass for the foreseeable future here.
Yep.
But okay, I will talk a little bit about the teams.
Go ahead.
Okay. EG, obviously, I'm much more
Can
familiar
you
with.
do like an impromptu we say things kind of intro? Because I
No.
feel like I'm the third kind of guest on that.
You've said that many times.
And I silently will sit there and chat, and sometimes the banning will happen and the muting.
Yeah, you're the silent guest.
But I will watch all the time. Which, by the way, great episode. Last it was
Sure. What did we talk about that episode?
Oh, geez, probably Phoenix Suns.
Nope. Actually, the one time we don't talk about that. Yeah.
Wow. Probably In Bruges.
Incredible. No.
Movies that Cinderin doesn't watch because he doesn't watch movies. It's not
fair.
programmed into his AI.
That's fair. Yeah. Not yet.
Oh.
I think that's going to be the next firmware update for him, that he starts watching television.
Oh, OpenAI
It's just really weird that he doesn't.
They're way too busy with that DALL-E, the AI generated images.
Oh, that thing's cool.
You've seen the Dota ones.
Yeah, those are legit.
They're
those
good.
Are very cool.
I can't seem to get mine to look like that.
So how does it work? You put in a long description. The more detailed you are, the more detailed the picture is. Or
Sometimes it feels like you put in more detail and it can just kind of grief the picture. It's like the right amount of detail. You know what?
What is the right amount of detail? How many sentences are we talking?
I'm just using a.
Explain it for people that don't even understand what we're talking.
All right, so it's basically this AI that it takes all of these Google image searches for some keywords that you put in, and it meshes it all together, and it does its best job at drawing what you've asked for.
Okay.
And so you can search
But can you put a literal essay?
I think so. Yeah.
10 pages.
Probably.
Okay.
I think it would just take a long time, and it would be so much information overload that it would just be this abstract art. Lacoste and I, we searched dwarf carrying axe, dark looking into distance or something, and it was a dwarf with an axe, with a large axe. I said giant axe.
Okay.
The looking into the distance thing was a bit wrong. The face is a bit wrong. I think a lot of the time when you see the pictures, artists have.
So how did they get those Dota 2 ones? Those were legit. You look at the pictures and you're like, I actually know what hero that is.
I think those people have access to the full thing. I'm using a baby one you can get on the internet.
Do you pay for it?
No, but
so if you pay for it, is it a subscription thing, or you need a special access?
I don't know if you can pay for the actual thing. I know people have beta. I think people have beta API keys. So maybe if you pay for it, you can get access to somebody's. You could do ones like the ones you see on the Dota Reddit. I would assume the ones on the Dota Reddit though are they use it to generate the larger form of the image, and then there's a little bit of artist, changing of the picture because they're good. They're too good. If that's actually AI, fully, I'm terrified for the future. But I've been really nice about AI. Other than just saying that, I'm scared of them, but.
You say you're scared of them so that they treat you nicely in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
It's inevitable that AI does take over at some point.
That's correct. That is correct.
We as a civilization, as a human race, we will evolve into something that it's either going to be a hybrid human, part machine, part human, or just robots are going to be taking us over at some point. Could be 1,000 years, could be 10,000 years. Who knows? Could be tomorrow.
You know what I think? I think that the universe has already happened, and all universes exist within a black hole of another universe, and all the black holes that we have are just.
So we're in a black hole.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, exactly. In a larger universe, that's how the multiverse works. It's it's a space within space thing. There's none of this space-time BS and multiverses. there's no thing above space. It's
So
just
everything
all...
has happened.
That's right. Have you seen Everything Everywhere All?
Oh, it's good.
It's very good.
S-tier movie.
It's exceptional.
One of the best movies
it's
ever
very
made,
good.
in my opinion. If that's not nominated for an Oscars, then I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I was pretty mind-blown.
Great movie. Great movie. Highly recommend.
You know what I liked about that movie? That you watch the trailer, and it looks good, but they don't show you stuff that I think other movies would have been baited to show
Other
you.
trailers will show you basically what happens from beginning to end.
Yes. Like the first...
I don't know how you'd even do that, though,
No
for this
spoiling,
movie.
but the first big fight with the villain,
The villain's great.
that first fight
So good.
is I'm trying really hard not to spoil.
Yeah.
But like the way that fight plays out, it's like if you're a guy making a trailer and you see that fight, you're like, we got to put that in there. Like
Right.
anybody's going to buy tickets to the movie after seeing that.
I don't know if that's true, though, because if, like, out of context, it looks maybe weird. But then as it builds up,
That's
it's
true.
God tier.
That's true.
So I don't know if it would look good in a trailer. But
Yeah.
either way, I'm happy that nothing got spoiled.
Yeah.
It was really, really good.
It was very unspoiled.
Definitely something worth multiple watches.
Definitely.
In the multiverse.
Yeah, check that out.
All right, so let's segue a bit back to Dota.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you a little... Let's try to do a ranking list, okay?
They're playing tic-tac-toe, by the way, a bit of tic-tac-toe
All right.
action.
Yeah, very good. Can we do an AGS rank list
An
of
AGS.
these 10 heroes?
In AGS, okay.
Let's take the top 3
Okay.
and order them. One,
Okay.
2, 3.
Sure.
So, Nature's Prophet has the root thing.
Oh, they're trying.
With the ult, right? Oh, that's unfortunate. I was really getting into the groove. As we're now on pause, and believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, you are here to watch Dota.
Yeah, there's a
And
game.
we will be talking about Dota.
That's right. Let's get to those
And maybe we'll
eggs.
fit those ags in later. Do a little separate podcast later, I think. As again, EG versus Aster. This is game number 2 of a 2-game series, so there will be no game 3. And Aster came out in that game number 1 and shellacked the crap out of EG to a degree I haven't seen them withstand since the last major, really.
Yep.
Last major, they got dumpster, but that was without Fly. So with Fly, it's been a long time since I've seen that.
Yeah, it has. And we will see in this game if this is just one of those cases of 2 very high-tier teams playing against each other and one just getting, outdrafted 70-30. Like you sometimes just see those drafts where it's just weighted very favorably in one way. It's like, oh, we got outdrafted, guys, go again. And then game 2 looks a lot more competitive, or even goes the opposite way of shellacking. That happens.
I mean, the thing about, I know we're talking a lot about EG. Obviously, we're a lot more familiar with them because we cast a ton of them, but this lineup, I feel like, has almost no weaknesses. You have ridiculous push. You have great catch. You have good save with Wyvern. You have a lot of damage. I mean, even if you take into account the tag team with all the summons, it's crazy amounts of damage. And the tower push is I wouldn't say it's amazing, but it's quite good. Like, it's probably like A tier.
Okay. I will say
What's the
that
downside with this lineup?
the downside is that I feel like if they do go late game against Spectre, it's very hard for them to win.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Oh, boy. Back to the button. No, we'll see.
3% packet loss. Okay, so we got
3% is not noticeable. How do they even know that?
I mean,
How do they even know?
when you're, there's
Pro players are so picky.
literally millions of dollars on the line, considering this will determine TI for a lot of teams.
Yeah,
So
that is true. And
literally-
EG is not even close to going to TI yet, right?
Let's
look at their...
I think they're in.
Wait, are they in?
I think they're probably
There's
in.
no way.
Oh, wait.
Oh, they're... Okay, they're...
Yeah, they've got
They're
1,052. So I think they're likely to go.
So it's very likely.
It's likely, but I think they would still like to secure some points.
So a few extra points here or there doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
And then for Aster, what are they at?
Aster is...
Just a couple slots lower.
A couple slots lower. They've got... So EG has 1,052. Aster has 940 points. And I'm pretty sure I remember Knoxville saying if you have 1,000, you're, like, very, very likely to go.
Mm-hmm.
So EG is quite likely to go. Aster is also...
That's good news for Fnatic, who are just above the 1,000 threshold.
Yes, it is.
Considering they have 3 stand-ins this tournament.
Apparently, they're doing very well with those stand-ins, though, which I suppose is not a surprise, considering...
If you get that many stand-ins, it becomes another team entirely.
That would
which it's
be
mostly TSM.
Yeah. But you have to consider Fnatic also has Sunbe here. So technically, it's a split. It is half TSM, half Fnatic.
50-50.
And I was on the plane with Sunbe and Braille, actually. And Sunbe, he's a endless bucket of information. Like, the guy is just... He can't turn it off. He's a fountain of ideas. And it's like, this is wrong. People are picking this hero. It's not that good. You can solve it using this. I'm just not going to reveal any of his little secrets. I wasn't supposed to be listening.
Oh, I thought he was talking to you.
No. I said, hey, Sunbeam.
You're just eavesdropping.
I said, hey, Sunbeam. He's like, ugh. Kept walking. So I started eavesdropping. I was like, well, if he's going to ignore me, I'm just going to make my way into this conversation.
Not a very Canadian thing of you to do.
No, but I was in America. We were over the border.
Ah, okay. So you can become American at will.
Yeah, I did some barging. I barged.
Okay. And what did they say?
Oh, just all sorts of great information on how to beat every team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, how to improve.
So you're expecting them to do well?
I would expect them to do very well, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I did talk to Sunby. We talked about BKB cooldowns.
Yeah.
We talked about the win rate discrepancy between Radiant and Dire. Dire now has a 60% win rate. And I think a big reason for that is you can now do the pulling action, the creep wave pulling action on the Dire side. You could not do that before. And also, with BKBs being on such a long damn cooldown, if you press one and you try to go split push a side lane, you just die. And so there's a lot more like hunting around the map that's happening. And because of that, you don't just take over the enemy jungle and then stay there forever. Nobody does that anymore. It is this constant map movement happening, which is why you see heroes like Batrider, Nature's Prophet comes back into the meta. Remember when people talked about split pushing being terrible? It's like, oh, split pushing is bad.
It was bad for a while.
Yeah, because of outposts, right? But people are moving around so fast now that Nature's Prophet being able to get in, push one wave, then get out is actually good again. So I think, yeah, I think people are just like running around the map literally fast. And by fast, that is, okay, I thought that was something on the map that was not PG.
Looks like a Jenkins minimap.
Oh, actually, they're drawing that the wave is going to be cut at the 40-second mark.
Yeah.
I can actually see that.
That says
and then
50.
And then 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Okay.
Who's drawing that?
That is Earth Spirit.
Okay.
Which is Baboka.
Baboka.
Yep. My boy.
Very nice. Nice to know their strats in advance as we are ready to go again. Hopefully the Kale goes away. And into the game we go again.
I see what he's drawing because Nightfall's solo up here. So they know he's going to use the Wolves to cut. It's a tri-lane bottom.
Okay. So tri-lane. Very interesting.
Yeah.
As Nightfall actually is going to TP out.
He's cutting with the Wolves.
He TPs to the tier 1 tower again, or the tier 2, I guess.
Yeah.
Get back into the lane. And we're going to see first blood from Arteezy thanks to this tri-lane. So it actually pays off pretty much immediately. And now they're going to disperse it with Crit going to the top lane to accompany Nightfall, who's gotten a little bit of... Well, I guess he hasn't really gotten XP yet. But
no, he's got the wave, though, with the Wolves.
Yep, he has. He's going to get poison touched as Siamese Cat is here to reapply it.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, it's kind of cool that Aster knew about that, too. Unfortunately, you know, they still get first blood anyway.
Oh, my. 5 sticky napalm stacks by Abed. And that Firefly on top of Ori doesn't look like it's going to result in a kill. But Ori taking heavy damage anyway. Has the stick right now. So, obviously a great counter to that Batrider hero. Talk to me about the Darkseer. In this entire 30-minute process that we've talked, we haven't brought up this hero, which is
that's right.
It's not a hero you see all too often. Obviously, the panel did talk about it, but since it's been so long, refresh our memories. You got the Ion Shell with the Earth Spirit combo, always very nice. But why Darkseer in this game?
You do get all the Lycan auras, so that's pretty nice when you get an illusion of him. It's not so good against Nature's Prophet. I mean, I guess he does build stat items, so it's okay. Not great against Batrider either.
From like a wall standpoint?
Yeah, from a wall standpoint, but it's, you know, normal punch is still very good as an ability. I think that's strong. And it's really good to like buff up a Razor to run in. I think this is going to be all around like just making Ori a beast.
I see. Okay. Yep, Surge on top of a Razor, pretty scary stuff. Already max move speed anyway, but when do you get, when's that talent? Is that a 25 talent, the AoE Surge?
Yeah, it's a 25 talent, but most people take the other one. They go for the Refresher and the Parallel Wall.
Yeah, do you still go for like Aghanim Scepter on Darkseer to get the buff from the Ion Shell? It's crit.
Most people don't.
Get Siamese Cat stuck inside the shards for the time being.
He's trying to block.
The Wolves, yeah, they're going to outmaneuver Dazzle just a bit here. Nice block action, but the dagger, going to force crit back entirely. And they do have some options for the Wolves here with the Shadow Wave. Obviously, Dazzle pretty adept at dealing with that if they're close to a wave.
You know, these days it seems like there's so many more double melee off lanes than there are like melee plus range.
Yeah, it's great.
It's all wave cutting because you can do it on both sides now, and it gives you access to. I mean, like Tusk Lycan doesn't seem like that sick, but you want them both in the game. But in terms of the lane, it's like, eh. I mean, I guess you can like tag team with the Wolves, but they're not really getting the damage, so it's like whatever. But in the game, you know, it's like they want both the Tusk and the Lycan, so just cut the wave, go even.
Fly's gonna have to pop the Arctic Burn here as Arteezy looking to deal some damage to Baboka, but will likely not result in a kill. And you can see Arteezy off to a pretty good start. Top of the CS charts right now at 18-7, and the counterpart in Monet, 13-11. So a lot of denies for Monet. Obviously, they've been pulling a lot, and as we're seeing, Abed, he's gone real deep. Ori looks to be dead. The Fairy Fire not able to keep him alive, and a nice sidestep by Abed, keeping him outside the arms of Baboka. You can see Siamese Cat is pursuing as well. Abed looks to be dead, though. Baboka will get credit for that one. But a really nice solo kill from Abed.
Yeah, that's bad versus Razor. I mean, Razor 1v1 solo, like, of course Razor's going to out-CS a Bat. Bat's damage is atrocious. He really needs levels, but the kill threat is always there until Razor gets BKB, and it takes a long time.
And Poison Touch in the top lane. Nightfall getting gone on.
No TP.
Dagger there as well. You can see the Desolate damage is really adding up. He is just slowed to a crawl. They're looking to give the last hit to Monet, and he will get it quite easily. And Baboka on the other side of the lane here looks to be taken out. This time by Arteezy, but that's one of the few times you see the punish of Lycan not going boots, which a lot of times you don't see it until like past the 30-minute mark.
Yeah.
They go the Helm of the Overlord and just relying on the move speed once that ult is up.
Yeah, it makes Dazzle incredible for killing Lycan in lane, and Spectre. They've got the double slow. And
do you think that he? I mean, is it too late to go for it? I know that sounds weird, but
boots?
Well, mainly because like, is he going to go into the jungle at some point?
Nah, you don't go boots. He's so close to his Helm Dom. You just farm that. I think if he dies a couple of times, whatever.
So after Helm Dom, do you go straight for Helm of the Overlord, or then do you go boots? Again, I've seen a lot of no boots.
I think Helm of the Overlord, and then maybe even drums instead of boots. You just skip boots entirely. Drums are nice because you buff all of your units.
Like, do you ever go boots?
On Lycan? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Interesting.
You're an offlaner. If you're dying, whatever, you know?
True. Flame Break actually pushes Ori away, so Abed not able to pursue. But we can see that Baboka is hiding in the trees to save his mid laner. He's going to roll out to try to take the rune, and he'll be successful, snapping that, or snatching that haste rune from Fly's fingers.
This is a catapult wave. Looks like Abed wants to dive a bit here.
A lot of the creeps are already taken out, but he's going to fortify just a little bit longer. As Nightfall again getting gone on, and just absolutely slowed to a crawl. Arteezy getting gone on in the bot lane, though. As you see the vacuum back into the fray, it looks like Arteezy is going to die, along with Nightfall, who is just so freaking slow. Might as well be sheeped at this point. And 2 cores dead for EG.
Has been killed.
Rethinking those boots, Jenkins. I'm rethinking those boots.
I mean, he could TP too. It's just that he wants to be he wants the TP to be up for when he dies and respawns and comes back to his top lane.
Abed getting off a nice flame break. Does have the lasso, but XXS looks mega dead right here with several sticky napalm stacks on top of him. Baboka looking for collateral onto crit, but he's not going to find it. So a nice cleanup here from EG. Abed is the one doing extremely well. Obviously, Arteezy still top net worth despite that death. But really the story is, again, Nightfall dying twice in the laning stage, which, again, to reiterate, he has been, in my estimation, the most consistent player for the past, it's like since last TI when he wasn't even on the roster. He's been the most consistent player on their team.
I think both of these games have been a little weird for him. Not to make excuses for him, but he got kind of tri-lane for a bit in the previous game, and in this one he's been left alone against a dual lane as Lycan. He's just like pulling with wolves. So he's not getting spoon-fed as much as we usually see from EG.
Dire's middle tower
and the trade-off is that Abed is getting these rotations to mid, and Abed is huge. And Arteezy's doing pretty well too.
Yep. You can can see Arteezy's made his way to the mid lane to help take out this tier 1 tower, but they're going to get backstabbed here from Aster. The poison touch to start things out. Baboka with the roll-in. Ori is here as well with the static link. Arteezy is mega dead. Obviously, Fly not even level 6 yet, so can't curse. We see the lasso from Abed trying to get some collateral kill here onto Ori. Gets Grave for the time being. He's actually doing a lot of damage, but he won't find the kill onto Abed. You can see another Urn Charge applied by Baboka. So 1-for-1 to start, but finally Baboka gets his revenge onto Abed. We'll see if they can get one on Crit as well. So this is turning out really nicely for Aster overall as the snowball comes in, but just delays the inevitable. And again, a heal comes out on the Crit, but he is likely to fall nonetheless. So it ends up being a 2-for-1. Make it a 3-for-1. A beautiful roll from Baboka. Very nicely played from this Earth Spirit.
Baboka in that fight was doing something really cool where he was doing nothing. He was standing on the high ground and not rolling on Abed in the river, even though he could have hit him with a roll. But if Abed gets hit by the roll and then presses Flame Break, like maybe he can run away. He just sat up there, constantly throwing out Urn Charges onto Abed, and it meant that Abed had no like good choice to make, because no matter where he goes, Baboka's going to roll on him. It was just super nice positioning, because the rest of Baboka's team was on the other side. So it felt like if he just stayed up there and he didn't commit to rolling in, that Abed had nowhere to go.
And we'll see a smoke now from EG, who again, like we're exiting the laning stage. 2K deficit, something we're not used to seeing. Ori picking out a nice fat stack here, but here comes the snowball, flame break fall. You can see the TP's coming in, but Nightfall with that ult available to him, end up taking out Ori again. That is going to be his, is that his 3rd death? Yes, his 3rd death of the game. So he is the one struggling for Aster, while EG, it's been Nightfall, but with that ult now, and the tomato creep, Sprout going to help them out. Looks like Siamese Cat's going to drop as well. And see if they can get the tier 1 tower in addition.
Yeah, he TP'd from top to try to help.
Oh my god, did the tomato get all those creeps? I think the tomato stole like all those creeps.
May have been his creep stealing. We just saw.
Very unfortunate, Abed. Getting some continual sticky napalm stacks. His Fly still not level 6. He's going to need that tome.
He's dead.
Abed looks to be mega dead, but there's a Cold Embrace. Crit trying to split some damage here. They're going to lose Abed, and Crit will likely fall next. Baboka does end up dropping, so it's a 2-for-1. Better than it could have been, although Ori ends up dying to Arteezy. He just keeps dying over and over. That's the 4th death for him. My goodness.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see that one, but he's in the top lane, which I thought was going to die anyway. Interesting.
So he has no Quelling Blade on Ori against Nature's Prophet, no phase boots. So it's very easy to sprout him in and body block him with the trees here, which I assume is what he just died to. A lot of the time you'll see Razors go for phase boots and pick up a Quelling, because especially against a carry Nature's Prophet. Oh, that's a lasso.
Lasso on position 1 Spectre, gets snowballed in, flame break back and punched into the air. Crit set everything up there, as Abed obviously helped with the lasso, but and Arteezy TP'd in to get some experience.
a kill stealing action from the carry Natures. That's the job. You know, it's part of the job description.
Yeah, very true.
That's the way she goes.
You see the replay here, but Abed just wrong place, wrong time. But there we see the top lane, so
he's just
Ori
stuck,
just
dude.
Completely surrounded.
Yeah.
Man.
Bro, that's when you sell the treads and get phase boots, honestly.
Yeah.
That feels bad.
I mean, that's going to be something. I mean, do they need to get a force staff? Is that like the main?
Oh, for sure. Definitely.
Main counter to this?
Yeah, you gotta get a force staff against Nature's Prophet. I mean, even against Tusk Shards, but once Nature's picks up the Sprout Leashes talent,
yeah,
you need phase boots quelling, but that's 2 slots. Like, that sucks, especially on a ranged hero.
Or just get a battlefield.
Yeah, exactly.
Your quelling can upgrade to something.
That has happened before. It has happened.
Well, not on a range here.
No, but you need Battlefield plus phase boots.
Abed with the flame break, can't quite find the distance. He's gonna get Spectral Dagger, attempting to TP out, but the vacuum will cancel it. So Aster again gonna find the kill onto Abed. Looks like Monet gets credit for that one. Crit continually getting charged on with this urn as Baboka finishes him off. So a 2-for-0. Aster is just all over the place. And I feel like, not to put anything on Ori here, but outside the Ori kills, this has felt like an Aster dumpster game.
It has,
but
yeah.
Ori has kept this very even for
He's
EG.
keeping EG in the game. Yeah, he definitely is. Baboka is weighing it in the other direction, though. I mean, he's involved in 11 of the 13 kills that Aster has. And this is Earth Spirit. It's not like he's Zeus, so these numbers are inflated. Like, the guy's legit setting everything up. It's just...
I mean, the real interesting thing interesting thing about this is that Ori is still top net worth on his team and second in the game. How is that even possible with how many deaths he has? That is crazy. They've been stacking for him. He's been plasma fueling these down consistently, but you'd think the deaths would mean a little bit more. And we'll have to talk about Spectre's build here in just a moment as Abed Flame Break. Ori gets off the illusion rune, I believe, but he's still going to find the real one with the lasso, and Nightfall's in the area as well in that Lycan form. Looking to finish off Ori, but he's got a big static link. He's going to get Surge and Grave, so he is more than fine. Abed on the cliff, and he is dead. So EG completely punished for this, as Crit getting chased down now by Ori with all that massive damage that he accumulated in this fight. Fly's TP canceled, so Aster coming out way on top in this fight. A 3 for nothing.
And this isn't a game that EG is supposed to be running down towers and snowballing. Like, they are the team that's supposed to set the pace in this game. They're playing into Darkseer. This is a late game hero. They're playing into Spectre. This is a very late game hero. Ori's feeding. You know, he's the only guy that can set pace. But, like, Baboka is just playing out of his mind on this Earth Spirit. Even Monet showing up to the fights. He's getting active on Spectre. Oh, Arteezy. Back wall. Wall does not connect, but creates enough space for them to know exactly where he wants to go. So he is brought to his knees as Ori gets credit for that. And I mean, you can see Arteezy does have a bit of distance on the rest of the pack in terms of just the farm, but that's kind of what Nature's Prophet should be. It's almost like an alchemist to a degree, where you should be farming better than everybody. Yeah, you click somewhere, you go there. Like, you can farm literally anything at any point.
And what about the Spectre build? Because Sheep was talking about how some of these teams like to go Manta into, I think, what was the second item? Because Ags was third.
Scotty, I think?
So Manta, Scotty, and then Ags. Do you like that build this game?
I think it's fine. I think the generic Spectre build is good. The Ags is like, it's a really good item, but if you're showing up on somebody with nothing other than an Ags, what's the point in you being there? It just doesn't do anything. It's like Santa Claus coming down the chimney without gifts, you know? What's the point of him being in your house? That's a bit creepy if he's not bringing in gifts.
That sounds more like an intruder than anything.
That is a home invasion.
Yeah, I think so.
So I like it.
Although he is jolly, so maybe he's good for conversation.
That's right. Right before you die.
Abed's getting static linked. Ori doesn't get a really long one here. You see the Ice Shards blocking him off completely from the rest of his team. He pops the BKB, but the right clicks are pretty fearsome coming from Nightfall. They're going to turn their sights on to the Siamese cat instead. He graves himself. And is that actually going to be enough to live? He's getting blocked by his own creeps, and Arteezy has to end the pursuit. Now Abed getting rolled on and kicked back into the fray. Ori with a nice plasma field. There's a cold embrace to try to save Abed for the time being, but there's the big curse, a huge vacuum into essentially nothing, though. Walrus Punch comes out. They've already lost Baboka along with Siamese Cat, so it's a 2 for nothing, and XXS falls to Abed as well. And Abed somehow staying alive throughout all of this. They have lost Arteezy, though, as Crit and company looking to potentially reset. A nice sidestep there as Baboka flies off the map. Abed continuing to pursue, but Baboka getting a decent distance now. And Crit has to be careful. He's extremely low on HP. So they lose Arteezy, but they get essentially everybody outside of the Spectre.
Supports on both sides, carrying this game pretty hard. Wyvern looked really strong in that fight with the saves. Tusk kiting quite a lot. Abed, he's even gone for this support build, which we have seen this from him a lot recently, going for the Tranquil Boots and Drum of Endurance. Makes him very tanky, super active early. Means that he's less of like some crazy farming split pushing hero, but he's very powerful.
Oh, we're gonna have another fight, man. This is a big brawling game for sure. As a huge punch in the air as Fly gets credit for the kill onto Baboka. Arteezy, he's the one actually segregated from his team a little bit here. Cold Embrace is gonna save him for the time being, but he's getting static linked. And you can see Ori, he has to be careful though. He's very low HP as Nightfall is continuing to right click it, but there's the Grave along with the BKB. Can he get the distance? The Snowball is coming in from the outside. Not gonna connect as Crit now puts himself in a bit of a precarious spot. But it looks like EG, now that they've lost Arteezy, don't want to fight any longer. So another fight where it feels like this is so back and forth. This is a really entertaining game.
It's back and forth, and it's not just like the support's dying on either side. Like, the cores are dying.
Yeah. Oh, Ori getting gone on. You can see Nightfall with that ult. The Dragon is doing a lot of damage. There's the Grave, though. And you can see Siamese Cat doing a great job this game, but it's not going to save Ori this time around. And in fact, he will get out with that casual TP. So not able to clean up the Dazzle, but again, the core kill is what they came for. And you can just see this combo from Nightfall. Being able to ult and just have the Dragon and all his creeps just go max speed, kind of crazy. And now into the Roche Pit EG goes.
I would normally beg the question, is Ori even a core now that he's died this much? But he's still incredibly farmed somehow. Through all of this, he's still farming insanely well. Or maybe nobody's farming well in this game. Everybody's just fighting. Maybe that's the...
That is true. That's a good point. I'd be interested to see like what a normal Nature's Prophet net worth would be at this.
Yeah.
It might be higher.
Because
right.
Arteezy's been dying as well. Fly?
Yep, he's getting kicked back, and he looks to be mega dead. The rest of his team not anywhere close. Only 30-second downtime, though.
Top tower is under attack.
But we can see that it's a very even game. Obviously, EG now have the Aegis on their side.
Radiant
And we'll see if Arteezy and company can use it to gain a little bit more map control. There's still 3 outer towers to go through.
How do you feel about this? I know you've got an opinion on this. We've been watching NADBC for a long time, since day one. Abed doing this Batrider, no boots of travel.
Boots of bearing?
Boots of bearing.
Hell yeah.
He loves this.
That's great.
You like it?
I mean, I don't know if I like it, but I love it at the same time.
All right. That's approval, I guess. I don't know. I'm very confused.
The recipe is really expensive.
It is.
So I feel like, yeah, going for like a blink or something in between, or even, I mean, boots of travel are pretty normal in this hero.
They're pretty normal. Everybody else does it.
So you don't get slowed from Plasma Field, Poison Touch as well. Spectral Dagger.
Earth Spirit Kick.
Yeah, but it's only like, they nerfed it, so I think it's 2 seconds, if I'm not mistaken, of just not being able to be slowed. So it's all about timing.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm very curious.
He does this every game, though. Almost every game.
Does he do? I don't remember him doing this in the DPC.
He did. He did.
I must not have been casting or paying attention, or both.
That is...
Probably was casting and not paying attention.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Bottle to haste, too. That's like the best hero to get a haste root on in Dota is Batrider.
That's nice. As you can see, Nightfall still working on the Assault Cuirass. Still no boots. But he does have the win lace, which is very important. You see the Dota Plus win probability, 83%. Dota Plus does love Spectre. Not sure how accurate that... It doesn't feel like 80-20. Momentum does feel slightly EG, but their lineup is not as good late.
I don't think Dota Plus favors Batrider. Like, you go late game on this guy, and you get the 25 talent for the sticky napalm on your W. You get the 20 talent that gives you 2 charges of the W. It's legit. If you lasso somebody with Refresher, it's like 10,000 damage in a single combo. It's insane. But I do think Spectre late game is something to behold.
Yep.
It is. There's not much.
If you had to choose a carry late game that's just fully farmed.
What timing? Because 60 minutes and 80 minutes are actually different. Because at 80 minutes, I want a Rapier carry. I don't want Spectre.
Okay, let's say a normal late game, so 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
40 to 60 minutes.
A Spectre makes the game very easy because you press R and you see everything.
Yeah. Is he the best, do you think?
Probably not the best. What's better?
Medusa's up there.
Medusa's up there.
Terrorblade.
Gyro's actually quite up there because of...
Faceless Void. I mean, the problem with Faceless Void, he's kind of relying on his ult.
Yeah, he pauses time and just kills anything in the chrono.
And if you have 6-stack items, you're going to kill everybody.
You're going to kill anybody, even a Spectre, because you can have items to deal with. That's the thing with Dota, is that...
It's not clear-cut. It's not black and white.
Yeah, it's such a nice game because there's items to deal with anything.
For the jump, he's going to get the lasso. This is going to be onto Baboka to start things off. Arteezy jumps in as well. Nightfall gets credit for it. Look at all these summons that EG has to their disposal.
That's a great jump. I think they need to give Baboka that respect this game. A lot of the time jumping at Earth Spirit feels like, you know, you're going on the guy that like wants to initiate anyway.
This looks like the Jenkins special here. Sorry, Gremlo special here.
Right, that's a different person. That's a classic.
He's very good at getting his treants killed repeatedly.
It's true.
Doing about 100 damage to the tower.
Worth it. Hashtag worth. Arteezy's one of the few carry Nature's Prophets that I see that value split pushing as much as the offlane Nature's Prophets. He does a lot of really cool creep dragging stuff, where he'll drag one creep wave to another and then ult and TP there and summon 2 big trees and kill it. Like, he does some cool stuff.
Now the AC is up for Nightfall, and Arteezy, I think he's going Mjolnir, right? So 300 away from finishing that.
Keep in mind with that AC, whenever the wall gets dropped, you just get a Lycan illusion with all of his auras. So
true,
it can go both ways. So they're gonna get a Vlad's and an AC aura when XXS.
I don't care. I just hit the creeps.
Drops that wall.
Yeah.
It is harder to hit on a Lycan than other heroes though, considering the haste move speed. That would.
Yeah. So the Darkseer did end up going Ag, so Ion Shell will have 2 charges and give a little bit of HP. Always a nice pickup for him. And I would expect if this game goes mega late after the blink, he's going to go like Refresher or like, I don't know. Do you want to go Shiva's this game? Maybe. Shiva's is decent.
Shiva's is pretty good. I mean, against all the summons.
But I feel like maybe Refresher's not worth it considering you don't have a great illusion. Like, the Lycan is good. It's not like you're getting a Terrorblade.
Yeah, no. There's not great illusion targets. You definitely go for some other build. Blink. Sheep is really good this game. Catch Abed out on the side lanes, who is walking onto a sentry. He was very close to him.
Yeah, we're going to see the roll in. Up with the counter initiation from Crit, gets off a nice snowball, so Nightfall will likely survive here. Going to get rolled on again, does Crit, so he's going to be the sacrifice for EG, as you hear the repeated haunt, but it's really just the Aghanim Scepter, I believe, from Spectre.
Nope.
Nope, it's not. That was a real haunt.
Nope.
Okay. So he is going Scotty. He's not,
middle
is
tower
he not
is
finished
under
with it?
attack.
I think it's coming on the courier.
Is it?
Yeah. It's
Okay. So Scotty finished for Monet.
So he just haunted without the Scotty, and now he has the Scotty.
Yeah.
This is a nice timing for EG whenever Crit respawns. And you see Crit pinging, Earth Spirit is missing. Once again, I really like that they're putting value on Baboka this game. He's been carrying all of the team fights.
Well, who better to recognize the most important player to take out than the Earth Spirit player himself in Crit, right?
Yeah.
Abed. Wow, that's a flaming pile of shit on that cliff. That was a lot. Gracious. That cosmetic is crazy.
Yeah. What do they call it when you leave the poo bag at somebody's door that's on fire?
There must be a name for it. I'm not sure.
There is a name.
You have experience for that as well.
Yeah. Don't remember the name.
Yeah. Just a national pastime in America, of course.
Yep. Oh, double smoke.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Double click there. Miscommunication. EG invading Aster's jungle, but we can see that there's nobody there, so we'll see if they end up getting some wards off. They will. Looking for a pick off.
That's a deep ward from that.
Dire's bottom tower is under
That is a
attack.
good ward for the Bat Rider on your team.
Absolutely. And Crit. I was hoping he was going to be building Aghanim Scepter because that would have been. I feel like it's a good game for it potentially. Not good against Spectre, but
every other hero, it's nice.
Dire's top tower is under
BKB
attack.
on Baboka. Oh, doggy. All right. So Earth Spirit not going to be so easy to take out, but there he does get off the BKB, but the lasso obviously goes through it. He's taking a lot of damage. It's a huge back wall on the entirety of EG. We'll see how much damage this does in the end, as Arteezy is kind of ignoring it for now. And they're going to be able to find Baboka despite having that BKB. Crit looks to be relatively dead. He's going to get Cold Embrace for the time being. Ori gets off the static link on Arteezy, attempting to TP out. He'll be successful. He's back home. Fly and Nightfall look to be just fine as well, as Crit actually doing a ton of damage to Ori. Flame Break keeping him quite low, but the Grave ends up saving him for the time being as well. Abed blinks in. He really wants this kill onto Ori. Apparently 5 deaths isn't enough. A nice vacuum though. Monet, he's also quite low. Abed really wants to finish somebody off. Flame Break. And Manta ends up taking off that debuff, so some way, somehow, the Razor and Spectre survive. It ends up just being a 1-for-1.
Dude, these are the most beautiful vacuums from XXS.
That was dirty.
It's insane, these vacuums. But there's just nothing to follow it up.
They don't have a real wombo combo.
They don't. I mean, the Earth Spirit, it used to be a wombo combo when the kick stunned. But now you've got the roll. You're only going to hit that on one target. It's not... the vacuum into kick slow is not that impressive. The best thing they probably have is the Dazzle Charm. Poison Touch.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, they got all the illusions.
On the roll in, but not going to end up hitting Abed here. They scanned out just ahead of that. Try to get some pickoffs here from Aster's perspective. we can see the next Roche will be up in 30 seconds. As already 4 Boots of Bearing charges have been, actually probably more than that because they do refresh. Fly looks to be dead. Let's get off another Cold Embrace. There's a roll in there, not really going to do much. So they will lose Fly, but he technically has buyback if he wanted to use it for like a Roche fight, but as we see, Roche still another 15 seconds, so to see. Okay, the buyback comes through. Lasso is there, and they're going to be able to take out XSS to start this fight. And Ori absolutely getting shredded by Lycan. And the Sprout actually keeping him alive a little bit with that grave. He's going to TP back to base. It looks like the Dazzle drops instead, so it's a 2-for-0 in favor of EG. Monet gets glimmered. And I believe the Roche Pit is what EG has their sights on now, and that has the Aegis and the Shard.
Monet actually picked up an Invis-Rune, which is very
was it Invis?
Very lucky, very lucky.
Figured it was a glimmer.
Because I think otherwise, probably EG chases there, and he was like very out of position based on how that fight went. This does mean I do think EG kills this quick enough. Yeah, Aster, they're not even interested in contesting this.
All right, who gets the Shard? Arteezy already has his.
That is.
I'm gonna say Bat Rider.
Nightfall took his.
Okay, so Nightfall, that's the extra wolf in the random lane pushing.
Yes. Yeah.
It adds up.
It's good.
It's not like great.
If you can show up to a tower that like has 2 wolves in the lane already, it is actually pretty significant tower damage because it cripples towers now.
You know, I know that he's not a core and that you always give a shard to the core, but I actually think this game, the best choice was Fly. He's been getting off a lot of cold embraces and just having a Splinter Blast come out from out, like they've always surrounded them. I feel like that is super value this game, like in theory.
The cooldown reduction on the cold embrace too is definitely impactful. It gives it pretty solid uptime. And it's 1200 range too, by the way, on the cold.
And I know this is something they take into account, like he wants to be low net worth. So adding 1400, sometimes you don't want that because you expect to die.
You want to die and then buy back, yeah. Which is not just like a passing thought for teams of this caliber. At this point in Dota, it's pretty well known since the OG winning TI days. Like that's how they won the first TI that they won. Was dying, having a guy buy back, and so everybody's very cognizant of it these days.
So 4 minutes with the Aegis for EG. As they've mounted a bit of a lead now, so they look totally different. Obviously, this lineup we've talked about, they've had a lot of success with in the past, so kind of a comfort style, if you want to call it that. I think Fly usually would play Dazzle in this scenario, but obviously Wyvern is very similar in nature with the save and push. Much better team fight.
Both teams have some solid backliners that need to be caught here. Although EG's not really been focusing on Dazzle at all. Siamese Cat has been getting away scot-free, but Boca's been the focus for them.
Yep, that is true. They did deward that deep ward, of course. It was pretty obvious that's how they got their initiation off. So doing that again for EG is going to be quite difficult. As I say that, he gets destroyed. Big back wall, though. Everybody inside these illusions. But the curse to try to counteract it. XSS is getting extremely low. It's going to get graved up. See Fly getting low as well. It's going to be a 1-for-2 to start things out. Arteezy dies, but that's just the Aegis. Nightfall trying to reset, has his Triceratops at his ready. Monet looks like he's going to get dropped. A double kill for Nightfall. All right, he's got the Spider Legs, does Ori, so that's one way to get out of these Sprout leashes. But another god tier back wall, but nothing still come out on top.
Just nothing. And with Boca being dead, the fights just don't look the same for Aster. He's kind of their only stunning guy.
Yeah, that's true.
He's the only dude that
give credit to EG for targeting him constantly. We're going to see another vacuum here. XSS. Looks like he'll live. Arteezy really pressuring, though.
Get to see the back wall.
Yeah, Ori. Okay, static link on a Nightfall. Looks like he's going to... Oh, that was a long TP. It's actually going to cost him. The Plasma Field finishes him off. So Aster able to actually find a pickoff despite having the number disadvantage.
Where did he TP to?
I don't know.
Is that a mid TP? He might have TP'd mid trying to be greedy.
Or an outpost, maybe. I mean, it could have been a misclick as well.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. Arteezy, by the way, went for the 5 Treant Summon talent, which I love that people are doing this now. It feels like the attack speed. You're already building a lot of attack speed items, and the hero also has the highest agility gain in the game for a non-agi hero. Nature's Prophet stats are just insane. as of course
The good body.
the vac. Is it a 5-man?
Oh,
it was another 5-man.
yeah.
That's the second 5-man vac wall of this game. And then they lose the fight.
They've lost. Maybe you should get less than 5 heroes and you win the fight. Have to find
I don't know if you're XXS. How do you look at this game and be like, oh, here's what I should have done differently?
I should have got different teammates for this.
Yeah, I don't know what else you like.
Well,
it's
I
playing
think
perfectly.
Part of it is the synergy, right? Obviously, there is like Baboka's the one getting gone on, so you don't have that kick.
You
like
don't.
that is a pretty good combo if you can set it up perfectly.
It's not that good.
It's okay.
It's more than nothing.
Based on what they have at the disposal,
more than
it might
nothing,
be their
yeah.
best. Okay, Plasma Field is okay.
Yeah.
But there's not like anything big.
Vacuum into plasma field. That's so scuffed.
Hey, if you get it right on the edge, that's a lot of damage.
That's right. That's
Extra slow on top of the slow from the vacuum or from the wall.
Yeah.
So.
Does he have a Shivas yet?
I'm really struggling to find the combos.
No, he's going for a Lotus as well.
We were so excited for the Darkseer pick, and I mean, it's showing that it's
exciting,
good, but it's
yeah.
not, it doesn't synergize necessarily. As we're going to see the fight on the other side here now, focusing again on Baboka. He's going to get saved though. Nightfall continuing to try to right-click him. He's going to get the bash, but he's not going to continue on. Baboka will be able to roll away, and he actually dies to Abed's Flame Break, I believe, as Arteezy pops the BKB, continue to right-click inside this wall, kind of ignoring it for the most part as Ori looking to finish somebody off on the sideline. They're only going to lose to Abed. He's going to buy back into the game along with Arteezy. Will he buy back is the question. Likely not going to happen because Roche is not going to be up anytime soon. We'll see how much Aster can actually get out of this fight. Win, other than a tier 1 mid.
And now that Monet has the Skull Basher, Arteezy's really afraid to just BKB TP, which is what he's been doing when the fights have looked bad for him prior. So he just has to sit there and man fight in that fight, and he lost.
He has zero boots of bearing charges. I've never seen it at 0.
He's been using them off cooldown, man.
What's the refresh time?
Is it every 3 minutes?
Oh, it's 3. Okay, that's way longer than I thought.
It's pretty bad, honestly.
Wow.
It's not as much as you'd think.
Wow. What if there was a bug in the game where it continued the cooldown on the pause? You just pause on purpose to get the boots of bearing with
he
full
could have
charge.
had like 50 charges this game with the pause time.
Yeah, that's right. If only he could get that pre-level 1.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Pre-game pause there.
It like builds up in the shop like Smoke of Deceit charges.
Oh yeah. Good stuff.
Gaben's Nectar.
Man.
Doesn't get better than that.
Net worth very even. EG. I mean, I think they got the range racks in the top lane at some point. Crit gonna get gone on here. Nice initiation from Aster. And they're gonna take out Fly as well, which is their main save. And Nightfall getting pushed out of the triangle. He's gonna have to pop his ult. Looks like he's fine. And then try to turn his sights onto Baboka, but he pops the BKB and rolls away.
Somehow Baboka is making the roll look like it's an ability that hits multiple units.
Right, like a burrow.
Yeah, like that setup on the 2 supports, I mean, those are the 2 save heroes, and they were right on top of each other. It doesn't get more perfect than that for a jump. And Earth Spirit's not the easiest hero to jump with these days. I feel like this is the lowest tier of the, like, roaming 4 positions. It's like Tusk is better, Marcy's better.
Well, Marcy's also better than most heroes in the game.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying she's the best. She's the best roaming 4 hero, and then it's Tusk.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit. There's one more that I'm forgetting.
I'm sure chat will help you out at some
well,
point.
But Earth Spirit's just not that. It's not that hot of a hero. Only the like real specialists like Baboka or Crit will opt to play the hero.
Yeah, imagine when that gets buffed because nobody else is playing it, and how good these two will be playing it themselves.
Yeah, that was
pretty absurd.
The Jerax effect as well.
Yeah, true. I actually missed the mid lane Earth Spirit, like the Weehaw Earth Spirit.
The Gunner special.
Maybe not. Okay, more Weehaw.
Okay, yeah.
Historically, at least for the wins.
He plays everything mid.
That's true. That is why we love him. All right, full team smoke from EG. Got the Triceratops ready to go. Nightfall has had the Basher for a while. What is his next item, though? Is it going to be an Abyssal? Indeed, it will be. As we're going to see the Lasso initiation. This time it's going to be on the Darkseer, but he gets off the vacuum, but no wall to follow quite yet. A big flame break as Arteezy kind of stuck inside the wall. Has to pop his BKB as Monet continuing to focus him down. Arteezy's dead. No buyback available. Double kill for Ori as EG are falling apart in this fight. They did buy back on the fly. They've lost their most important hero in Arteezy's Nature's Prophet, and we can see Roche is up in 35 seconds, so that gives them another 35 seconds with no Arteezy available to try and contest.
Yeah, they just didn't. They either didn't see the Darkseer Eon Disc, or they thought that they could kill him despite the Eon Disc. But clearly, XXS was not gonna die there. Like you can see that, you know, after the fact. He is not a good jump if he has the Sion up. It is absolutely. But every time they jump Baboka, they win the fight. Every time they don't jump Baboka, they lose the fight.
Yeah.
And he's got a gem now on Baboka too, so you definitely want to get him.
Yep,
oh, there
they're
it is.
scouting this out too. Roshan with the refresher shard, and for Ori, that is quite possibly maybe the best hero to get that on.
Yeah,
I mean, usually you want to see the Ags because it's permanent, but that is very nice.
3 BKBs, 3 ultis going at the same time, potentially 6 static link charges, depending on which Talon might want from the attack speed, which I think is more reasonable.
He's still a bit away from finishing the refresher, the actual refresher orb.
Yeah.
He's got the makeshift version now.
Yeah, basically for the next fight, he'll have the refresher shard. The nice thing about the refresher shard is it costs no mana.
Yeah,
so
it's pretty powerful.
You go into the fight, it's like, you can legit have no mana to cast anything after you use your refresher, if it's a normal one. And you can't press like a third plasma field or something like that.
So 10K lead for Aster pretty much out of nowhere. And we talked about this earlier in the game, that their lineup, once you get to the late stage, it's going to start tapering off a bit. I mean, they can still push, don't get me wrong. Oh my goodness. They get the roll on Fly just as he was about to finish his TP, and that is 70 seconds. No buyback. Just a position 5, but it's a pretty damn important one. I mean, these curses have been pretty stellar in this game.
I think Baboka just scouted him with the Gem of True Sight, by the way, the active. That was cool.
You don't see that too often.
No. I thought maybe there's like some psychic headband action, or somebody has a telescope for the range on that, but he just, through the tree line, he's like, I'll check if somebody's here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, we got another Eon Disc. This time it's for the guy they keep going for.
That's a big one.
Which is Baboka.
That's a big one, because like you said, he's the guy. There's a DD there. The courier did not see it as it was going over, so.
Yep, crit. Yeah. Baboka, very rare roll miss we see going on here. Nightfall getting chased. Ori is just as fast as a wolf, for God's sake. Has to apply the Abyssal Blade and run away. But Ori is going to continue on. Gets the Plasma Field out. They're going to see him in the trees. They're going to take him out. He actually kept up with the damn wolf, for God's sake. EG definitely on the back foot now as Aster. No damage applied, pretty much. They have the Aegis, they have the Cheese, they have the Refresher Shard, and now they can push, and they have a DD on top of all of this. As Ori looking like he wanted to bottle it, but...
On Siamese Cat.
Man, what fearsome dazzle we got here.
He's just like, we got this, guys. I'm just going to take the DD. Wow.
Spider Legs, I'm not going to lie, very fortuitous pickup in this game.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
For Sprout especially.
And, yeah, on the hero that did not have anything to counter the Sprout. That needs to counter the Sprout. Obviously, Spectre doesn't
That's
care.
why he bought Treads. He died so many times. Like, I know the Spider Legs are going to drop. It's all good, brah.
Yeah.
So Aster looking to take this second set of racks as Arteezy getting gone on. The curse comes through, and it's going to save him for the time being. He gets off it. Looks like a Satanic on him, but the Eon Disc is going to proc, so not a lot of damage to follow up with. You see the wall? Ori taking a ton of damage. It looks like he might fall, but he's going to get some extra regen coming in as well from his Satanic, and Crit's going to take a tumble as a result. Abed dies in his fountain to a Spectral Dagger, and Monet and company look primed and ready to take this 2-0 against EG.
Dude, Monet has a Moon Shard on Spectre.
Pretty good.
Like, that is how fat he is in this game. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to pick up a Moon Shard. I'm not going to die.
Yeah, now focusing on the tier 4 towers. EG with a last stand here, but they're going to go on top of Arteezy, and he's dead right off the bat. GG's called, and Aster, man, they look very good.
I got to say, Shandon, that was a pretty long game. It still didn't last as long as that pause.
Well, it was yeah, I was going to say the game seems long because of the pause at the beginning.
Yeah.
This was a 42 minutes, just above average. You know,
Yeah.
it's like 6 or 7 minutes, but Aster look extremely good, like to a point that Like, I feel like I was watching PSG.LGD. Like, they were crisp in pretty much everything they were doing.
It's great.
Other than Ori feeding at the beginning of the game.
That's
which
right.
Didn't matter because he was out farming everybody
He was
anyway.
still farming. He was still farming. It's good for the region. It's good for China. Because this apparently Aster gets a lot of shit in China.
Okay.
They get a lot of trouble because they're the team that performs extremely well over there, and then they don't perform on LAN. So finally, it's looking like and EG is a good team to beat too.
Yes.
Because EG historically has been like the China slaying team too. They're the team that does very well versus the Chinese.
Except in the grand finals.
Except in the grand finals. That's right.
Yeah, where they win 2-0 and then they lose out.
We'll
right?
not
Anyway, we won't talk about that because we're in NA, so we got to keep it very positive. Let's go to the panel and see what they have to say about this 2-0 victory from Aster.
Thank you, whoa, I just got their names mixed up. Thank you, Sunspan and Jenkins. I'm absolutely thrown up because this panel is changed up. That's right, we have a whole new person joining us at the end over there. We just cast our eyes on this beautiful human. It's Slacks. Welcome to the desk.
Howdy. Great to be here. You know, we've howdied, but we never shook. So good to meet you, Miss Natty T. So good to be here for the Texas Major.
Excellent. I'm not going to ask these two anything. It's actually all going to be you, Slacks. This game, break it down.
Well, you know, a chicken might have wings, but that don't mean it can fly. I mean, you know, they have a saying over here in Texas, you can bring a horse to water, can't make him drink. Well, you can bring EG to a major, can't make them win, no matter how far ahead they are. It was a rough one to watch. You know, they bring the bacon, but they're lacking on the sizzle.
Oh my God. This is the best thing ever. That's the best analogy. I actually don't think we need to break it down any further, but we are going to because there was a lot going on between Aster and EG in this game. EG were looking great. They kind of did the things that you guys said they needed to do as a team. They held out in that early phase. The laning, the mid, the transitions were a lot better than game number one here, Sheep. I want you to break that one down for me for the side of EG.
Why, yes, as a non-Texas citizen, I'd like to break this down in an easy-to-digest way. There was some fantastic brawling happening this game. My God, they kept fighting and they kept fighting, and I was like, well, they'll stop fighting now. Nope, they kept fighting.
The Wild West, as some of them call it out here in Texas.
Yes.
The Wild, Wild West.
Well, you lay it down with the dogs, you're going to get up with some fleas.
Yeah. What he said, yeah. And yeah, like, I mean, the EG were the one pressuring the most because it's a Spectre. You can't let Spectre get items. You gotta invade. They invaded her space. They put deep wards down. They wanted to not let her really reach her timings, and I think they played really well. They did just so much goddamn fighting, and it did finally slow down. 20 minutes.
I think Slacks has some more to add.
I don't want him to talk anymore.
No, I want him to talk.
I mean, that one was all over. It was like a pretzel in a pretzel fact. I messed that one up, but it was a pretty good game. Man.
Wait,
I got it. Okay. Got more twists than a pretzel fact.
That's an absolute tongue twister. Yeah, he's actually just, his notes throughout that whole game were actually just weird cowboy sayings that he could do with an accent, and he didn't actually watch the game.
All right, now I did ask you not to share that, but
oh, sorry, I forgot. You know, there was a lot of words exchanged. But after, let's look back. There was a specific fight that I want to bring up. It was it happened in mid, and it was the fight that evened out the gold difference. It kind of brought Aster back in to this game, and I want to know why it was so different compared to every other team fight that we saw take place between EG and Aster.
Oh my God, my time is here. All right, so here's what happens, guys. Look at this Wyvern ult. Look at it. You know what? You see what it hasn't done? It hasn't disrupted the wall, which comes right in afterwards. I swear to God, this goddamn put XSS darts here. He hit at least like 3 4 to 5 man vacuums, and every single time Wyvern ult just completely solved it. Like, if you ever looked at those amazing walls, to the right of it is someone getting Wyvern ult. The entire team is just stopped by this wall of ice, cannot get to the wall. You know, these stupid casters who have no eyes are saying,
I thought you were going to come out here with the crazy things.
They have no synergy. They have no damage. No, it was the Wyvern. Fly was the MVP of EG this game, even though they lost.
Okay, all right. Well, God, you haven't really said too much, but I want to know what your take. Oh, you're good? You don't want to know crazy Texas cowboy sayings? You want to nothing?
I lived there 10 years. People don't really speak like this. You know, I will tell you, the Texas state flower is the bluebonnet.
Oh,
very
look at
pretty
that.
flower.
Now, Gods is a very smart man. This guy worked the Shanghai major. He knows when to shut up on a panel and just let people ruin their careers. I mean, the guy is smart. The guy knows how to do it.
I'm just slowly securing my TI spot just by doing nothing. The passive invite.
3 guys are out, and I'm in.
You hear this? He says nothing. Do not hire him.
No, you have to have a little bit of insight on why Aster, apart from that team fight, was able to stay somewhat semi in this game, right? It wasn't like EG were just running away with it. There was more Aster was doing in the background for that team fight to be so successful and then for them to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a lot of patience. I think naturally they're the draft with the Spectre up against the Nature's Prophet and Lycan. So it's very much like if you can crumble, you just can't collapse. Like, you know, there were...
I mean,
you know,
collapse is pretty good. Got him. Sorry,
you know, there were some leaks and stuff. Like they were losing some fights, but as long as they just didn't like completely get overran and they, you know, as long as they stay close, eventually this Spectre is going to come online. Like when he got that Scotty plus the Aghanim Scepter, it just felt like there was a certain point where Monet just became too big to kind of deal with. And I think Aster showed they can kind of play this patient solid Dota.
All right. You want to add something?
Nah, I just want to say, you know, that Bobokers, man, he's busier than one-legged man in an ass-kicking competition. I mean, that Earth Spirit was all over the goddamn place. I never seen anything like it before in my life. That Team Aster, they're coming out.
You mean Baboka? Baboka, the Earth Spirit spammer? Baboka of 209
Baboka?
Earth Spirit games? That Baboka?
Yeah, that Baboka.
That Baboka.
That Baboka right there, Natty.
That Baboka is right. But it was enough for Aster to come back, take this win. And Slacks, honestly, I'm not even going to throw it to break. I'm going to give it to you. You're going to throw it to break right now in the best Texas saying cowboy accent you ever can.
Yeehaw! I ain't thought of anything to say, but we'll be right back after this little number right there. Then we're just going around.
Yeehaw!
Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Coming up next, OG versus Team Liquid.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills, in the play with perfect ping, in the runes and crystals, in every frag and gank, in your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Dota 2 Arlington Major. It is the group stages. You saw some crazy games today. We got more coming at you. I am your host, Sajidine. Joining me on the panel here is Lizard and Jenkins. What up, what up? How are you all feeling?
Hello.
Long day so far for you both?
Sort of.
It's been, you know.
It's Dota.
We had a long pause on the last
Right.
series. That was some tech issues, some pain.
But you enjoy that. You enjoy the banter and
Yeah. Shannon just always goes to Homer Simpson, Peter Griffin, gets into these kind of American cartoons.
Sure.
I don't really understand them as like a Canadian.
Really? Aren't they kind of global?
Yeah, they are.
Yes,
They
they
are,
are.
yeah.
They are.
A
Now,
little bit.
yeah, so we do have some more games, like I said, coming at you. It is the group stages. We have OG versus Liquid. It's going to be a best of 2. And we saw Liquid earlier today on this stream. So if you want to touch up on how that played out for them today, I'm going to start with you on this one, Lizard. Like,
Why always me?
I cast it. I could tell you.
My eyes, honestly,
No,
my
I'm kidding.
peripheral vision has completely blocked him off right now.
That's
So
probably-
I'm going.
That's
I
probably
see,
the
I
right
see.
move.
I mean, he casted the type panel that the games were pretty damn sick from Liquid. They won 2-0, right?
They
and
did.
The drafts looked like they had the general idea about how the meta should be played, and they didn't even struggle in the games. Who did they play against, by the way?
They
Again?
played against
They played against Quincy versus
against Sonic.
Yeah.
Lower the chair. You got it
No,
wrong
no,
again.
it's not the same
He'll
panel.
get stuck on that. He'll
Yeah,
get
yeah.
stuck on that. So, okay, before I dive into this OG Liquid matchup, let's take a peek at how the other matches have been going on today. There has been 4 streams, many of Dota games coming at you. So we're already looking at here a lot of 1-1s coming out of like the other groups, in particular RNG and Outsiders here. Now, Jenkins, Boom and Tundra. Is this a result that we're kind of expecting from Tundra in the group stages, or is this kind of
Probably.
a bit of a surprise? No.
No, I feel like Tundra have said it themselves that online they're like strong, and then on land they're like a bunch of heralds, and they're basically they're trying to work on that as a team.
Right.
So that doesn't surprise me too much. Outsiders though losing, I feel like that does surprise me. They lost to RNG, right?
Yep.
And RNG is playing with Ana instead of Ghost, which
Yeah.
obviously playing with the stand-in is pretty hard. It is Ana, 2-time
It is
TI
Ana.
winner.
Yeah, it is
so that
Ana.
definitely helps. But Outsiders, like I saw most people predicted this is gonna be a top 3 team, and losing the first game of the entire group stage is definitely surprising.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree even with most when it comes to Outsiders being placed that highly, you know. Like,
You don't think that they're
I
top
don't,
3?
yeah, I don't think that they're that good. Like that's not what I've seen in the seasons, at least from them. It's just that they're big names. They come from well, not necessarily a big org right now, but you know what I mean. And overall, because of that, there are some biases towards them. Meanwhile, when you look at Navi, we were talking about this in the first panel as well. When it comes to Navi, everyone is like expecting they're the utter underdogs. The team actually did quite all right in the seasons. In the last season, that is.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I mean, them and even looking at beastcoast right now on your screen, poor showing for the first day so far, hoping to perhaps rally up a bit, change that up for the next day, but it's going to be a bit tough, right? It's first day jitters, perhaps, maybe it's like the land setting, that like land nerves that everybody's like experiencing here. So we did see on the screen earlier, OG had their one other game, which is going to be the other matchup against Liquid here. And that one this one's going to be very interesting. They did come in from a win from the Stockholm Major. And they are bringing in, once again, our favorite
Yes, they are.
Seb as the stand-in. So something that I want to touch up on that we saw from their game prior today is they went 1-1.
Yep.
And It's an echo from the Stockholm Major. Wind Ranger is now back in play for Seb, and obviously that brought it back around. They won that game. So I'm going to start with you, Jenkins, here. Seb, this powerhouse, the history behind this man, and this Wind Ranger.
Yeah, this guy is like, I mean, Misha will obviously be missed because I do think that OG online, they did look really dominant. A lot of people were thinking like, oh man, like Misha's sweating, you know, Seb destroying online, which was true. He was completely destroying. But then Misha comes back, they completely obliterate the at least the first half of the DPC. But Seb is like, they talked about it in interviews. This team, they are an emotional team. They play off of momentum. And here we are back at a major. Seb's back on the team again. This guy is the king of like locker room talks. Like that's how you get the momentum.
Right?
The speeches.
What's happening here? Does he just let Misha play the seasons because he can't be arsed, you know, and then he comes for the major once again, takes
visa issues.
Yeah, visa issues.
Right.
Sure,
I mean,
of course.
you see this in other game titles, right? The 6-man roster. Is that something we're going to be seeing at Dota? Is that even doable here?
I actually think so.
Yeah,
I actually think so.
Just because we are seeing it at play with this one, with visa issues and any other potential situations, right? Because online play and LAN play, there are some nuances to it, right?
If some heroes were I feel like we don't have necessarily these niche picks that are completely broken at the moment, you know, like these Arc Wardens, Meepos, Tinkers. If these heroes were popular, perhaps we'd see something like that. But we do have some different niche picks, like a Lone Druid popular, and that's where Liquid, with this man, Matumba man, really shines.
And the Pudge, the Mickey
and the Pudge.
You got to see it.
Yeah, I feel like that Pudge. I know you're a big fan, but
what about it?
It really works with the Lone Druid, right? Because you can eat the main guy. You can just
keep the bear.
You can hide him, but you keep the bear. The bear keeps on hitting.
That was a cool combo.
Yeah.
I've literally never thought of that one. That is a neat one.
While we do see on our screen, we already have the quick bans underway. It's been pretty standard across all of the matches so far, and it's Razor to open things up here. Not surprising that it comes into play. If it's not banned, it's almost always picked. But you all are talking about these Lone Druids and whatever is enabling as we see this Tiny come through. So if Liquid wants to try and get that for Matumba, what are we going to be expecting to see?
I feel like the Razor might already be a block. Right? Yeah. The Razor overall is in a really good spot at the moment. But I also think that he denies them the opportunity to go for that Lone Druid. Like, it's possible, but overall, I think it could be quite rough to play into the Razor. But so many heroes are left in the pool. Like, Marcy has been banned out, but the Puck is still in. We've seen Seb play Io. Like, if you open up his Dota profile, the guy has been playing nothing but the Wisp for the last couple of days. So, also a possibility for OG.
But do you want to shake things up, though? If they're giving you the Wind Ranger, do you just want to go with your comfort pick? Or is this something that Seb's going to be like, you know, I'm so tired. I'm tired of her. I know we win. We're already a TI. Do I want to try something different? Or is he going to go for like a constant, like maybe 1-1 situation for the groups?
What do you think, Jenkins? Does he innovate, or does he just pick the same stuff?
No, I mean, he's already innovated. He's already won his TIs. He doesn't need to innovate again. I mean, it's still, Seb could play. He could still play Windrunner.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, he could still play Windrunner. It would be 4 Wyvern probably. I don't see OG playing it. Have they played it? Did they play it mid? I don't think they ever play it mid.
I don't think Liquid played it a lot, and then we've seen it in their last matchup too. So
yeah, that's true.
It's a flex pick, right? Like,
it doesn't feel like much of a BZM hero, though. You know what I mean? It just doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, he plays kind of higher skill, like run at you, like it's kind of zoomer stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Winter Wyvern is definitely for boomers.
It is.
I agree.
That's a boomer hero. Yeah, that'll probably be Seb's. Realistically, that's what I'm looking at. It's probably gonna be Seb's.
Well, we are seeing the Dawnbreaker come into play here for the side of Liquid, and it's been pretty much the consensus across the board that she is absolutely powerful. Dawnbreaker Mama, we love her.
Definitely.
Love to see her. So if you're OG and you do have that ban still in play, are you looking for something to either try and make life a little difficult for her, or are you trying to look for perhaps like enable something as they like as they lead into like maybe protecting or stopping that protected 8 pick later?
I feel like Wyvern already kind of solves the Dawnbreaker to a degree. Like this also to me is like why Liquid picked the Tiny into picking Dawnbreaker, because like the two big counters people are running to the Dawn are Tiny, because you have multiple ways of interrupting her Starbreaker, which is very good for laning. You almost always play in a side lane against the Dawn.
Right.
So Liquid picks the Tiny, so that way OG can't get it in response. And then the like team fight / like map counter to the Dawnbreaker seems to be Wyvern. You just Wyvern ult whoever is getting Dawnbreaker ulted. She comes down and she gets stuck.
There's one more. There's one more in
Nyx Assassin.
In Nyx, yeah.
It's
In
Nyx
the
Assassin.
Chinese region, they started with the Nyx, and then they continued picking the hero regardless. Like I just
That's
love
always
how
how it works
yeah,
with Nyx.
I just
Every
love
time.
I love
Every
how
time.
that happens with all the heroes, like how the meta revolves. You
Right.
pick something as a counter. Like this Razor in the Chinese region, I believe it was picked as a counter to a certain hero. I can't remember. Was it a Lone Druid? Was it something like that? A troll or something similar? And then it continued being picked. Yeah,
It was
continued being
trolls,
picked.
and there were heroes like that were being picked.
It's literally like a month and a half ago. Razor wasn't touched.
And you know what it is too? It's like people would pick Weaver and Faceless Void and these other heroes to kind of try to deal with the Razor in lane.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't
yeah.
work. He has a 10-second cooldown, like 300 and something damage nuke. You just go Bassy, you go mana items, you spam your nuke against a hero like Weaver. It's like I can run away from Static Link. It's like good. I don't have it skilled. I don't care. You know, it's amazing.
Especially because you have all these heroes like Marcy and whatnot to enable him in the lane as well.
Yeah.
That lane really well with him.
Yeah.
It's weird though. Like I was even listening to Seb during the Ria tournament. He's saying something like, "Yeah, Razor should never be a first phase." Wait, OG first phase Razor? Okay, yeah.
You see it there.
I mean, it's some things he needs to keep for himself, right? When it comes to not oversharing, and sometimes he needs to throw these curveballs as well towards other teams.
Well, JMR from the OG Monkey Business podcast did say that the young kids don't actually care that much about Seb winning 2 TIs. They're basically just like, get out of here, boomer. Like they're
not impressed.
No, they've got their own ideas on the game, and they're very confident in them, and obviously it's working. So it makes sense. So he picks the Razor. It'll probably Amar's drafting. It'll probably be his hero realistically. So let him play it. Let him first phase it.
Okay, so we're looking for, there it is, Rivalry. I was going to bring up like an accompaniment for this lineup that is Liquid. Something that they do love to run here is the Keeper of the Light. So tell me a little bit about what we're expecting to see here. It's going to be a lot of like heavy like burst lane presence here. It's going to be a big push.
Usually when you look at Kotal, like you're thinking Keeper of the Light, you're thinking it's mid lane, right now at least, right? Because the hero is so popular. But when you look at Liquid and Insane, like it kind of needs to be him, right? Like they love playing. He loves this hero. It's probably one of his top 3 most played supports. He just adores playing it. We'll see. Maybe they still switch it up, put it on mid lane because it's pretty strong right here.
So good, man.
Yeah,
it's so good. I think you're against Razor too. Magic Burst.
If it's against the Razor, it's amazing. You also build into a very early vessel. That's even nicer versus the Winter Wyvern. So there are definitely some nice things going for this Keeper of the Light pick.
I'm gonna take a swing at something here, and if I'm wrong, you can lower my chair violently. If I'm wrong, I believe this is gonna be a Seb Earthshaker. I just think he wants to play it, so he asked for it, and he's gonna be a 5 Earthshaker or a 4 or 5, like a
4 or 5, yeah.
This is where you do it, right? This is where you do it. It's like it's the first of the 2 matches that you have. Why not? And you do want to be presented and be seen as a versatile player throughout this roster. Otherwise, you just
they have
pigeonhole yourself.
They have these like 2. They can definitely experiment that way, not only because they're in the early group stages, but because they have these 2 extremely strong semi-cores, strong laners. You have the Batrider and the Razor. Shaker usually does not contribute way too much besides messing up the equilibrium. But with the Razor or with the Batrider, he actually does a lot. Like everything that he does complements them very well. So
could just be Taiga too. But I feel like you pick a hero
I'd give it to Taiga just because I want to lower your chair completely. But
that's fair.
I believe it should be Taiga as well.
Probably should be.
Right. Yeah. So we're seeing the Bristleback pick coming into this, like right before the final bans on the side of OG here. Talk to me a little bit about Bristle. It is someone or a hero that we do see quite often, especially when given the opportunity. When there are not, should we be concerned still? Like, because when I personally, like, not being that I'm like any close to these people's MMR, but I don't like playing Bristle with a Razor around still, just because it's
or Bat,
or
like
Bat,
Bat
right.
and Razor both, because both of those heroes really like to play long fights, and that's how Bristle plays. With that being said, Bristle is just like the GOAT of carries right now. It's just like the most S tier carry. Like, it's not really even that much about the Ags timing and playing these long fights and getting a bunch of goos on people. You just hit for plus 600 damage. That's what it's about. It's about getting that huge damage timing, and you're going to get a BKB2, and probably
What
Bristle
about the laning stage as well, right? If the Kotal is a 5,
yeah,
should be...
it's a pretty free lane. I
pretty
think
free lane, right?
I think Razor should also do fine in that lane, though. Like, Razor will also farm. I don't think you pick the Bristle to, like, oh, it's going to dumpster Razor this game. But Bristle will hit the timing, and I think a lot of carry players think that this is just... There is no stronger carry timing than the Bristle, like, Aghanim Scepter into taking Roshan. That just seems to be the timing where a team gets a huge lead.
BKB, and the game is pretty much done.
And the game is over,
yeah.
Okay, so with that said, though, I mean, we do see like the Enigma Beastmaster already banned out. It looks like OG are just trying to remove any sort of continued control, like to enable perhaps this Bristle, like you said, if he's that strong. I guess like while they're figuring out their last man, I'm curious to see what the final picks coming into both teams would be.
I think one that looks really good is if they run a carry Razor on OG and they pick Mars, that's a really nice solution to the Bristle. It's not like the Viper where you literally break the guy's passive, but you turn him to face you, and so and then it's like a Mars best hero.
It's one of the ways, right? Like there's a couple of heroes that can do that to a Bristle.
Void Spirit's
Mars,
one of them
Void Spirit as well. I'd still rather see them go for some hard carry that has innate high armor and farms fast. I've seen a couple of teams. Terrorblade, I've seen a couple of teams in the Chinese region actually go for a Luna versus Bristleback and just finish the game before he even gets the Aghanims plus that BKB. And plus you can fight him early on.
Eventual Silver Edge as well.
Eventual, exactly. Meanwhile, one thing that Bristle definitely struggles is with control. Like if he does dish out like 1,000 damage per hit when he reaches those levels, but if there's no control, he struggles. Okay, they go for
the bear.
For the bear, yeah. Right, do you like this? It feels very aggressive into the Bristleback.
Gives you Roche advantage, and you know that Bristle's going to play off of that like Aghanims into Roche timing. So that's a consideration. It is one of those heroes that like it feels like no matter how tanky a hero is, like Ursa with items can kill you, especially if you have a Diffusal Blade, then you can just drain the Bristle's mana entirely. He does have a Coddle, so that is one concern. But I think an Ursa with items does pretty well against Bristle. The question is, can an Ursa actually outfarm a Bristleback who has a Coddle behind him?
Yeah,
it's
probably
pretty tough.
Not.
It's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Well, it's all up to Liquid now, trying to see if they. I mean, it looks like OG just wants to hit those timings. They want to fight. Like you said, it's going to be all about perhaps maybe even that first Roche could determine the momentum and the pace of the rest of the game. So if you're Liquid and you're looking to lock in that last pick, perhaps something that can back up the Bristle. Ooh,
is this Liquid offlane Venge?
There it is. That is a nice Venge.
Cool. I want to see who picks what. We get to cheat.
I feel like
it's on the screen. Cool.
Yeah, I feel like I have seen Zai play Venge a couple of times, and he will be picking that up. So it will be the offlane Vengeful. Okay, you get the...
It's Shaker, because he's just like, that's his guy. You know what I mean? He's just like...
You stay, your chair will not be lowered.
Cool.
Yeah.
You got it. You get to stay up here. Well, there you go. We have some crazy exciting games coming at you right now. This is, like I said, game number 1. If you're just tuning in, we have the casters ready for you. Event underway. It's going to be Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. No chairs being lowered, but our expectations raising here. OG against Liquid. Lacoste, you were looking at the stats earlier. What your expectations
No, I
going
couldn't
into
do
this?
it. No, I could not do it. I almost fell, Gareth, and we don't want to see that. Looking at the draft, I got to remind myself which teams picked which years. It was the last pick when they needed to make some kind of adjustment because this is Ursa last pick, which
you
means
called
that,
it.
Yeah, you did. You don't. I love Ursa. I think this hero needs some loving, but every single time I see this hero, it's like, yeah, it feels underwhelming. You need to keep fighting. Yeah. Most of the time it's either hit or miss. Most of the time it's a miss. But we'll see about this one. Looks good on paper, considering what he's playing into, because he's playing into Bristleback and also Core Tiny, so he should be able to scale. On the other side, Team Liquid with the classic Team Liquid lineup. We're gonna run at you. Use this Bristleback Coddle, Carpal Tunnel Gamer, Matumba Man,
hit all
keys,
timings.
yeah, QW. It's gonna be a lot of spam. But yeah, not too much tower damage on their side, because it's going to be about the Bristleback. Whenever you play Bristle, you need to hit the timings.
Yeah.
Like, you need to get either Hood or Vanguard. Sometimes both. I don't think it's needed this game. I still have to check the heroes one more time. But
we're getting old.
We're getting old, yes.
Memories are leaking.
Not just boomers here on the casting desk, but also a couple of boomers in the game.
Like
Seb,
who?
Like Seb, straight up from nursery home. You know, he's here. He's down to play. I don't know. Every single time I see him play, we were having a chat in the morning. Were you there or were you not?
Today?
Today, yeah. You were not.
I don't think so.
No, I don't, because I was praising Seb. You know, I think he is the best player that ever touched the game, and we'll see.
Really?
And we'll see what he can do in this one, because he's playing Earthshaker right now. And the panel was talking about whether he's going to be playing Wyvern or he's going to be playing Earthshaker.
I thought. Sorry, I thought they were doing it.
No.
So he walked into the pit for a second.
Level 1 Roche, not a thing.
Only the D boosters can do that.
Only D boosters can do that. But Mickey.
Seb, chase him back. There's Matumba Man to zone him away though. Don't want to go running uphill against the Bristleback as Boxy. He chases forward onto BZM. Great Fisher. Will not only stop them in their tracks, but block the path forwards. Amar can take a couple of clicks from Insania. As Liquid, 5 heroes strong all around that top rune spot. Need to repurpose themselves and get spread out a little further across the map to get those bounty runes going. And
BZM already at 20% HP pretty much, and has 3 tangos to work with. They don't have any region for him.
It's not ideal. Tiger get chased out by Zai. A very deep ward there from OG in that top dire jungle already. What's that? Is that looking for stacks that they want for Bristleback?
Oh yes, if you're gonna stack against Bristle, you gotta be careful, because he wants to invade. And I see Team Liquid already making an adjustment. They don't want to have this Bristleback against Razor. I guess that was a thing. Even though Bristleback can still deal damage to Razor with the Quill Spray. But yeah, now you're going to be playing against Ursa. But there's going to be Keeper of the Light stealing some of the CS, messing up with the creep equilibrium, and yeah, blasting the wave on Ursa. It's not that bad for Bristleback, because Ursa is paired up with Wyvern. Wyvern doesn't have that kill threat, especially early on, and yeah, we see Ursa already at half HP. As you get levels, it's gonna get more difficult for Bristleback.
Yeah, looking at this, I would have thought it's like, rock and hard place. Matu has to lane against Razor or the Ursa. Difficult decision either way.
Yeah, you can tell that OG definitely didn't expect this, because Ursa did not start with the Magic Stick. He just brought it with his courier, so that means that they thought they're just gonna lane normally.
Normally. Well,
Normally.
Seb is up top on that Earthshaker. BZM looks like he's doing all right. And given that he did start, like you said, with 20% HP coming into this mid lane, Tiny will get the upper hand because of that. But once we get the bottle flowing and the runes controlled up, BZM can absolutely recover. And he is back against a melee hero, right? Even though Tiny has the toss back, you're still going to be applying a lot of damage and a lot of pressure.
Mika does have 19 wand charges already on a mid lane, and he's off to a good start. 8 CS, gonna use his Avalanche. deal some damage to BZM. BZM spent a lot of his early mana just to be able to like harass, but yeah, hasn't done anything. Because Batrider has very low attack damage, so you need to use sticking up palm charges to be able to get some CS, especially against Tiny, who does have like Tiny has 95 damage with
the
3.
tree. Really now? Yeah, he does. That's not fun at all. But runes have spawned and his bottle's coming for the Batrider, so he should be able to get something going forward, even though he's sat 5 CS compared to the Tiny's 9 and 4. And then we have the Courier coming in behind him. And some pings down bottom. It looks like they might want to have a go at Tiger. Matu and Insania down here have already chipped away pretty nicely against the Wyvern and the Ursa, so they've got them within kind of kill threshold area where they could dive tower with the fresh creep wave arriving.
You can see Seb has some says sound sorry. As you get older, you do have problem with the hearing.
His tinnitus is kicking in, got the high pitch. Anyone over the age of 30 knows what we're talking about. They're ready to get back underway. Ooh.
Tommy, did ATF make you buy the mantles?
So what's that? Wyvern got some mantles of intelligence then? He does, he's got 2 of them.
He's gonna be dropping it. Amar is ready. He's like, Taiga, drop one right now, so I don't lose any gold.
Yeah, show him what's up. Trying to get a pull off there, Tiger. Unsuccessful because of Matu's positioning very forward. Just aggressively gets up towards them. 1 creep will die at the camp, but that's fine for Liquid, as they've got to pull off into the large camp themselves.
And now Matu has that Ring of Health, infinite region in terms of mana coming out from Keeper of the Light. As you said, Insania doing a very good job blasting the wave, harassing Ursa. Yuragi constantly on half HP, needs another 100 gold to finish off his Morbid Mask. But that's not going to be sustained. Like this Morbid Mask, you need to keep hitting the creeps, hitting the heroes, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that. So this time around, Bristleback probably going to go for Vanguard because he's playing against Wyvern and Ursa to be able to remove some of the damage. And Juragi has 5 stick charges.
Oh, he's being dived by the Bristle. He's got the heal from Tiger though. So Matu and Insania just back it up. They have done the job they wanted to. Now, how dangerous is this for an Ursa? Because usually he's that lane dominator, right? If he's being kept under the boot of Liquid, is that going to hurt him moving forward in the game?
This is Radiant Ursa, so when you lose a tier 1 tower, you kill a tier 1 tower, you're going to be playing top part of the map, and you always possess this Roshan threat. So Team Liquid will need to be careful about it, especially if you manage to steal Aegis from Bristleback, because he does rely on getting one.
It looks like BZM's given up on the idea of sitting mid and catching up in terms of lane creeps. He's going to try and stack jungle, get some Ancients going for himself. Seb is going to get the gold and money from mid lane.
In terms of CS, Batrider 13 and 3, Tiny 23. I think one of the most impressive Tinys I've seen is Mickey Tiny. I think he's probably one of the best, if not the best, Tiny player.
From the mid lane?
From the mid lane, yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, Yuragi. He's about to die, isn't he? Matu, Quill Spray's going.
He's going to spray.
Blood, and he's going to go for
Tiger as well.
Bonus kill on top. Yeah, the Chakra Magic just allows him to keep pumping that damage, and he'll survive, even under that tier 1 tower.
Look at Insania, didn't want to go for the full channel time to steal some of the CS. We didn't talk too much about Zai playing Vengeful Spirit. Did that once or twice during the DPC tour. This hero can pop off. You need levels and you need items.
Aghanim Scepter, right?
Aghanim Scepter Shard. Like, this is the timing you're looking for.
So Liquid have a very clear timing, 20, 25, whatever it is, around the Venge and the Bristleback with those big items as they have a crack at Amar. But Seb's there with the Fisher, block them back. Just trading out in that regen battle as OG have the wave, arriving at their tier 1 tower for the safe farm there for the Razor.
There is 3 stacks for OG, which could be a bit... They don't have the heroes to clear the stacks with, like Ursa with Morbid Mask later on. Batrider needs to heavily commit. So there is a potentially Bristleback who can invade enemy jungle and get it.
Yeah, if Mika and Matuma make a move, get a couple of kills, invade, take the stacks. Could be a massive bonus there for Liquid. They're already 1k up, a couple of kills to the good. Seb struggling to contend with Boxy. One of his better heroes nowadays, Boxy on a position 4 Dawnbreaker, it feels like. That's Mickey.
Oh, he
Gets
even
the
gets the
haste
haste.
Tiger.
Up and down, where are you gonna go?
Regretting
Drop
his choices.
the mantle.
He's going to heal himself.
He's buying time.
Delays the inevitable death of himself, though. Tiger will do a little bit of chip damage back to Mickey, but the finishing blow is there, while Matu gets a solo kill down bottom.
Ursa tried to man up and fight him. 5 Fury Swipes charges on Matumba Man, but having that Vanguard is a bit too difficult. Also, he is level 6, Ursa's level 4. So this bottom lane, like, this is why I mentioned that it looks good on paper for Ursa, but in theory, because he's paired up with the relatively weak laner in Vibrant, and Keeper of the Light is going to replenish mana, and there's not going to be enough sustain. So this is almost level 7 Bristle against the level 4 Ursa now.
Yeah, you just don't have that continual brawling power that Liquid are bringing to that bottom lane. And again, Insania just stacking, pulling, dragging it back as Amar and Seb both die to the rotation of Mickey. Straight up to that top lane, a couple of quick kills, and 6-0. It's turning into a bit of a rout here. OG being stomped down by Liquid.
And no Caster's Curse this time around. Praised Mickey, he comes, ganks the top lane.
Pops off,
as expected. Also, his item build, a bit different than what we usually see. He does go for, like, Blink Dagger, natural item build, you would call that from mid-tiny. But he does get the Echo Saber and then gets Aghanim Scepter. And he's waiting one more time.
He stuck around. He stayed top. They thought he'd left and ditched this top lane. I'm gonna feel the wrath of the hammer from Boxy. Half HP Razor straight after arriving back in his top lane.
Dire's top tower.
Oh yeah, Mickey wants to scale with that Echo Saber, right? Then go into the Blink a little bit later on.
He might even get straight up Aghanim Scepter if they feel like there's no need for initiation this time around. But it does also amplify your farm. Getting the Echo Saber before the Blink Dagger. This is going to be 10-minute Power Treads, Windlace, Magic Wand. And I don't know if I said Echo Saber or not, but I'm going to say it one more time. Yeah, double Echo Saber, 10 minutes in. You're hearing it first time here in Insania. This is going to be a kill, and they're going to give it to Yuragi.
That's fine. We saw from the previous picture-in-picture what Insania just did. He stacked out the 2 camps. He killed off one of the small creeps in that camp as well. So he made sure it respawned right on time, giving Matu plenty of room to clear out all of the juicy stacks made up for him. 5,000 net worth, 8.5 minutes in now for the Bristleback. Vanguard Hood, and going to start getting well on his way to the Aghanims as Amar up top. Seb tries to save with the Fisher there, and they've got Zai all leashed up. So a 1-for-1 trade out. Boxy goes to the TP home, but Seb will be there with Yuragi to get 2 kills top. And that's the move you said, right, Ursa? Leaves the bottom lane, comes top.
Yeah, very good move from Yuragi. Like, he was off to a bad start playing against the Bristleback, and now makes a rotation, gets a double kill. Also, if we click on Wyvern and take a screenshot of it, and try to go for Guess the Hero Edition Professional E-Gamer, I don't think many people would be able to guess which hero that is.
How's he so shiny? He's got this, like, rainbow radiant gloss to him. Look at the Wyvern. That's a beautiful skin. Sat up here with Seb and Amar, clearing out a couple of creep camps. Kind of hoping that Liquid will bring someone top to defend tier 1.
Bristle can TP and they defend, but he needs an extra hero, potentially 2.
And they're prepping themselves for the tower take. Also arriving are 2 smoked heroes, Tiny and
Tiny
the
has
Dawnbreaker. In we go onto the Wyvern, gets the combo straight onto Tiger, blows her up, and Yuragi slapped down by the hammer while Matu did TP in, reacting to OG's move, and they're going to find kills on course. Amar, the next one on the ticket, picked off by Matu. A dominating Bristleback. Can't be touched right now. 10 minutes in, Liquid looking incredibly strong.
Liquid bringing in numbers. There's also a haste rune for Mickey to pick it up. Insania will replenish his mana in a couple of seconds, so Mickey will be ready to go in.
Just another haste rune. He sprints straight towards Yuragi. He takes down the Ursa. The Winter's Curse is a good one to try and delay Liquid and hold them back.
Lasso.
Burning through with a lasso and a Firefly, but
very low.
He's incredibly tanky, and PGM just doesn't have what it takes. Mickey now unstoppable, and Matu, of course he's going to dive tier 2. Come here, Tiger. Free before me. Give it to the Bristleback. Mega kill streak for him, and a toss-up on Amar. We'll find the Razor as well. One by one, they fall flat.
This is the lineup that you would expect Team Liquid to run. level 11 Bristleback, 10 minutes in, 10:50. That's pretty nuts, yeah.
Matsu, I mean, we saw the player intros, right? Everyone very serious, everyone very, dead, looking into the cameras. Yeah, we're here to play Dota and destroy people. And Matsu showing that off absolutely here in game one of this best of two.
Matsu very focused on using Q and W, Viscous Goo, and Quell Spray. It takes a lot of effort to be as focused.
Come now, he has a Soul Ring and a Hood and a Wand and a Quelling Blade. Plenty of things to cast. Solar Guardian coming in bottom. They want to kill off Seb here and slow down any item progression he might desire. Try and slip away into the trees. The TP from BZM. That Rider.
Gonna get blasted.
Yeah, Celestial Hammer gets Boxy a bit of distance, but the Flame Break push back straight into Uragi's grasp will kill off the Dawn.
Tiny.
Hello, Mickey.
He's looking for an opening again.
Who's here? No, so it's BZM. Good Cold Embrace. Well timed, Tiger. Keeps the Bat Rider safe and sound for now. Does get clipped by the Illuminate, but all's good.
This is also Tiny with no bottle, because he's playing against the Bat Rider and does have Keeper of the Light in his team, so it doesn't need that much mana sustain. You get it from Magic Wand.
Yeah, he just keeps on going. I still got that Tumbler's Toy. Helps him out a little bit. What are we looking at for Amar? I'm guessing a BKB rush on the cards. Ooh, that's a curse in mid lane on
Lasso.
Tiny. They do have the chain disable here to capture Midgate.
Might be too far away. Can he get it? Yes.
Midgate swap down. They've taken him away from danger. Zai now in the thick of things, being beaten up by Uragi. A teddy bear not mucking around anymore, but a good save.
Yeah, spam that Zai J in chat for this magnificent save on Mickey. Zai very sacrificial.
Just allows himself to be taken down for the greater good. And OG still really desperate to plant themselves in this top lane and get a tower. BZM going to try and look to, I don't know, cut the wave, find something in behind. Amar frontlining. And this time Liquid not responding. What do you think about this? Earthshaker going for the shard rather than the blink rush, which I feel like we more normally see or have in the past.
I guess he feels they need to contest a little earlier, because one of the reasons why Shaker is not so popular is you don't get the lane to farm for a very long time. If you do, this happens.
It sure does.
Especially with all global heroes being super popular right now. We're talking about Zeus, like even Spectre's getting more loving, Dawnbreaker, as we see, and also Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
So you push an extra wave, you get punished.
You lose all the gold that you tried to claim. Amar treads Falcon Blade going BKB. We do have Diffusal Blade on Uragi now, along with that Morbid Mask. So maybe time for a smoke move out of OG to think about that Roshan, as they do find Insania. Quick and easy on the Kotl. Static Link on the Dawnbreaker illusion. Amar just gonna soak up some of that damage. But really now, it's all eyes on the Roche Pit, isn't it, for both teams?
Most definitely. Bristleback about to finish his Aghanim Scepter, needs Keeper of the Light to stop dying, to keep spamming Kotl, give me mana.
Kotl.
Give me mana.
Give me mana, please.
They're getting scouted underneath the ward. OG showing 4 heroes.
A long line drawn. OG. Yeah, you're right.
And they've been showing for a very long time.
They're all there. Only one hero elsewhere on the map. That's Seb down bottom, just continually pushing out that dead lane, getting as much of the farm as he possibly can. And he buys out his shard. But this coincides with Liquid's timing. Blink in, toss back, Uragi ceases to exist. Good bit of damage though with the Winter's
Swap
Curse.
is ready.
They can swap Mickey out of there if need be. He's ticking down from a bit of Batrider spell usage, but Matsu will give chase towards Tiger. Cold Embrace will do nothing to save him from the onslaught that comes his way. Radiant Triangle now belongs to the Dire team, and so does Roshan.
They know there's no curse for 69 seconds, and they're gonna go inside the pit. Very nice indeed. This Roshan is gonna die pretty pretty early, even though it's only one level in Vengeance Aura. Viscous Goo is maxed out. Did you know that I realized it's called Viscous Goo instead of Vicious Goo after 15 years of playing Dota?
Well, I'm a native English speaker, and it took me a long while as well.
I'm like, yeah, man, vicious. That's
Vicious nasal goo, of course.
That sounds nasty, but viscous sounds even more. Seb on bottom, gonna try to TP out.
As is Amar, no stuns on Matu. He does a lot of damage, a lot of nonsense, but can't stop people from TPing. Obviously got next, so Treads, BKB, lined up for Matu's Bristleback, and that's gonna be basically endgame timing for him. And Team Liquid, while BZM trying a career snipe, but unsuccessful. We are now 600 away from the Aghanims on the Vengeful Spirit as well. And look at that, all of the stacks paying off. 634 GPM for the Bristleback. I mean, we're 16.5 minutes in. It feels like this game's been going on for 20, 30 minutes because of how Liquid have been so efficient and effective with their timings and usage of these items.
And they're playing so quickly, moving around the map, getting the kills, going for objectives, now pushing tier 2 tower. Radiant using a scan. Seb trying to figure out, this is going to be another pick off. Mickey with Thumberstoy and the Blink Dagger.
BZM not really having a game, is he? 6,000 net worth from the mid lane. All started off with those early rune fights where he had to start the lane with 20-30% HP. Incredibly rough for the Batrider this time around. Matu just gonna get himself a tier 2, unlock the outpost down bottom, get salved up by Insania. And Liquid in a good spot just to continue this rampant move across the map.
This is why I said Ursa is always hit or miss. Like, you haven't really felt influence of Ursa. That TP rotation to the top lane was really good. They got 2 kills, but other than that, I always feel it's never Ursa's fault. Maybe I'm a little bit biased, but teams are not playing like the other 4 players. Whenever there's an Ursa on team, they don't play around Ursa. Zai does have that Aghanim, so they're gonna swap him in aggressively.
Yeah, Uragi turns and fights him, but in comes the Solar Guardian. Healing Zai back up just enough. The curse there, just onto the 1. Mickey thinking about rejoining. The Star Hammer landing onto Uragi as Matu diving. Kills off Tiger, turns and faces, looks for Ursa. And that's Liquid continuing this domination as they do lose Zai, but the illusion is up. Matu's going to return back to Fountain, reset. Still will have another 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so they can come for round 2 in that mid lane.
Keeper of the Light, yeah, as you said, with the shard, it's fair. Another swap.
They've got Amar.
Forcing a BKB with the illusion.
Oh, the defensive BKB, and might still get hunted down here by Zai and Matu. Thinking about the go again, but swap on cooldown means no repositioning tool for the Venge just yet.
A little surprised Team Liquid is not using their voice chat wheel line with the BKB. That was a perfect timing for it.
Yeah, it was perfect timing. Oh, it looks like they've got a good read on where BZM is as well right now.
This is where this shard from Keeper of the Light is going to come into a play. Every single time someone tries to play on the side lane, go for an extra wave, it's going to get punished. Recall on Tiny, who does have a stun, and also potentially Dawnbreaker coming in. We didn't mention Dawnbreaker item build. She did go for Yule Scepter, which is super efficient against the Batrider, but most importantly against Ursa. He uses ulti, use that Yule Scepter on him. Like, even Earthshaker, if he farms a Blink Dagger anytime soon, which he does not have in Quick Buy, he jumps in, you Yule Scepter, you break the combo.
Right. That's a great item choice there. Matu is coming in towards BZM's bat. 3 stacks of sticky napalm on him. Aegis left for 1 minute on the Bristle, but the damage from the Tiny as he stands next to the trees and just launches them towards the back. Clears through BZM simply.
This is full Aghanim Scepter on Tiny. He did disassemble his Echo Saber, and now he's bringing just the TP scroll. We'll see if he decides to go for Mage Slayer next. There's not that much magic damage because you're playing against Razor and Ursa, so he might go for, I guess, Echo Saber one more time. Yeah. Assemble it. Dota plus win probability 4%. Very generous from Gaben, I would say.
Yeah, a little bit. And Tiny picks up a double damage rune as well. I was kind of hoping that would be a signal for Liquid to to run down a lane and look for a proper team fight. They'll hold out for now. Yeah, we could also see just the Daedalus for Tiny as an item choice coming up. If he wants to go for something bigger, but you're right. We'll finish off the Echo Saber once more. What is the move for OG to try and find their way back into this? Okay, 4% win probability. They're down by 10k net worth. But is second row something they can fight around with the tools they've got? They should get a quick pick here on Boxy.
And there's that Yule Scepter to break the combo.
Still gonna die in the end. Had the 6 magic wand charges, but with Fake Grenade, he thought he was dead anyway. Swap on the mid lane, and gonna kill the courier as well. Yeah, Tiger found out. Courier out the Wyvern dead. Do you think OG can fight around second Roche with Curse, with Echo Slam? Is that a possibility? Is that something that they'll be aiming for?
They need to. They need to land a good Curse, potentially Echo Slam. Also, you got to be a little careful trying to go for the high ground as Team Liquid, because Batrider can frag you. He does have a BKB right now. Going into Witchblade next. Very interesting.
Really? Yeah. I'm curious.
I've seen the BZM go for it before.
On the Batrider?
Yeah.
So is that like damage over time with Napalm?
Yep.
Pretty nice.
Yep. How long will it take Matu to queue up Basher? I think he got pretty sick of people TPing in front of his face.
It's like right now. Just keep your eyes on Matu. 3, 2, 1.
Maybe if he gets a little more gold. Still needs to farm up. Second Roshan is going to respawn potentially in a minute and a half.
And OG are all smoked up. Just Amar that isn't right now, showing in the mid lane. Might be the bait that they're trying to set the trap around this mid-tier 2. Suck Liquid into a fight. OG does have the high ground advantage. And Matsu, no longer having that Aegis, will have to rely on his BKB and natural tankiness to withstand OG's teamfight prowess. But he's pretty comfortable just to go back to the tier 2.
Radiant's middle tower has
Zai ready to play Dota right now. He does have both Shard and Aghanim Scepter, so double bounces on Magic Missile. He respawns, uses it again. This is very difficult for OG to fight into, especially if Team Liquid will pick up another Aegis plus a Shard. And look at him farm.
So quick.
Beautiful.
Gorgeous stuff. How far away from Ursa's BKB? Because it feels like that's another very important item for them. So OG maybe will feel a little more comfortable when they've got that ready in their back pocket. But Liquid, the ones to make the first move, stepping out with a smoke. Dawnbreaker can always join in with the Solar Guardian, so she's not needed with the rest of the squad just yet. First point of contact, looks like it's going to be Amar. Razor has that BKB, could go for a TP home as well. Only the swap to really try and cancel it. Does BKB and link up Matu, but you see how quickly Liquid now will reinforce the situation. The tree's lobbed in towards him, half HP, tries to heal up, but he's taken down quickly. Amar gone, the Fisher and the catch though onto Insania, finds a trade out here, but Tiger being focused down by Zai, and Matu chases straight towards Seb. A couple of quick whacks over the mace comes out from Matu's bristleback, and Yuragi, he'll be forced to BKB and just TP home. Again, defensive usage coming out of OG.
Amar a little too far away from the team. He tried to connect on the bristleback. I don't think he's the target that they can go on. Like they need to play with Ursa, potentially lasso, and then try to kill bristleback, but it's still gonna be very difficult. There's a toss back, there is a swap.
Careful, Yuragi. Liquid, they're all over this map.
And we said that OG might try to contest Roshan. It's gonna spawn in a couple of seconds.
It's right when Seb respawns. So they might have enough time.
Have we seen Echo Slam yet? I don't think I've heard Echo.
I don't think so. Maybe one, but definitely no significant Echo Slams. That's for sure.
He wants to keep the distance. He wants to stay away from the bristleback, stay away from the range of Tiny. This is why he's going for a different item build.
Zai. Gonna get fissured. Flame Break does push him around a little bit. The trees, though. The volley zones away OG and Zai.
Oh,
he's going to take down the Fey Grenade and the Flame Break. Yeah, the sticky 8-bot. Oh, BZM, beautifully done there. It's every bit of damage, right? The sticky napalm amplifies and ticks over from the Batrider. That's why we used to see Radiant's Batrider back in the day in Dota 1.
Oh yeah, the good old build. They are ready to go. Batrider is smoked, does have a Blink and BKB available, also has Gem. But Zai already trying to break the smoke.
And
good
Roshan.
positioning from him.
It's already dead. Oh gee, they needed to be there.
Yeah, that's fake Zai. My bad.
Faster. Yeah, it is. The illusion. Amar is on to Insania. They'll take whatever they can get. Easy one on to Kotal, while Zai's illusion is killed off by Uragi. Matu and Mickey turning back, facing off against Amar BZM. The Golden Embrace comes and heals them up as the curse. Trying to cancel out the Solar Guardian, allowing the Batrider to BKB and run away, but look at Matu go. He just stacking up.
Mickey's in trouble.
The damage coming. Mickey's streak, it is broken out by Uragi's Ursa. And Liquid, even after taking second, Roshan being broken apart by OG.
Not too bad of a fight for OG. They got something out of this. It still shows that they can take the fight, especially if they split it like that, where Ursa can lock onto a target and just get those right clicks in.
And it seemed like Matu was sprinting around the fight, unable to really stick onto a real important key target that he wanted. Like, yeah, he went left, found the Earthshaker, was chasing down the Wyvern, but ideally, he needs to be contending with that Ursa, stopping him from munching on the Tiny.
Radiant are scanning.
OG maybe now, with a bit of wind beneath their wings. BZM flapping forward, starting to feel themselves.
BZM will find a ward.
You can watch that back, Lacoste. Yeah, Mickey with a nice little combo there, but it's these reset tools, right? The curse, they heal.
This is why Wyvern is considered one of the better counters to Dawnbreaker. You see that ulti coming in. It's an easy setup for your team to reset, potentially get a kill if it's someone who has a lot of physical damage. And Matu does not get another connection on Batrider.
But he will connect on the tier 3 bottom. Something that Bristleback is incredibly adept at doing, going up high ground. Mana battery behind him from Insania's Kotal. Got that heal out of the Spirit Vessel
Mickey finds him.
Destroys Tiger in the trees. Mickey now linked up though, swapped down by Zai. Uragi's in towards Matu. Bristleback not bothered by it though, just stands his ground and continues to hit the buildings.
Matu with that AC has 600 damage per hit, standing near Vengeful Spirit.
These bouncing stuns, Sev wanted to Fisher, but he can't do it. Magic missiles all over the place. Matu, though, being shredded out, but look at the damage onto Uragi. He gets off his end range, force staff away. Beautiful sliding Bristleback down to the low ground. And Liquid come back in with Mickey to finish off that melee racks at long last. Zai might be the casualty here, though, caught up in the Fisher. But this tree volley zoning tool that Mickey is using to keep OG at bay.
Zai can't move.
He's stuck.
He's dead. He's trying to find a way to swap someone out. Force staff available on Insania.
He got 200 move speed. There's a slug crawling around on this Venge. Matu will position himself more forward, though, to allow the escape of the rest of Liquid.
And while all this is happening, Boxy farming on the top lane did manage to finish off Aghanim Scepter, so that missed chance 60% evasion is gonna come in pretty clutch. Playing against Razor, playing against Ursa.
Does it work against Winter's Curse? It gives your allies evasion, but... Matu up onto high ground, linked up again.
That's a good question, Gary. And I'm gonna say, I'll look at chat and see what they say.
Yeah, they know way more than us. Bristleback still has ages for a minute, dropping very low though, as BZM and Amar have spent their BKBs just to hold the high ground.
I was always wondering what Zai J is. I think we found it. I think this is it. This is the clone from Vengeful Spirit. I think that's the original one is Zai, and this one's Zai J.
This is Zai J, yeah. What does the J stand for?
Vengeful Spirit.
Get me out of here. How long have you been holding on to that?
No,
you came up with that on the spot, did you?
No, Gary, I think of a player and then I go through all the hero lists and try to figure out. You know,
memes?
Memes.
Any memes? Yeah. Oh, you got me there.
It would take out too much work for that.
Matu, again, just waltzes up to tier 3s. 30 seconds left on that immortality. might be a little bit worried now, but a swap back out. Zai puts himself in, does respawn as the illusion expires. Another swap there to put him a little further away, and Matu's cleared through Tiger. Zai getting drained of all his damage, but I don't think he's too mindful of that. Will pop back out as an illusion. Another swap back. Great stuns coming through, and Matu's BKB allows him to sprint forward, chasing Amar. Oh, he pops his one. He might survive, but the magic missiles keeping BZM back towards Fountain as Uragi drops. There's a buyback available here. But OG losing their buildings.
These fights are too chaotic. You have Keeper of the Light, Blast coming in, Zai very aggressive with the swap, Matuba Man in your face while Tiny's using 3 volley and slowing everything in AoE and also dealing heavy physical damage. That's a full Daedalus coming to him.
And they just go for tier 4s at this point.
Team Liquid wants to close this one out, but they're still respecting Batrider's lasso. Visher into lasso.
The curse as well. They've also got Earthshaker here, smoked up, trying to run forward. They get the lasso in onto Matu, but cancelled out by the swap. Zai, he saved the day yet again. Another good curse. Mickey whacking into the bristle, but he's not really doing too much damage. Solar Guardian keeps him all topped up. And
Zai's gonna fly back.
Running straight towards the throne. There's another good fishing from Seb, but Mickey pummels into Amar. Razor gets a bone tossed at him, but he's swapped back in again. Magic missiles being spammed out by Zai, and Amar's Razor dead to rights. That's got to be it now. They are bunkered down in the Fountain, and Liquid looking to win game 1 as they focus Throne and finish off this Radiant base.
They will call it. In the end, Zai buys back after his, like during his clone, comes back, dies again. And I'd like,
how many Zais are there? Zai J, Zai K, Elemental P?
What? Every single time I see Vengeful Spirit in the late game, it becomes pretty obnoxious, and the hero feels OP. Definitely not, but in the hands of the right player, it definitely does. One of those drafts from Team Liquid where they do like manage to get the heroes that they want, and they definitely know how to play this tempo. They also are getting better with each game. How to close out the game. This is something that they've been historically struggling, but with the Bristleback, seems like they don't have that problem.
Yeah, no real slip-ups or anything, right? There was crisp, clean. They knew the timings they wanted. They hit them all incredibly well. I mean, OG, what really went wrong for them? Was it down to Batrider's laning stage? Was that one of the key elements there, do you think?
Batrider lost his lane. Tiny did get too much out of it. The bottom lane, Ursa always playing from behind. We said hit or miss. Most of the time it's miss. Maybe we're leaning towards that in the future, so we're not going to be seeing too much of Ursa. But yeah, we got to check what our panel has to say about this game.
Yeah, over to them.
Well, we just saw a matchup between Liquid and OG. We do have on the panel here a shellacking expert. Council, all right, Jenkins. What is the rating here?
I would say that much like diarrhea with very bad plumbing, Liquid ran completely all over that game. And I would say that on a shellacking tier, that's definitely Gaben level. Getting a bit of a Gaben reading off of that game. Kind of thinking towards, that's a mustache level. We'll give it a mustache. Yeah, that was a bit of a mustache.
Okay.
Because I think OG had some potential answers, and in Liquid they didn't care. They ran that aggro. They had some smart little outplays that they did, and didn't look close. Not at all.
Not okay. Lizard, do you agree? Mustache.
He's the shellacking expert. I cannot disagree with this man. He understands. You said it's the mustache level.
Mustache level, right? The level above that would be top hat level.
Top hat.
Above that is the umbrella level, which
has never happened.
It's never happened in history. Might even be theoretically impossible, much like dark matter.
Wow.
It's one of those things that people have theorized is out there, and they know that it's out there, but it's never really been fully. Nobody has held dark matter in their hands before.
Well, okay, so Liquid, phenomenal showing for this first of 2 that they have against OG Bristle. We talked about it on the draft here, Lizard. Like, just almost felt like unstoppable watching him.
It definitely felt that way. Like from the laning stage, I don't feel that OG ever had a chance. Like, that's how it looked like, at least. They certainly did, but the way Liquid played, the way they combined their forces really early on after the laning stage, they never really left any breathing room for OG. They were just constantly choked, just constantly destroyed. And I don't think the heroes such as a Shaker
That was a cool idea. He was brushing an Octarine core. That was so cool.
I asked. I looked at it and I'm like, what's he buying? Tranquil boots. He had Tranquil boots,
Soul Ring.
Soul Ring perhaps, Void Stone, and Windlace. And I'm like, interesting. So you're not really getting that Blink Dagger. He will not be having that oomph effect that Shakers used to have, right? Like in which he changes the whole dynamic of the game once he gets it.
Right.
He doesn't have that. All he does is he just spams fissures, right? It's all right. It can work, but if the laning stage goes poorly, and if you cannot afford to give that Shaker space to find his items, the whole lineup kind of falls apart. And I'm not saying that it's only on the Shaker. I really think that all their lanes suffered quite a bit.
Yeah, as we can see from the network too, picking an Earthshaker who obviously wants to farm a Blink Dagger.
If that's what he wants.
If that's
to
what he
farm.
wants to get. He had the Octarine core queued up, which I love, but he did go for the Blink eventually. Taiga, look at Taiga's net worth. He's half the net worth, less than half the net worth of Seb. So it's you're taking a 4 position that is used to playing with quite a lot of decent amount of farm on this team, and he's maybe less so. Like Taiga plays with less farm on this OG than he has on previous rosters that he's played on, because the cores of OG all do take a lot of farm. But with that being said, still usually Taiga is more farmed than Misha,
Yeah, but Seb comes out of retirement, what you gonna do? Right?
Exactly.
He says he's gonna farm, you let the man farm.
He farms.
You just step aside, and that's it.
You let him get that out.
Yeah.
I mean, if he wants it, he gets it, right? So, okay, so with that, like, another one of their picks that we kind of touched up on, but perhaps didn't feel as impactful as we were hoping, but definitely someone we don't see that often, was the Vengeful Spirit. And just the overall, I suppose, the enabling roster that Liquid had for their lineup. Like, talk to me about that and that Venge pick in particular, because I was just curious about that.
I feel like in hindsight, when you look at the game and how it went, Venge is the perfect pick.
It looked good, yeah.
It looked so sick, because they drafted this before, by the way. They played Venge offlane multiple times, but this is probably one of the crispest games on that Venge offlane that I've seen. Because she likes to be aggressive all the time. She likes to be a nuisance, and when you win the lanes and when you're able to 5-man very early on, she strives. And that's what they exactly did. They just 5-man constantly. You get that Agnim's shard, you get the Aghanims, you're constantly in the fights. I've been watching, I think it was a Thompson stream in which he dies with the Venge. He has that clone, then he buybacks just before they kill it, and then he dies again, and it's like 4 or 5 Vengeful Spirits in one single team fight.
Yeah.
I really think that the hero has a lot of potential, and it's underpicked quite a bit. But it has some issues. It definitely needs to be picked in the right game, and this was the right game for her.
It does. It does. Like, I feel like the issues are like the laning. Like the laning can feel a little weak if you can't get kills with a stun. It doesn't like clear creep waves at all. So if you want to run in a core position where you're farming and getting the ags that is so impactful, it's like, well, you have to be in a lane hitting creeps. You're not gonna you can't jungle quickly. Like you kind of need to have a good early game. And I also think a really underrated component to this hero is the Aghanim Shard. And in this game, it looked really good because the way that OG wanted to play fights with Razor, with Ursa even, with Batrider, is that they want to play long fights, steal a bunch of damage with Static Link. They want to get a bunch of stacks of Napalm on. And so he'd swap out, and it's like, okay, well, the Napalm stacks are gone. Gets more Napalm stacks. Double stun, two heroes. Yeah, the 2 heroes that were like chasing are now stunned, and they can disengage and then re-engage. And the stun cooldown's what, 10 seconds?
It's pretty good, yeah.
It's a good cooldown. It's a really solid stun with the talents and the Ag Shard.
Oh, well, there we go. Now we do have one more game coming up between Liquid and OG, but we're gonna take a quick break and we'll see you on the other side after this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Dota 2 Arlington Major. It is the group stages, and we just saw two Western Giants between Liquid and OG take each other on, with Liquid winning the first of the two games in this group stages. I am Sajidine, joining me is Jenkins and Lizard. Now, we talked about it earlier. Are we going to be seeing this Wind Ranger coming into this draft from OG for this second game to secure that 1-1? I am curious here, Jenkins. Yes?
Yes.
They lost first game. Wind Ranger needs to come out.
That's what happens. Yes, that was the entire last major.
Bring out the real guns now. Like, enough of these Earthshakers with Octarine cores being queued up early on.
Ruining those pubs potentially. I mean, well, if you have that expectation, if you're Liquid, don't you just ban that out? What's in Seb's arsenal right now?
I feel like it's hard to justify banning out position 5 at the moment. There's maybe Wyvern,
Puck,
Marcy that you can. Yeah.
Dawnbreaker, Wyvern, Tiny.
An option.
Razor. That's
you
6.
said Razor already.
Did I say Razor already?
I heard it. Maybe you didn't.
Might as well say it
There's
twice.
At least 5 or 6, and Razor's good enough. We'll just say it counts as 2 heroes.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, if you are an OG fan, then you are probably praying to whatever RNGs that you have right now.
Gaben.
Or Gaben Guide.
Drinking Gaben's nectar.
Sure, like any Dota religion that you got, that this is going to be a Wind Ranger pick here. But enough about Seb. He is the 6th man of OG. I'm curious to see, if you are Liquid, what sort of draft, like we saw, you said it was the perfect draft, it was the perfect game for them for that first game. How do you echo that momentum coming into this game number 2?
I feel like they've echoed it so many times already versus OG that I'm not even worried. Like, they won versus them 2-0 in the DPC season as well. I really feel that Team Liquid has got their number, and so far it's on OG to really show that they can do something about that.
Yeah, I do have the stat. Like, I believe it was technically a 4-2 record, Liquid versus OG so far. It was a 2-0 at Riyadh, which you can't argue, right? That was a stand-in for no Matumba Man in play here for the side of Liquid, which they do have right now. So it's a bit of an opposite stand-in situation for them, but...
Yeah, but it's different, right? Like switching up your carry versus switching up position 5.
Yeah.
I think OG adapts to putting Seb in that game much easier, and it's quicker, right? Because he's with them anyway. He's the one.
They did win the major with him.
They did win the major.
That helps.
I think that's that alone.
That's a good.
That argument.
That's
is,
a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. Usually, a stand-in makes your team pretty significantly worse, no matter how good they are. I think it's rare that you see a stand-in and then the team looks better or on par, which is funny because we've actually, in this tournament, that stand-in teams are actually looking pretty damn good.
They are, but I do want to, put our focus here really quick. We talked about that Marcy. That is a, opening from OG. Marcy Lone Druid coming into play here, so... That's very, very nice.
I'm just very interested now in this matchup, like Lone Druid versus the Razor. Like, I know a couple of players that swear that Razor will dominate the bear and that it should go favorably for him. I'm not so sure. Like, the Lone Druid right now does look very solid. He gets his items very quickly. He goes for the Mask of Madness, Dazo, Basher. I don't know if Razor can sustain himself against that.
Lone Druid fears you, and you run away at super fast move speed on Razor. So it is one of those things. Like, it can go both ways. You're a really fast hero. However, I do feel like the way to beat Lone Druid is by killing the bear. I think if anytime you try to focus the hero, it's always like immense regrets. It never works. You kill the bear. And Razor is one of the better heroes at doing that, and the bear can't just turn and like man fight you. Like if you have something to actually stun the bear. By the way, right now I think Liquid's thinking between. Never mind. I was not going to say this hero. That is an interesting opening. Razor Bristle.
Just open up with your cores. There's who needs hiding stuff if you can pick up the most broken 2 cores of
They
the
won't
meta?
get it next phase. Like that's the thing. You're never going to get a Bristleback through the phase 2 of bans after the first game, especially. It's not happening. You'd think like the IO would be the potential pick for Liquid, or maybe Dawnbreaker that's still in the pool. There's no Dawn counter between the Marcy or the Lone Druid, but they just really think that the Bristle is too OP of a hero, and they looked right about that last game.
Yeah. Right now, they just need to, again, in that last game, they had a ton of control. They had enough control for that Bristleback. They need to secure the same thing with their last 3 picks, because right now, Razor and Bristle, absolutely, yeah, there's a little bit of slow here and there from the plasma field, from the ghoul, but that's not it, really. They need stuns. They need control, and that's what they need to get out of their last 3 picks. Meanwhile, it looks like OG ban out the Kotl and the Dazzle.
These make sense?
Makes sense, yeah. Just enable the Bristle, right? Like, we've seen the Kotl Bristle in the last game. Dazzle kind of does the similar thing.
I feel like the third ban's going to be the IO. I don't see that, especially against Liquid. This team has been running the IO Razor since God knows how long. And you got the IO Bristle. That's also a nice combo. Bloodseeker ban out from Liquid. I think that makes a lot of sense. Bristle and Razor, 2 heroes that run around, haste and move speed. They don't want to just stand there in a fight. That would have been a really good pick. Puck as well. I mean, that's just like a first phase.
By the way,
mid laner.
How highly do you rate Bloodseeker overall?
Very highly.
Really?
I think that's an incredibly. I don't want to say underrated. I think it is underrated. I think it's rated highly and still underrated.
Okay. Yeah.
As in, it's not rated highly enough.
Yeah. Still can be higher up.
Because like he wins almost every carry matchup late game that I've seen. You see it again. You see it against a Bristle. You see it against. Terrorblade, whatever.
Yep.
Bloodseeker with the pure damage on the shard,
like
and Basher.
I covered the Chinese region the most, right? So in depth, when it comes to that region, Bloodseeker is just not picked.
It's not picked at all.
Very rarely, yeah. It's mostly that I'm seeing it in the West that the hero is picked up, and that it even does well.
Yeah, it does very well. I don't know if you can push it through to first phase, but I kind of would have said the same thing about first facing Bristle Razor. You know what like this also doesn't make sense, but if a hero is strong enough to justify it, then and there's the Wind Ranger ban,
at that I giggle
that chuckle
like,
instantly.
I
oh,
saw.
and they block the IO. Okay, that's what so they thought that they can get it. IO, what's the combo with the IO though? Because IO Lone Druid is not. Actually, that's not that bad. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not great though. I think this comes down to Seb just practicing that hero for the last couple of days, for the last week more or less, and them thinking that the hero is really strong. They did lose the first game that they played the IO with, and they comboed it with something like a Storm Spirit, I believe. Multiple combos, but one of them was the Storm. It didn't look that great. We'll see if they can switch things up here and find something a little bit better for the IO. Is it a block pick? Sure, it's a good Bristle combination, but I don't think that there's a ton of teams that do play that IO. Liquid is definitely one of them.
Yeah, they're one of the ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so 4 or 3 pretty tanky heroes on OG. Liquid, I mean...
Just pick another core. Just go Timber right
here.
Yeah,
just go Timber right now.
Just go Timber as Liquid, and that's it.
Get the Necrophos.
4 cores. Everything's so flex nowadays, and Liquid, they do have a very versatile roster. Oh, but it's a Hoodwink instead. That's fun.
Okay. I gotta say, I don't fully get where there's no obvious break target.
But the hero is strong, don't you think so? Like I actually like Hoodwink.
It's
I don't
a good
think
hero.
Yeah, she's underpicked.
She's definitely solid. It's just one of those things where like if your support player says get me Hoodwink, you just pick it because it's fine. They're not going to really utilize the break. It is a hero that has a really low cooldown stun to play with the Razor and the Bristle. So there's like nothing on Liquid that's really cooldown dependent. Even the Panga ult is such a short cooldown because for like half of it you're rolling already. So yeah, really low cooldowns on Liquid. Maybe that's what they're going for with the Hoodwink.
It kind of echoes that first game as well. Like the first game was constant action, constantly being active. They could recreate it this time around, but there you go, the combo with the IO. Like IO Slardar, perhaps not the most popular one, but really strong. Like if they lane together as well, Bash City, with these two. Constantly being able to bash with that overcharge as well is just a very strong old school lane.
Marcy Lone Druid sounds like a very strong lane as well. The toss back into the bear and the right clicks, but you're playing into a Razor.
Do you think that maybe it's gonna be Marcy Slardar or Io Slardar? Which way are you leaning? Because both of these can work, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be.
I feel like the Io Slardar will dumpster a lane, and so would a Marcy plus Lone Druid. Whereas if you put the Io with the Lone Druid, I think you just go even in that lane. And then the Marcy Slardar will still dumpster, probably even harder, because Marcy plus any hero is probably better than the other combo you're thinking of. Like it's just an insane hero. But we will see.
So tell me, like, with the Pango pick, where do you expect them to play him to start, and then how would they like transition? Because it looks like they both teams just want to fight.
Yep. From Team Liquid, if you look at these three cores, they're extremely versatile.
Yeah.
When you look at them, you have Bristle, Razor, Pango. They can lane anywhere. Like only at the end of the game, we could speculate right now, but at the end of the game, when the heroes actually get picked by players, I'm not sure. Are we gonna know even then? Like,
No,
We've
not
seen
really.
the swaps,
not really.
right? Yeah.
Especially with Liquid, they swap positions and have their players just like their mid will go carry whatever. Like Mickey played.
Yeah. They can
safe
switch
lane
things
Pudge.
up.
Yeah, they
very
switch things
easily.
up. Could be a Lone Druid mid from OG too if they want to dodge the Razor, like run a Lone Druid into a Pango to have like a bit better of a lane. I think Lone Druid mid in general, just like even like Razor wouldn't even beat a Lone Druid mid because the distance is too short between the towers. You can't get a long link off. Whereas in a side lane, if the bear is like super far up, you get a 100 damage link on the bear.
That's usually like one of the ideas why heroes such as Viper, such as Razor, at the moment, arguably are stronger on the side lanes. You just
so
have
much distance.
Yeah, you just have way more space to work with to spam out your spells and actually dominate. Troll banned out, by the way, by OG and the Dawnbreaker, so an interesting troll ban, really. But
every troll ban is interesting,
right?
honestly.
I guess it is a strong hero here versus Slardar, one of the best cores, one of the best heroes to lane into him. But I didn't really feel like that's what they needed.
Yeah, I agree. It's that would be like a bristle mid or offlane, which I suppose would be fine. Okay, well there's like a mana / HP pump for the bristleback, which we saw with the Coddle previous game. This is like this in current patch more scuffed version of that. I would have said like a few months ago that the Coddle is the more scuffed version of this. But really, Pugna's like healing on allies didn't get changed at all, right? It was just the Nether Ward that got nerfed. So in terms of like actually buffing up your team, it's still really strong.
Still
for
the same thing, yeah.
It's the same thing.
You can decrab the Slardar a little bit as well, slow him down. Decrab the bear helps out here and there.
Let's see.
Now it's all down to that final pick for OG, trying to see if they can tie this series up 1-1.
Are they getting a mid laner here? Most likely, right? Like
I think so. Yeah.
Some playmaker into everything the Team Liquid has got.
Wait, how is Zeus not picked?
Not touched. Yeah.
What? Isn't this just a Zeus pick? It does.
Versus a Pugna versus Hoodwink.
It works both.
Feels
it works
solid.
both ways. Yeah. I was gonna say Pugna. It's actually nice against Pugna. You outrange the ward most of the time. I'd be really surprised if they. I mean, you could
also go for some catch versus the Pango.
Void Spirit, something like that.
They go with the bat.
Oh yeah, last pick Bat Rider. I mean, that's the dream.
That is the dream. All right, so really quick here, do you think that Liquid with their lineup here can replicate that perfect game coming into game number 2?
I feel like this time around it's going to be way more difficult. They have to have a very clean game. I'm not the biggest fan of this Insania position 5 Pugna. I like the hero, but overall I think that OG have a way better draft this time around in comparison to what they had in the first game.
Okay, sounds good. Jenkins,
I agree with that fully. Yeah,
all right, well,
Bat Rider.
there we go. We heard what the panel has to say, and let's find out what the casters, if they do agree. We got Gareth and Lacoste.
Here we go, game 2, Lacoste. Now, are Liquid going to be able to run over OG again, or have they got some elements of toxicity back into their draft with the Amar Slardar coming out with the IO pairing?
Yeah, I think this time around OG definitely has better chances. This is the last pick Bat Rider. and I'm going to put some more faith in
Okay.
this Batrider compared to the previous game. They also have IO Slaughter, good lane overall, good scaling. They do have Marcy that is going to be sidekicking the bear, potentially
wow,
IO
yeah.
also tethering the bear. So a lot of ways to play around. Every single time I see Lone Druid, I get surprised how strong this hero is. On the other side, Pugna last pick, position 5, not too bad.
The heal bot?
It's mostly about that Decrepify on Lone Druid and also on Slaughter. Yeah, so good, two good saves, and also having like an extra bit of healing. Panel did talk about Pugna being nerfed, but also healing was not nerfed at all. So that's pretty good. In terms of lane, Pango's going to be playing into Batrider mid lane.
It's all right.
It's okay, but Batrider is going to have a much easier time compared to the previous game when he played against Tiny. Yeah, you're also going to have something always to pierce through Rolling Thunder.
So the lasso,
yeah, so it's never going to be like, oh, we have nothing, and you also have like Slaughter ulti that goes through. So you could try to focus him down in terms of having range heroes. They don't have that many, so that might be a bit of an issue. Also, look at this build on Lone Druid, Yuragi.
What's he got?
Trace, like usually when we talk about Lone Druid, we do click on the bear.
Oh, he's very slippery.
But this time around, we need to be clicking on the hero.
Tons of stuff there. And just coming back to that Rolling Thunder as well, you mentioned during that draft when we were having a bit of a chat, Liquid with very few stuns this game, right?
Rolling Thunder and Bushwhack, these are their stuns.
So a bit of a struggle maybe here for heroes like Bristle and Razor to keep on going.
That's going to be a big issue. You're not going to be able to control the bear. The Cripify is going to work amazingly, but other than that, it might be a bit difficult to keep them in place. They could potentially run away. Look at the
battle begins.
The maneuverable heroes that they have. Mekkei, 60%
huge
damage reduction.
And Amar tagged by the plasma
Don't
field.
Focus, Spangolier.
Oh, he gets the stick off. He's fine. The blast won't land in time. Matu can't finish the job either. Amar back under his tower as we have a 5v5 mid lane brawl.
Amar, very low on HP, 90 at the moment. Seb's going to try to heal him up.
And Tiger heading down south to go and grab another rune. Marcy picking up 2 of them. Insania takes 1. Bushwhack is there from Boxy though. Keeps giving chase, but the Dispose chucks the Hoodwink away. And Marcy can keep tangoing up. See, yeah, Boxy doesn't want to keep going. Did have another Bushwhack in a couple of seconds, but decides it's not worth the effort.
Again, BZM on Batrider, showing the mid lane with 25-30% HP.
Yeah, he's laying it on this Pango, though, forcing Mekkei to back all the way up as a Dispose catches Yuragi. Does chuck him away.
He does have a bear available, but not going to summon it.
All the Bushwhack misses. Boxy unable to finish the job on him. Yeah, that Dispose caught me off guard. It was from his teammate trying to save him. Put him in an awkward spot, but in the end it works out. Saves the Lone Druid from danger.
Has been killed.
Zion Boxy down here, the Razor and the Hoodwink. And Razor against the Spirit Bear, the panel will talk. Oh, another Dispose. Bear going to come in for a few hits. Boxy, he's going to drop here to Tiger.
Can
Or
he
maybe
deny
the Wild
himself?
Wings. He's going to salve up and run it back.
He just got that salve.
Oh, just delivered in time. Tiger wants to cancel it, but now he's putting himself in harm's way. First blood
Another
might be coming for
Dispose.
Boxy. Dispose out, puts him onto high ground, and Tiger keeps running around.
Sharpshooter, not level 6 yet.
It's only a minute in. Level 2 on Boxy. And a bit of deja vu as he does scurry himself across towards the Marcy. The Mud Golems come out of their camp and say hello. But Tiger.
This is 4 versus 4, pretty much. Taiga, Boxy chasing each other. Boxy doesn't have enough mana. Another Scurry available in 10.
And who's this good for? Is this good for the Razor in the bottom lane, or is Lone Druid happy with Tiger dragging attention?
Considering how Lone Druid started this lane, I think he's pretty happy about this one.
Tiger sent all the way back to his tier 1. Boxy is going to deny himself to the tier 2, it looks like. Oh, Courier might get sniped out here. 2 hits, 1, 2. Oh, he doesn't get it off.
To another.
Very close.
Oh, root bottom.
Yeah, catching
Taiga,
Razor.
another one.
It disposes him back.
Excuse me?
Uragi just finds it. Taiga drawing first blood after all of that nonsense in the jungle, chasing each other around. Taiga just comes back into the lane.
One thing I noticed is usually... Alright, I'll hold that thought. Boxy.
Making a play onto BZM, has the Firefly and the Sticky onto Mickey. And Boxy now stuck down in the river. 3 stacks up on him. And the Firefly over the top of this Hoodwink. That should secure a kill for BZM, but he's dropping low himself. Mickey wants to trade back.
To be careful.
He's getting close to it. There we go, the shield crash and the hits in. Mickey, he's got it. Locked in place, secured. Loading up the kill for Mickey.
Mickey does not care about Sticky. Level 4.5, about to be level 5. So good rotation for Boxy, getting some solo XP to Mickey. But Zai sitting at the 10 CS bottom.
Yeah, it's looking rough across the board. Slardar 91 disposed back here onto Zai though. Aster static link out for the entangling claws from Uragi. Should be able to secure another kill. Ooh, with the Fairy Fire, he's got just enough to slip back under his tier 1. The 3 slippers, man.
Too slippery.
That's what he's doing with this lone druid. Amar living up to his chat wheel line. He doesn't care, he just hits creeps. 24 and 1. Bracer, gloves. Plenty of damage output there. Taiga being turned on by Boxy and Zai. And tackling claws once more from Uragi finds the bigger kill. And might be able to chase Boxy down here into the tree line too. Careful with the bear, that's 300 gold and XP, but he gets out the resummon.
Let's get started.
Boxy's still gonna hold the lane for Razor a bit. Might wanna snatch a couple of CS.
Swash on cooldown. BZM had an opportunity, but you see the rotations in from Liquid. Knowing that aggression was coming, bringing 2 in towards that mid lane, and one of them is Zai, the roaming Razor.
Not what we usually see, and yeah, Zai will get the tip.
You should. Oh, he finds it amusing himself. A long walk back down to bottom lane. Bushwhack out with the rebound. Marcy, very maneuverable. No way you're sticking on her. Wow, we've looked at bot and mid a lot. What's happening up top, Lacoste?
You said Amar not caring, hitting the creeps, staying on top of the net worth. But Tumbaman this time around having a bit of a slower start. He is playing against IO Slardar, so that's a bit difficult. Good rotation from Taiga one more time.
He was mid-air with a shield crash. Caught out by the suplex out of Marcy. And BZM well on his way to boot to travel. Top 3 net worth there, as you can see. All OG, all the way.
Look at efficiency from Taiga. He goes, gets a kill, stacks the camp, guards the rune potentially.
Insania does steal it away. Unfortunately for him, it's an invis.
Close to taking the occasional bounty.
Seb spending a sentry there, but unable to capitalise on it. They do go down bottom to kill off Uragi though. Mickey using that Rolling Thunder for the first time.
Oh, nice dodge from Taiga.
Sidesteps the bushwhack. Mickey can still try and close the gap, but swashbuckle to high ground. Misses out on a couple of those hits. And Taiga really playing out of his mind these first 5-6 minutes.
Good rotations, very efficient, making space for his team. We'll see if Lone Druid decides to TP bottom one more time. We'll summon the bear, recall it. Mars level 6, so that's pretty big. Gonna make Bristleback's life a little bit harder. He has no mana this time around. There is no Coddle, but there is Pugna hitting level 6, which is not as efficient in giving mana.
Well, he's trying to go for the solo kill here. Pops his full 1, diving tier 1. He does have a bit of backup with the rebound. He allows the Marty to jump over the Slardar's head, and Matumbaman, he's got backup from Insania, trying to save with the decrep, but that's not going to work out. OG looking way better here.
Amar gets a bash.
In the laning stage, and yeah, Amar does die to Mickey, while Boxy being hunted by BZM down south. Hoodwink down, the courier follows her into the grave.
Mickey made a rotation, and now he wants Taiga. He knows exactly where he is, but good move from Taiga. Knew exactly what's going to happen. Goes back to the cliff, gets bounced down. Mickey should still be able to get the kill. Rebound,
Eventually.
held, team.
Anyone? Come on, let me jump off someone. No platforms to leap off of. Well, down bottom there was a bit of a dive under tier 1. Seb and Yuragi here, joined by BZM. But Matumba Man stacks up those viscous nasal goos. Minus armor along with Boxy and Zai doing a lot of physical damage. BZM looks to travel. We'll look to try and TP home or just cut into the trees to get a bit of distance, while Zai with a napalm on him gets taken out by the entangling claws, and BZM with a lasso drags Matu back into the Firefly. Goes back in for round 2. Mickey just misses out on the kill on the bat. Now he's entangled up as well. Shield crash over the bear.
Another
to try and
flash is
get
ready,
out
but
of here. The entangling claws just keep him locked in place. Now the rebound in from Tiger. Aim towards Insania. OG just running the rough shot over this bottom lane. A triple for BZM. Give him another one. Insania in so much danger. Yuragi claims a double.
I can't believe Yuragi is getting all these entangles. All these roots every single for every single time. And he doesn't even have a name for a Spirit Bear. Usually Spirit Bear
El Doge.
Yeah, El Doge and what's the other one? Someone else has a different nickname for the bear. So that's gonna be Mask of Madness done on Yuragi. I can't even finish my sentence. Also, Zai still thinks he's playing Vengeful Spirit with Axe from the previous game. How many deaths does he have?
Which is not the case.
Oh, 4. I don't know.
2.
I feel like he died way too many times. All right, we're in Hand of Midas territory.
Oh dear. Wait, is that an oh dear? You okay with this?
This is Monkey King with Hand of Midas.
So a 0-0-5.
0% chance to win.
Yeah. Not ideal. Maybe a sniff of a comeback if he can get that up and running. But the map is getting very tight here for Liquid. And already, 10 minutes in, 85% win probability for OG.
That's insane. I think Gaben loves Slaughter. Slaughter Lone Druid is super good combo. We mentioned something at the start of the game, having this tethered Lone Druid with Sidekick.
I mean, Amar, they wanted him real bad. Real okay, he's coming in from OG. Sam with BZM, rebounding forward. Tiger aiming towards side.
550 move speed on Batrider.
Incredibly speedy.
No mana. Didn't have mana for lasso. Used one sticking up bomb charge. Couldn't get it.
Couldn't quite catch up to them in time. And he's going for that Witchblade again. This time much, much faster as they return mid lane. Insania stuck under his tier 1. Flame break on top of that D-crap. And the poor Pugner taken out even behind his structure, while Tiger is picked off by Zai, so a little closer to that Hand of Midas, while Boxy bushwhacks sharpshooters into BZM, but the Batrider had so many one charges, he's back to full. The attempt cancelled by the lasso as well.
BZM having a really good time on Batrider. Completely different than what happened in the previous game, and this might be another one.
Straight onto Matu. You're not that tanky, mate. Amar is there. BZM is cleared out though by the cool sprays, while Zai has the corrosive haze on him. Seb and Amar will give chase on the Razor. Trying to slow him down, but
he's ranged.
One tapped.
He does have a broom handle, but that looked like 400 range attack.
Well, you're talking about Monkey King. I mean, Slaughter there is role-playing as him. This big old trident, incredibly long. Taking out the ancient count as well to get those neutral items in their pockets. And Liquid got to find some firmer ground and find some footing in this game, because they are being run at relentlessly by OG so far.
They also don't have playmaker. They don't have that one hero that can make a move that's gonna start the fight. It's all about grouping around the Bristleback, but this time around, Bristle is having a much more difficult time. And now OG inside the Roche pit they go. All that minus armor. I see Yuragi wanting to get Deso on his Lone Druid, so that's going to be extra minus armor as well. Dire using scan. Seems like Team Liquid will pretend that they don't know what's happening.
Just close your eyes, look away.
This is what happens. That's what I read. When bear attacks you, you just pretend you're not there.
Yeah, lie on the ground. You're not a threat. Matu. Oh, they're in on him.
That's
and
a good spot.
He's caught in between cliff top and low ground. man, Tiger is blown up. Matu's still surviving, but he's stuck there.
Relo?
No way to get out, and a relocate puts them right under the rolling thunder. In comes Mickey, crashes on top of Amar, the bear being drained out, decrapped and sucked by the puck now, but Zai, he's blasted down by Amar, destroying them with the physical right clicks. Slaughter
still chasing.
He wants Boxy. Matu is
He's still stuck.
There. Oh no! It's a travesty for him. His TP's on cooldown. He's getting the high five from Seb. Oh god!
You heard about Arteezy being stuck on a cliff, but what about this spot? What are we gonna call this one?
This is rude. They're planting flags on him.
They're gonna leave him there. They should leave him and stun him with Slaughter. Okay, so they're keeping vision.
No. How did he get? Was it lasso? How did he get there?
It might be Flame Break.
Flame Break pushed him down. They will finally kill him.
No, leave him alone.
Well,
you're welcome.
He's back to
Fountain. Like, thanks. I can play the game. They should have left him there, Gary.
And cancelled his DP.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how do you get him out? You don't have any displacement tools yourself, right? There's no force staff. There's no anything on this liquid side. He would be stuck there forever. Turn into a statue. Oh,
they could have given him tumblers though. Pango does have it.
Ah, okay. You're a clever man. Smarter than I. They did have a way out. Deny the rune. Insania looks at Tiger. Still have Pango and the Hoodwink smoked. And Yuragi's up there. Gonna get scouted by Mickey. I don't think it's the easiest kill, but he's out of mana, so won't have ultimate. Not as tanky as maybe he'd want, but he's taken out the tree. The bushwhack doesn't land, but the swashbuckle will. Mickey gonna get jumped on by Amar now, though. Chain stunned into oblivion.
That was a good play from Yuragi, cutting down that tree, so bushwhack doesn't connect. Still, BZM gotta clean up. Batrider holding that Aegis.
And Boxy TPing out. Oh, Amar, look at him. He's here with Seb. They've seen Zai. He's 2, 6, and 5, making 7 in a second. Unstoppable Slardar right now. Yes, Zai does have the Hand of Midas, but it's not really kicking in as he would have liked yet.
It's the Midas curse. Yeah, that was actually a curse.
Yeah.
King Midas, because he was greedy, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what happened with the story. Suddenly he's like, yeah, I have everything I touch, I turn into gold.
His daughter is gold, his wife is gold.
Yeah,
his food is gold, he can't eat, he can't sleep, he can't do anything.
What about going to toilet? I think that'd be pretty problematic.
Well, you can't flush the toilet if it's gold, can you?
Yeah, it's a golden toilet. Yeah. And yeah, Amar pretty farm in this one.
We'll not talk about the showers though.
No. Slardar, Mask of Madness, Blink Dagger, Relocate, Batrider with the Boots of Travel. I don't think you can play the side lanes. Like, you try to go for some kind of a split push, it's gonna be a huge issue for you. Matu, this time around, completely shut down. He's in the middle of the pack, so is Pangolier. Like, look at his first item. 16 minutes in, Diffusal Blade done.
Yeah, and they're going straight on to Matu. He's got Vanguard, but no hood, so no safety against the magic damage that BZM brings. Continuing his streak and sitting 10,500 net worth on the Batrider now. Seb finishing off the mech, so even more sustained. The ability to keep these fights going for OG.
And Seb wants Midas as well.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
That's naughty. He wants in on the action. Zai can do it, why can I?
He's almost as farmed as Zai in this game.
What is he, like 800 behind? Oh, Bushwhack misses. Yuragi gets the ulti out. Oh, look at him. So tanky, back to full HP basically, and Zai being taken down by the bear, and the Slardar does slip away behind his tier 2, while Tiger takes the brunt of the damage from the Pango, but lasso from BZM. And the continual control from Amar and Tiger. Looking for Mickey, but unable to find it until the flame break lands. Now onto Zai, they move 1-to-1. Boxy Matu straight up to high ground. Bail away from this one. Decrep from into safety, but Amar, he's not done. Going straight into a senior. 3 hits, that's all it takes to bring down the Pugna. And this game looks pretty much over, honestly. OG are diving on the tier 4s, wanting the team wipe and forcing the buybacks out of Liquid.
Can they get something out of this? They have no stun, so a bit difficult.
Oh, straight in on them. They've got the life drain to heal up the bristleback, and a nice sharpshooter, but an even nicer relocate. Saves Tiger, while BZM dives again onto Matu. It's all smoke
They
and
might
mirrors.
call it. I would not be surprised if they just called the game.
It's such a beautiful back and forth where OG tank a bit of damage with this hero, jump back in with the next.
Then there's way too much damage from Lone Druid. Sidekick, and now we see the full combo. Something that they've been playing for. Deso done on Spirit Bear, 6 charges, tethered to Spirit Bear. This is guaranteed root in like 1 second. Yeah. If he keeps attacking, it's a guaranteed root, and he's bringing something to career.
Zai.
Trying to find what it is. It's a shard, so the spell mechanic are gonna turn.
Okay. A little bit of sloppiness there around the crystals, bouncing around, but still killing off Amar. BZM with Tiger. Rebounding towards Zai. Unleash comes out as well. Sidekick there on the bear. And Tiger, very low HP, hiding behind the tree, found by Matumban's cool sprays. Liquid.
Wow, Liquid's chasing.
On the move
BZM thinking about
forward.
going in. Does have lasso ready in 2 seconds.
So afraid. So afraid. And this is why BZM, incredible amount of damage with the Witchblade, has the shard too. Wow, Insania, life draining back, the 2-man bushwhack. Bear coming forward with the Savage Roar, sends them packing. Liquid on the retreat out now. They decrypt the Bear, stopping him from doing any damage for a few seconds, but now he opens up. Looks towards Matumban, and Bristleback dead in his own triangle. Oh, they're even relocating
not done.
forward. They want Zai now.
Yeah, Io can be tethered to pretty much any hero. Lone Druid Bear, Slardar, even Batrider, as we've seen in the previous fight, amplifying that magical damage coming out from him, sticking up palm charges, amplify, and then Witchblade. You just die from those, like Witchblade and Flame Break, you're dead. Like a lot of these heroes would just straight up die, full HP.
Yeah, it's kind of cool seeing this next step of this kind of strategy, right? We saw LGD, Riyadh Masters pull out the Lone Druid Marcian. We got caught completely off guard by it.
Yeah.
And now it's add an Io, add a Slardar.
Even after the nerfs, BZM still thinks the shard is really good. He did pick it up, so you have 50% chance to apply Sticky Napalm. And also you can attack during the Flaming Lasso. That's why he disappeared in that fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you've got Witchblade, why not? Liquid want to try and break out of their base. Maybe find a big kill on Yuragi or Amar. And Mickey, he's considering the Rolling Thunder, aiming Seb, Diffuser Blade slow, Bushwhack comes, and the Io will get blown up. Roshan respawning in just a couple of seconds, but Liquid on the runaway now as BZM comes into play. Mickey, look at how quickly he loses his HP, he gets soloed out by that Batrider. BZM just wanders in, barely does anything, gets a double kill. Insania's gonna be the triple kill. Amar diving tier 3 for the finish. And only one hero remains on the map for Liquid. Bristleback, Matu hiding, cowering down bottom lane.
I mean, BZM with this build, I didn't think... Yeah, he's going for Moonshard. Matu, let's see what he can do. Lasso still available. And he's gonna go for it. Keep attacking him. He disappears. That's a solo kill.
23, 2, and 30. Compare this Batrider game to game 1. A completely different beast.
He's involved in 36 out of 42 kills in 21 minutes.
Ridiculous.
It's like half a assist or slash kill in a minute.
That's bonkers.
By half, I mean 2. Sometimes doing
numbers. Keep saying numbers.
Sometimes doing math on stream live. Chat will excuse me. Chat knows how hard it is. And yep, while I'm talking, tier 3 tower already gone.
Oh yeah, BZM backing onto Mickey. Down he goes, ticking lower and lower. The BKB for the Batrider comes. Mickey will roll and thunder back to Fountain just to try and keep himself alive while BZM finishes off Boxy and Zai's Razor obliterated. As Io tethers up onto BZM's back, Mickey has to swashbuckle again to defensive usage out of all these spells and still dies.
I think this is it, Gary. I think it's time to call it.
Matu
didn't get a chance to play the game, and they will call it.
GG called. OG tying things up. 1-1 here up against Team Liquid. And this was an absolutely beautiful performance out of BZM, really showing that, you know, game one, the Batrider, all down to the initial rune fights.
Yeah, Yuragi as well, pretty skilled in getting those entangling claws in, starting from start until the end of the game. He was really on point. But yeah, BZM on a Batrider. I think we're gonna see a lot more of this build throughout the tournament, or we're gonna see. This was last pick Batrider, right? So you know, whenever you do it, you know that Batrider is gonna have a really good game, and I don't think anyone expected him to have this good of a game, but yeah, he did annihilate Team Liquid.
Well, another 1-1 as we head over to the panel to see what they think about that series.
That was a series indeed. We did call that OG will potentially tie this series up, not on the back of the Wind Ranger. Now, I know the casters talked about that Batrider, but before I get to that, Lizard, Lone Druid, when everybody else says that, hey, it's a bit of a concern to pick it into this Razor, but you said, no, it'll be fine.
Yes, I said it would pat me on the back a little bit.
Pat him on the back right there. He deserves it.
No,
solid.
Yeah, let's be real. It wasn't only about the matchup. Sure. Like they just got dumpstered pretty much in every single lane. When your Lone Druid is getting an ultra kill almost during the lane itself, you know something's not right. Like they had a really good lane performance, and then the game just continued being this full skirmish. I feel like this is not the first game at the major that looks that way. And it's so interesting to me because you're not seeing these like very planned out, great strategic movements, right, Jenkins? It's just constant fights.
I just can't. BZM scoreline, it just disgusts me. Like I look at, I can't look at that and not.
You like it?
27? This man almost had 30 kills. I know. 40. What is it? He's 41-2. Is his KDA? That's crazy. He was so huge. He went for Witchblade and Aghanim Shard. This thing is half as good as it was before, but it looked good.
I don't know what you're talking about. Half as good, and he's getting 27 kills. It had to be really damn broken.
And he went for a Shadow Blade too. He was ending with a Shadow Blade, which I imagine probably would build into an eventual Silver Edge.
Versus the Bristle, yeah.
And that's actually not even a meme item like, haha, OG's winning, they buy stupid stuff. Like, I remember when they first added that Ag Shard with the
Manta build?
Yeah, with the Manta build. Attacking gives Napalm. Yep. People were going for a Silver Edge. People were going for just like items to like roam around and like catch people because you lasso somebody, you can right click them, you can solo anybody. And even with 50% of the damage, still if you have that much of a lead, you can kill anybody. It's not as OP as it was before, but in a game like that, it just solidifies that there's no way for Liquid to come back because this back can run around and solo kill the Bristleback. Bristleback of all heroes.
It's the way he's styling over them as well. It's not only the kills, right? Like Jenkins also noticed that we were in the green room. They're killing the Bristle. He's TPing out. Yeah. They're not using the lasso.
No.
They're not using it, even though it was clutch. Like there was like a millisecond.
It was so close.
It was so close between him TPing away and him just dying, right? And they still didn't use the lasso. They still didn't break it. They just killed him right there.
I think it's because
it's like confidence, right?
In his mind too, they're so far ahead that if they don't use the lasso to kill this Bristle, they're ahead. Who cares? Yep. This Bristle's going to show up to the fight and then die anyway. Whereas if they use the lasso, then if they can keep the lasso for the next fight, and then it's like they can keep extending their lead into the game. If he doesn't use lasso, it's like Liquid is done. There's no way that Liquid fights if lasso is off cooldown.
And in the end, you can always just put Matu on some cliff, right? Just put him on a cliff, let him chill there for a little while.
Can.
That was mercy, by the way. Killing him on that cliff was merciful.
Right. He asked for help.
Yeah.
He asked for help, so he got
They're all
it.
friends, you know.
Right. That is true. There is definitely like some history there. Now, as far as just like the impact that Batrider had this game, I mean, for the rest of OG here, and we talked about Seb and not having like that Wind Ranger. Are we feeling confident in that IO that you said that he's been spamming in pubs? Like,
he's level 25 IO.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm feeling confident.
Yeah.
Like,
it looks good.
You had a Batrider with 27 kills. At the same time, you had an IO with 27 assists.
Right.
So he's in every single one of those kills, more or less. And Marcy as well. Marcy plus Lone Druid, by the way, not something that needs to be skipped over. Like, that's a really strong combo, as well as you can jump off that bear that's usually very deep in the enemy lines.
For sure. Well, there you have it. That was OG and Liquid going 1-1 here. We are not done for the day. We still have Entity versus Aster coming at you. But for now, I'm going to have a quick break. See you on the other side.
Coming up next, Entity versus Team Aster.
I've got AUI_2000 here with me from Tundra, and okay, good start overall, I think you would say with that. You happy with what you saw from the guys to start off with here?
No, I think we're sort of expecting to 2-0 this match, and we went 1-1. I mean, it happens, it's a group stage, but we came in like feeling pretty strong. I think we got sort of outdrafted game 2.
And in terms of that, right, when you're sat back there watching it all, what are you noticing to kind of see where your form is at compared to the other teams right now?
I don't know if you compare so much to other teams. You just make sure that like the stuff you practice is happening, and then you can sort of feel, like even though you're watching, you can sort of feel how the comms are going just based on how they're making the moves. Like if something's happening too fast, it's because they're feeling pressured or rushed, or something good is happening. Like you can see the comms are clearly looking good, and then you bring like a sense, because you don't exactly know what's happening, but you bring a sense of what's happening, and you ask the players after the game, and you just like sort of coordinate and see what happened in the games.
And what will you do in between now, right? Because obviously it's kind of busy, packed out day. You're going to now get yourself some food, I'm sure, rest up a little bit. What kind of things do you go through next before the following games?
I think we're just going to eat, and then we're going to prepare for Spirit. We'll probably play one pub each.
Okay. And is there anything in particular that you've already got a game plan around Spirit ready for this one?
No.
No? Okay, so we're just going in and just playing off your own feel?
I mean, it's like a group stage, and the teams haven't played in a while. So it's hard to like come up with specific plans. I think those usually happen in the bracket part of the tournament. For group stage, I think it's about solidifying your own play and your own ideas. So like we have some stuff on Spirit, but I wouldn't say like we have something especially prepared.
And would you say it's more like a mental game when it goes into that side of things?
Mental game in group stage? I'm not sure. Like best of twos, there's not much of like a meta that develops in the series. Like later on, you play some best of threes, or you already played the opponent, then you have more of a mental side. But I think like the mental side is just making sure that your own game is always good throughout the entire group stage, because you play a lot of different teams, a lot of different games.
And would you say that you feel confident going into this matchup against Pudge? Do you feel like this is the one you can get the win and get that 2-0 you wanted?
I mean, hopefully. I think historically, Spirit has been like the partner that we practice with the most. So we sort of know each other decently. And we were able to beat them at the last major. But honestly, the games were pretty close. And they're a good team. They won last TI. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Well, thank you very much for your time, man. Good luck.
Cheers.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Dota 2 Arlington Major. It is the group stages first day. We have the final series of the day. Now, before we dive right in, if you're just tuning in, don't forget many matches are happening across multiple streams. We even have a stream on YouTube and it's in 4K. So if you want to look at our beautiful faces here on the panel in that 4K glory, why not?
Some of us look better in 4K than others.
Sure. I mean, to introduce, like, we have Gods back here and then, Lizard over on the opposite side of me. Let's start things off. This is going to be Entity versus Team Aster, and there's quite a bit of storylines coming into this with both teams. First of all, both showing today 2-0 so far on their first day. Entity with Saberlight, the offlane as a sub, as a carry is going to be very interesting. I'm curious to see. I mean, I'll start with you here, Lizard, because we talked about this a bit like during the off-cam time.
Yeah, he's a specific character inside and outside of the game, and I believe he's a perfect fit for them even. Like, if you think about the way they won versus Secret, the way they got here, and the heroes that they're picking for pure, these Necros, these semi-cores, Nature Prophets and whatnot, like, you need an offlaner to do that. Like, why even have a carry at the moment? Right? Just have
just three semi-carries.
Three semi-cores, yeah.
Yeah, your offlane is a carry, but your carry is an offlaner. It's all blurs together.
Who cares if it works? Why not? Yeah. And right now in this meta, it definitely is working. We see a lot of these Vipers, Razors, Nature's Prophets. So they're definitely they're definitely not in the best spot, considering they had to get a substitute, but it fits them. Like they found the right player.
That's for sure. Now, flipping it over to the other side here, we have Aster. Teams from China haven't really had any LAN appearance. They missed out the last major, that is Stockholm. First major didn't even exist, and here they are. And there's a lot of high hopes for the Chinese teams coming into this, right, Gods?
Oh, absolutely. I think as far as fan expectations go, there's always this, like, the entire region gets behind them. I think Aster at times has been kind of the pariah because they consistently have not delivered on the big stage, unlike, PSG.LGD, who I think is more the fan favorite. Right. So, Aster's kind of got that chip on their shoulder where they really want to kind of finally perform well on LAN. And so far, obviously, starting off with a 2-0, beating EG, like a big-name Western team, I think is obviously a huge boost to them. It is still just group stage, something AUI in his interview kind of highlighted. Like, group stage is kind of very different to the playoffs. But seeing the Chinese teams align, as you were saying, it's the first time in a while that they've been at a major, at a big event since TI. So this is a big deal. This for all the Western teams, as well as teams from SEA, from South America. Often in interviews when they talk about playing other regions, it's almost always like, oh man, yeah, they're almost most afraid of playing against the Chinese teams because they just know like how rigorous the practice is, like how polished these teams are. Like they're the teams most people I think are afraid of.
Yeah, and this thing that he mentioned, like Aster being not that great in LANs, it's so widespread. It's basically a meme in the Chinese region at this point. They kind of hate them, like why do you take a spot away from these other teams that actually do well on LANs, and then you just go there and fuck. At the same time, I believe that they're in a really good spot at the moment. They have proven that versus EG, like Parker has said, and I'm looking forward to seeing them because they have a bunch of extremely talented players.
Oh, yeah, I mean, speaking of which, right, it's just an absolute pedigree of history on the side of Aster. At least, like, for me, just looking at the names, it's Monet, Aurea. If you're just, like, as old as I am, I guess, like, being in the Dota space, you're like, these are all names that I absolutely recognize.
And their coach, and their
Burning Lanham.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think that's a contributing factor as to why there's that target amongst like the Chinese teams, like looking at them like, oh, you think like you're so hot stuff, like having all these people?
They think they're the bourgeois, you know,
right?
Like they're above everyone else. No, I don't think that's the case. At least from all the interviews that we've done with all the Chinese teams, they all seem like very down to earth guys, no matter how famous they are in China, because it's a different deal there. Like, it's really big. At the same time, some of the newcomers, like X Success, perhaps we can call him a newcomer in comparison to these other ones.
Yeah.
Like, he stands out, definitely, but in a good way. It's not like he did not find his spot or anything like that. Even in the last year, I believe he was pronounced as the MVP of the whole year, of all the Chinese seasons. And like, if you give him a good hero, if you give him his Visages or something, he just destroys.
Well, it already looks like the draft is underway here, so we're already seeing that Tiny and Puck coming into play. Wyvern on the other side over an Aster. Not surprising once again, very common for both teams here. And I don't know, are we going to be expecting anything? I know China loves to play Pudge.
They're the ones that even started it, right? Like with the Pudge, I believe they were.
Depends who you ask, but
yeah, it depends who you ask.
Yeah,
I think they did. Yeah.
I think there was a few different teams.
If you ask them, they did.
I saw.
I think after the recent patch, everybody was like looked and was like, "Ooh, core Pudge, yeah." And you know, there's always some core player who wants to try some fun new hero.
There's Jenkins probably. He was spamming like 100 games of Pudge the same night.
Yep. Yeah. But there's kind of I always feel like the start of the draft, like as far as the meta goes, like it's almost like there's a pre-draft phase where everyone's like picking through the meta heroes, the Tiny, the Puck, the Wyvern. Monkey King's kind of the first little, at least slight switch up as far as things that we don't see as much, but we do see a lot from Aster. This is one of their flavors.
Yeah, 100%. That's the reason, right? Because there's Boboka on their team, and if you have that guy on your side, you pick the Monkey King. Everyone is thinking, okay, this is a position for Monkey, and then suddenly Monet is picking it, and you can actually switch it up.
It's such a good mind game.
Yeah, yeah. For this particular team, right? Yeah. Everyone else kind of shies away, picks something else. But I do have to say, I think I like Entity's opener a bit more. I haven't seen a team given Tiny plus Puck in a really long time in the first stage, because it's really strong. Like, you have that instant coil into toss back, just breaking it. It's really strong during the lane, because Puck can be aggressive, and Tiny allows you to be that if you rotate mid, right?
Yeah.
Right now, what I'm looking at for Entity is something for Toby that can be left alone. Some offlaner perhaps that you help out a little bit, and then you can rotate with that Tiny across the map. It would be cool. They don't have to do that, but it's solid.
Yeah, it feels like, and I think the other thing I really like about just Tiny Puck is like you can send your draft in so many different directions. Like Puck fits almost any draft. Tiny, he's flexible in terms of role, but also like the kind of forward position here, if you are going to play it there, that again doesn't like silo your draft into going this one direction. Like, okay, we're going to go super fast pace, try push, take over the game, or you can still pick like a slower TB farming heavy carry. Although with the stand-in, I don't think we're going to see that.
Probably not. With Saberlight, I can't imagine him playing something like a TB. Like, if you open up his dot above profile, carries, I don't think you're going to find a lot of them.
Which carries can you play in the offlane? Razor, maybe, he plays.
Mars carry? Sure. Night Stalker? Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I'm liking, like, I see Entity ban out Visage here. You know, from the stats that I was looking at, it's definitely an Aster favorite here. I think they have, like, an 80% win rate with him. So, and now Lycan out as well. I mean, I'm just curious, like, as far as, like, what Entity goes, like, we have, like you said, the Tiny and the Puck already in play. If you're Aster, what are you looking to pick into, like, the second phase to perhaps like address that bit of an issue, that combo that they have?
Is there a way of truly addressing it?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, BKB hero, I guess, and just tanky heroes. Like, if you want to get something that you mentioned the early rotations, like if you have like a mid Kunkka or Dragon Knight, these heroes they're more likely to survive than like the squishy, the Spirit heroes, for example. So I think there's heroes you can pick that are better against it than others. But then again, do you really want to pick a DK for your draft? Like DK feels pretty underwhelming.
Yeah. You can also just go in a different direction. Like, okay, how do we deal with the Puck later on? Perhaps some Void Spirit plus Skyrat was something that Eastern Europe does, right? Considering this is Monkey, probably a support. We might not see it, but yeah, there are options for them. The beauty of Entities and Team Aster's opener is that you can't just go into the second phase having this mindset, okay, we're going to counter you so easily and we're going to win the game. It doesn't work that way. I feel like they just have to look out for themselves.
I do like this one. That is a Chen coming into play here.
They play a great Chen.
Yep.
I feel like so many of the games of NTs I tuned into during the DPC, they would have like some Chen, they'd have some like carry Doom, Necro, and they'd just be like rolling people over, taking all these early towers and objectives and just making the other team uncomfortable at how much like pressure and just towers that were being pushed.
That's something that Chen excels at the moment, right? Like the amount of heals, the utility that he brings later on. You are playing into a Wyvern, right? So all those creeps and everything, it can kind of bite you. If you're not careful, with the micro, they can destroy you. But at the same time, I don't think it's necessarily a counter of sorts, right? Like the Wyvern. I feel that Wyvern here is really good in a way that he gives you that instant lockdown on the puck, and then you can follow up with whatever else. But here you go. Did I say China?
Nikki.
There
we go.
Their favorite, and I'm excited. I love it.
I think it's a pretty good concept against Chen.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
You don't have much damage coming out. It's a great hero to plop in front of a tower, and basically you have to go on the Pudge, which is what Pudge wants.
But the hook as well, right? Like you can kill the creep.
True. Oh yeah. That too. Yeah.
Easy farm.
Yeah.
Easy farm.
No, and obviously, so you can insta kill creeps, and just the general concept of this really tanky hero that you can put in front of a tower, to me seems really solid.
Yeah. I'm just wondering now, like overall, Pudge for me, I was one of those. The moment the patch changed, the patch happened, I thought Pudge will be the most picked hero. Then I saw him. He started being picked on that safe lane, even sometimes mid. It just doesn't deliver. Like by the time you get the Aghanims, the Vanguard, the BKB, the Blink, that's quite a few items, right? By the time you get that, the enemy core, let's say some Terrorblade or something, he's already farmed enough to deal with you. At least in the Chinese region, that's the way it has been going on. But if you do manage to farm and fight at the same time with the Pudge and you have some other core that can take over later on, I feel like that's where he shines.
Yeah, and you're mentioning these cores that overtake Pudge.
Yeah.
This is Entity we're talking about. They don't pick those cores.
Exactly.
So you're thinking Entity, the way they like to play the tempo, all these semi-cores, Pudge can match that tempo. You're not worried about being outscaled when you're playing against Entity, I think, compared to other teams.
No, that's 100% true. You're playing versus a team that's kind of forced into playing like Thunder Predator at Singapore Major, if you remember. Just three semi-cores and just constant fight.
Yeah. Well, there's a great one, Death Prophet, probably off lane. Death Prophet Tiny Lane looks pretty likely. But who knows? Maybe safe lane Death Prophet's a thing.
It's doable for them.
It's doable, right? I mean, at this point, like you said, right, we talked about it at the start of the draft, at carry, off lane, mid, there's so much flex happening, and I wouldn't be surprised. And that's kind of like the beauty of the game right now. So as we're trying to ban this out, like and lock in their two bans, I'm looking at the Aster line because they also locked in Dawnbreaker. So I'm curious, just like she's very strong and she's coming into like the second phase. Is this something that we feel like Aster is going to be very comfortable with?
Yeah, for sure. Dawnbreaker in a game such as this one right now isn't countered by anything. And it's also very versatile. Like when you look at Aster, remember, we just saw a game in which Liquid played Wyvern versus Puck mid. They played mid, so still their whole lineup is very susceptible to being switched around if necessary. And Dawnbreaker adds to that.
Yeah, I was like, if Nick was going to ask us, like, what are they trying to pick last to finish it? I have no clue. Like, Aster
no.
Like, it's like these heroes all go into different roles.
Right.
Like Wyvern, Monkey, all four of these heroes is flex between core and support, or at least multiple core lanes. I think we know Pudge is not a support, but as far as the other heroes go, they could all be core or support.
We say watch them surprise you today.
Yeah, like that's the only one I feel slightly confident saying is a specific role. But I don't even know. Like we've seen Pudge go all kinds of lanes when it comes to core.
All kinds.
Yeah.
But well, at least Entity thinks that they're just still looking for their hard carry with their last two bans here. So Aster is just going to have to, figure out like what else are they looking. I mean, you said Terrorblade. It is still available, I believe, if I'm double checking correctly. Yeah,
I was just rhetorically speaking of like DB even for some other games and versus the Pudge later on. What happens? But yeah, anything can happen here for Team Aster.
We've been seeing Sniper last pick. in other games.
Yeah, we've seen some crazy picks recently.
It worked. I think it won that game. Talon played it.
In some matchups, right?
Yeah.
It's really strong. It definitely can work. But they can also still just put a monkey on that position and put Pudge mid if they wanted to.
Well, it's only time. They're taking their sweet time, so we're just gonna have to keep speculating. But let's switch it up then. For the side of Entity here, like with the 4 that they have so far, they're probably in talks as well. All right, regardless of what they pick, who do we feel confident? Like, what are our options coming into this final pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of their final pick probably does depend on Aster, but I mean, if you remove the fact this was Entity, I think any other time looking at this draft would be like, okay, they're just going to pick a typical carry.
Right.
They're the ones who are going to go into the TB or something. Now they maybe need a CK answer, at least maybe a bit more AoE damage. They've got decent with Puck and Tiny. They don't have to get more, but...
Two problems, right? Like some overtime damage versus Pudge and some AoE damage versus CK.
Yeah.
Is this then Pudge mid? CK safe lane? Is that what we're looking at? Do you dare speculate here? Like,
I'll wait and see. Dude, is this carry Enigma? Saberlight carry Enigma? Oh, he's playing carry Deathfall. Dude, imagine the discussion then. Like, who's playing this Enigma? Both Toby and Saberlight are both like Enigma spammers.
Yeah.
Use roulette, like throw the dice, like, rock paper scissors it out.
And the only hero that could remotely be a true carry is Tiny on their side. Nah. No. That's not gonna happen. Tiny is gonna be a support.
This is going to be a fun team to watch this entire major, just because they do such wonky stuff with their drafts, and it's a treat.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the lineup, like there's so much fight, there's so much disable. So if this is the first game of the day to end this first day of the group stages, I mean, you can't ask for a more exciting first draft. I feel like
it's a lot of fun. 100%.
It's such a sick Enigma pick too. You want damage over time and AoE. It actually gives you both of what you said.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, well, there we go. We do have this game underway for you, so you all get to enjoy Gareth and Lacoste.
What a great last pick, Enigma. And I think the panel on the right, Entity with this triple offlane draft strat, basically. Not picking a carry here, just going all-out aggression. And on the other side, Aster, they've got Pudge, they've got Wyvern. It's going to be a great game.
This is going to be a fun game. We have Pudge, we have Enigma. There's going to be a lot of missed spells, so a lot of things to laugh at most of the time. And yeah, I'm definitely going to enjoy it, and I know the chat's going to enjoy it as well. Looking at some of these heroes and how Entity's going to play, like they need to make an adjustment because they are having Saberlight.
Right.
So you need to have like 2 offlaners. So far he hasn't played carry that is like traditional carry. It's
like
mostly
Night Stalker has been the closest
It's
carry
it's like you're playing off with 2 offlaners, and as you said, in this game it looks like they have 3 offlaners, so that's going to be very interesting. I like this last pick CK because it gives them something good against that Prophet ulti. You know that a lot of that damage is going to be spread around those illusions, and the CK kind of fallen off after the slight nerfs, but I still feel the hero is very powerful if you hit the right timings with it. If you're not the one who's getting initiated on, then it might be a bit of an issue if you don't get the Phantasm. But looking at their front line that they have,
they're so tanky.
Yeah, there's a lot of tankiness. On the other side, Enigma, a hero that can chew through all the tankiness with the Midnight Pulse. We also have seen Enigma going for Spirit Vessel build, which also adds up to that damage.
Yeah, right, because they've got this Dawnbreaker, CK, Pudge, and the backup of heroes like Monkey King, Winter Wyvern. They're going to have the reset tools around Wukong's and the Winter's Curse. We'll see what they get up to, though, as Aster already wandering across the map. A few of them smoked, as they do have the Monkey King turning into a tree. Oh, the walking tree is always spooky.
What could it possibly be? I don't know. Imagine you playing against someone who didn't play the game a lot, and you're like, oh, what is this moving tree? Suddenly there's a Monkey King on top of you. Good luck, have fun.
They moved the bounty rune spawns, did they? Oh, what's this? Did you see the clip of, I think it was Yuragi inside the Roche pit? Roshan's alive, Roshan's alive. He turned himself into Roche, tricked Gork.
I have not seen that one.
There's some cute little things you can do with the Monkey King. Aster just missing out on that D ward. Very, very shallow ward from Entity in their own jungle, just next to their outpost. outside of range of the sentry. As Baboka on his signature Monkey King. There have been videos made about him. Going to be heading down to that bottom lane.
Yeah, he played Monkey King as position 4 when it was not cool to play Monkey as position 4. He was the one who kind of made this Basher build when Wukong's command worked with Basher. Yeah, one of the players like similar, I see his similar style to Jinq, but Jinq has been more shiny player considering how LGD was doing. And we're gonna see Pudge mid lane against Stormstormer Puck. So Pudge still haven't used the hook. It's gonna be a bit difficult to land a hook on Puck.
How's this lane meant to go? I mean, Pudge has the base damage advantage quite significantly. I think it's like a 20 base damage increase over the Puck. Is this just going to be Pudge out-farming for the first few waves?
He's not going to go for any type of a kill on Puck. It's very difficult, so he's going to be farming. Also, I want to see if there's going to be stacks made in the triangle for him to farm it up. Because looking at this game, he's playing against Puck. He's playing against magical damage from Enigma, Tiny. So Hood might be a really good choice. Usually it's a Vanguard, but against what he's playing, I feel like getting Hood is much better this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because you need like an item that helps you farm and get to that Aghanim Scepter. Because Aghanim Scepter is pretty crucial. You have bigger AoE, you have a healing reduction against both Chen and Dead Prophet, which is going to be insane. Both teams are ready to go.
Yeah, and a ton of damage coming out of that rot. And the ability to chase people down is pretty incredible here as well. You know, you've got Solar Guardian to turn fights around, but you've also got Reality Rift, you've got this Monkey King jumping across the trees, the hook to displace people. Ori on the Pudge should have a pretty decent one. There's a little phase shift there. Stormstormer not going to get caught.
Tried to see how Stormstormer, because Stormstormer was thinking about, because he paused the game, right? And he said that he's having some ping issues, and
he was
Ori,
testing.
Yeah, Ori was like, yeah, I want to see how much he's lagging, if I can land a hook or not. Probably not going to go for it.
Checking out those reaction times. In some of these other lanes, though, we do have this Wyvern and Dawnbreaker chasing Kataomi's Tiny back into his own jungle.
I'd say Kataomi has been the shining star of the team, one of the better position 4 in European DPC. Tour 2, even Tour 3, has been pretty amazing, and he just got cursed. Yeah. I'm not talking about the Winter's Curse, but he's gonna drop here.
The Caster's Curse from the cost.
Thank you very much. They plant the ward and they get a kill.
Cheeky little ward there in the trees. It is under a sentry.
Toby having a complete free farm underneath the tower, 10 and 5, while Dawnbreaker is sitting at only 4 CS. So that's not really that big of a deal. I also love when Tinies start with 3 grab, because it gives you advantage. Like you can stop the pulls, you can do whatever you want with it. It's just like very good tool to trade.
Yeah, way better at trading, getting the regen battle going for himself. And Pudge up at the top of the CS, 15-4, but you're right with this. This Enigma doing incredibly well top. Now dragging the wave back, Kataomi will connect the creeps back in towards him. Keep that Enigma farming away. And you mentioned the Spirit Vessel build. He does have the urn already on Toby, so it looks like he'll be heading that direction.
Sometimes you don't want to go for it, where you feel, oh, it's a good Blink Dagger BKB game, but he's playing against Pudge, he's playing against Wyvern, so I assume getting Spirit Vessel is going to be prioritized more.
And then down bottom, Saberlight, the carry Death Prophet. Fishman on this Chen. Doing a decent job, just keeping Saberlight in an okay place. It's not the perfect lane. CK and Monkey are very irritating heroes to contend with. As Toby drops very low top. Kataomi was maybe thinking about the toss back, but doesn't get the opportunity, as he's still level 1, so doesn't even have the point in it yet.
Very difficult to play Tiny level 1 4 minutes into the game.
I was expecting it. It looked like he was moving for it, but he doesn't have it just yet. Now he does have the skill point ready to use if need be. As Wyvern will come in and secure one of these water runes, Ori having already taken the one down bottom. So this means Stormstormer will have just a couple of bottle charges left and no refill for himself. Losing out a little bit in the CS trade with Ori.
Yeah, but Ori's farming a small camp that he stacked.
Malefice from Toby, turned on by XXS. Starbreaker comes, and the kill is there for the Dawn. Enigma dropping so quickly to that Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker combo.
Tiny's damage output is very limited. Saberlight does cut down the tree. Looking at the mid wave, Stormstormer farming big small camp that he stacked. He's gonna hit level 6. Maybe a bit faster than Pudge. We'll see. If Pudge. Alright, Pudge is closer, but Monet bottom.
Yeah, found a strike and jump on in. DP, Saberlight trying to heal up the Spirit Siphons. Does get the kill on Baboka first. Yeah, killing off the position one though. Incredible for them. Giving Monet that solo XP and the gold from the kill.
He just got level 5.
Yeah, but up the top lane, Winter Wyvern getting avalanched down. CK tries to make the play forward. Kataomi does finish off the Wyvern top. And it's all action on both of these side lanes. Even snipes the courier of XXS.
Oh, I thought you were someone else.
Looks like Baboka. He's going to come in, help out Ori, swing back down towards bottom. Keep the pressure in onto the DP and the Chen. So Monet running out of regen, has 7-1 charges, wants to bring some more tangos. He's going to have to try and Chaos Strike himself back to health.
Considering what Monet's playing into, he's doing a very good job keeping up with Dead Prophet. One of the reasons why they swapped it, they did not want their carry to lose XP, lose gold. Playing into Enigma might be a bit too difficult, so they decided to make a switch.
A little jaunt away by Stormstormer. Does have the Tiny lurking nearby. Potential here for Kataomi to get in on top of the Pudge. But I think he's been spotted by that dire ward near the Roshan pit. Or he can play as safely as he needs. As you can see him just walking back and forth. Safer spots and even going for the Dismember. A lot of damage on Stormstormer. Can he line the hook up?
Oh, it was a good hook. That was 10 out of 10, but Stormstormer with the phase shift dodges it.
And meanwhile, Monet does die to Fisherman down bottom. Baboka being burst down by the Spirit Siphon. A couple of nice kills there for Entity.
Monkey King also planting a tree, losing 50 gold. All these things tend to add up. Enigma will hit level 6 pretty soon. Kataomi playing a bit of a sacrificial position for Tiny right now, not getting levels level 3, 7 minutes in.
Well, they got the Dismember on Fisherman, so a nice, cheap, easy one there for Ori. Just goes down bottom, takes him out. Oh, wait, where do we expect this black hole to be used? Oh, wait, hang on a second, Aster. Monet goes in. They missed the boundless strike, though. Now Saberlight able to turn and play with Kataomi coming into bot lane. A quick toss up and a finish on Baboka. With Exo going, maybe a move towards tier 1 as well.
That's a bit difficult kill to get on Dead Prophet with Saberlight having 2 Spirit Siphon charges. And you asked about the rotation, like who's going to play with Enigma. Seems like it's going to be Saberlight. He still has like another 15 seconds running, so if they can get a black hole on XXS.
Go straight for it. There we go. Beautifully timed. I was wondering, yeah, does Toby rotate into someone else's lane? Nah, he makes the call for reinforcements to come top.
Considering how well Saberlight plays whenever he plays Enigma, Toby's also known for his Enigma plays, but, you know, having someone like Saberlight looking at you playing Enigma might get into your head. You're like,
your hands are shaking. Especially when he's the one that popularized the build you're going for as well, right? The Spirit Vessel.
He might be controlling both of the heroes.
Kataomi, he wanted a bit of free room down bottom. Aster, what a bit off more than they can
coil,
do,
yes,
though.
they
Yeah,
can.
under the tier 1, blown up by Stormstormer. Again, Aster just wanting to play that aggression, knowing that the move had been made by Entity top, but quick reactions from the puck to come in and help the Tiny out. Pudge still top of the net worth, but the next 3 heroes all Entity. CK just going to Phantasm to farm. And Chen over in the back, dismembered and dragged into the grasp of Ori's Pudge. Kill off the army as well.
Has that Arcane Rune level 9, 9 minutes in. He's going for Blink Dagger first. All right, I like that. Gonna hook the rune.
Grabs the bounty, make sure Stormstormer doesn't.
Radiant's bottom
Pudge going Blink, Puck also eyeing up a Blink Dagger. Might want the Witchblade first, but we'll see how Stormer plays this out.
This is going to be delayed Witchblade on Puck. Usually we see Pucks rushing it, skipping boots completely, but this time around, Stormer feeling like he needs a bit more attack speed, a bit more damage against Pudge, because Pudge is staying on top of the network. A very strong laner.
Core snapped. We found the Dawnbreaker. Everybody from Entity in here as they toss the Pudge across towards her, but the Dismember there, the Arctic Burn, chipping away at Stormer. Saberlight will EXO and look to pressure the tier 1 with the Chen creeps. This is the tempo we've seen from Entity with basically the 3 offlaners we were mentioning coming out of the drafting stage. They don't have that late game security, so they do need to put their foot down.
Gets it.
Grabs the Chen, Fisherman dragged back in. Take him down and look to defend this tower, but it's just too late. The EXO, the damage is done.
Ori went for fishing expedition with that hook, and he found Fishman.
Very good.
Blink Dagger done on Pudge. Has Keen Optic as well, so extended range on hook.
Saberlight just going to sit in that mid lane. They've already got tier 1 mid, tier 1 top. They've let this bot lane push all the way in, so it can be soaked up by Stormer or the Tiny, depending who they want to give that priority to. As Kataomi's still level 5, and of course, does want that Blink Dagger as quickly as possible. He's looking for Monet.
Radiant's middle
doesn't want to commit for it. A little afraid of what's in behind the CK. But we know there's no one there behind him as they are smoked up top. Toby very deliberately sitting by his tier 1 here. He knows that he can't go pushing any further forward, and he's going to be spotted. The Boundless into hook. Nice setup there for Ori to launch Toby back into him, but a black hole. The turnaround plays. Kataomi arrives. Solar Guardian for the Dawnbreaker does arrive. Clears through Toby with a 3-man coil. In Saberlight comes and destroys Ori with a double kill. Stormer looks for the triple. Saberlight picks the final one up. And Entity with a great swing.
They bring everyone. I expected Saberlight to tip Toby there because it was a really good black hole. He understood that he's going to be able to survive, and he got some extra gold from it, even though he died, so going to be closer to his Blink Dagger. Siamese Cat, we still haven't seen curse usage. I think it's going to be, like, in terms of Winter's Curse, it's not going to be that great, considering the damage, because they don't have that right clicker. As you said, they have 3 offlaners. So value from Curse, it's going to be mostly set up for Puck, I would say, where they need an extra stun. So it's going to be set up for CK stun, Monkey stun, or just like
cancel Black Hole.
Yeah.
More of an initiation or reset tool than an actual damage tool.
I don't think you're going to be getting kills from Winter's Curse this game.
Not going to happen. Things slow down a little bit now, though, with no black hole. EXO does come back up, but no coil for Puck until just now. Aster still looking to get Monet up that net worth board. Armlet finally delivered to him. Do you still like this build on the CK, the Armlet Echo into BKB? Do you think it's maybe a little bit slow, or is it all right for him this game?
You need something to sustain in the lane. Like, you do have Chaos Strike, but also Armlet gives you a ton of damage, works on the Phantasm, which you're going to be using to farm up, and then Echo Saber gives you a little bit of extra mana that you need, that is also, like, good farming tool and very explosive item, especially if you connect on one of the supports.
Yeah, get in on top of them, blow them up. And looks like Dawnbreaker also eyeing up an Echo Saber. A smoke from Entity got scanned previously, so Aster knew where they were heading. Now under dire vision, or he just makes the jump straight in towards the Chen. Fishman taken out around the Roche pit.
All the creeps from Chen.
There's a lot of bonus gold for them.
They don't have enough to take Roshan. They got the kill, it's very close. I feel like Entity's gonna be looking at the earlier Roshan, especially when Dead Prophet hits level 2. Level 2 EXO.
Yeah. Getting closer and closer to it, even stacking camps, so Saberlight can keep accelerating. BKB about 1,000 away as well. So we'll have that safety.
That's going to be the timing. Level 12 plus BKB, try to force a Roche fight. Enigma does have a Blink Dagger, and Black Hole will reset.
Yeah, it's all clicking into place here for Entity. Slightly ahead in kills and net worth. Still looking to get themselves out on the map. Get these team fights going. And the longer this game goes on, we reckon Aster have that heavier scaling potential with CK, Pudge, even the Monkey King can transition. Dawnbreaker, the heavier right clicker.
Dawnbreaker's going for a very greedy build. This is Echo Saber into Shard. Your CK's also going to have a late BKB. Like, these Echo Sabers are going to be disassembled, but still going to... Even though they are playing into Dead Prophet, which is physical damage, you're still going to need BKB. Playing into Puck, playing into, like, just tiny.
Yeah.
It's still a lot of control.
You absolutely need that magic community. Patience from Entity, farming their triangle. The only one really in any spot to be threatened by Aster is that Enigma, but Toby, he's going to get himself away while Baboka and Ori onto Stormstormer, does get the coil out and the jaunt across. Doesn't get clipped by the hook. Celestial Hammer comes, but a Waning Rift to dodge the danger.
Good phase shift. Solar Guardian not connecting. Also, with the Chen heal, more than enough sustain. Chen does have mech available. Also has one healing salve that he can use in Puck.
Kataomi. Well, they were looking for the monkey there.
Sitting underneath the ward, so this is getting scouted.
The sentry misses it as well. Radiant and Dire, both of the observer wards are pretty much the same spot. But here we go, you made the call, level 2 ulti BKB.
Yeah, I told Entity go, and they listened.
Captain Lacoste sitting out there as the coach for them. Well, they are in the pit, but don't forget, we've got hooks, we've got Winter's Curse. The ability for Aster here to make a play around Roche is available. Celestial Hammer into the Roche pit, but he has died, and Aegis will be claimed by Saberlight. Avalanche, the hook back, they catch the Tiny, but in comes Toby. Malphite to stop the Dismember, and Ori in the middle of all the creeps. They do get a 3-man curse, and a kill may be coming for the Winter Wyvern here as they'll take down the Tiny.
Mech not there on time. Saberlight even pops a BKB, even though he has Aegis. A little premature there.
Radiant's bottom tower
Aster, like Ori has been landing those hooks.
He has, and it feels a little awkward when you're using Exo as the position 1 DP to pick up the Aegis, right? Because now you've got, what, like 100 seconds where you don't have that Exo and you're not really using Aegis to play aggressively.
Who would you want to pick up Aegis? Enigma's not that hero. Puck is
the Puck,
okay.
Maybe? I don't know. I mean, it's carry DP, so of course he's got to have it.
Stormstormer doesn't feel like he's going to die unless they use Winter's Curse on him.
Yeah, and he'll have a blink soon as well. Smoked up with a Fishman. What's he got? A Satyr and a Hellbear.
Pudge.
They do see Ori. Waning Rift and the Malefice. Oh, there we go. Penitence to get the attack speed flowing. That's the right-click power we needed. And Baboka going to try and hide up atop the canopy. Going to get scouted by the Illusory Orb.
Oh,
Coil snaps on him.
But he's going to get out.
And he's still up there, and his Courier safe as well. Unfortunate for Entity, just missing out ever so barely on the kill on Monkey. Saberlight's ulti slowly coming off cooldown. So we should have that Exo BKB and a few minutes remaining on the Aegis, ready to go for some of these tier 2s. Look for the mid and the top, and of course unlock that outpost. As this all drags out, you've got to worry. Moves like this with Baboka and XXS straight onto the Enigma. Toby does have a black hole with 1 charge to play with, but he's dead. Ori going to hook back his own Dawnbreaker as they chase towards the Chen. Fishman attempts the TP, but in comes Ori with the Dismember. Finish him off.
Aster, they're keeping the game even. And thinking about scaling, they went for really, really greedy item build. You mentioned the CK, Armlet, into Echo Saber, Dawnbreaker, Echo Saber, into Shard. Look at Baboka. Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion on 4 monkeys. So they think they can outscale them.
Do you think they're right?
Me. Puck is insane when he hits level 25, his timings.
Right.
Playing against Enigma in the late game could be scary. Like, Chen doesn't scale as much. Position 4, Tiny doesn't as well. Like, you have still Wyvern, which is a menace in the late game. So I feel like Aster does outscale them.
But there are still options for Entity
Yes.
with BKB Black Hole, always that threat.
I'd say they're a little bit on a timer. They can't let this game go super late. Talking about like 60, 50 minutes, let's make it, you know, not 60 with tier 5 items where everything gets super confusing.
So let's say 35, 40 minutes in, that's where entities start to get a little bit worried if they've not taken a couple of lanes of barracks as an example. So tier 2 items coming out now though for Entity.
They still yet have to take a tier 2 tower. Exorcism is up and they have minute and 20 left on that Aegis. So they want to use Black Hole. They want to get some fights going on. They want to use this Aegis to get a little bit more advantage.
They're all under vision though. It's been a story of this game so far. Aster have had their number. Observer Ward spots the smoke, so Aster know exactly where Entity are heading. Baboka's going to try clear out the mid wave, cause a bit of chaos there, while you see two heroes bottom, going under their tier 1. Defensive posturing from the entirety of Aster. And Baboka's going to break the smoke. He sees them all coming. The Monkey King atop the trees. Can they find him? I don't know where he is exactly. So the focus now from Entity.
They know. I think they know now. Someone is pinging.
They've got a good idea, but not a clear opportunity to find him. Yeah, Entity have got to do some maintaining of their lanes now. They've got to go top, push it out, bottom lane getting shoved in, so they can't really go for a concerted effort onto a tier 2 tower. I'll kill that illusion though, show him what's for. They're even moving on to Monet bot. He does have BKB, but doesn't get it off in time. Soul Guardian from the Dawnbreaker lands in. Monet, there we go. Phantasm BKB turns on the Saberlight, but he's dying.
20% HP,
oh, but
good
Toggles
curse.
maybe will save him as XXS clears through the Enigma. And Monet, he's getting away. Does Armor toggle himself back to victory, and the Wukong's command in onto
Aegis
Saberlight.
just expired.
Aegis is gone, and the DP dropping so very quickly. Spirit Siphon's topping her up, but dragged back into Monet's grasp.
Perfect timing. Good toggles from CK. He also had the Mage Slayer, a little bit of an extra magic resistance there. It's what kept him alive, and also good curse from Siamese Cat to be able to keep them in place. And I don't know if that was intended, but if they were keeping it timing on that Aegis, but it was perfect.
Yeah, spot on stuff. For now, that's 2 ultis down, Aegis gone, kill on DP. Entity with no Black Hole, no Exo. A little worrisome for them. 4K lead emerges now for Aster as well. And the BKB timings spot on. CK had his in that fight. Now Dawnbreakers arrives with a disassembling of the Echo Saber.
They survived through the hardest period, I would say. They even have 5k gold advantage at the moment because they went for greedy item build that we mentioned. Now they have 2 BKBs and they can take the fights.
3, I think Pudge has one as well.
Yeah, my bad.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Popped his out. Stormer looking for that Kaya Sanj, farming out the top lane.
Has been killed.
Ori, not landing that one.
Difficult one to land.
That's the Saberlight that's just died on our screens as Monet takes him out with the Phantasm. Actually, position 1 being obliterated. And Aster very quickly onto the tier 1 mid lane. The entire map belongs to them now, knowing there's no Black Hole, no Exo. Very little can stop them. And the big problem that, the panel talked about, we mentioned coming into this game, the tanky front line. How do you break through a Pudge, Dawnbreaker, CK with thousands of HP? 2340 on the Pudge. I think Dawnbreaker has like identical HP at this point as well.
Very, very difficult. They do have percentage base damage from Dead Prophet, Spirit Vessel, and also Midnight Pulse.
3,000 on the CK with armor turned on. Clear out.
You're very good at reading numbers, Gary.
Oh,
I gotta give you that.
I especially like it when it's like a round number, 3,000. There's no 127.
He should not level up or buy any item. Oh, he just...
Oh, Reaver.
He ruined it.
Radiant's top
tragic, isn't it? 3440 now.
Radiant's top tower.
He will level up. Maybe it's gonna be a round number.
Ori, any cancel? No. He just
no Black Hole.
He
TP's out.
Perfectly fine. We've got a Mage Slayer on the Dawnbreaker as well as the CK now. Baboka looking to finish off his Orchid, not too far away, just a recipe separates him from that item. And this lead, you know, from 4 or 5k a couple of minutes ago, now up to 7,000-8,000. Aster starting to really make their mark on this game and become...
Entity's losing momentum. Every single exorcism, they need to do something with it. By something, take a team fight, turn that into tower.
Yeah, it's got to be objective based. It has to be a tower or a Roshan or a big white. Phase shift from Stormer and the jump back into Monet. Does force the CK's BKB and he's turned tail to run away. Saberlight, he wants to chase this with Kataomi coming. Tries to combo the CK, but the Solar Guardian and the Phantasm. Aster not too worried about what's happened here. Saberlight's going to try and Spirit Side from the back, and Toby does have a black hole. Chucks it straight on towards Ori. It's just the Pudge, and it's cancelled by the Boundless Strike. Back in comes XXS, focused Enigma and the hook. Ori drags the Tiny back in again. CK still going, tanking through the onslaught. Monet's going to be healed up by the Wyvern, and the Dismember finding Saberlight. Wukong's command from Baboka. Monet,
still
is
alive.
he even going to die? He will. But so much was wasted by Entity. Stormstormer does grab a couple of kills.
He got the silence on Puck.
But they've got the Orchid silence. XXS and Baboka here. Ori arrives on a Stormstormer, tries to jaunt away with a phase shift and a jump. Saves himself. But Kataomi, outside the Roche pit, in an awful lot of trouble. The tree breaks under the legs of the Monkey King, but XXS has the Starbreaker. Tossed back from the Tiny, not gonna save him.
He tossed him away. He tossed him away from flash heap range. So that's something. This silence causing a lot of issues, but Puck did have Kaya Sanj, that extra status resistance kicking in. If he didn't have status resistance, Orchid lasts longer, and he definitely dies. Also, value from Cold Embrace. I'm a little surprised that Entity did decide to take a fight, because they didn't have Exorcism. Now they do, and now I want to see them go in and take the fight.
Yeah, but now they don't have the black hole. Coil from Stormstormer. He's doing a great job here toying with them, and there's that percentage-based damage onto the Pudge. The Ghost's onto him, and Ori's dead. Stormstormer finding the Wyvern, and maybe the Dawnbreaker 2 does get hit by the Orchid of Baboka. Monet not wanting to really get involved, and now Roshan belongs to Entity.
CK wants to take the fight.
Phantasm, move forward, stutter stepping, trying to get into the pit. Fishman down to about half HP immediately. Did get the mech off, but dies to Monet's illusions. Baboka scouting as well, but he's found him on the high ground. Solar Guardian, XXS wants back in. Monet, he's in the pit looking for Roche, but they focus down Saberlight's DP. Great Starbreaker hit from XXS, connects on 2. And Baboka dead to Stormstormer now.
Stormstormer's still not done. He's trying to buy some extra time.
It's back and forth. I mean, Puck is playing out of his mind. Getting into the back lines and hunting people non-stop. Waiting
Double
for it again.
BKB baited.
Yeah, gets them both to use it. And Roshan is still available for them.
This should belong to Entity. I'm surprised how they managed to take that fight. The Exorcism, a lot of that damage is spread around CK. The illusions also playing into Cold Embrace makes it very difficult. I think it's okay to say that Stormstormer is the real carry of this game.
Hey, he's doing such a great job, yeah. Kaya Sands, Witchblade. What's he going next? Octarine, Scythe of Vice. Just to get those cooldowns reduced. Keep playing that backline. Backstabber. CK with a Heart of Tarask now, though. Increasingly tanky. And we're still yet to see a fight where Aster are really 5 heroes continually grouped up. They do get picked off here and there. It can be difficult to suffer through the initial parts of these fights with Mech, Hand of God, topping up the rest of Entity to allow them to drag the fights out, find more openings for the Puck to play in and out.
Puck, 0 deaths, even though he's playing into Wyvern, he's playing into Orchid from Monkey King. Stormstormer having a really good game, holding that Aegis as well. We said that Prophet, not the best hero to give it to, so he decided to pick it up this time around, and they gave a consolation prize to Dead Prophet. She got the shard.
That's pretty good though, the fear. Could create problems for Aster, but here we go again. Orchid silence onto the Pudge. Stormstormer tanky with a Kaya Sanj, and even with a Solar Guardian coming, Stormstormer just gets out a dodge. Aster looking to group up top. All there's 5 heroes there. Have forced Entity to react. We've got a standoff pretty much across the river, but a smoke move from Entity right here, right now. It could be huge. They've got everything greenlit. All of the tools in their arsenal available.
Ori does have Aghanim Scepter done, so that means healing reduced from Dead Prophet, Spirit Siphon, Chen, Hand of God, and the mech.
Aster. Smoke broke. Saberlight spotted. Vision killed off. The gem from Stormstormer proving so valuable. And an Arcane Rune down bottom. That's a huge one for any number of these heroes. Like, does DP want it? Does Enigma want it? No, the Puck will be the one to bottle it up and hold it.
Toby trying to farm his BKB. He's very close to it, even though he's playing into Wyvern. I think Wyvern's job is cancel that. Just wait until... It's pretty similar to, I'd say, Silencer, where you're waiting for Enigma to show up, cast a black hole, and then you pop the Global Silence. I think Wyvern has the same job, and he can keep the distance, because he does have Glimmer Cape and also Psychic Headband, plus a Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Great tools there. A Wraith Pact for the Chen. Try and reduce some of that damage coming in from Aster. A long line drawn there as well. Just try and hold out on your own side of the river. This Puck does finish off the Octarine core, so even more difficult to handle Stormstormer in these fights. Hands the gem over. Look at him go. He just jumps straight up to high ground, finds the Pudge. Coil snapped on Ori. Gets the BKB off now, but is it too late? He's going to get chased down by the rest of Entity arriving. Winter's Curse required just to hold back the Puck.
He wanted to save Ori. It's not about getting the kill. It's all about saving Ori's life.
Yeah, Toby still gets to hold that black hole, the threat of it there. Something has to have to keep in the back of their minds. Monet, after finishing Heart, 2,000 gold saved up towards a Blink Dagger. Seems like he wants to be able to replicate what the Puck has been doing, getting onto some of these heroes that have been dancing around him.
He does have that Reality Rift versus Spell Immunity talent. Against Dead Prophet, you can try to blow her up. Same goes for Enigma.
Top tower is under attack.
He's a little bit out of position here. He's getting pinged by his own squad, or he's telling him to get back behind tower. Spooky things coming around the corner. Kataomi and Stormstormer both looking for that bottom lane tier 1.
Stormstormer level 24.5. Age is going to expire, has full Octarine core on top of that. This is when Puck becomes very difficult to catch. Play into Vivoka, getting caught.
Yeah, Midnight Pulse cut down the tree. Saberlight handed the kill. Now I'll push out these lanes, just reset themselves, settle down. 33 minutes in, it's starting to get towards that threshold where maybe you worry about Entity, but the past couple of team fights, if they're anything to go by, they've been outplaying Aster every step of the way.
I want to see smoke from Aster. I want to see them go for the kills. We haven't seen them taking a fight since Pudge picked up Aegis, and they gave Entity enough time to recover. You said this Wraith Pact, it's going to be a lot of damage, like a lot of explosive damage, reduced. Enigma trying to farm up Lincoln Sphere, so that's going to be a tool to deal with Wyvern's ulti.
Yeah, looking for that one big black hole to rule them all. Glyph from Aster to defend this tier 2 top. Not bringing any heroes up here, so it will eventually fall to Eidolons and Ghosts.
Radiant's bottom tower
Smoking out of their mid tier 2 though, and it looks like Baboka's Monkey King left to his own devices to leap up across the trees on that northern side of the map.
Puck just got level 25, so he decided to go for Dream Coil Rapid Fire. Just kidding.
You almost got me.
I mean, you were gonna go for BKB Piercing Coil.
I just looked across at Lacoste. I was like, nah, surely not. The catch on Chen, though. Aster will find someone with their smoke. Not the target they really would have liked, but a kill is a kill. A good retreat from Entity, already getting down to bottom lane. Saberlight TP down very early on. And we still have at least a minute 20 for Roshan and his respawn. Oh, they get a Hellbear too. Baboka finding one of the Chen creeps lurking up top. Looks like CK wants a Bloodthorn of his own.
Is under attack.
It really has been a very crisp past 15 minutes for Entity. Aeon Disc locked up there, ready to use for Stormstormer's puck.
He locked the recipe. That's interesting. Usually you want to put
Vitality
booster in and have some extra HP.
That's a catch though. Phase shift out.
He assembles it.
Make sure that he's safe and sound with that Aeon Disc reassembled, you're right. Does Aster want to make a move here? Like, they're on tier 2, but it doesn't feel like it's high ground time. It feels like even with a 4k net worth lead, it's next Roche, isn't it? Yeah.
Third Roche, this could be big. If they get... for Refresher, not that good. I'm thinking more about the Aghanim Scepter for Aster.
Radiant's top tower.
I get the tier 2. Finally able to take outposts. As Entity, they wanted to go for a wraparound play, but it is a super long Roshan respawn over 2.5 minutes. There's plenty more time here.
They don't know that casters much better at players than players at reading when Roshan's gonna respawn, because they don't have this tiny clock.
It's a free clock,
Casters
free timer.
Very good.
Coil onto Dawnbreaker, stops her in her tracks, and a jump in from Baboka in the middle of 3 heroes, getting blown up inside the Midnight Pulse.
Accidental hook on DP.
Ori catching out the DP with the black hole. Toby, he's in onto 4 of them. He's going to catch them all. XXX going to turn for the help of the Wukong's command, but DP with a fear and a Spirit Siphon chasing Ori's back. They get the cold embrace off the Pudge, but DP still tanking through the damage. Monet. Oh, they can't save her. The CK2 tanking and clears through the DP. Toss across, Monet's in onto the Chen now, but Stormstormer finding kills in the back lines. Jumping back in on the Wyvern. And Katomi gets pummeled down by another Starbreaker, while Stormstormer, he's desperate for this Wyvern kill. He wants it so bad. Come here. Let me have you.
It's so annoying to play against Buck at this stage of the game. Doesn't have Aeon Disc ready. He's going to try to cut another wave, potentially cut both mid and kill the bottom wave. It was a good black hole landing on 3, because he does have a shard, so it sucked in CK. But CK's damage output is pretty nuts. He didn't have level 25 there, but with the Bloodthorn, it's a lot.
Yeah, now you've spent everything.
This might be the first death of Stormstormer.
Oh, Stormstormer dead. Toby also dying on the left side of the map. XXX has got his number and he's dragged into Monet's grasp.
A lot of
silences.
kills. You have this full Bloodthorn that I just mentioned. XXS does have a Mindbreaker, and also Monkey King, he does have Orchid, so a lot of ways to control Puck, even though he has status resistance, and now he swapped things around, wants to get the Liquid Sphere. Respect this Bloodthorn.
Yeah, there's that 35th minute, right? We were talking, that's going to be one of these turning points where if Entity can keep that momentum going, sure, they've got the ability to close this game out, but if Aster can fight back, which they did, it looks like it's all doom and gloom for Entity now.
And CK's itemization, I think Monet having a really good read what needs to be done, picking up that heart early on, so the tankier your illusions are, which that means that Dead Prophet ulti is going to be less efficient. Spreading the damage around, Roshan's going to respawn right now.
You say it, and he appears.
$10 million in my bank account.
Oh, who's getting all the goodies here, though?
It's going to be a refresher, so let's see who's going to pick that one up.
Aegis for
no
CK.
one wants cheese. Apparently, Aster, lactose intolerant.
I just left in the pit. Come on, somebody, surely. Nope. No.
I hope chat is not the Lacoste joke intolerant.
Yeah, they're spamming it, man.
I've seen cheese being left in the Roche pit way too many times.
What's the deal with that? Is it just something that players don't care about? You know, they want the Aegis, they want the Ag Shard, Refresher Shard, whatever it is. It's just the bottom of the list kind of item?
I would give you an answer, but I don't know. It's free. If you don't want it, just sell it for 500.
Yeah. Yeah. May as well pick it up on someone.
Pudge found Timeless Relic, so longer duration Dismember from level 20 talent, and also from that, so he hit level 25, Dismember damage. Man, Rot is gonna, it's gonna hurt. Like, you can use 2 Dismembers, that's gonna be pretty nuts.
Oh, because they overlap with the
with
cooldown and the
BKB.
uptime, or the Refresher Shard, yeah.
Double BKB, so 20% debuff duration of almost 4 seconds. This is gonna be like almost 5-second duration, 4.6 on Dismember.
Onto any one of these heroes, that is nasty stuff. Entity, they want a deathless bot tower. CK with his Phantasm out, and the overwhelming blink straight into Kataomi. He does get the push back, but in comes XXS, not quite latching onto any targets. Ori now, they want to jump in, finds the DP with a Dismember. Wukong's is good as well, Refresher out, Dismember Saberlight once more. Fishman, now the black hole, Toby's in on Tori's Pudge, but the curse cancels it out, holds Entity back. And Aster can think about the reset. Move on to Toby once more. Saberlight out in the open. It's not looking good for Entity now. DP down, Enigma gone. Oh, the DP still alive. Somehow surviving as Kataomi tosses Pudge around. The Dire gets the kill. DP and Enigma finally dead, but they will have buybacks. Fishman
CK illusion
chased out by that Phantasm illusion. CK will swing onto Stormstormer, but the puck is still causing them problems, and XXS a dive too far.
Almost full HP with Satanic.
With the heals coming out of him. And Monkey King on this high ground, burst out by Fishman and Stormstormer.
He's still hunting, he wants more.
Stormstormer.
He wants XXS.
Gonna get the Dawnbreak here, he's looking for it, will find him, all the miss uphill. XXS saved up by the Glimmer Cake, but now Monet's the one in trouble. The buybacks out of Entity defend their base and hold the fight.
Please.
They can't save him. He's dead once and maybe twice.
They're controlling the backlines. They're going for supports, and they want to kill him as well. Monet does not have BKB for 20. He looks very dead, but ulti, so he might be able to blow someone up.
Oh yeah, he's popped the on discount on the puck. Fishman gonna get jumped here maybe, but Stormstormer's there. They've got the Malefice and the Silences. Their CK can't cast any spells. He's got BKB in 5.
He's trying, he's
but he's
giving
inside
his
the
best.
Midnight Pulse and he's dying. He's healing up on the crates, but he can't stand his ground.
Stormstormer causing a lot of issues. Can we see the hero damage done? I feel like Puck's damage is going to be through the roof in this one. 17,000 damage. Like, he's been, what, 19 coils? And the 17 Wanning Rifts, he used 2 Dream Coils and 11 Fate. Oh my god. Like, Puck in late game is pretty nuts.
What? Ah, some bonkers stuff. How many buybacks did they use, though? Because that seemed like it was a hefty investment. Guys, there's only 2 buybacks. It's not that bad.
Also, we mentioned Timeless Relic, but Puck did have Timeless Relic. One of the reasons why damage numbers are so high in the previous fight.
Some ridiculous stuff out of Stormstormer. Well, that's now no Refresher Shard, no Aegis. Did we see the cheese is still in the bloody pit? Go on, Kataomi, please. Just go inside.
We didn't get the chance to talk about some level 25s and big items that can make the difference. Kataomi did pick up Imperial Blade, which means that he can save people whenever CK tries to go on someone. Winter's Curse as well. And yeah, Puck level 28 at the moment. Dead Prophet. Saberlight, he did buy book for himself. He wants that level 25.
Oh, 43 minutes in now. I thought these windows and doors were closing for Entity, but they keep finding ways to slip out of Aster's aggression. Winning a team fight against Aegis Refresher. You gotta feel pretty good about your move now going forward with Black Hole, with the Exo ready, and no buybacks on anybody outside of the puck.
Stormstormer, he was thinking about Usually pucks do get overwhelming blink because it's a huge AoE. Slowing down CK and the illusions is pretty nuts. It also lasts longer with the Timeless Relic, but I also seen him queue up Revenant's Brooch. It's one way to deal with Wyvern because your attacks are magical and then it goes through. Silence.
Stormstormer, he's out there though, as they do latch onto the Toby Enigma. Black Hole comes, he's gonna get it in onto the CK at the very least. Pudge dragging towards it as well. Toby down, and so is the Chen. Saberlight, he's being pummeled into the ground.
Focus down.
Aster focus the targets they need to, and this time around, the puck, yes, will backstab into the Wyvern, but Kataomi and Stormstormer, they're blown up as a 5-man wipe emerges for Aster.
Stormstormer using a buyback immediately. He knows that he needs to buy some time for the team. Like these black holes, they're way too tanky. I feel like the damage follow-up and the death profit, the damage spread is just not there.
It's like
Exorcism all around the CK illusions. Everyone is super tanky. It's physical damage. Like look at Monkey King. He's sitting at 31 armor at the moment, so that's not gonna be that good. And you're also playing into Cold Embrace. We're gonna see that again.
I mean, the Boundless Strike and the silence there on Stormstorm, but this Kaya Sound allows him just to do whatever the heck he wants. Yeah, Toby, he's forced the black hole there because the XXS and Ori both running away from the Shard drag back.
I believe that was also Monkey King getting his 25 in this fight. So that's going to be Wukong's command with Eye of Scotty. Baboka very greedy with the item build. I mean, the whole team is, and it's paying off. They played for this later timing, and they survived the first 20 minutes of the game, and they want to get Mega Creeps. No Exo for 30 seconds, no Black Hole for 30.
At this point, you need Enigma to have Aghanim set to refresh your orb. Stormstormer, he does jump in and get a good coil, but Kataomi trapped inside the Wukong's command. Hooked out, and Amone finishes the job. Barracks broken and Mega Creeps incoming soon. Only one building now stands between them and that. Toby. The anti-rift, very irritating even with the BKB up for you. And Baboka turns into a tree to give himself some safety, while Ori straight in towards the DP. Saberlight down and out. No buyback for him or the Tiny, and the hook on Fishman will find yet another kill for Ori's Pudge. Flesh heap stacks galore.
That's Mega Creeps.
And they catch the puck as well. Eon Disc is popped out there. Stormstormer. Do you draw to this orb? Do you jump away? Trying to dodge out a danger, but that is a really difficult prospect with Aster surrounding you. Every step you make is scouted. And GG is called.
Entity. They try to go for something different. Oh yeah, I hear it. I'm moving, but I'm hearing the black hole. It's one of those late games. Use it before the game ends. Aster
immediately cancelled.
Yeah, Aster very greedy with their item build, and they did manage to survive when Entity needed to go for those pushes. Like this was a draft that needed to end the game like relatively early. We were talking about like 45, 50 minute, and they got outscaled. It gets very, very difficult. Pudge hits this Aghanim Scepter BKB timing, Ori having some really good hooks overall, and the damage, the healing reduction. Fights do get very chaotic, which means that Enigma is not gonna have that good of a time. He didn't have like a real front line for someone to go in, create to bait it in. Other than Stormstormer, Stormstormer had an amazing game, but so did everyone else on side of Aster.
Yeah, I mean it's testament to Entity to really outplay in some of these fights, even when they're being outscaled. But a great victory there for Aster as we head it back to the panel.
Well, that was a very exciting game. We call it at the start there between Entity and Aster on the back of these very exciting team fight heavy heroes. Right now, gods, we talked about this a bit on the walk here. Entity, they just were not able to carry that momentum that they had at the start into the late game, right?
It was a fun one, and yeah, I think that's always going to be the issue a bit with their draft, where it's like they can have these great early game team fights. We saw a few times where, you know, they hit this mid-game timing where they get all their key items, they get the Wraith Pack, puck comes online, you've got Death Prophet who just wants to play super fast. They got, like, you know, they were fighting over those early rushes, but at some point it's like, how do you go past 30 minutes, how to go past 40 minutes, and it felt like that's where Aster had a bit more going late game.
Yeah. And he was saying even, sometimes I see these drafts that shouldn't win late game, they still kind of make it work. There was like 1% fate. He had a glimmer of hope.
When they defended high ground, and I think it was the Pudge was dead for like 2 minutes. He died back, I think. And then Puck, the fight where he got off like 18 illusionary orbs, 17,000 damage in one fight.
Suddenly Parker is like,
they're doing this.
They're doing this. It can't happen.
Yeah, I saw this game. You know, they did this in DPC. They had carry Doom and they won at 50 minutes with no real carry. Like, but
it can happen. Most of the time it happens when the enemy team kind of lets it happen, right? Like it throws a little bit, it has a little bit too much fun.
I hear what you're saying.
It's doable. Toby had some amazing black holes, but they didn't do a lot. Like you black hole, we've seen a couple of 4-man, 5-man, but it doesn't do a lot. Doesn't really help out. Stormer tried to take that semi-core carry position with his item build, with the Witchblade, with actual some right clicks going in there, but as Puck should do, right? It was not enough.
Yeah, I think the late game team fights, it's like Puck can do. Like Puck felt like a late game hero, but then he has no way to like set up his teammates for success. Like you have this Chen running in, he just dies without really doing anything. Tiny similar story, like maybe he gets one combo off, but like Puck doesn't play around or enable the rest of his team. And Enigma, like I think the casters say it really well, there was no way to frontline and set up these black holes. Like you need this tanky frontline hero.
And then there's a Wyvern right in the backline. Even if you manage to jump in to use that black hole, most likely you will get Winter's Cursed afterwards, and the black hole will not be that successful at least. But overall, I'm actually very excited to watch Game 2. Getting ahead of myself a little bit here. I'm sorry if I'm ruining the flow of the panel, but I can't wait because they looked good in Game 1, and these drafts are always interesting to watch, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you want to like kind of like take a sneak peek, I mean, we did see a strong early game start from Entity, but they just did not have that damage follow up, like you all said. So it's just minor adjustments, right, that they can take into this perhaps like for that game too, because I mean, CK was a problem, as we saw in this game as well, from the side of Aster, and we saw that Pudge make it into play. So it's just like a question of, they have Saberlight, the offlane carry right now, perhaps making some sort of adjustments, not putting him
not
on
putting
a
Saberlight as the stand.
It's interesting because
I
agree, like it's minor adjustments, but it's like, can they do that with the personnel they have? Right. Also, it's just their playstyle. Like this playstyle is what got them to the major, not playing with carries. Like
this is how they won against Secret.
Yeah,
that's exactly the game that you might have even been talking about, right? Like they don't have a true core, they still managed to win late game versus Secret. I remember a game they were playing versus, I think Aristalize was playing Terrorblade. Like he was playing TB, the ultimate late game hero, and they still managed to win against that without a single true hard carry. So it's doable. They definitely know how to. They just need to figure out the right semi-cores versus Team Aster. And yeah, enough about Entity. Aster played really well, don't you think so?
Yeah, not without some flaws at various points, but I think they understood like how to kind of play their draft and just kind of wait for their moment.
Well, we still have one more game coming at you here. Aster, they want to try and carry this momentum, but Entity, maybe they'll make those minor changes. We'll find out after this break.
I've got OG's Seb with me here, and well, Seb, I just called you the super stand-in off camera. You continue to come back, so maybe you just never retire?
No, I know. I mean, it's like I have no credit anymore, but I'm still retired, believe it or not.
How is it coming back in again, though, right? Last time around, when you come to the previous major, you guys end up winning it, even with you and Notal standing in. You're now back in this situation again. How does this affect the team? How do you deal with this kind of a thing?
I mean, it's kind of cool. I think I get to bring a little bit more of the experience side, kind of within the team directly. Well, I think as much as I try to help them outside of the competition, I think when you're kind of in the heat of the moment, back against the wall, you know, really tense situations and emotional situations, I feel like I can impact the team's mindset and their personal development much more. So in that sense, it's very positive. Also for when Misha kind of sits back in, because Misha also has had more experience with me and Notail because he was coaching us at TI. They didn't, so they're kind of catching up to Misha's mindset.
So it's a speed run for it. But in terms of the expectations for OG coming into this, where do you put that right now, considering you're having to play with standing again, trying to not have your full team?
I mean, no expectations in the sense that we don't pressure ourselves into anything. At the same time, we're here to win. So obviously, we won't settle until we win the tournament.
And how would you describe your performances so far? Are you satisfied to a degree, or are you still pushing and going, that wasn't good enough?
I mean, we're going to be 2-2 in day one. Of course, you always want a 4-0, but I think the biggest thing for us during group stage is to learn about ourselves, about our opponents, because you get a lot of teams from all around the world and really great teams with different approaches to the game. Yeah. So I think day one has been great. We've learned a lot in both aspects, and I think the good sequences or the peaks that we had, they were really high. So I'm super happy with day one.
And going into the next days, right, what are you going to be doing to kind of make things a little bit better, improve on things? What are you able to take away from today and make sure it comes in a big improvement for tomorrow?
Yeah, mainly mindset things, I think. I think winning the major comes with upsides and downsides, where some players maybe tend to have more expectations for how the games are supposed to go. Okay. And that's a bait. Games are not supposed to go anywhere. You just have to deliver, basically. Doesn't matter that we won the major. We go into these games with the same handicap than the other teams, right? We don't have like a 10-0 advantage because we're the major winners. Yeah. There's no such thing. So I think it helps people, understand what the right mindset is going into Dota. Yeah.
Well, hopefully that mentality and mindset is strong. Seb, thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
I've been waiting for this. You're gonna die.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw Aster take down Entity in a very, very close and fun matchup in this group stages on the first day of the Arlington Major. We already are getting ready. Draft is already underway for game number 2 here, but we want to talk about this Pudge. Is it going to be making an appearance again? It was very powerful. 75% win rate even.
What do you think? More Pudge?
I'd like to see something different from Aster. Like from all the series that I watched them in the last couple of years, they just have an arsenal of heroes that they're really good with. So they don't have to resort to a Pudge every single game, even though that Pudge in the last game was pretty solid.
And while not flashy, they go back for the Wyvern again, which I think is a key pick against a team like Entity because of their playstyle.
Right.
Like I feel like this was a very much like a kind of preparation thing where it's like they know what they're coming up against, the team that wants to play fast, that likes to, play some of this kind of snowball push draft. They love their Chen, they love their Enigma. Wyvern, good against all those things. So I think it's a really smart early pick for them.
By the way, we were talking about those semi-cores, remember? And we mentioned the Night Stalker. So there you go. It's like give Saberlight an offlaner that can actually transition into something that hits hard, like some Slardars, some Night Stalkers. It's possible it's going to be him playing it.
It definitely, and then we're also looking at this Nyx here on the side of Aster. I'm very curious about that. Not someone that I've not a hero that I've seen that often, at least, like from the games that I've been watching.
How do you feel about it? Like for me, it came back as a counter to Dawnbreaker, right?
Yeah,
in the
Dawn
Chinese
and Puck, I would say too.
And Puck, kind of, yeah, of course. But they banned out the Puck. They picked the Nyx.
Oh, true.
I don't, after they picked him, obviously, right? I don't value the Nyx that much.
I think it's a very weak laner, which is kind of where the issue comes with it. But at least from what we've seen, Aster don't really prioritize like winning their lanes as much as other teams. They seem to really like having this like mid to late game identity where like they get the best possible team fight against their opponents. They want some scaling in there as well. And I think Nyx gives you like this nice. The hero offers a lot in the mid game. It just early on doesn't really do much. And you don't get to run around with Vendetta setting up kills like you did 5 years ago when everyone was bad at Dota.
The good times.
Yeah.
The good times. Set up with Vendetta, then buy some eggs, burrow yourself. And
eggs? You're not getting Dagon?
No one can touch you.
Those are the real good. That was like,
okay.
You gotta go about 7 or 8 years back and it was Dagon.
Back in the day when you would even go like SMY and right click. Let's go. Yeah, but overall, I think it was Kaka that brought Nyx Assassin back into the meta. He started playing it quite a bit. I'm not a big fan. Like, I'm going to have to repeat that. For me, the hero still feels kind of weak, but in the right hands versus the right teams, it can work. And they definitely do know why they're picking it. I just don't see it yet.
We're just like concerned seeing how the lineup of Entity last game was just like very team fight heavy, and they had the Enigma, the Death Prophet, which Death Prophet is banned out. Although I'm curious to see here a hero that they haven't touched that Aster does very well with is the Visage. Is that something that we could potentially see for Aster right now, or?
It fits right now. Like I think that's a solid lane with the Nyx Assassin. And gives them something kind of play around. We'll see if it does get let through or not. I think the nice thing with the Nyx Wyvern opener is you're picking 2 supports, so it makes it hard for your opponents to ban against you. You see right now, Entities prioritize banning out some of those carries.
Right.
It's like you got to pick your poison a bit, like let the Visage through or let some of these annoying carries through that deal with, like they're kind of protecting the Night Stalker pick, which to me suggests they want to run maybe a carry Night Stalker because Bristleback as well as Bloodseeker heroes that can be hard to play into.
Yeah, and they're actually banning out the Visage on the side of Entity. They get rid of it. They hurt you.
I'm sorry.
They don't want to play against that, and they just get rid of it. Meanwhile, Aster go with an Enigma. Okay. There are still some counters left in the pool, right? But
yeah, and are you really even just picking Enigma for Black Hole these days? Like
that's true.
The hero does a lot outside of the Black Hole, which is like what we've seen. Like Enigma's not even going BKB Blink anymore. Like that build is like, screw it. We just get Wraith back. We'll fight with the team. May get a Black Hole off on a hero or two, may not. May get cancelled right away. It doesn't matter. You've done your job.
And eventually you do get the Blink and BKB, right? Like, after the Wraith Pact. If the game is good, like sometimes you can even rush it if there's no big counters and it's a game-winning thing. But most of the time, like, I completely agree. Like some Wraith Pacts, some Tranquil Boots, just constantly be pushing in. Seems pretty solid. And there you go, the counter. Right?
Well, say goodbye to Black Hole this game. But even that in itself, I feel like can sometimes give you that tactical advantage because you don't normally, like if this Warlock's holding onto his Chaotic Offering and not casting it, like that in itself means he's maybe not using it at the right time in a fight. Like that could be that perfect opportunity to get like Rock, Fatal Bonds onto 3 or 4 heroes, but he's like, oh, but
he's waiting.
He's got to wait for the Black Hole. Like suddenly his job is to cancel Black Hole and it's like, well.
How many times do you spam the Rock? Like if you're playing Warlock, do you spam it all the time?
What, do you mean like off cooldown?
Yeah, no, I mean
the cancel
spam it.
I'm not. I deal with it more as do that on Zeus. Yeah, here we go. That's the hero to cancel.
They can make a song right now, the two of them.
I mean, with the jump, that's the thing that I know a lot of people have been talking about, right? Is how strong Heavenly Jump has been, and not surprised that it comes through. If it's not banned, it's going to come through, and here we're seeing it, right?
I'm just imagining we will rock you with Golem and Zeus fake pumping
we just
their
want to
spells.
ban. All right, well, if that's the case, are we looking
Is
for
Zeus
like
Freddie Mercury here?
Yeah, of course.
He's got the looks for it. He's got the stash. I mean, I actually... I'm a big fan of how Zeus has changed. The fact he's actually, like, this hero has been out of the meta for so long.
Yeah.
Like, you give him, everyone seems to hate this idea, give him a mobility spell, make up for his weaknesses, like, let his weaknesses be his weakness, but the hero is still squishy. Like, the hero is still, like, can have some problems at time and isn't, like, this super OP pick by itself. I think you have to pick it in the right games, the right situations. When you need some damage, like right here, and here you go. You pick a TA into it, and suddenly I think Aster's feeling like, yeah, we've got some answers for this Zeus.
Yeah, not only the TA, right? Like you have the laning answer with the TA, but you also have the Nyx Assassin, I believe, for later on. I was thinking, like, when I asked the question why Nyx Assassin so early on, I'm thinking, okay, Entity, Stormer really does a ton for this team, and he usually transforms into the true carrier of the team from that mid lane, no matter what he plays. And those heroes that he plays, they're usually int-based, right? And Nyx Assassin can come quite in handy versus those. Zeus, he might struggle versus that. He might struggle versus the TA too.
Yeah. Remember, even in the past, sometimes where Nyx was popular, some players say, well, the strength of drafting a Nyx early is
negating,
it's
right?
extra bans. You get basically you just ban 10 heroes by picking a Nyx. Suddenly it's like there's all these heroes that you don't want to play into Nyx, or if you do pick them because they're like, it's Zeus, it's meta, it's good, it fits your draft. Yeah. It has a rough time.
Yeah, you just don't want to play some Invokers that Stormer was popular for. Like, you don't want to pick them into the Nyx Assassin.
So if we're looking at like where Entity is at right now, as far as like trying to enable this Zeus, if we're a little bit concerned with that matchup against the TA, is there potential like changing of lanes or something that could happen here, or?
I mean, it's possible, right? Like, could they? What do you think?
Mid-tiny support Zeus.
They could even do that, maybe, or put Zeus somewhere else and last pick something against the TA.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue is maybe enabling Zeus in the mid to late game. Like Zeus will still farm versus TA. Like I don't think that's a lane that just you get run over. You're not going to shut down TA.
Yep.
Maybe you want to pick something like, the Viper type heroes which get banned, but there may be some other things. But I think more than anything, you need heroes that protect Zeus in the mid game. Like, you've got the Night Stalker, but I wouldn't mind them seeing pick like another body to put in front of Zeus to protect him against TA, Nyx, and stuff.
Yeah, they do have Nyx, but besides the Nyx, like you said, Nyx TA. That's how they can get on top of Zeus. Do you think before that would be enough? With the Heavenly's jump, is it still enough? What do you think? Because he can get away, right?
Yeah.
Unless he gets scared. When you jump, you hit for damage as well, right?
So you can carapace it.
So you can carapace it?
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah.
You should be able to. And they get Venom versus the TA. This is such a huge overkill. Not an overkill, just a hero that... Like, you win in the lane, but you don't win the game, right?
Thinking I almost said that exact thing. It's the Viper thing.
Yeah.
Win lane, lose game. And you kind of need to get the lane matchup too, because like if you're Aster, you're thinking, well, we can maybe dodge this lane. Like if Zeus is going mid, we send the TA there. Like a lot of teams are playing TA more in the safe lane, but this may be enough to... You want to try basically redirect your TA away from this Veno.
Yeah, pretty much.
But even TA mid versus Veno, I don't think is terrible for TA, because the lane's that shorter lane. The issue is the side lanes where there's all that chasing.
Yeah.
So I think a TA mid here makes a lot of sense.
Are we concerned about the same issue that Entity had prior game, as far as like
that they don't have a true...
Yeah.
I think it's easier maybe this game.
With Night Stalker?
Yeah, you have Night Stalker, you have Zeus, you have Veno. Like the amount of damage that they can dish out later on, plus you have Veno plus Fatal Bonds. The damage is definitely not an issue.
Yeah.
The damage when BKBs come online for Aster might be.
Right.
But you have to find a way. You have to find a way to play against that. BKBs aren't as strong as before, so there's definitely ways for them. I think this game, even without seeing the last pick of Aster, I feel that this game might be easier for them.
Yeah.
Easier for Entity, that is.
The game 1 damage was very dependent on like their ultis, Black Hole, Exorcism. So this time around, they're not as cooldown dependent. You know, Veno's like always, like he's not relying on his ultimate being up. Night Stalker kind of is, but the uptime is like, or it's almost, it feels like it's always up. So.
Okay,
well,
I take that back.
All right, we're taking it back. Okay, I was about to ask, like, does that still stand with this Lycan last pick? I mean, that is the power of the last pick, right? So
they've used it well.
Yeah. You do have, I guess, the Night Stalker with a shard, so you can eat the creep if he goes for the Helm of Overlord, right? Like that, there are ways of playing against him, but overall it looks really strong. Like you just make all your summons and you chase after the Venomancer or the Zeus. They can't truly do a lot against that.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting point, because usually in the past, Nightsoul was picked into Lycan Beastmaster for that shard, but Lycan is so good against Veno and pretty good against, I mean, very good against Zeus as well. So it's going to be interesting, because I think the nice thing for Entity is they're going to feel at least like they have some answers in place already.
all right, well, I guess the only way to find out right now is to get us straight into the game, and with that, we got Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, let's get things underway here for Game 2. I mean, Aster, Game 1, they wanted to drag things out. It looked like it was going the same way until that last pick, Lycan. Does that allow them to speed things up against what Entity have with all this massive amount of magic damage?
Looking at the Team Aster's opener, it's Viper Nyx Assassin. I've seen these two heroes a couple of times, and you can get ran over.
Yeah.
They're very level-dependent heroes. You need that level 6 to be efficient. You need level 6 on Nyx Assassin to be able to gank. On top of that, you have Enigma. So this is extremely greedy draft. They try to fix it with Templar Assassin, a hero that comes online relatively early on, and also last pick Lycan, something that doesn't get slowed down by Venomancer. And also, you can find two of these heroes. Like, you can find Warlock, you can try to kill Venomancer, even Zeus. But the problem is, something that Panel mentioned, is you can get Helm of the Overlord, because Night Stalker will buy a shard, and then a lot of your, like, your whole item is pretty much negated.
Gobbled up! Eaten by that evil, evil man. As we get ourselves out onto the map here in Game 2. Entity already 5-man smoking down towards the bottom portion of the map. And Aster. They're all grouped up under their own vision. A couple of observer wards coming out. They don't know about the dire one that was just spotted, just placed, sorry, in that middle lane itself. As Entity do show themselves in that Radiant jungle. Aster fully retreating, not wanting to get bogged down into this level 1 team fight.
Also, Aster making an adjustment, putting Templar Assassin on a mid lane so that she's not playing into Venomancer. I feel like one of these wards is going to get dewarded. It's being pinged out right now. Bobuka still thinking.
Well, he's got the sentry on him. He could go for it right now if he wanted to. Arctic Burn. Siamese Cat was given the wax onto Kataomi. Fatal Bonds level 1 from Fishman. Always irritating to handle.
The battle begins.
As XXS will zone away Stormstormer, grabbing themselves up a bounty rune there. And it looks like Aster will get both of the ones on the left-hand side of the map. Now, I did see Saberlight playing this position 1 Night Stalker previously in their series against Na'Vi. Did incredibly well going for this Armlet BKB. And the Blink Dagger just allowing him to play very speedily, get in the face of his opponents.
It's
Same
a good
thing this
Night
time.
Stalker game. They don't have that much lockdown. The one stun you care about is Malefice, but if you're the one who's initiating, jumping Wyvern and Nyx Assassin, you're gonna make their life miserable, especially with having backup from Zeus. Vision game from Entity is through the roof. We're talking about Zeus ulti, Venom wards, and Night Stalker during nighttime with ulti.
Yeah, they'll see everything. Just a couple of well-placed sentries. We'll see Baboka. And of course, they'll have that natural vision to see the Wyvern and the Enigma who like to play from the tree lines in the fog to make those surprise jumps. So Monet on this Lycan down bottom does have the helm queued up, so he's still angling that direction. Going for the early pressure. The ability to maybe push into some towers in the first 10-15 minutes. Oh, Wyvern. Getting a little bit caught out bottom lane. Kataomi and Toby chuck the spells at him.
Yeah, look at the harassment from Kataomi. That level 1 tree grab, extra damage, 5 hits. You can throw it, have like a double hit if needed. How's mid lane doing? Stormstormer 8-6 CS on Ori's Templar Assassin. Ori, one of his better heroes. Maybe even his best hero.
Yeah, that T8. Already both of them with the bottles up. So 10 seconds until the water runes come and they can refill. Where's your bets on first blood, though? Is it this Veno tiny lane on a Wyvern? Well, not if the Gale misses like that from Toby. Or is it, you reckon up in the top lane? Is that a kill threat lane there?
Vorlock can die. If Fishman gets closer, well, they're Eidolons. One stun, maybe if he used the heal. I don't think Saberlight is dying. Fishman causing a lot of issues with these Fatal Bonds.
Yeah. Shadow Word himself back up. And that chip damage onto Baboka and XXS. Very irritating.
Every single time you say Baboka, I want to say it again. Baboka,
Baboka, Baboka,
Baboka,
Baboka, Baboka, Baboka. It's interesting though, isn't it? The Fatal Bonds really hardcore pushes the lane, and you're already against an Enigma who's dragging the wave back. What kind of effect does this have on the creep wave?
For Entity?
Yeah, is it like going to bounce back towards tier 1? You're going to get some good pulls off, I guess, as Fishman?
He needs to kill this sentry, and it's exactly what he's doing. There's not going to be a body block. While Baboka is...
Baboka?
Baboka, yeah, he's stacking some Ancients for Templar Assassin. This also means that it's a mid TA, so she gets to go into triangle earlier than safe lane TA, because you get more levels.
And small camp as well. Something that's opened up to her. Neither of the small camps have been blocked up or sentry. So the Zeus obviously has that option too. Currently though, Entity, CS rising up pretty hot. Top 4 last hitters all on that dire side. So we do see the Lycan and Enigma have a few struggles. Laning against the Venom is annoying. And of course we've seen that top lane, how well Fisherman's been playing, manipulating that creep wave. Saberlight focusing down these Eidolons as quickly as he can.
Oh yeah, that feels good. Using Void to kill one Eidolon.
Yeah, kill it.
Also giving Magic Stick to Enigma. I don't think it's worth it.
Oh yeah, he's got a Magic Stick, doesn't he? Get those stacks going, all the spam coming out of him and Warlock. Kataomi and Toby trying to battle through the cold embrace. Winter Wyvern saving Monet, keeping him in that lane. Tons of sustain. You've got Feral Impulse, Helm of Iron Will, and the cold embrace, all allowing the Lycan to have that staying power.
Tiny out of mana. He does not have. He does have a toss. Maybe that's gonna help out. There is another cold embrace available, but good body blocks. Monet does have decent amount of regen coming up from hell.
He's healing up. Has that Shadow Word on him. He turns. Fishman takes a couple of hits from Eidolons. He's so close. Both of these side lanes on a knife's edge.
Ori forcing out Stormstormer out of the lane. Zeus needs to go back. Usually Zeus is the one that wants to get that level 6 faster and then play for the side lanes. Because you saw how low he was on Lycan, and yeah, he could potentially get like a double kill. Saberlight, what is he bringing? He needs some extra mana. For now, just bringing a chainmail.
Yeah, I would love if the Warlock had a couple of mangoes or something. Again, we see that cold embrace.
Oh, Zeus does have Vulcan now.
Don't think they've got enough damage though. 250 HP left on Monet. He heals back up under tower. Just needed a few more touches there from Entity to kill the Lycan off.
He's dead. That's
now
first
with the
blood
Gale.
for Zeus.
It is incoming. Stormer secures it.
By right, as well as by might.
Very useful for him. As it looks like he's just farming small camp and dodging away from the lane. Well, Kataomi nearly dying to the wolves in the tower hits there. Toby moving forward. And again, this
Another
cold embrace.
Gale. Needed 3 mana.
Dire's
He's
middle
got Gale
tower
and
is under
Urn.
attack.
Stormer getting trap slowed. Looks like he's jumped up onto this high ground to evade the Templar Assassin.
This
But
is
a
big.
DD rune.
Or he's gonna pick that one up. A couple of stacks in the triangle, but he wants to pressure the tower. Popping up the glyph, and you see Baboka already making a rotation. Stormer very low on mana, has no mana now.
He's got nothing left. What's he got? A stick arriving. He's got Fairy Fire to play with. A few seconds for the Arcane boost to come back up. Stun misses, but I don't think it matters too much. The DD from Ori, too much to handle. And Catapult's still alive, finally gonna die, but the damage.
Big damage. Damage has been done. They killed Zeus, and they also killed the tower on the mid lane. This is gonna open up the map. Night Stalker on the top lane does have phase boots finished, trying to farm up that level 6 to get some extra damage. Baboka already moving to the top lane, and Ori inside the triangle. We said that they're gonna go for earlier. Triangle finds a good item, some extra damage, extra sustain. That possessed mask, probably another item's gonna drop, maybe even
tons
2.
of them. Tons of items for him. I knew that, yeah, that mid tower, super important. You know, when you're playing against a TA, you want to take that mid tower so you can gain access into triangle and jungle to shut her down. But when you're a TA team and you are the ones that take that tower, you've got access to the enemy triangle, which you can steal away the piece of the pie which they were trying to guard for themselves. That allows you to unlock so much additional bonus gold and farm for your TA. It's ridiculous.
Entity doesn't have a hero that can farm triangle other than Venomancer. So, like, Zeus is not that hero, neither is Night Stalker. And also, Venomancer is not going to leave the lane. He's having a decent time here on the bottom. Kataomi finding, or trying to find the toss, and he does.
Straight up
good.
TP. Very wise decision.
Oh, and he lives, because he popped the Cold Embrace immediately.
Oh.
They try to kill him with the Zeus ulti.
Very close. Good attempt by Stormer, but even better coming out of the Winter Wyvern.
Dire's top tower is under
Monet
attack.
is completely ditched bot lane now.
Radiant's bottom
Full-time
tower
jungling.
is under attack.
3,000 net worth for him. Starting to see a bit of a gap develop while crippling fear from Night Stalker. Ulti as well, trying to get him on top of XXS. Black hole not going to come. He used it. It went on cooldown.
Shortest black hole in history.
I didn't even see it.
I think that was like 0.1 second.
Dire's middle
That's
tower
tragic
has
for
fallen.
him.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah, I
tower.
thought
He
had
still
the
dies.
turnaround.
Even if he gets the black hole, there's no real value.
It would have looked nice though. That's
I
on
think
cooldown
this
for a
looked
long
nice.
old
I think
time.
chat's gonna appreciate this one.
Masochists. Or the Schadenfreude. Pleasure in other people's misfortune.
Is it possible to see that again? I would definitely be down.
Oh, Lacoste. Don't do it to us. It was a very, very short-lived black hole from XXS. He's going into the Vlads very, very quickly. What do you reckon about that? We've seen the Spirit Vessel builds, the Blink BKB builds.
I don't know about that one, Chief, because I see Lycan also going for one.
Yeah, because he's going Helm of the Overlord, isn't he?
Yep. And that's not good against the Night Stalker, because Night Stalker, if he sees that Lycan is committing, that's a position 1 Night Stalker, and he'll buy it. He'll buy it immediately.
Oh, straight up, snap up that shard. But I guess Enigma then going for the Wraith Pact. Oh, here you go, Lacoste. Oh, yeah. Didn't even see a single particle of
It was
black hole.
Avalanche. Avalanche, just cancel it immediately.
LTA goes in, Saberlight TP's out. Stun connects though. Baboka from super long range. unlocks the kill on the NS. Now Stormstormer in trouble because look at this. Shapeshifted Lycan with a Centaur Stomp, catches out the Zeus. And Monet now pick off Stormstormer with the help of Ori. They also got the Enigma diving top lane, looking for Fishman. Does get tagged by the Gale, but a TP home. Nothing to stop
rock
him.
available. Fishman still level 5. He's bringing out the Dome on career. Aster going for very aggressive plays. Supports, making rotations. Ori off to a really good start, and he's gonna... Something that you mentioned, the tier 1 tower has fallen in the mid lane, and now he has access to enemy outposts where there's been a couple of stacks made.
Yeah, it's so good for you as a TA team to be able to invade enemy jungle. Because once you clear this, it's like, right, I've cleared out stacks. I can go back to my triangle now, which, you know, guess what? Nyx Assassin, Baboka there, is stacking up for him. They'll move on to Monet, though. Kataomi trying to set up for a kill on the Lycan. Stormstormer, Sableye surround him. And Monet should be dead here. Caught, pants down. But while that's happening, 7k net worth. And building for Ori's TA. Blink Dagger ready. And he's going to be incredibly close to a Deso after this stack is completed. Already has one of those Mithril Hammers.
One of the reasons why he decided to go for Blink Dagger is to get out of the trouble. Like Venomancer uses Gale on you potentially, you blink out. And it's also a farming tool. Jumping between the camps is something that TA loves to do because she is Flash Farmer. A bit low on mana right now, but still going to be extremely good timing on Power Treads, Blink, and Deso, which is going to open up the Roche. I see Lycan going for that Helm. Stormstormer.
And they go and play in towards the Enigma. Kataomi gets the combo onto XXS, but he's going to get the Black Hole off this time. Kill the Venomancer off. Stormstormer looking for the trade and should find the Enigma with ease. While back towards the tier 1 top lane, they did drop the rock. Fishman trying to aim towards Monet. But caught out now with a stun and a carapace. Can't give chase though. Kataomi makes sure that the supports are held back. Offlaner for offlaner, but Black Hole used. Doesn't feel too bad for Entity.
Denied.
I did drop the rock.
Rock is a big tool.
Yeah, that's true.
Next, Night Stalker ulti. I want to see them do something like... He's going to have Armlet. He has it right now, so... Try to get a kill. They still need to kill this bottom tower. A bit surprised that they didn't manage to do it, because you do have Venomancer. Like, both teams, we have Enigma as an offlaner and Venomancer. And 13 minutes in, none of the tier 1 towers have fallen.
Yeah, still solidly standing there. Look at that shard queued up on Night Stalker after his armlet, just as you called for. But both are getting a bit of free time up there, while it's Monet's turn to clear out Triangle and Ancients.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And this Enigma, yeah, Wraith Pack queued up.
Are fortified.
I guess it makes some sense, just how the Vlad is a bit wonky, but Wraith Pact against Poison Nova, Fatal Bonds, Thunder God's Wrath, it does add up.
It's a lot. It's a lot of overtime damage. They will find Enigma.
And nobody buys Pipe anymore, so Wraith Pact makes sense. Night Stalker, Dark Ascension over the top of the Wyvern, silenced up and cleared out by Saberlight. Ori gonna blink away, but look at Kataomi's positioning. Gets him. Catches with the Avalanche. Meld and now the dust though. Ori getting pounded by Saberlight's Night Stalker. Toby arriving, gales him up, toss him around, and Ori, down you go.
This is what I mentioned. I wanted to see them go with the Night Stalker with this next Dark Ascension, because Night Stalker deals a ton of damage, and this is who got the last hit on Ori. It's Toby who got it. Not too much gold, but he's getting the Spirit Vessel charges. Their combo is pretty nuts, and it's just gonna get better, because you have Fatal Bonds, Zeus pops the ulti, Venomancer on top of that. Kataomi.
Oh, great toss across. Tumbler's toy and denied to neutrals, yeah. Oh no, Ori got the kill.
Ori
TA
with the trap.
Did find the finishing blow, and Warlock now caught down in that low ground in the river. A little bit awkward there from Entity. All set up by Baboka's invis.
Structures are
So it looks like Aster eyeing up Roshan. They've got Eidolons, Wolves, Centaur, 2 Vlads.
double damage.
Well, they don't go for it though. Do they reckon they can't take it fast enough? Scared of Entity's team fight?
Night Stalker just got his nighttime. 15 minutes in.
That is spooky.
I guess they're respecting that. They still want to take or get a pick off, get one kill. Because Venomancer, he shows where you are, respecting Rock and level 4 Fatal Bonds. This fight, Kataomi finding an opening.
Yeah, Baboka there with a stun. Winter's Curse on the Veno, trying to hold them back. But in comes the Night Stalker with the Thunder God's Wrath over the top, clearing through the Wyvern. As Kataomi slowed by the trap, Wolves are arriving, but again, it's just delay tactics. Hold them out with the Avalanche as Toby throws out his Poison Nova, but Ori, huge damage out of this Deso TA. Looking for Fishman now, the TA trap slow down. They've got the chase straight towards the Warlock.
And now it's time for Roche. Saberlight thought that this fight's gonna continue, so he canceled his TP mid-fight, unfortunately for Aster. Oh, look at this damage, overtime damage from Fatal Bonds, and there was still Veno ulti running.
It's no joke. You can't get caught up in these team fights if they extend too long. Aster, very thankful they were able to break through the first 5-6 seconds of the fight, get the kills they needed. And even though Entity busted out all their spells, still a good victory for them.
Stalker, he wants to kill the dragon. Easy 250. Back to full HP and half mana.
Good stuff. I was maybe looking for a steal on the Aegis as well, but unable to claim it.
Monet's like, how's that balanced? He just killed something that I paid 6,000 gold.
Thousands of gold for, defeated by 1,400. Looks like, I'm saying, who wants to buy pipe in this day and age? Enigma will still be going for it, feeling the threat of the spells of Entity, while Fishman feeling the threat of the TA Deso Blink.
It's a good pipe game. You play against Zeus, Venomancer, Tiny Warlock. It's probably the best item that you can buy in this game, on top of the Wraith pack that he decided to go for. So reducing the damage, and also reducing damage with the Pipe Aura and Pipe active.
Does he even bother going Blink BKB, or is it going to be Wraith pack, Pipe, Lotus Orb?
Lotus Orb is good against Warlock, against Venomancer, but he still might want to get a Blink Dagger, because with Pipe active, you can Blink against all that damage.
And still find those black hole openings. That makes sense. Saberlight ever hunting for the Winter Wyvern. Stands up atop his staircase, slowed by the TA trap though. XXS can't quite catch up. And now Entity with an avalanche and a toss. Having a go at Baboka, but the rock is dropped. Crippling Fear silences out the Lycan, the Winter's Curse, that reset tool. It's a good Thunder God's Wrath and a lot of damage onto Aster, but Ori able to turn and burn in onto Saberlight. He eats up a creep, but he's still being destroyed by the TA. Aegis in hand as well, so Ori has the safety he needs to continue battling. Tiny in trouble. Moved himself too aggressively into the ranks of Aster. Yeah, they lose their Lycan, but getting a couple of kills in the trade-off. And opening up a tier 2 top push for themselves.
You see the damage from Entity when they execute the combo. If this is not Aegis, then this fight is a bit more different, I would say. But yeah, Templar Assassin, she's the real carry of this game. Lycan is gonna become like pseudo carry or more of an offlaner, I would say.
Dire's top tower.
Kataomi there, just trying to keep Baboka out of play. But you definitely see everything stacking up and all the tools Aster needed just to slow things down, try and get a couple of picks, regen up as best they can. But you're right, if they didn't have Aegis there, that's losing Lycan and TA without too much in the trade-off. But now you've got to know as Aster, there's ultis on cooldown over on Entity's side, so you've got windows of opportunity that you can start to exploit.
I like itemization on Aster's side. Wyvern, 2 points in Cold Embrace. I think you need to put more right now. It's all about lowering the cooldown and also going for mech. Pipe on Enigma that we mentioned, he's 600 gold away. Ori with the freshly bought BKB wants to take the fight.
Oh, nothing there to carapace across, but
that's a good angle from Baboka.
Great stun with the Impale, and Saberlight pays the price. Ori transferring these 13,000 net worth that he's racked up in the 20 minutes of play straight into core kills. A 73% win probability now for Aster as well.
Only 73, I would say, because this game
slipping
looking a bit rough. Yeah.
Dyer's middle
Why we're going to get a toe and a smoke. Objectives, clear-cut takedowns by Aster as the tier 2 mid crumbles. They've already grabbed that top outpost, so now it's a matter of picking their poison. Where do they want to battle next? Push out bot lane, maybe connect into Dire Triangle, where they do have vision set up.
You mentioned the Lotus Orb on Enigma. After finishing Pipe, this is what he wants to go for.
Hey, just going full aura bot for Boca and Ori. Jumped on by Saberlight, aiming straight onto the next assassin, but Ori has already cleared out the Tiny. Now the Winter's Curse there to lock Saberlight in place. They've got a BKB TA running away. Entity, maybe the opportunity now to chase back in towards them, but XXS with a black hole. He only gets one of them. Catches the Zeus. Now the Night Stalker in. The Golem comes a little late, but the Enigma still going to drop even through the cold embrace. Toby gets out the poison over, but Monet speeding across. And TA with the refraction TP home should be fine. Nothing to finish her off while Saberlight. It does turn day.
That rock came in a little late. Also, I think Enigma could have lived because he didn't summon the Raid Pact. If he summoned the Raid Pact, wouldn't take as much damage, had the Pipe Hood active, and also had a couple of Magic Wand charges. But still, big W for Aster, losing only Enigma and Wyvern and getting 4 kills out of that. But Baboka did buy back, so 3 for 4.
Yeah. They spent all their ultis though. Let's see it back here. Yeah, it's a good little pick on to Baboka. Trades out 1 for 1, the 2 supports. Using this Winter's Curse just to slow things down. A little bit mistimed with a BKB out of TA. I also felt like XXS maybe could have black holed a little earlier, but the vision, the lingering vision from the Thunderbolt, he was waiting that out. And good realization from Entity to try and split and spread. And they do get some good damage out there, but TA gives as good as she takes.
Manages to TP out. I mean, Fatal Bonds, a Venomancer ulti, Spirit Vessel. On top of that, one good thing about the Venomancer is you can buy whatever the hell you want, whatever you feel it's needed, and every single item is gonna feel good. So having that Spirit Vessel to reduce the healing, and now having Heaven's Halberd, Miss Chance against Lycan, against Templar Assassin, the best item you can get as a second item.
Poor little Fishman. Inside the Midnight Pulse, and tons of stuns out of Aster. XXS playing under dire vision, but it doesn't seem like Entity want to entertain the move from Aster into their triangle.
Interesting build from Stormstormer. He decided to go for E-Blade, so will have a defense for himself against both heavy physical damage cores, and also having that extra range from Etherlands does give him ability to save people during Winter's Curse.
Good little tools to play around with. Ori thinking about going up there, but outpost grabbed by Entity. Now we're all grouped up together.
This is big. Ori, I never thought I was gonna say that, but Ori having Illusion, or never mind, it expired. If he had that, having a Dispel mechanic against Venomancer.
Oh, Baboka tried.
Stun, but still gets the Carapace off.
He whiffs it. And now the Avalanche toss comes in. E-Blade from Stormstormer trying to blow up Baboka. Kills the next assassin, but they did force out the Poison Nova at the very least. Aster in full retreat mode now, just looking to sit back and relax. Tier 1 mid and top lane both still standing very strong for Aster, so they can bolster their efforts around those objectives.
Entity would want to have a drawn-out fight where they potentially buy back with 1 or 2 heroes. Poison Nova starts kicking in. Maybe they get another round of Fatal Bonds potentially. Night Stalker resets. Tiny gets a couple of combos because they don't want to like heavily commit. If they can get a pick-off, sure. Rock drops.
Yeah, the Wyvern trying to heal himself back up. Fishman dropped the rock onto XXS.
Good body blocks.
And now into Wyvern buying back. Roshan has just respawned, so perfect timing for a fight around it. Aster the ones that might just come out on top though. Fishman's Golem being chased by the Hounds. But it won't lose its life. So 1 buyback out of Wyvern. 10 seconds for the next assassin to respawn. And Roshan up inside his pit, scouted by the TA trap, I believe.
Also, Wolves are scouting things out following Night Stalker. no Golem. That means that Enigma could potentially land a really good Black Hole. There is Plague Ward, but like both teams have really good vision. We're talking about Wolves, Traps, Eidolons, on Entity side, Night Stalker, Venomancer, good initiation.
Oh, say goodbye. Fishman blown up by the Melt Strike. Ori, XXS sprinting forwards towards Toby now. Avalanche though in there with a crippling fear. And Enigma caught up inside the silence. They need the heals, the winner's curse. Turn it around and set it up for a Black Hole to come in from XXS, but he's holding on to it. Biding his time and waiting until he's going to die, but the call of the brace keeps him alive. Ori now tracking back, John in for more, as XXS didn't even need to Black Hole.
Another heal in 5 seconds. Can he survive? Couple of magic sticks. He might.
Oh! Dead to the damage over time. But Entity spent all but their Poison Nova. Roshan is alive, and Aster have 4 men up to go inside.
They also bought back on Fishman, which means that his item build not going to be progressing as they want to. Inside the Roche pit they go. Kataomi maybe could have tried to go in Suicide and see if he can pick it up. A bit of a difficult task, but now your Templar Assassin has Shard, has Aegis, and has double damage in bottles. Oh, they managed to blow him up.
Yeah, but oh, okay, I was going to say at what cost? Doesn't look like the TA or the Wyvern. I want to keep going forward.
Is under attack.
So it is just a freebie on Baboka. Yeah, double damage on the TA. Some spicy stuff, but it has come out with a bottle.
Is under attack.
No longer being saved for that next team fight. Just going to accelerate her farm, as if she's not farmed enough already. Enigma, you were right in the end. Blink Dagger going to be coming up there for XXS.
You'll be able to... No.
Or not.
No, never mind. Going for BKB. He's thinking about all the options. Wants to get BKB in the end.
There's like Lotus, Blink, BKB.
Zeus.
Stormer going for the TP.
Only one crit. There was a bit of a misplay there. Desolator in backpack instead of bottle.
Now he swaps it in. Yeah, wishes he had that.
That would definitely be a kill. Going for Nullifier next, so that's going to be another tool to deal with the Ghost Scepter on Warlock and also E-Blade on Zeus.
Well, Baboka was ready for that this time around. Saberlight with a crippling fear, but the back line's being stabbed by Monet. And look at the damage. Ori and Monet in there onto the Winter's Curse target as it ends. They slice through him, and that's your position 1 Night Stalker dead. While Toby going for the TP, and he cancels, none nearby.
And another Nullifier I see on Lycan.
Right, some huge item pickups here for Aster. A 12k lead will do that for you. 3 minutes left on the Aegis as well. So it looks like a pretty nice line down towards bottom lane. Tier 1, Tier 2 there still standing. They don't really want to go push high ground into the team fight of Entity, right? Not just yet.
No, I think they're going to respect it a bit, go for Tier 2 tower, maybe get a pick off and then see what happens. Because sieging the high ground might be a bit too difficult. One toss back into Gale, like respecting the damage from Fatal Bonds as well. But they know Warlock does not have buyback, so if they can get the good jump on him with Templar Assassin, she can instantly kill him, but we'll need a Nullifier before that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe with a stun, right? But if Baboka can land that stun, a jump in from the TA can blow up the Warlock. They've also now, like you said, got the Nullifier on the Lycan, all completed. I'll take control of Dire Triangle, grab some of these Tier 3 items, finish off the Tier 2, and prep themselves for the upcoming team fight, which could signal the end of the game.
Structures are fortified.
Entity moving up towards the top jungle. So difficult for them to really find a platform where they can launch themselves off with the Tier 1 still standing. They don't have the same access points that Aster do.
You get Fatal Bonds, and now things become a little bit more difficult. You try to poke, see what happens, you know. Maybe there's not going to be Fatal Bonds, and instantly they move top, but the ward is scouting them out.
Nice carapace. Lands up on the stun. And in comes Monet. Has the Nullifier to get through the Ghost Scepter, and down he goes. 70 seconds on the sidelines with buyback.
Good carry from Baboka, because Heavenly Jump still deals damage. Maybe if you could toggle, I don't want to deal damage with this spell.
Yeah.
It's not like the spell's OP already.
Sounds illegal what you're trying to do there to the Zeus. And Baboka trying to scout and give vision for his squad. Entity all back in their base though. Saberlight, what's he got? Yeah, BKB has done a while back. Trying to get into the halberd for a double halberd. Him and Veno against that TA makes sense. It just doesn't feel like one of those scaling items which is going to make you win the game as a position 1 Night Stalker.
It's good. You have mischance and also double halberd against Lycan and Templar Assassin. I said it already, they need a drawn-out fight where they get multiple spells off, they reset with Shard on Night Stalker, Warlock heals, potentially buybacks on 1, maybe even 2 supports.
We nearly have Aghanim Scepter on this Zeus as well. Not too far away from it.
Couple of seconds left on that Aegis. Templar Assassin hits level 25, 30 minutes in. It's pretty nuts. Does have a second nullifier, so these Ghost Scepters, not a lot of value from them.
So she's got bonus refraction, got meld dispels, has a BKB, and there's smoke from Entity. Oh, they're trying to connect still, but Baboka's out, Ori's out, and there's nobody there to play with Entity. Everyone's gone back home. Still another 2.5 minutes for that next Roshan to potentially spawn as well. And with a team fight lineup like this, you can never count them out. Always the potential to get some massive wombo combos in for Entity. Aster out in front with Baboka and XXS. Smoking, I think, under dire vision there. Might have been scouted by Entity.
Yeah, I think it caught him on the edge. You can see Entity already retreating. Everyone except Saberlight.
Oh, Saberlight, buddy. Silenced. Oh, missed stun, but the All Scepter comes. And now, another trap. And Saberlight, he doesn't want to press BKB. He knows he's been caught. Dead for 50 seconds. No buyback on him, so maybe high ground time.
Thanks, TSM. Just kidding. A difficult one. Maybe he thought he can go for that one, try to farm up this halberd in the next minute. But yeah, a bit of a difficult game overall because there is a lot of explosive damage. There is also like BKB piercing ability that can buy some time during the Night Stalker's BKB. And then he doesn't feel too comfortable coming into Nyx Assassin, 1 Malefice from Enigma. There's also a lot of damage reduction from Wraith Pact, also Pipe. So he can't just lock onto a target and kill it.
89% now, slowly climbing. A good 15 minutes ago, it's like 73. Getting up there. Zeus thinking about his ulti to scout out, but opts not to in the end. Very patient from Aster as well. There's the BKB, he's got Blink Dagger ready if he wants to spend the money for it for XXS. Fresher up, queued up too. Enigma really scaling into this mid to late game. And another smoke out from Entity though. Baboka scouts it, spots it, splits away and runs out. Now the turn onto Kantomi. Ori trying to blow up the Tiny, but caught inside the Nimbus. Well, Winter Wyvern's the one to get picked off, and a Black Hole solo cancelled by the Golem. Fishman drops in and onto the Enigma as TA struggled to find that finishing blow on the Tiny. Finally gets the job done. Monet in the back lines finds Stormstormer while Saberlight, oh, he's being stunned up. The Malefice incredibly annoying, slowing him in as he's tracked back by the next assassin blinking forward towards him. And 3 heroes down, Entity lose out in a really difficult team fight for them.
Yeah, very, very difficult for Night Stalker, as I said, to go and just find the right target, go for it. Buyback from Siamese Cat. XXS, his item build, making everyone else super tanky, and you mentioned it, now he's going for the scaling build. He has a BKB, he has Black Hole, and going for Refresher next. inside Roche Pit. Ori gonna solo Roshan. Has Aghanim Scepter as well, gonna eat it immediately. Let's see what happens with the cheese. Does not have enough slots. Does have a sentry ward. He will ping it out this time around.
But yeah, this time he pings it like, guys, there's a cheese here. Did we ever find out what happened to the cheese in the last game? Not sure whatever ended up with that.
This fight was without Ori. Ori was going for Tiny, and he was also disarmed. He got disarmed and chased him around. So this was pretty much, let's call that 4 versus 5. Rock comes in, classic Rock against the Enigma to stop the black hole, but at this point looks a little too late.
Yeah, and now all their cooldowns expended, so there's no Golem, no Thunder God's Wrath, nothing really here for Entity to play with. As Monet clears out the top melee racks, forces a buyback from the Warlock as well. And 4 minutes on this Aegis gives a lot of freedom for Aster to play aggressively. Ori, the ability to jump around with a psionic projection.
I was about to say it. He had Deso in his inventory and Daedalus in the backpack. Like value from Daedalus. Too good. And with that Aghanim Scepter, here he comes. The lead Stormstormer in 2 hits.
Where did he go? He just disappeared. Stabilized on XXS. The BKB Enigma pops the cheese and the cold embrace heals him up too. Night Stalker just can't catch a break. Fishman being chased by the TA and Katomi found by Baboka and Monet. Ori jumping in onto Toby now. The disarm from the halberd. It's good in from Saberlion and Toby, but I just don't know about this. With the Winter's Curse there, Entity running out of options. Nothing left in the tank. And Fishman trying to juke around on the black hole. Another celebratory one there as XXS will take down Saberlight in the end.
We saw that black hole in game 1 as well, but that Aster feels like they came prepared for any of the shenanigans that Entity is gonna throw at them. I mean, when you think about that, the way Entity plays, even with Pure, is they go for different carries. Like we're talking about Doom, Leshrac on the safe lane. So this is pretty standard stuff for them, I would say. They try to surprise them. I really like the itemization on Aster, where also like the adjustments that they made, put Templar Assassin on the mid lane, so she's not playing against the Venomancer, and then itemization, like going for Mech on Wyvern, and also Enigma. Raid Pact into Pipe. Not the item that we see, but he understood just where tanky. The threat is coming from.
And it feels like Aster also have understood and realized a weakness, you know, with a stand-in obviously here for Entity, right, with kind of the triple offlaner kind of style. Yeah. If they drag games out and they extend games with these, you know, hyper carries or the ability to keep on farming, they've got great opportunity to take and break them down as we head back to the panel to take and break down this series.
Whew, well, Aster looking very good. They have a perfect record for the day here. They are going to finish the groups on day 1, 4-0, tarnishing the record that Entity has coming into the series. Oh man, okay. I know we talked about that Lycan as that last pick, and everybody was like, "Oh, okay, now it's a problem." But at least from my perspective, watching it, Ori was the problem.
Very true. Yeah. The Lycan definitely caused some problems for like some of the heroes on the side, but the Ori was the one just blowing people up. He had a hell of a game. This guy, I mean, TA might just be his best hero.
Yep. The TA was his best hero for a really long time, or might be, but in this game he was the best player, the MVP for sure. 21-9 with that Daedalus early on with the Blink Dagger, just completely destroying anything that he got a hold of, right? My problem here for Entity came from the fact that the Winter Wyvern and the Nyx, the Enigma never could truly die because they would cover each other, right? Like you go for the Enigma, there's the Winter's Curse, there is something to prevent the Night Stalker from killing her, but what allows all of that as well is the amount of vision that they had, right? Like if you're thinking about Aster, you look at wolves constantly on the map, you look at TA's traps constantly on the map, like how do you actually approach them? You want to fight them, right? Like you have this Night Stalker, you have a very aggressive team on the side of Entity, but how do you approach fights? Like to take a fight, you need a smoke. And even if you smoke, it's kind of too obvious because there's trap in every single creep camp. Yeah. So They know no one is farming.
And they didn't have the best way to start a fight. It was like Night Stalker run in. Again, Tiny, I guess, but they were relying on Tiny as support to get these like blink tossbacks or something. And it was just really difficult to execute. And also, you can't use this Warlock ultimate for a team fight because they had to, every fight, it felt like they had to hold it.
To keep it,
like there was a time, he just kept solo Chaotic offering this Enigma, and Enigma would be like chased by the Night Stalker, which worked in the favor, I feel like, of Aster, because then it meant Enigma was by himself being chased. He would turn BKB Black Hole this Night Stalker, and Warlock's like, that's my cue, drop the rock.
That's it.
Hit an Enigma.
And even if you're hitting the Enigma, even if you're going on him, he still puts his raid back there. He still brings a lot of utility to the teammates.
Okay, the pipe.
Yeah, the pipe as well. Like he built literally everything into just being that sustained machine. Just help everyone and himself stay alive for as long as possible. Meanwhile, the TA is destroying everyone on the sidelines.
Right. I mean, we're looking at here, destroy indeed. I mean, look at the hero damage on the side of Ori. Oh, that's pretty gross.
Very efficient, only 5 assists. I see a mid-TA. If your assists are above 10, you're doing something wrong. 21 and 5. So good stuff.
The most important statistic in the Chinese region is gold to damage ratio, right? And I think the ratio was pretty solid here.
Very solid. Now, we saw this like last 2 series, like as far as like Entity, Aster, and everything else like on the rest of the stream. There are other matches happening right now, and we were watching, like we have a good setup like in the green room, right? Just the kind of watching all of these matchups here. Some surprises coming into the first day at least, as far as like Sonics, their debut as Sonics is coming into this moment too against Liquid.
I don't know if that's a surprise. They're NA. They lost to WoW.
It's Quincy Crew. They always lose on LAN. I love Quincy Crew. I feel bad flaming them.
This is some NA flame at the Arlington Major. Excuse me.
I have a flag here. I can do it.
I think they're a team a lot of us love to cheer for, but they've yet to deliver and show up on LAN. Maybe the new name, the new sponsor will change things. But yeah, Aster 4-0. Honestly, my takeaway from today is Aster is the real deal. They're actually like rising themselves to the occasion, and I see them being like a top 4 team at the end of this tournament with how well they're playing, and they crushed these 2 series. But with that said, maybe they verse 2 of the weaker opponents because EG a little bit shaky.
I mean, a little bit shaky. This was the match we were watching as we were walking over. I guess it's done. It's 0-2. So EG
they were
is
coming back.
They were coming back when we walked over, but so for the first day's performance on the side of EG, I'm looking at you here, Lizard. Like, what's going on? Is it just like first day jitters?
I think it might be a wrong read on the meta as well. It happens to EG like very often on LAN, that is. But once they figure out the right style, they can come back very easily. They can come back swinging. So I expect them to bounce back in the next couple of days.
While we're looking at the stream seed results so far here,
Fnatic doing pretty good.
Fnatic TSM is what I'm hearing right now.
They had a 1-1 here and a 1-1 in their other series. I think a lot of people have them pegged as like a bottom team. And the fact
Fnatic TSM.
They had draws against 2 decent opponents. So, I mean, OG major winners. So, I think they have to be pretty happy with their day 1.
What was their second game, by the way?
It was just now. It was, who did they draw? Oh. I don't remember right now.
I'll find
it was Stream B.
It's just so many games. Hard to follow every single one of them. And on Stream D, is there anything standing out here? There's still a game being played, right?
Yeah. And I think it's going to be, I mean, I feel like every game on the group stage is going to be important, especially for a lot of the teams that are looking to try and place better because they need to place top 8 or better for TI placements. Now, Navi and Beast Coast are looking to not have a imperfect record similar to like EG on the other side of the groups here. So that is definitely like something that we need to look forward to because it might be the end of the day here, but we have many other games coming at you. As we're going to pull up the current standings for Group A, you're seeing it here. Liquid, absolute phenomenal performance with that 3-1. Not surprising. Now, PSG.LGD looking to be another favorite coming out of this group, I feel like, right?
So far, the only team undefeated, right? 2-0 for them. something that's to be expected. Like they had a rough run in the last season of the Chinese DPC, but
they only barely made the major.
They only barely made it even here, but did they really? That's always the question, because I feel like they did take their foot off the gas a little bit during the season. They kind of took it in a relaxed manner, let's put it that way. Now that they're at the major, I don't think they're going to be messing around.
Yeah, now Group B. Everybody kept talking about how Group A is, you know, like the death group or whatever, but and then like, looking at Group B, we have Aster, Spirit sitting on top, perfect record so far. Boom 3-1. Is that something that we were expecting from them? I mean, this is your region, right?
I mean, SEA bias, hell yeah. I think last major was a big disappointment for Boom, but if you go back just before that, they won one of the non-DPC LAN events, so this is a team that can compete on the international stage. They've got the skilled players. It's just about having the right understanding of the meta, and there were a lot of conditions going into the last major that weren't optimal for Boom. They showed up without having much time to scrim and really be prepared, so I think the Boom that's showing up here in Arlington is much better prepared and looking much stronger. So.
I completely agree with that. A ton of talented players, like even from the different teams that they came a couple of months back. Right, into Boom. A couple of months, that's like 6 months already, but yeah.
That's a long time in Dota.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That is forever ago. And you know, you're looking at the screen here. Like, to bring it up, Beast Coast did end up losing 2 Na'Vi, so that is another goose egg and 4 for them. They're going to keep EG Company down there, but hey, it's day 1 out of what? Still 3 more days of group stages coming at you here. It's definitely still doable for any of these teams, right?
Yeah, of course.
I think it was TI where Spirit started like 2-6 or something, right, in the group stage. Like end of day 1, people looking at Spirit like they were ignoring it. Like they were like, oh, you know, they're on a team to talk about as a contender.
Yep.
So
exactly.
There's always room to bounce back.
For sure. And as we get ready for tomorrow, this is a bit of a preview of some of the matches that you can expect to see on the various streams, because of course, there's so much Dota, it just cannot be contained to the one stream. But to start things off,
that's
stream
just
A.
One juicy game after another.
Exactly. It's a lot, and that's what we love, right? We love to see it, and you know, get yourself the good setup. 4 monitors for the TV. Let's do it.
Split screen on every monitor that you've got. Yeah.
Right. We got the 4K on the YouTube, so let's go. And I do say the YouTube like an old person, but I mean any matchups here in particular that you're looking forward to.
Oh, it's the first one. It's LGD, OG. These two teams, you know, have such a great history. Like, they're such rival. Even, I mean, it is a new OG roster, but even with the new OG roster, I feel like there's
still the guy with the papers there, right? he's still around.
Yeah, and they've still exactly that rivalry lives on. These teams have played on some of these big LANs. LGD won the most recent non-DPC LAN. OG won the most recent DPC major. They won the Stockholm major. Yeah, Seb is back, exactly. So honestly, that is like, it's hard to beat that series.
He has that record to maintain, right? He's a major winner.
Yeah. He's won too many majors. He needs to share them.
Right.
That dude.
Enough's enough.
Even the second series, what was it? Team Spirit versus EG. That one is hype. Like
watching EG get 2-0 is hype.
Yeah, it is. I love it.
Well, as we're looking at the Stream B schedule, I mean, there's again just a lot of good matches. Like we're talking about EG. It's EG Beast Coast. One of them is finally going to fix that record for their day 1 performance. Who's it going to be?
I'm excited to see more entity too. Like how their drafts and their playstyle is just something totally unique and fresh. Obviously, people following the European DPC have seen quite a bit of this, but it's gotten even more wonky now that they bring in Saberlight. So it's been a lot of fun.
When I'm looking at this stream, like it's Stream B obviously, and you can see that the matchups might not be as hype as on Stream A, right? But at the same time, the Dota will be, I would even suspect, more interesting. Like when it comes to the play, like Parker just said, you look at the entity. What exactly will they draft tomorrow? Like how exactly will they adapt to the fact that they just lost to Aster, even though they didn't look bad? Will they switch everything up? Will they continue with their own play style? It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, and as you're looking for this on this C stream for tomorrow, I mean, we've been big fans of Boom. Is Boom Entity going to be a particularly spicy matchup?
It's. I mean, I'm always excited to watch Boom. I hopefully get to see some Yopaj Ember. He's played a game or two of it today. I think it's gonna be spicy just because of NT's playstyle. Boom is happy to. They're a very aggressive team themselves. They're not like a sit back and farm team the way like a Talon is when it comes to the SEA teams. Definitely spicy. I think Boom, beastcoast, same thing. Like, to me, those two Boom matches, like, they're playing teams that are going to match their aggression. beastcoast loves to fight. Same for Entity. They're very early
so
game
just a bloodbath. For everyone that hates strategy and just likes to see skirmishes and fights constantly, that's for you. These are the turbo players in the chat. I know who you are. Yeah. What are these smokes? It's boring. Just go fight. Like, who cares about cooldowns? Do you have an item? I don't care. Just go fight all the time.
I mean,
objectives.
Objectives, sure. Oh, why not? I don't want to necessarily like point out. I feel like Aster is just absolutely dominating. But if you're looking for maybe a team to watch as far as like emulating absolute perfection, that is definitely one of the teams right now. Now for Stream D, RNG is the other Chinese team that maybe is not performing, at least for the first day. It's a small sample size.
Yeah, they've got the standard. So, I mean, which is kind of hype in itself. Anna coming back and playing, just for the name value there. But yeah, I think there's still a big question mark around RNG. Like, I don't think they're gonna personally perform that well this major. Like, I think they'll maybe be middle of the pack, but I don't see them going further than that.
Living up to their name, RNG.
Perhaps. I don't know. I'm hyped for RNG. I want to see them do well. Like, I believe that Anna brings a lot to the table, and that team on their own were really strong in the season.
Okay.
Like, but the standing factor. Like,
I mean, I'm a big Anna fanboy, so
no one can deny the standing factor hurts any team, right? Like, it's not easy to adapt to someone new.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's fair and pretty easy to say that every game as we proceed over to the main event is just going to be so important. We have so many teams just vying for. It's a constant top 8 or top 6, top 3 even, I think, for some of the other teams, which is a tall ask. And everybody's like, oh, but it's just group stage. It's absolutely important because it will dictate where you are going to be placed in the bracket. And it's pretty brutal because bottom 3 teams are not going to be making it to the main event.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is a tough one.
That's where some of these teams who started 0-4 are going to be like, okay, we need a... Let's bring out the strats now. Like,
the cheese picks, the meepos, the tinkers, everything. Brood mothers, like whatever is possible, they need to bring it out, right?
Well, there's no saving that for the main event because you need to have it come out right now. So with that, we're good. We're ready to wrap up here. It has been a long day of Dota. We want to get well rested, and I feel like everybody in the audience, like watching at home, probably need to do the same. I'm sure some of y'all are staying up past your bedtime, but that is fine. And I do want to say a big thank you as well to the sponsors of this event. Make sure I'm saying it correctly. Is like we have BitGet, InZone, GGBet, and Secret Labs. So with that, I'm your host Sajdeen, and once again, thank you to my wonderful panel, big brains right here, Gods and Lizard, and to everybody else that was on the panel and casting today. With that, we are out. Y'all have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.